My name is Lin Wanshu. I woke up to the sound of a baby crying. My eyes felt heavy, but when I managed to open them, I saw a chubby little child calling me Mama. I was shocked. Where did this baby come from? And why wasn't I in my spacious villa, but in an old mud brick house? The sight of the shabby walls and simple furnishings confused me even more. I thought I had died, but somehow I was here. Memories I didn't recognize began flooding my mind, and I realized I had been reborn. The baby was mine, and I was now married to a decorated soldier, Qin Yan. This was a completely different life from the one I remembered, where I had been a wealthy businesswoman betrayed by my husband. In my past life, I had no children and a loveless marriage with a man who tricked me into giving him everything, only to betray me. I eventually took revenge, but just as I regained control of my life, I was hit by a car. When I woke up, I found myself back in 1974 with a new life, a baby in my arms, and a mysterious space hidden in a small red mark on my wrist. This space was my secret weapon. It held a magical spring, plants, and all sorts of supplies I had collected in my past life. It also had medical books left behind by my mother's family, who were skilled doctors. I had spent years studying these books and teaching myself medicine. As I adjusted to this new reality, I remembered something terrifying. In my past life, I heard that Qin Yan died shortly after a certain festival. Now, I had to figure out how to change this fate and protect my family while navigating this second chance at life. I realized that even though I wasn't close to Qin Yan in either of my lives, he was still my child's father. I couldn't let my baby grow up without him. With only a week until the Dragon Boat Festival, I grew anxious. I didn't know when exactly Qin Yan's accident happened in my past life, but I couldn't sit still. I had to find him. Be good, meow meow. Wait for Mama. I'll pack some clothes, and we'll go find Daddy, I said to my little one, soothing her. After packing a few essentials, I knew I'd need a travel permit, so I planned to see the team leader. Thankfully, I had letters from Qin Yan to help me find him. Holding Meow Meow close, I left the house. It was work time, so the yard was empty. Qin Yan's family shared a spacious, tidy yard, good conditions for our poor village. As I carried Meow Meow towards the fields, a familiar voice called out. It was He Manxiang, someone I'd grown up with. Seeing her stirred strange feelings. She had married the man who betrayed me in my past life. Our conversation was tense. She acted curious about Qin Yan, but I noticed her probing questions and smug attitude. Her fashionable clothes and demeanor stood out in this conservative era, and I began to suspect. Was she also reborn? Her mocking words about Qin Yan's safety confirmed my hunch. I countered her with pointed remarks about her own life, hinting at her lack of children. Her face darkened, but she quickly brushed it off, flaunting her husband's supposed affection. I didn't engage further, wished her well, and left. Her games weren't my concern. I had more urgent matters. Reaching the fields, I found the team leader. Before I could explain my need to find Qin Yan, a panicked voice interrupted us. Sun Shifeng, someone from the commune is here. They say your second son is injured. My heart sank. The danger I feared was already here. When I heard Qin Yan was injured, my mind went blank. My mother-in-law, Sun Shifeng, nearly fainted on the spot, so I steadied her. A man from the commune confirmed the news, but didn't provide details, only that a family member needed to visit him. Panic filled the air, but I kept calm for everyone's sake. I'll go see him, I said firmly, promising to take care of him. The team leader quickly arranged a travel permit, and my brother-in-law, Qin Hua, decided to accompany me. Traveling alone as a woman, especially with a baby, wasn't safe. We packed quickly some clothes, food, and eggs my mother-in-law insisted we take to help Qin Yan recover. Holding Meow Meow, I boarded the tractor to the train station, my heart heavy but determined. The journey was exhausting. The train was crowded with young soldiers and others, making it hard to stay unnoticed. Though I tried to keep a low profile, my looks drew unwanted attention. A young girl questioned us, but when I explained we were visiting an injured soldier, she backed off, though her gaze remained unfriendly. After over a day of travel, we finally arrived at the Yun province train station. A soldier named Zheng Sanqiang greeted us, sent by the regiment to pick us up. He recognized us right away, though I wasn't sure how. My focus was on Qin Yan. When I asked about his condition, Zheng's expression darkened. He explained that Qin Yan hadn't woken up yet. If he didn't regain consciousness soon, there was a risk he could become a vegetative state. My heart sank, but I held on a hope. I was here now, and I wouldn't give up on him. When I heard Qin Yan might not wake up, my heart sank, but Qin Hua was even more anxious. He demanded to see his brother immediately, and the soldier, Zheng Sanqiang, quickly led us to a military jeep. Holding Miao Miao, I sat in the back, feeling my nerves intensify as we approached the hospital. The drive through the small border city reminded me how different this life was from the one I left behind. I barely knew Qin Yan in my past life, and now he was my husband and Miao Miao's father. The thought of losing him terrified me. I was prepared to do anything, even use my spiritual spring water, to save him. When we arrived at the military hospital, Zheng led us straight to Qin Yan's room on the 5th floor. My heart raced as I approached the door, holding Miao Miao tightly. Inside, the dim light revealed Qin Yan lying motionless, his head heavily bandaged. Qin Hua was overcome with emotion, barely able to speak as he stood by his brother's side. I stepped closer, my thoughts swirling. Seeing him like this was surreal. He had a strong, handsome face, one that now belonged to my husband. Leaning over, I softly spoke, "Qin Yan, it's me, Wan Shu. I brought our daughter to see you. She's never met her father, so you have to wake up and show her how amazing you are." Miao Miao seemed to sense the moment, waking up and calling out, "Mama." Her innocent voice broke the heavy silence, and I turned her towards Qin Yan. "Miao Miao, this is your daddy. Say, Daddy." Even Zheng chimed in, encouraging Qin Yan to wake up, but there was no response. Later, Zheng insisted we eat, and I reluctantly agreed. Afterward, I stayed in a room with Miao Miao to watch over Qin Yan while Qin Hua rested. Sitting by his side, I began to talk, mostly about our daughter and how wonderful she was. Then a thought struck me. What if you don't like having a daughter? I teased, half serious. Well, too bad. She's my precious baby, and if you don't love her, I won't stay with you. Just as I finished speaking, his hand moved slightly. My heart leapt. Was he waking up? When I saw Qin Yan's hand move, I couldn't believe it. "Qin Yan, can you hear me?" I asked, my voice trembling with excitement. Little Miao Miao toddled over, grabbing his hand with her tiny fingers. "Hand!" she exclaimed, her babyish voice melting my heart. I told her, "Yes, that's your daddy's hand," and encouraged Qin Yan to respond, but his hand didn't move again. Disappointed but understanding, I tried to focus on caring for Miao Miao. It had been a long journey, and we both needed to freshen up. Later, as I fed Miao Miao, I turned to face Qin Yan. Even unconscious, his presence made me nervous. I hadn't shared true intimacy with a man before, and my shyness crept up. Miao Miao, of course, was oblivious and eagerly demanded her milk, her little hands pulling at me. I gave in, focusing on her needs. Just as I finished, I felt a shift in the room. I looked up and locked eyes with Qin Yan. He was awake. My face flushed with embarrassment as I scrambled to pull my clothes together. "You're awake?" I stammered. "Just now," he replied, his voice hoarse but steady. Flustered, I rushed out to get the nurse, leaving him alone with Miao Miao. When I returned, Qin Yan looked at our daughter with a mix of awe and tenderness. He tried to comfort her as she cried for me, but his inexperience was obvious. Despite his injuries, he attempted to sit up, but I quickly stopped him. "You can't move yet," I said, helping him lie back down. The doctors were amazed by his recovery, given the severity of his injuries. They explained he was no longer in immediate danger, though his future in the military was uncertain due to his wounds. Hearing this weighed heavily on me. Qin Yan had always been a hero in my eyes, someone willing to sacrifice everything for his country. I couldn't imagine how he'd feel if he had to leave the life he loved. Lin Wanshu did not say anything about his injuries. After returning to the ward, Xiao Miao Miao had already fallen asleep. Qin Yan had probably been unconscious for too long, so he was not sleepy at this moment. He just tilted his head and quietly looked at the little one on the other bed. The little nose, the little mouth, the little body sleeping in a sprawling state, but it made people feel very cute. Just looking at her, Qin Yan's heart softened. Life is really incredible. Lin Wanshu walked forward gently, afraid to wake up the baby, and did not dare to make any noise. She only lowered her voice and asked, "Are you hungry? I'll borrow the cafeteria to make you some noodles." During the days he was unconscious, the hospital had been feeding him liquid food. Lin Wanshu had just asked the doctor that he could eat something soft and light when he woke up. Even if she didn't ask the doctor, Lin Wanshu actually knew how to take care of patients in this situation. After all, the medical knowledge she learned in those years was not in vain. Qin Yan wanted to say no need to bother, and wait until the cafeteria opens tomorrow morning before eating, but his stomach didn't cooperate at all, and even made a gurgling sound. This sound was particularly abrupt in the quiet ward, and it was hard to ignore. Lin Wanshu pursed her lips and smiled. "Wait here, I'll be back soon." After that, she took out some noodles from home from the bag in the corner, took out an aluminum lunchbox, and went downstairs. The cafeteria was not closed at this time, but there was no food. Lin Wanshu greeted the people in the cafeteria and entered the kitchen after getting permission. It happened that there were cabbages in the kitchen. She originally wanted to buy one, but the chef in the cafeteria told her to use it as she pleased and refused to charge. In the end, Lin Wanshu only picked 3 or 4 leaves. Fearing that his wound would get inflamed, no eggs were put in the noodles, just a simple plain noodles. But after all, she started her life by selling food in her previous life, so her cooking skills were naturally impeccable. Even a simple dish of green plain noodles makes people salivate. The chef didn't pay attention to the situation in the kitchen until he saw her smooth movements, and then he came closer to take a look out of curiosity. The noodles in the pot are attractive in color and are dotted with a few crisp and tender cabbages, which makes people very greedy. "Comrade, your cooking skills are good." Laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. He's been in charge of the kitchen for more than 10 years, and he doesn't even need to taste it. He can tell how good the noodles she makes are just by looking at them. "No, I'm just thinking about it." Lin Wanshu smiled modestly, and then said, "My aluminum lunchbox can't hold it anymore. If the master doesn't mind, these noodles will be left for you to have a midnight snack." When Lin Wanshu took the noodles, she deliberately took a little more. Since she wanted to borrow the kitchen, she couldn't just say nothing. Otherwise, who would be willing to give her convenience next time? But noodles are precious things in this era, so how could the master accept her? "No, there are spare aluminum lunchboxes in the cafeteria. I'll pack them for you, and you can just bring them back tomorrow." "Master, don't be polite to me. I may have to trouble you tomorrow." After hearing what she said, the master didn't refuse. But he was really happy in his heart. "Okay, if you still need the kitchen, just come to me. I'm here every day." After solving the problem of using the kitchen, Lin Wanshu was in a good mood. She said hello to the master and went out with the noodles. When returning to the ward, Qin Yan still maintained the original posture. It was as if he couldn't see the little thing enough. Lin Wanshu was afraid that he twisted his neck. Fortunately, he turned his head again after hearing the movement. "Do and move, I'll shake the bed." Fearing that he would hurt the wound, Lin Wanshu spoke quickly. "Qin Yan." He originally wanted to support himself to get up, but pretended to be calm and released his strength. But the eyes that were originally staring at the little baby now changed their target. Lin Wanshu put the noodles on the table and pulled a stool over. He watched. Lin Wanshu went to the end of the bed and raised the headboard. He also watched. Lin Wanshu felt very uncomfortable with him looking at her. Finally, she couldn't help but glared at him. "Why do you always look at me?" It was called glaring, but in the man's eyes, it was a kind of coquettishness and shyness belonging to a woman. Qin Yan's eyes were a little more surprised, but his Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously. After a pause, he said, "You are my wife." I don't know if it was an illusion, but the man seemed to have emphasized the word wife a little too much, and Lin Wanshu's ears felt a little numb. She spat at herself in her heart, thinking it was useless, and she quickly regained her composure. "The doctor said you can't move too much, I'll feed you." After saying this calmly, she picked up the aluminum lunch box on the table, picked up the clean chopsticks, and prepared to feed people. Qin Yan looked at her red ears. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, and he didn't know what he was thinking.
Okay.
Before coming up, Lin Wanshu had soaked the aluminum lunchbox with cold water so the noodles were not so hot. But she still picked it up and blew it before handing it to his mouth. Lin Wanshu has always been meticulous in doing things, and she is an extremely gentle person. Qin Yan's heart melted halfway before the noodles were put into his mouth. In fact, until now, he still has a sense of unreality. She would actually bring her children all the way here to see him. This is something he dared not even think about in his dreams. After all, he knew very well that she didn't like him. For so many years, he sent her so many letters, but she never gave him a single word in response. Even when they met in the team, she always looked so unfamiliar. Originally, Qin Yan thought that they would never be together, but he didn't expect that his family called him to go back for a blind date. And the person he met was not someone else, but the person he thought about day and night. Knowing that he had to meet her, how could Qin Yan sit still? He asked for leave to go home overnight. From meeting to engagement to marriage, everything was incredibly fast and incredibly smooth. Even on the wedding night, he felt like he was in a dream. And wasn't that night just a beautiful dream? As soon as he woke up from the dream, he was urgently recalled to the army. This separation lasted for 2 years, and until the moment he was blown up by the bomb, the only thought in his mind was unwillingness. He married her home because he was unwilling, but she died like this. I don't know if it was because of this obsession that he survived tenaciously, but he just couldn't wake up. Until I heard her voice. She said she brought the child to see him? Is it his and her child? And asked him if he liked his daughter? If he didn't like it, he wouldn't live with him. This directly stimulated Qin Yan. She is his woman. He finally married his wife home. Who would she want to live with if she doesn't live with him? After this stimulation, Qin Yan finally woke up not long after. And from the time he woke up to now, everything has been as beautiful as a dream. She doesn't hate him, and she takes care of him so gently and carefully. At this moment, Qin Yan felt that even if she didn't like him in this life, it was worth it. Qin Yan's heart was surging, but his face remained calm. He only talked to her about the little one next to him. Speaking of Miao Miao, Lin Wanshu's little face suddenly lit up, and her eyes also exuded amazing light. Miao Miao is very well behaved. I usually give her something to play with when I work, and she doesn't make trouble. She is also very smart. She can call grandpa and grandma at such a young age. Although she didn't call it standard, she was good in her mother's eyes. When it comes to little Miao Miao, Lin Wanshu seemed to have endless words to say. But Qin Yan didn't have the slightest impatience. And from the few words she said, he keenly caught that she often had to carry Miao Miao to work in the fields. Although she didn't complain about these hardships, Qin Yan couldn't help but feel distressed. In the past 2 years, due to the intensification of border frictions, he couldn't take care of his family. Even if there was a chance to write a letter, he could only write a few words in a hurry and send it back with his salary, just to make her life easier. But the conflict here could escalate at any time, and receiving letters was a difficult thing. In addition, she had never written to him, so Qin Yan had no way of knowing her recent situation. He never expected that she would give birth to a child for him. Thank you for your hard work in the past 2 years. Lin Wanshu was stunned by the undisguised heartache in the man's eyes. Then she lowered her eyes uncomfortably.
What's so hard about it?
The aunts and sisters-in-law in the team have all been through this. Women in this era are very miserable. They have to carry their children to work in the fields during the day and go home at night to wash clothes, cook, and do housework. And men basically don't get involved in other things except work. If a man does housework and takes care of children at home, He will definitely be laughed at when he goes out. What's more, in everyone's eyes, doing housework and taking care of children are what women should do.
What's so hard about it?
Hasn't it been like this for thousands of years? Lin Wanshu didn't expect Qin Yan to notice her hard work. It would be a lie to say she wasn't surprised.
I sent all my salary to you.
You don't have to work so hard. In those days, the salary of a battalion commander was generally 114 yuan, and they were border guards, with additional subsidies plus other bonuses, which averaged more than 150 yuan a month. Such income was already a lot in an era when worker salaries were generally 20 to 30 yuan. I gave all my salary to Mom. Lin Wanshu did receive money sent back from the army, but there was no word in it except the money. She thought it was sent home, so she handed it in directly. Qin Yan was a little surprised. That's for you. You don't have to give it to Mom. I sent it separately to Mom. Lin Wanshu. So she meant well but ended up doing something bad? What would her mother-in-law think? Before she could think about it, Qin Yan continued. Also, I left a box for you that night. Didn't you open it to see? Box? Lin Wanshu blinked and finally remembered a square iron box. Those are your things. I didn't move them and just put them away. Qin Yan. It seems that all the words he said before leaving were in vain. She didn't hear a word. The box contained the money he had saved over the years, as well as various bills. Did she not even look at them? It was at this moment that Lin Wanshu realized that this man had actually given all his belongings to her. And she was so tired that night that she couldn't even lift her fingers. How could she know what he said? Qin Yan was helpless, but he couldn't bear to say a word to her. In the end, he could only say, just do some easy work in the future. It doesn't matter if you get fewer work points. In fact, he wanted her to stop working and it would be best if she came with the army, but he was afraid of scaring people, so he could only do it step by step. Although Lin Wanshu looked gentle, she was indeed not the kind of daughter who liked to rely on others. Otherwise, she would not have been able to save such a large family business in her previous life. But his words still made her feel warm. Okay, I got it. I'll do some easy work in the future. In fact, she didn't plan to do too much hard work. After all, the things in the space alone were enough for her to live a luxurious life that ordinary people could hardly imagine. She had earned the money she should have earned in her previous life, and had enjoyed almost everything she should have enjoyed. Money was no longer that important to her, as long as it was enough. In this life, she only wanted to do what she liked. Looking at her well-behaved appearance, Qin Yan felt sour and itchy in his heart, and he had the urge to touch her head. It was so scary that he finally restrained himself. I'll ask my comrades to bring milk powder back in a few days, and Miao Miao will drink milk powder in the future. Lin Wanshu was still immersed in her own thoughts. When she heard this, she blinked in confusion. Milk powder? Why did you suddenly mention this? Miao Miao is older, and it's not appropriate to drink milk. Qin Yan said vaguely. And Lin Wanshu finally remembered the embarrassing scene when he woke up just now. His face suddenly turned red again. Qin Yan was also a little uncomfortable, but he still asked with concern, "Does it still hurt? Do you want me to give you some medicine to wipe it?" Lin Wanshu, No, thank you. Hearing her gritting her teeth, Qin Yan finally said nothing. But there was still some worry in his eyes. Lin Wanshu glared at him, then stood up and took the empty aluminum lunchbox to wash. When they came back, the two didn't say anything. After all, it was already late. Lin Wanshu lay down beside Xiao Miao Miao. Since she was reborn, everything has happened too suddenly. Now that she can finally lie down, Lin Wanshu can't sleep. In the end, she could only open the space and look through the medical books and notes she took when she left the team. Lin Wanshu originally had a very good memory, and with her inherited medical talent, she could basically remember all the medical books she had read. The notes left by her grandfather recorded many medical records that he had handled. Lin Wanshu was fascinated when she saw them. I don't know when I fell asleep. Qin Yan tilted his head to look at the big and small people next to him, and his heart seemed to be filled with something. At the same time, the Red Star Brigade was also quiet, with only occasional frog sounds and crickets. Just when everyone fell asleep, He Manxiang stared at the dark and cold thatched roof. Listening to Zhao Mingyuan's snoring next to her, her heart seemed to be scratched by something, and she couldn't calm down. I don't know how long it took, but she seemed to have made up her mind and climbed out of the bed quietly. Then she took off all her clothes. In the moonlight, looking at the gentle and handsome man next to her, He Manxiang couldn't help but feel hot all over. Without hesitation, she quietly reached out to him. But before she touched him, the next moment, her hand was grabbed by someone. "What are you doing?" In the dark night, the man's voice was filled with undisguised impatience. He Manxiang felt humiliated immediately. She was like this, but he reacted like this? "Zhao Mingyuan, are you still a man? We have been married for 2 years, and you don't even touch me." She couldn't help but lowered her voice and said angrily. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyuan was silent for a moment, and his original impatience also subsided. "I'm sorry, I don't like to be disturbed when I'm asleep." Seeing that he apologized to her, He Manxiang didn't know what to say. But she had taken off her clothes. If she didn't succeed today, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Thinking of this, she fell softly towards him again. "It's okay, it's my fault for disturbing you." While saying soft words, her hands wandered restlessly on his body. In her arms was a soft body, without a single piece of clothing. If it were an ordinary man, he would have turned into a wolf long ago. But Zhao Mingyuan was not excited at all, and instead felt nauseous. Seeing her hand reaching out to an unspeakable place, Zhao Mingyuan's face changed, and he reached out again to grab her, and then pushed her away from his arms. "Manxiang, what's wrong with you today?" There was confusion in his voice, as if he didn't understand why she was so shameless. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have been ashamed. But He Manxiang was experienced after all, and her face was much thicker than that of a girl. "Mingyuan, look at me. Don't you have any ideas?" she said shyly in a seductive pose. When Zhao Mingyuan saw the white body, he felt more and more disgusted in his heart. Originally, he just planned to marry a woman back as a decoration, first to give an explanation to his mother, and second to prevent others from thinking he was abnormal. But he didn't expect that He Manxiang was not someone who could be fooled. At first, she was just tentative, but now she has taken off all her clothes, and she is just about to pounce on him. If Zhao Mingyuan can do it, he will definitely want a baby of his own. But he is not interested in women at all, and that thing can't stand up, so how easy is it to have a child? Suddenly, he remembered Wang Yongsheng's proposal. He was originally extremely resistant, but now he has to consider it seriously. Such an important matter, of course we have to choose a good day when the team is a little free. He coaxed He Manxiang while suppressing his nausea. But he was still a little hesitant in his heart. Did he really want to do that? Although He Manxiang was not satisfied, it was at least a step forward.
Well,
I'll wait for you." The ambiguous words were half spoken and half left, which was really a temptation. It's a pity that she was just throwing a wink to the blind. If he wasn't afraid that she would see something, Zhao Mingyuan would not even bother to perfunctorily. "Go to sleep, you still have to work tomorrow." He turned around and soon, snoring sounded again in the room. He Manxiang was still in that seductive posture. Seeing him fall asleep like this, she felt angry and humiliated. Of course, she knew that Zhao Mingyuan was not normal, but he was the richest man in the future. When she thought of the big villa and the dazzling luxury cars and luxury goods, she found excuses to make up for all his problems. He must not know how good she was. After trying, she didn't believe he could escape from her palm. When she thought of what was about to happen, she was very excited. When she gave birth to a son, wouldn't all his property belong to her in the future? Looking at the hole in the roof, He Manxiang thought happily. That night, He Manxiang slept soundly. In her dream, she was wearing gold and silver and sitting in a pile of money. Next to her was the widow Lin Wanshu, who was like a crazy woman, scolding her for stealing her man. The scene in the dream was so beautiful that He Manxiang woke up with a giggle. But before she could savor her sweet dream, the angry roar of her mother-in-law Lu Juhua was heard outside the door. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. You only know how to sleep," You have sores in your mouth and pus in your ace. You can't even lay an egg. Why don't you just sleep to death?" Lu Juhua had a loud voice to begin with, and after this roar, several families nearby couldn't help but come to the door and peek in. What is Lu Juhua scolding again? What else can I scold? Isn't it just Himanxiang? I've been married to the Zhao family for 2 years, and I don't even have a baby. No wonder Lu Juhua got angry. In this era, if a woman hasn't gotten pregnant after 1 year of marriage, everyone will think that the woman is infertile. Basically, no one will doubt the man. After hearing Lu Juhua's angry scolding, others also expressed their understanding. It's better to marry a hen than a daughter-in-law who can't give birth to a child. At least she can lay eggs. I didn't understand why Himanxiang chose a rascal like Zhao Mingyuan. It turns out that she found him because she knew she couldn't give birth. Himanxiang's room happened to be close to the door. When she heard these discussions, her face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They knew nothing. Not only could she give birth, but she was also very good at it. In her previous life, she even gave birth to 2 sons. At the beginning, she was also quite loved by Chen Zihui. If he hadn't returned to the city and abandoned her, she would definitely be the envy of everyone. When Zhao Mingyuan made a lot of money in the future and she gave birth to a son, she would make these people kneel in front of her and beg her. Himanxiang thought so. But she could ignore these people, but she couldn't ignore her mother-in-law Lu Juhua. She hurriedly put on her clothes and went out, intending to coax her mother-in-law. But as soon as she walked out the door, a broom came down on her face. "Beat you to death, you lazy rascal, who doesn't lay eggs." Himanxiang didn't expect that she would actually hit someone. She turned pale and forgot to dodge for a moment. She didn't scream and dodge until the broom covered with chicken hit her face. Her dodging made Lu Juhua even more angry. Moreover, she was used to farm work and had great strength. The broom was waving in her hand, making a whirring sound. And Himanxiang was also beaten and screamed, "Help! Lu Juhua is going to beat her daughter-in-law to death." Himanxiang dodged in embarrassment and shouted for help. But her image in the team was not good to begin with. In addition, she had not given birth to a child in the 2 years since she married into the Zhao family and was sleeping late. Who would help her? In the end, Zhao Mingyuan came out of the house and stopped the farce. "Mom, why did you hit her?" Zhao Mingyuan helped Himanxiang because he was afraid that she would go out and say something, so he had to coax her now. How would Lu Juhua know what was going on in her son's room? Seeing that he not only did not help her, but also stood on Himanxiang's side, she was immediately furious. "You are still protecting a chicken that can't even lay eggs? Get out of my way. I'm going to beat her to death here today and marry you another one." Hearing this, Himanxiang's face changed, and she opened her mouth to tell the truth that she had not consummated the marriage. But before she opened her mouth, Zhao Mingyuan took the lead. "Mom, if you want to hit me, kill me first." As he said this, he opened his arms to protect Himanxiang. Himanxiang, whose face and body were still dirty, was immediately moved. Looking at the man standing firmly in front of her, she instantly imagined that the man in a suit and tie was domineeringly protecting her behind him. At this moment, Himanxiang's infatuation with him reached its peak. She even subconsciously concealed the fact that they had not slept together yet. Lu Juhua looked at her most beloved son, who was actually bewitched by a like this, and was so angry that her eyes went dark again and again. You rebellious son." Zhao Mingyuan's actions also made the onlookers outside drop their jaws in surprise. Some people said that he was a real man, daring to resist his mother for his wife. But more people thought he was unfilial. It was obviously his wife who had problems, and it was understandable for the mother-in-law to discipline her. Isn't it disobedient and unfilial for him to do this? Zhao Mingyuan couldn't care what other people thought. At this point, he had to do Wang Yongxing's proposal quickly whether he was willing or not. So, as to avoid more trouble. Unlike the chaos of the Zhao family, Ward No. 5 of Wenshi Military Hospital was full of warmth. Qin Hua came over from the guest house early, and when he saw his brother woke up, he was so excited that his voice choked. It's good that he woke up. It's good that he woke up. If he hadn't woken up, Qinhua would have worried that his mother wouldn't be able to bear the. Lin Wanshu had slept for a night and already felt much more energetic. When Qinhua hadn't come just now, she had fed Xiao Miao Miao with her back to Qin Yan. Now that Qinhua is here, she handed the baby to him and went to cook for Qin Yan. When Xiao Miao Miao was at home, she could see Qinhua every day and didn't resist this uncle. This made Qin Yan, who was lying on the hospital bed, feel very uncomfortable. Looking at the baby who was being held obediently by his eldest brother, he was so envious. Qinhua also saw it, and he put Xiao Miao Miao on the stool beside his bed to sit. Miao Miao, be good. Sit here for a while. Uncle will get some water for your dad to wash his face. Actually, Lin Wanshu was planning to fetch water for Qin Yan to wash up, but when Qinhua came, she simply gave the job to him. Although Qin Yan was a little disappointed, at least their relationship is now developing in a good direction. We can't rush things. Qinhua went to fetch water, and the little guy sat on the bed and looked at Qin Yan curiously. Maybe it was because it looked strange to have a bandage on his head, and the baby's eyes kept wandering around the bandage. After looking at it for a while, suddenly, 2 words popped out of her mouth. It hurts. Pointing at his bandage, she blinked. Qin Yan's heart suddenly softened into water. It doesn't hurt anymore, Miao Miao, don't worry. Although he knew that she might not understand, Qin Yan did not perfunctorily respond, but communicated with her seriously. The little girl tilted her head, as if thinking about what he said. After a moment, she stretched out her 2 little paws and clung to the bed and put her little head in front of him. Qin Yan didn't know what she was going to do and was afraid that she would fall, so he stretched out his hand with difficulty to protect her. But the baby pouted his little mouth and blew at the bandage on his head. Fly, fly. It was still unclear words, but Qin Yan understood it. She was comforting herself. In an instant, the heart of a first-time father was filled with excitement, happiness, and satisfaction. How could there be such a little person in the world? People don't know how to love him. If it were possible to make big moves, Qin Yan really wanted to hold her tightly in his arms. This is his child, a child with her and his blood. Thank you, Miao Miao. Daddy feels much better. He carefully put his hands around her, and seeing that the baby did not resist, Qin Yan slowly placed his hands on her small body. Not until he felt the soft and warm touch did Qin Yan feel a sense of security that his dream had come true. All this was not his fantasy. Perhaps it was the blood relationship between father and daughter. Apart from the initial unfamiliarity, Xiao Miao Miao quickly became familiar with Qin Yan. When Qinhua came back from fetching water, Xiao Miao Miao had even laid down next to Qin Yan, stretching out her little paws to watch her father count her little fingers. Looking at the warm scene in front of him, Qinhua felt sad. He had just asked the doctor. Qin Yan's injury was too serious. Even if he recovered, there was an 80% chance that he would have to retire. His brother probably didn't know about this now, otherwise how could he be so calm? Everyone in the Qin family knows how much he loves his job. Apart from getting married, only when it comes to military matters can you see his emotions. What's wrong? Qin Yan had already noticed Qinhua, and seeing that he had not come in for a long time, he looked up and asked. Qinhua hurriedly suppressed the discomfort in his heart, forced a smile on his face, and said, "It's okay." As he said that, he brought the water to the bedside, and then carried Xiao Miao Miao to sit on the stool. He didn't say anything, and Qin Yan didn't ask again, but just half closed his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. After Qinhua wiped the places that could be wiped, he took the basin to pour water. After a while, several people in military uniforms walked in. Seeing that Qin Yan was really awake, Shen Shuwen was so excited that his voice changed. "Old Qin, you are finally awake." He and Qin Yan are partners. One is the battalion commander and the other is the instructor. The two have been through life and death for so many years, and it can be said that they are closer than brothers. "I'm fine, I made you worry," Qin Yan said with a smile. So many people came in at once, and they scared Miao Miao, who was playing with jigsaw puzzles in the cabinet on the other side of the bed. Wu Mom hearing the baby's cry, the people in the room realized that there was a little kid. Where did the child come from? Shun Shuwen said in surprise. Ji Chirong on the side was keenly aware that the little face had some of Qin Yan's shadow. But she didn't want to think about the possibility that this was his child. Isn't this the niece of Captain Qin? Didn't they say that his family members are here? Others felt that this was really unreasonable. Who would bring a baby to visit a seriously injured patient? Shun Shuwen had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to confirm it. After all, they have lived together for so long, and he has never heard that he is a child. Just thinking about this, he saw Qin Yan had reached out and touched the baby's head. Meow meow, don't cry, Dad is here. Looking at his gentle expression and hearing him call Dad, several people's expressions were immediately broken. Old Qin, what did you say? This is your daughter? Although there were already speculations, Shin Shuwen couldn't help being shocked. Battalion Commander, congratulations, your little niece is so handsome. There is no one in the entire 7th Battalion who doesn't know that the Battalion Commander has a sweetheart. I heard that he is very beautiful, and he successfully married her home 2 years ago. But this sister-in-law may not like the Battalion Commander, because she has never sent a letter to the army. In fact, everyone is not optimistic about their marriage. Now that their children are gone, how can they not be happy for him? Only Ji Chirong. When she heard the words Dad, she almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. Why would he rather marry a country woman than take a look at herself? Ji Chirong couldn't help but look at that beautiful child. There was a flash of disgust. Finally, she was afraid that Qin Yan would notice something strange, so she turned around and went out. Not long after she walked out, Lin Wanshu walked in with a thermos bucket and an aluminum lunchbox. Such a beauty. Several people were stunned on the spot. She had black hair like clouds, picturesque eyebrows, skin as white as mutton fat jade, and a pair of beautiful eyes that looked forward to her. This was Qin Shenghui, Yan's sweetheart. She's so beautiful. The photos didn't capture even 1/3 of her beauty. Lin Wanshu was stunned when he saw the few more soldiers in the room, and then he slapped her openly. Get up and say hello. Are you Ian's comrades? I am his lover Lin Wanshu. I just arrived yesterday. After hearing her words, several people seemed to have woken up from a dream. Hello, brothers and sisters, I am Shin Shuwen, Lao Qin's partner. I have admired you for a long time, and I can see you today. Seeing her generous appearance, Shin Shuwen had a good first impression. Chung Demon and Hong Tao also called her sister-in-law. They were the company commanders of the 3rd Company and the 5th Company respectively. Lin Wanshu nodded at them one by one. Nodding, he said with a grateful face, My Ian is able to come back alive, thanks to you. How cruel it is on the battlefield. Even if she has not experienced it, she can imagine it. And the fact that Qin Yan was able to save a life when he was so seriously injured must be the result of their full rescue. As a wife, and it's right for them to say thank you. My brothers and sisters are hurting us by saying this. Lao Qin is our brother, and it's what we should do to bring him back. Shin Shuwen said with a look of disapproval. Not abandoning or giving up is their principle as Chinese soldiers. Yes, sister-in-law, we are all brothers from birth to death. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu didn't say any more polite words. You are right, we are all brothers. I will not see you outside. When Ian is well, I will cook a meal for everyone if I have a chance. Dayton. The words made a few people feel very excited. They who had some complaints against her at first were only filled with envy at this moment. Qin Yan is really lucky. No wonder he has been thinking about it for so many years. With this appearance, such words and deeds would be enough for them to remember for a lifetime. But Qin Yan, who was envied by everyone, was a little confused at this time, and he didn't know whether it was because of the word lover or because she was the hostess. Her gesture to help him maintain the relationship with his comrades made him feel so warm. How could she be so kind? Old Qin, take good care of your injuries and try to return to the army as soon as possible and bring your younger siblings with you. I'm still waiting to eat the food cooked by my younger siblings. They are also men. How could Shin Shuwen not see the excitement in Qin Yan's eyes? They have been in love with each other for so many years, and they were only married and separated for 2 years. They just met yesterday, and probably didn't even say a few words. If they were still dumbfounded, it seemed too ignorant here. Hong Tao didn't understand why the instructor just said a few words and was about to leave. But before he could ask, Chung Demon took a step forward. "Batal Commander, take a good rest, brother. We are all looking forward to your early return," Chung Demon said, and took Hong Tao away. Why did they leave so quickly? After seeing off a few people, Lin Wanshu asked in surprise. "Qin Yen, there are many things in the army," he said concisely, but his eyes couldn't help but follow her figure.
Oh.
Hearing this, Lin Wanshu didn't ask any more questions. Xiao Miao Miao was frightened by the group of strangers just now. Now when she saw her mother coming back, she hugged her thigh and refused to let go. Lin Wanshu didn't know her words shocked the man so much. Seeing Xiao Miao Miao's aggrieved look, she quickly picked her up and comforted her, not caring about anything else. Qin Hua came back at this time, and Qin Yen went to Lin Wanshu said, "You take Miao Miao down for dinner first, as long as there is a big brother here." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work, brother." After saying that, Lin Wanshu carried little Miao Miao and went out. The cafeteria is in the bungalow on the left between the two buildings. After going down to the first floor, little Miao Miao stopped crying and just walked to a stone bench. She refused to leave. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Lin Wanshu put her on the stone bench and sat down. It was already 8 or 9 in the morning, and the sun shone on the ground through the gaps in the leaves. Xiao Miao Miao looked at the shadow on the ground curiously, tilting her head and stretching out her hands from time to time, as if playing some fun game. When Lin Wanshu got interested, he started to show her shadow animals, which was very interesting to Xiao Miao Miao. He was stunned again, and finally, he simply got down from the stone bench, stretched out his 2 little hands, and grabbed the shadow on the ground. His cute little appearance made Lin Wanshu's heart almost melt. I just thought that this little kid couldn't get enough of it. The mother and daughter had been playing for who knows how long. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice sounded next to them. "Are you Lin Wanshu?" Lin Wanshu looked up and saw a in military uniform. "That's me." Standing up, she nodded to her lightly, neither unfamiliar nor warm, only maintaining a superficial politeness. However, after all, she is a person who has experienced strong winds and waves, and even a simple cotton shirt can't hide it. She has an outstanding temperament. This is completely different from the country bumpkin woman Ji Qiurong imagined. With just one look, she felt that she was at a disadvantage, but in the end she was unwilling to gain the upper hand. "You must already know the situation of Commander Qin." "Already?" Ji Qiurong raised her chin slightly and said,
I know.
Since it was someone who came with bad intentions, Lin Wanshu didn't need to be too polite to her, and responded with just 2 words. "Now that you know it, are you still so calm? I really feel bad for Battalion Commander Qin. He is about to change his career, but as his wife, you are not worried about him at all." At the end of the sentence, Ji Qiurong's voice was full of undisguised anger and accusation. Apart from her appearance, what was it about this woman that made him think about him for so long? She was even so cold-blooded that she didn't care about his future and ideals at all. She is his wife, so she will naturally do her best to take care of him. As for what will happen, I believe the army has its own arrangements. But this comrade, in what capacity are you questioning me now? Lin Wanshu's gaze that seemed to see everything made Ji Qiurong feel as if all her clothes had been stripped off, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. But she still raised her chin slightly, trying to maintain her pride. "Of course it is. As his comrade in arms, if Battalion Commander Qin marries someone other than you, but a capable person, I think that person will definitely be able to find a way to keep him in the army." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu was a little funny. "Is that person referring to you? But I don't think Qin Yen will appreciate your kindness. He is an upright man. Even in other positions, I believe he can also achieve great results." The expression that no matter what Qin Yen did, she was proud of him, directly stung Ji Qiurong's eyes. "You are just making excuses for your incompetence by saying this. Since you can't help him, you should be sensible. Don't drag him down. Oh, if you want to help so much, then go up and tell him, or..." You just said that he didn't accept your favor? Lin Wanshu looked her up and down and said with an expression that was so angry that he wouldn't pay for his life. Sure enough, Ji Qiurong's face turned black. Do and be so proud. Sooner or later, Battalion Commander Qin will know what is best for him. Ji Qiurong gave Lin Wanshu a hard look and left angrily. Lin Wanshu took Xiao Miao Miao to eat in the cafeteria and then returned to the 5th floor. Just after entering the door, she was keenly aware of the atmosphere in the ward.
No.
Looking at Qin Hua's red eyes and Qin Yan's silent look, it was not difficult for Lin Wanshu to guess that the doctor must have been here just now. As soon as Xiao Miao Miao entered the ward, she walked toward Qin Yan with her hand. She was holding a small wildflower high. As she said this, she handed the flower in her hand to Qin Yan. Looking at her innocent and childish face, Qin Yan felt mixed emotions. Stretching out his hand to take the flower from Milkman, he forced a smile on his face and said, "Thank you, Miao Miao. Dad likes it very much." Xiao Miao Miao probably understood. Her eyes were bright, and her little mouth opened into a big smile. Looking at the innocent smile of his little niece, Qin Hua finally couldn't control it, turned his back and wiped his tears. How could this happen? It's not that is there at least a glimmer of hope that he can return to the army again? Now not only is all hope gone, but the right leg condition has also been found to be worsening, and it may not be saved and may need amputation. Brother, go eat first. I'll take care of Qin Yan here. Lin Wanshu was probably the calmest of the 3 people present. How could Qin Hua be in the mood to eat? From the time he heard the doctor's words until now, his head has been buzzing, and the whole person seems to have been drained of energy. He is still so young. What should he do after amputation? He would rather be the one lying in bed now. Brother, take Miao Miao down. I'll talk to Wanshu. Holding the wildflower in his hand, Qin Yan said in a somewhat hollow voice. Hearing this, Qin Hua didn't say anything else. He held back his tears and bent down to pick up little Miao Miao. Miao Miao, be good. Uncle will take you to catch butterflies. Hearing about catching butterflies, little Miao Miao didn't care about her mother anymore. She hugged Qin Hua's neck with her hands and pointed at the door to urge. Butterfly, the 2 of them, one big and one small, went out, leaving a couple who were not familiar with each other in the room. The eyes that used to like chasing her were now half closed. The man who had been in a good mood since waking up seemed to be surrounded by a dark black mass, and the whole person felt indescribably depressed. Lin Wanshu didn't say anything, but slowly walked forward, pulled out a stool, and sat next to him. Hearing the noise, Qin Yan finally raised his eyes. His eyes carefully depicted the face in front of him that he had engraved on the tip of his heart, and Qin Yan's eyes were obscure and difficult to understand. Wanshu, my right leg may have to be amputated, you. After a long time, he spoke with difficulty, but halfway through the words, as if he thought of something unbearable, he paused again. The hands on the bed unconsciously grabbed the sheets, as if restraining something. Lin Wanshu looked at the man's sad and reluctant eyes, and it was not difficult to guess what he was going to say. Sighing, she reached out and held his hand on the bed. Ian, we are husband and wife. You are Miao Miao's father. No matter what problems we encounter, I will face them with you. Even if it really came to the point of amputation, Lin Wanshu would not choose to divorce. As long as it is not a matter of principle, she will give Miao Miao a healthy and complete home no matter what. Moreover, with the spiritual spring water, she believes that there will be no amputation. The reason why she didn't give him the spiritual spring water last night was that she didn't want to take the risk until she had to. But after spending time together last night, she knew that Qin Yan was a responsible and good man and a good father. Because of this, she was willing to help him at the risk of being discovered. Holding the soft little hand in his hand, Qin Yan's heart was like a surging sea, with waves rising and falling. On the one hand, he was deeply moved by her loyalty, and on the other hand, he couldn't bear to drag her down with his disability. She was so beautiful and so good that she would be held in the palm of her hand no matter who she was with. But Qin Yan was really unwilling. The person he had been seeking for so many years was right in front of him, and he was going to become Wanshu, I don't want to be a burden to you. With your words, I have no regrets in my life. In the end, he still couldn't bear to drag her down. Reluctantly retracting his gaze, he forced himself to let go of the soft and boneless little hand. Lin Wanshu, are you serious?
Yeah.
Qin Yan lowered his eyes again, not daring to meet those clear and bright eyes.
Got it.
Lin Wanshu said coldly, and then ignored him. Instead, she took out the small pieces of cloth and needles and thread that she had cut in this life from the backpack she carried with her and started sewing. Before she got married, Lin Wanshu's needlework was well known for being good. Even the stitches of hand-sewn clothes were no worse than those sewn by a sewing machine. Sewing some small toys was no problem at all. Originally, I planned to sew a small doll for Xiao Miao Miao in this life. But because of Qin Yan's matter, it was delayed until now. Lin Wanshu's reaction was something Qin Yan didn't expect. Seeing her sitting quietly by the bed sewing things, he didn't know what he felt in his heart for a moment. The words just now had already cost him half his life, and it was impossible to say them again. In fact, Qin Yan regretted it as soon as he said it. He simply couldn't bear her leaving him for another man. When he thought that man would treat her the same way he did on his wedding night, Qin Yan had the urge to destroy everything. But the love in his heart made him unable to watch her being wronged. Lin Wanshu didn't care about Qin Yan's struggle. She quickly shuttled through the cloth with a needle in her hand. After a while, the puppet was sewn with a circle of thread. Taking out a small bag of scraps from the bag, Lin Wanshu stuffed it into the belly of the sewn puppet. After a while, a bulging, funny, and cute little puppet appeared in her hand. Qin Yan watched her conjure up a small toy like a magic trick, and his heart became more and more unspeakable. In the past, he always watched her from a distance, and the opportunity to get close to her was pitiful. Qin Yan knew that she was gentle, kind, and principled, but he didn't expect her to be so clever. Not only did she cook delicious meals, but she also did such good needlework. The more he understood her, the more sour and unbearable Qin Yan felt. In the end, he didn't dare to look at her anymore, and he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Lin Wanshu still ignored him. After Qin Hua came back, she took Xiao Miao Miao and said, "I'll take Miao Miao to the guest house and come back in the afternoon. I'll take you there." Qin Hua was worried about her walking alone outside. "Don't worry, brother. I saw where the guest house was when I came here, and I have the certificate given by Comrades. It won't be lost." Seeing her insistence, Qin Hua didn't say anything else. In fact, the guest house is just opposite the left door of the hospital, not far away. It's such a short distance, it's broad daylight, and there are patrols outside, so there's really nothing to worry about. From beginning to end, Lin Wanshu didn't say a word to Qin Yan again. After explaining, she took Xiao Miao Miao out of the ward. Behind him, where no one noticed, blood dripped from Qin Yan's palm. The guest house is a 2-story building, and Qin Hua has already opened a separate room for her in advance. After handing the certificate to the comrade on duty in the office for registration, Lin Wanshu led Xiao Miao Miao upstairs. There is a staircase on each side. Her room is 207, so Lin Wanshu will go to the right. The entire guest house was actually quite spacious and bright. The handrails of the stairs were made of cement, with a layer of green paint on top and white lime underneath. The walls were all painted with lime. Go up the stairs and turn right, and the third room is theirs. The conditions of the guest house were not as good as those of later hotels. There was only a 1-meter wide bed, a wash basin stand, a bedside cabinet, and a clothes hanger. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The shower room and toilet were shared. Fortunately, they were divided into men's and women's. On the left was the men's toilet and shower room, and on the right was the women's toilet and shower room. As soon as she entered room 207, Lin Wanshu took out her clothes and toiletries, picked up the bucket she had just bought at the supply and marketing cooperative, and then took Miao Miao to the shower room. After 2 days and 1 night by car, she only wiped her body last night and did not take a shower. Lin Wanshu felt sticky all over and uncomfortable. Because they were taking a bath behind closed doors, Lin Wanshu took out a very light-smelling soap and a children's soap from the space and washed Miao Miao and herself. Lin Wanshu was so dirty that she had to draw water twice to wash herself. Miao Miao didn't give a perfunctory answer, but carefully washed her clean. Although the soap smelled light, it could stimulate one's body fragrance when washed on the body, and the more you smelled it, the more fragrant it became. The soap was originally in the space, and it also came with a formula and materials. Lin Wanshu liked to use this kind of soap in her previous life. After using it, she would make some herself and keep it. The soap that Xiao Miao Miao used to wash was also specially made, and it smelled of a light milky fragrance. After the two took a bath, Lin Wanshu let Miao Miao play by herself, and she rubbed the clothes casually and hung them in a special place for drying clothes. After doing all this, it was already noon. Lin Wanshu had rested well last night and didn't feel tired, so she planned to take Xiao Miao Miao to the department store for a stroll. Miao Miao's hair had grown to her ears, so she used 2 rubber bands to tie it into 2 bunches and then tied a hand-sewn bow on each bunch of hair. The little girl touched her 2 corners and smiled happily. After tying her hair, the mother and daughter locked the door and went out. Miao Miao is only a little over 1 year old. Even if she is not going far away, she is still curious about everything. Holding her mother's hand, she jumped up and down, looking very happy. Lin Wanshu looked down at her from time to time, and her love in her heart was beyond words. But when she thought of what Qin Yan said just now, she was furious again. What do you mean you don't want to be a burden to her? Does he think he is a hero for doing this? Has he ever thought about what Miao Miao should do if he really leaves? Just thinking about it, she suddenly lost her temper again. She is space, spiritual spring water, and medicine, and she can indeed save his legs. But from his point of view, there is only despair waiting for amputation. How can a man of iron say that he doesn't want to be a burden to her? How sad must he be feeling? Thinking about it, Lin Wanshu changed direction again and walked towards the supply and marketing cooperative. She had asked her master in the morning, and sometimes fellow villagers would catch old hens that could no longer lay eggs and sell them at the supply and marketing cooperative. She had just gone to buy a bucket but came up empty-handed, and now she wanted to try her luck again. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know why her mother wanted to change direction, but she followed wherever her mother went, as if she was happy as long as she followed her mother. Whether it was a hospital, a guest house, a department store, or a supply and marketing cooperative, they were actually all on the same street. As soon as she approached the supply and marketing cooperative, she saw the salesperson waving at her from a distance. "Comrade, didn't you want a chicken just now? A fellow villager just caught one and brought it here. See if it's suitable." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she picked up Xiao Miao Miao and walked to the counter of the supply and marketing cooperative. The salesperson was also quick and nimble, and directly picked up the hen's 2 feet and lifted it up. Although this hen doesn't lay eggs anymore, it's still quite fat. "I just weighed it, and it's 3.2 gene. Do you want it? If you want it, I'll give it to you for 6 yuan, no ticket required." The old hen was very tender, and the price was not the same as the meat, not to mention that it didn't require a ticket. Although 6 yuan was a bit expensive for others, it was nothing to Lin Wanshu. "Okay, I want it. Please help me tie it up," Lin Wanshu said straightforwardly. The salesperson was very happy to see her so generous. He tied the chicken up in a few seconds and secretly revealed a little news to her that no one else knew. Lin Wanshu was very grateful and took out 3 sesame candies from her bag and handed them to her. The sesame candies were wrapped in oil paper bags. "This is a snack I made myself. Comrade, take it back and let your children at home try it." She didn't expect that she would be given sesame candies just by casually revealing some information. The salesperson's eyes were narrowed with smiles. In the end, he sold the defective cloth he left to Lin Wanshu at the purchase price. Just like that, Lin Wanshu, who originally only bought a chicken, left with a few more pieces of cloth in her hands. Fortunately, the bag she carried was big enough, so she put the neatly folded cloth directly into the bag, and she walked to the hospital with the chicken. Seeing that she bought a chicken so smoothly, the kitchen chef Wang Laishi praised her good luck. "Sometimes I can't come across one for 10 days or half a month. After all, hens are precious things. The eggs they lay can not only nourish the body, but also make money. Most people are not willing to exchange this thing for money easily. If there are really chickens that don't lay eggs, they will grit their teeth and kill them during the New Year and other festivals to nourish the family and rarely sell them. But after all, there are so many people in a city, and there are always some who are really having a hard time, and they will sell whatever they can to make money. There is no way. Life must go on. There is basically no woman in this era who can't kill chickens, and Lin Wanshu is no exception. She killed the chicken and cut it into pieces with her hands and feet, and then she stewed soup in the clay pot in the kitchen. It just so happened that the canteen no longer needed to use the kitchen, so Lin Wanshu was not afraid of delaying others. In addition, she was sweet-talking and had become familiar with everyone in the morning, so they were willing to make it convenient for her. Lin Wanshu didn't plan to add anything else to the chicken soup, so she just cooked a clear soup. But no matter how clear the soup was, it was still chicken soup. The overbearing fragrance wafted from the kitchen, and everyone who smelled it couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After a long time, the chicken soup was finally stewed. Lin Wanshu borrowed a thermos bucket for soup from Wang Laishi and put most of the chicken and soup into the thermos bucket. The remaining amount, which was about 1 piece and a few sips of soup per person, was left for the people in the kitchen. She knew the principle of gratitude and resentment, so she would not give more, nor would she give every time. She didn't leave any food for them in the morning. After covering the lid, Lin Wanshu carried the thermos bucket in one hand and Xiao Miao Miao in the other and returned to the inpatient building again. In the ward, Qin Yan still maintained the posture when Lin Wanshu left, without even moving. But the blood under the palm had already turned brown. Qin Hua was called out by the nurse, and the whole room was silent. Suddenly, a babyish voice came from the corridor.
Baba.
Qin Yan opened his eyes and looked at the door with disbelief. The next second, he saw 2 figures, one big and one small, appear at the door. "I made soup for you. You must drink it well later." The woman raised the thermos in her hand with a gentle and tolerant smile on her face. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was going to break down. Qin Yan looked at her, without blinking. It was not until she walked in front of him that he was sure it was true. "Okay," he replied, his voice a little hoarse and difficult to distinguish. Lin Wanshu shook the bedside as usual, and then took out a pair of bowls and soup spoons that she had just bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. The bowls and soup spoons had been washed in the kitchen, and she carried them up in a bag. First, she put some chicken in an aluminum lunchbox to let it air dry, and then she used a soup spoon to make a bowl of soup. Knowing that Qin Yan was watching her all the time, Lin Wanshu turned her back to him when she made the soup. After making sure that he wouldn't see it, she dropped a few drops of spiritual spring water into the bowl. I wanted Xiao Miao Miao smelled the fragrance of the chicken soup and was already greedy. Seeing the chicken on the aluminum lunchbox, she reached out to grab it. "Don't worry, it's still a little hot. Let it air dry first." But a baby is a baby after all. How could she know what hot means? Seeing that her mother didn't give it to her, she didn't want it either. She stretched out her 2 claws and climbed up the table. "Meow Meow, be careful." Qin Yan was afraid that she would fall, so he subconsciously wanted to reach out to help her. But the woman who had already picked up Xiao Miao Miao glared at him. "Be quiet and don't move, I'll watch her." Qin Yan. His hand, which was halfway extended, froze on the spot, paused, and really took it back honestly. Lin Wanshu was satisfied. Then, she took the little one's hand and touched the bowl of hot soup. Qin Yan's eyebrows jumped. Although Lin Wanshu moved quickly, Xiao Miao Miao was still slightly scalded. The first time she felt the pain of being scalded, she burst into tears. Lin Wanshu was also distressed, but she still educated her seriously with a stern face. "Do you feel the pain? This is hot, you know? Don't touch hot things next time." Although she loves her child, she doesn't want to spoil her and raise her into a fool who knows nothing. Since she can't watch her all the time, she will teach her how to identify what is dangerous. And Lin Wanshu's trick really worked. When she wanted to grab her hand to touch the chicken again and reminded her that it was hot, Xiao Miao Miao really stepped back and refused to touch hot things no matter what. Seeing that her education was in place, Lin Wanshu was satisfied and put the baby on the stool. "Wait here obediently. Mom will feed you meat when it cools down." Although Xiao Miao Miao seemed to understand, she knew that the thing was hot because of her instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. She dared not touch it and could only nod obediently. I didn't expect that she would educate her children in this way. Qin Yan admired her and felt indescribable pride in his heart. She is really excellent. No wonder Miao Miao is so well-behaved and sensible. After Lin Wanshu dealt with the little guy, she brought the soup with spiritual spring water to him. Without saying much, she scooped a spoonful with a spoon and blew it before putting it to his lips. Qin Yan felt that he was not so fragile. It was just a bowl of soup. He could drink it in a few sips. But seeing her feeding him gently and patiently, he shamelessly opened his mouth and drank the soup in the spoon. From the moment she appeared at the door again, Qin Yan knew very well in his heart that he would never be able to let her go in this life. Although he might face amputation, he was not without the ability to support his wife and children. When she left just now, Qin Yan had already thought of countless ways in his mind. As long as she was willing to live with him, he would have a way to make her live better than most people. Thinking of this, the confusion in his heart gradually calmed down. I don't know if it was because she fed him, but Qin Yan felt that the soup was incredibly delicious, as if it was nectar from heaven. As he drank the soup mouthful by mouthful, an indescribable heat spread to his limbs. Qin Yan felt as if he was soaking in a warm hot spring, and even the pain in his body was significantly relieved. But he didn't think much about it, just thinking it was his own psychological effect. After Lin Wanshu fed him a bowl of soup, she picked up a chicken leg to feed Xiao Miao Miao. It was unknown how long this old hen had been raised, and the meat was incredibly tough. She had been cooking for so long, but it was still difficult to pull it. Afraid that Xiao Miao Miao couldn't swallow it, Lin Wanshu tore the meat into thin pieces before feeding her. The little guy who had been looking forward to it for a long time finally ate the meat. Her little mouth was very busy. Lin Wanshu fed the meat into her mouth, and she chewed it twice and swallowed it. Lin Wanshu was not in a hurry. While feeding her, she patiently taught her to chew slowly and bite into pieces before swallowing. Qin Yan didn't say anything, just looked at the mother and daughter quietly. The heat in his body was still undiminished, which surprised him a little, because this heat was really unusual, and wherever he went, his pain was still relieved. This feeling was like his body was being repaired. Qin Yan was a little surprised. But before he could think about it, Qin Hua came back. Doctors and nurses also came in. "Family comrades, we are going to do further examinations on Captain Qin to determine the next treatment plan," Lu Guoyang said to Lin Wanshu with a serious face. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu hurriedly hugged Xiao Miao Miao away to make room for them. "Then I'll trouble you, doctor." Lin Wanshu didn't say much, but when Qin Yan was carried to the medical care bed, she reached out and pulled his hand. Qin Yan subconsciously shook her hand back, looked at her deeply, and then reluctantly let go. The doctor and nurse quickly pushed the person away, and Qin Hua was worried and followed. Lin Wanshu didn't follow, but continued to feed meat to the hungry cub. What Qin Yan had to do now was an X-ray examination. X-ray examination was discovered in 1895, but the medical conditions in China were backward, and most hospitals did not have such equipment. Wunsher Military Hospital had just transferred one from another place, and it happened to arrive today, so Qin Yan was given a further examination. The examination was quick, and soon Qin Yan was pushed back to ward number 5. However, it would take at least 2 hours to get the results of the film. After returning to the bed, Qin Yan, who was always calm and composed, seemed a little anxious. He glanced at the door of the ward from time to time. Qin Hua was even more exaggerated, waiting outside the examination room for the results. When Qin Yan went for the examination just now, Lin Wanshu had coaxed Xiao Miao Miao to sleep. She got up from the accompanying bed quietly and walked to the stool next to the bed and sat down. Without saying a word, she took his hand directly. Qin Yan's attention instantly turned from the door to the hand holding him. The woman's hand was as white as jade, but there was a thin layer of callus on the palm. That was the roughness of people who worked frequently. Qin Yan thought the callus was very annoying, and such a thing should not appear on her hand. But before he could say anything, he saw Lin Wanshu spread out his hand. The wounds on the palm that were pierced by nails appeared in front of the two of them. Qin Yan. He wanted to withdraw his hand uncomfortably, but the woman didn't let go. Her strength was as light as a feather, but she easily trapped a man with supernatural power. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but heard her curse in a low voice.
Fool.
It was obviously a curse, but there was a touch of intimacy that was not there when they first met. Qin Yan felt his heart melt when he heard it. Lin Wanshu took the iodine that she asked the nurse for and treated the wound on his palm. Qin Yan didn't say a word, but watched her quietly wipe the remaining blood on her hand and then apply disinfectant. After treating one hand, she walked to the other side and picked up the other hand. When he went to check just now, Lin Wanshu had asked the nurse to change the bed sheets and quilt covers. Now he was lying on snow-white and clean sheets. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant, but Qin Yan keenly caught her fragrance. Sensing the man's increasingly scorching gaze, Lin Wanshu paused slightly and then applied disinfectant to his wound as if nothing had happened. The two still didn't speak, but there was an indescribable ambiguity in the whole ward. This strange feeling was something Lin Wanshu had never experienced in her previous life. But she didn't hate it, so she decided to let it go. Time passed little by little, and as several people were looking forward to it, the X-ray film finally came out. "Doctor, how is it?" Qin Hua stepped forward and asked. Lu Guoyang held the X-ray film in his hand. His face was more solemn than ever. "The situation is not optimistic, and the amputation surgery must be performed as soon as possible." Hearing this, Qin Hua staggered, and the whole person was shaky, as if he would fall to the ground in the next second. The sound from the corridor was directly transmitted to the ward. Although he was mentally prepared, Qin Yan's heart sank when he heard the news. After a while, Lu Guoyang and Qin Hua entered the ward one after another. "Captain Qin, your left leg is in a worsening condition and blood supply cannot be restored. If you do not amputate it, it may lead to absorption of necrotic tissue and cause failure," Lu Guoyang said with a heavy face. Qin Hua's eyes were red, and his vision was blurred. He did not even dare to look at his brother's expression. The atmosphere in the whole ward was extremely depressing. At this moment, Lin Wanshu's soft but calm voice rang out in the ward. "If his leg injury can be prevented from getting worse, does it mean that amputation is not necessary?" Hearing this, Lu Guoyang thought that she was unwilling to accept that her man was going to have an amputation, so he patiently explained, "In theory, if there is no further deterioration, amputation can be postponed, but if there is no sign of improvement, amputation surgery will still be required in the end. Comrade Lin, we have done all the necessary treatments. We will not use the amputation plan unless it is absolutely necessary." But before he finished speaking, Lin Wanshu dropped a bomb. "I have a way to control his leg injury from getting worse." As soon as the voice fell, several eyes looked at her. "What solution?" Hearing that she had a solution, Qin Hua felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and didn't care whether Lin Wanshu knew medicine or not. Lu Guoyang didn't know Lin Wanshu's situation and thought she was also a doctor. When he heard her say that, he hurried to ask. Although Qin Yan was a little surprised, his desire to save his leg still made him hold his breath and stare at her intently. After a pause, Lin Wanshu's clear voice rang out in the room again. "My grandfather is a doctor. During the anti-Japanese war, he treated many wounded on the battlefield. I heard from my mother that she saw with her own eyes that a soldier who was sentenced to amputation saved his leg under his treatment." These words were like a beam of light, breaking through the heavy darkness and shining into the ward full of despair. "Sister-in-law, then you should help him quickly, and you must save Yan's leg." Qin Hua's voice changed with excitement. Although Lu Guoyang was also excited, he was a professional after all. "Comrade Lin, how do you plan to treat his leg? As the attending physician, I want to know your plan." Before she left, "My mother left me some medical books and notes, as well as my grandfather's prescriptions. According to the records in the notes, I have tried to make medicines myself over the years and have tested them on animals. The effect of removing dead tissue and regenerating new flesh is remarkable. Some of these words were lies. After all, she had just read her grandfather's notes last night. However, the medicine was indeed made by her in her previous life, and she had also done a lot of experiments. Unexpectedly, this prescription was the case recorded in her grandfather's notes. After saying that, Lin Wanshu took off the cover of the luggage bag and exchanged a black cloth bag from the space. There are two kinds of medicines in it, one for external application and the other for internal use. After listening to her, Lu Guoyang understood clearly. It turned out that she was not a professional doctor, and she might not even be a doctor. She was just a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. And these medicines were made by her, and they were only tested on animals, and they had not even undergone large-scale clinical trials. Comrade Lin, your approach is too risky. I don't agree. If the treatment time is delayed, the condition will not only worsen, but also may affect life safety. The most important thing is that this drug has not been clinically tested. Even if it is effective, who knows if it will cause serious complications? In the past 7 years, traditional Chinese medicine has been severely suppressed. In addition, Lu Guoyang is a surgeon and naturally has a little prejudice against traditional Chinese medicine. This means that he is destined not to agree with Lin Wanshu using her backward and ignorant methods. But Qin Hua is different. When he was a child, he heard a lot about Tao Qiming from the villagers. He knew that he was a man of real ability. Seeing that Lin Wanshu's method was rejected, he immediately became anxious. As long as there is a slight way, I am willing to try it. If you don't agree, then do you have a way to save my brother's leg? Family members of the patient, please calm down. Treatment is not a joke. We have to conduct various assessments before we can proceed to the next step. Every decision is made with great caution. Amputation is the best solution after our current evaluation. Although he will lose a leg, it can guarantee that Captain Qin's life is not in danger to the greatest extent. On the contrary, if they use drugs of unknown origin, what will happen is beyond their expectations. Knowing that they will definitely not be able to accept the fact of amputation, Lu Guoyang continued to persuade them patiently, in an attempt to make them give up the dangerous idea of self-medication. After hearing his analysis, Qin Hua, who was originally determined to let Lin Wanshu take the medicine, hesitated. If something happens, it will be life-threatening. But giving up means that the leg will be gone soon. Just when he was in a dilemma, Qin Yan's calm and decisive voice rang in the room. I am willing to try the medicine prepared by Wan Wan, and I will bear all the consequences myself. Hearing this, Lu Guoyang could no longer maintain his calmness on his face. Captain Qin, don't be confused. How can treating diseases and dispensing medicine be such a simple thing that can be mastered by reading books for a few years? This is also the reason why he looked down on Chinese medicine. This is simply nonsense. It's a completely makeshift team, not standardized at all. But no matter how he persuaded, Qin Yan remained unmoved. He looked like he completely trusted his wife. Lu Guoyang was angry and anxious, and seeing that Qin Yan was unmoved, he had to turn around and said to Lin Wanshu in a stern voice, Comrade Lin, I hope you can cooperate with my work and don't use medicine indiscriminately, otherwise you will kill your husband. Lin Wanshu still had the black cloth bag in her hand. Hearing this, she looked straight back at his stern gaze. Dr. Lu, it is undeniable that the West has made great progress in the past 200 years. Don't forget that our country has been at the top of the world for the past few thousand years. We have only fallen for a short time now, but can this completely deny our past glory? If Chinese medicine is really as useless as you say, then how have we survived these thousands of years? Lin Wanshu stood straight, and her voice was sonorous and powerful. She was like those figures who were suppressed, slandered, and trampled on, but always unyielding. Lu Guoyang was about to refute, but suddenly, he choked in his throat. In the end, Lu Guoyang agreed to Lin Wanshu's plan. However, for safety reasons, they must monitor her throughout the process when she takes the medicine. Lin Wanshu naturally had no objection to this. In order to let her cook the medicine, Lu Guoyang specially found a remote house for her to avoid being seen by others. You must know that traditional Chinese medicine in this era has been classified as a feudal remnant. Even in the military hospital, they have to guard against those elusive people. There are also some rules for cooking medicine. It is not enough to just throw it in and boil it. Lin Wanshu first put in some of the medicine, and after it was cooked, she picked it up and poured some ground medicine powder into the medicine soup. Smelly Xiao Miao Miao smelled the strong smell of medicine in the air and couldn't help but stretch out her little hands to cover her nose and mouth.
This is medicine.
It smells a bit, but Dad will get better soon after taking it. Lin Wanshu explained to the baby seriously, regardless of whether she understood or not. The little one seemed to understand and opened her round eyes, watching her mother carefully put the medicine into the basket. The basket was borrowed by Lin Wanshu and Wang Laishi. After putting the bowl into the basket, she covered the lid and then led the baby to the inpatient building. In the ward on the 5th floor, the nurse had already untied the bandage on Qin Yan's left leg according to Lin Wanshu's instructions and smeared the entire leg with the powder she gave. When Lin Wanshu came back with Xiao Miao Miao, what she saw was Qin Yan's leg that was painted black. Dad, with Lin Wanshu's constant correction, Xiao Miao Miao now calls Dad very standardly. When Qin Yan saw the mother and daughter, the expression on his face softened unconsciously. Miao Miao, come to Daddy. I don't know if she added any special medicine to the chicken soup, but Qin Yan felt that his injuries were much better than when he woke up. As soon as the baby walked to the bed, he reached out and touched her head. The little girl already knew who her father was, and he didn't rule out his approach. Qin Hua was also in the ward. Seeing Lin Wanshu holding the medicine, he hurriedly reached out to take it. After a while, Lu Guoyang let a few nurses in. This was what they agreed to. The medicine must be used under their monitoring to avoid any unexpected situation and to be able to be rescued immediately. Until now, Lu Guoyang felt that his decision was absurd. Why did he agree to it? For some unknown reason. But since he had agreed, he couldn't go back on his word. He just hoped that her medicine was as reliable as she said. The nurse shook the bed. Lin Wanshu took the medicine out of the basket. Without asking anyone else's hand, she directly fed him the medicine with a spoon. Seeing the black medicine being swallowed by Qin Yan mouthful by mouthful, everyone subconsciously held their breath. Lu Guoyang couldn't help but tense up his muscles all over his body. He looked like he was ready to do it at any time. It looked like a bowl of pills, and it was the most difficult time for Qin Yan to drink a bowl of pills. She also did a lot of tests, but at this moment, she could not help but be nervous. Just staring at a pair of round eyes, curiously looking at the beating line on the screen. Dr. Lu, don't worry. This is a normal reaction. It will be fine in 20 minutes. Lin Wanshu's calm voice sounded, which suppressed Lu Guoyang's urge to induce vomiting in Qin Yan immediately. But his nerves were still very tense. His eyes were fixed on the beating line on the monitor. Captain Qin, how do you feel now? Lu Guoyang asked after carefully observing his face. I feel good. Qin Yan's voice was always very steady, as if the person with the abnormal heart rate was not him. What no one knew was that after drinking the medicine, an indescribable pain had already spread throughout his limbs. The pain was different from the pain of the wound, nor was it like the stomachache from eating something wrong. It was as if a boiling hot current was slowly flowing through his meridians. This feeling was very mysterious, but Qin Yan instinctively felt that if he could get through it, he would have unexpected gains. But the pain was too intense. If it weren't for Qin Yan's amazing willpower, he couldn't help rolling over. But even in such pain, his face remained calm. If it weren't for the heart rate monitor, no one would have noticed anything wrong with him. Lin Wanshu noticed that Qin Yan's head had begun to sweat. This situation seemed different from what was recorded in the book, and her heart skipped a beat. Afraid that she had given the wrong medicine, she used her consciousness to compare it in space. After comparing it 2 or 3 times in a row, she was sure that the medicine she used must be fine. So, what was going on with Qin Yan's current situation? Unable to help it, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" The woman's warm breath wrapped in a faint fragrance blew into his ears, and Qin Yan's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat uncontrollably. The lines on the ECG monitor fluctuated more and more violently. This almost scared Lu Guoliang to jump up. "What's the matter? Captain Qin, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Ahem. Cough. "It's okay. My wife just whispered to me." Qin Yan, who usually keeps his emotions to himself, had red ears. Lin Wanshu. Everyone in the ward. They can get a bite of dog food just for monitoring. Who can they complain to? Lin Wanshu didn't expect that just talking to him would have such a big impact on him, and she suddenly had an indescribable subtle feeling in her heart. Even her pink and white ears were slightly flushed. Being interrupted like this, she couldn't get close to his ear to ask again. Lest his heartbeat get out of control again, that would be too embarrassing. But she didn't know how much influence she had on Qin Yan. Even if she didn't speak again, her refreshing body fragrance lingered in Qin Yan's nose. Smelling her fragrance, Qin Yan actually felt that the pain was not so unbearable. The long 20 minutes passed little by little, and everyone in the ward felt like they had spent 20 years. After finally getting through it, they saw that the lines on the screen had returned to their original stability. Such a change finally made everyone feel relieved. "Captain Qin, how do you feel now?" As the attending physician, Lu Guoliang is most concerned about Qin Yan's physical condition. Qin Yan, who finally got over the pain, felt incredibly relaxed at the moment. If he had to describe it in words, he felt as if his run and due meridians were opened. Although it is absurd, this is the fact. Qin Yan couldn't help but be shocked. What on earth did his wife give him to eat? Although his heart was already turbulent, Qin Yan remained expressionless. "I feel a lot more relaxed than before taking the medicine." After the ECG monitoring was completed, Lu Guoliang took the nurse to give Qin Yan a detailed examination. After discovering that the medicine did not have any effect on him, he was completely relieved. "Comrade Lin, the preliminary evaluation of your plan is fine, and you can continue." Since there is hope of saving the leg, Lu Guoliang is naturally happy to see it happen. Although he is a doctor, he is also a soldier. If a war breaks out, some of them will have to go to the front line to treat the wounded. If Lin Wanshu's method is effective, it will be great news for the army. After all, no one wants to have an amputation if they can save the leg. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu's hanging heart was finally put down completely. Because it was her medicine that was used, no one was replaced in the accompanying room that night, so that she could respond to any situation in the first time. Xiao Miao Miao is still young, so naturally she has to follow her. Before going to bed, Lin Wanshu fetched water for herself and Xiao Miao Miao to wash their hands, feet, and face. After washing, she put the baby on the accompanying bed. "You lie here first, Mom will go get some water." Lin Wanshu patted her little ace and said. As soon as the little guy lay down on the accompanying bed, he hugged his little doll and played with it, ignoring his mother. Lin Wanshu smiled helplessly and took the basin to get water. After the water came back, he added some boiling water as usual and then brought it to the bed. After Qin Yan took the medicine given by Lin Wanshu, he felt warm all over. He took a nap in the afternoon and was not sleepy at all. Thinking about the medicine she prescribed for him, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew how powerful this medicine was. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a miracle drug. The effect of this medicine is really, can ordinary medicinal materials achieve this? Lin Wanshu didn't know what he was thinking. After wringing out the towel, she gently wiped his face and neck. Qin Yan looked at the focused little face in front of him. The woman's skin was as white as jade, and even if she often went to the ground, it was still as smooth as cream. Her eyebrows were as dark as distant mountains, her eyes were as gentle and affectionate as water, and her red lips were delicate and tempting. Such beauty did not seem to be the beauty that should exist in the world. Thinking of the strange medicine again, Qin Yan suddenly felt an indescribable panic. When she pulled her hand, she couldn't help it. As soon as Qin Yan's hand was retracted, she fell into his arms.
Ah!
The sudden accident made Lin Wanshu couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, he would hug her. Lin Wanshu immediately wanted to sit up reflexively, for fear that she would press on his wound. But as soon as she moved, she felt that the big hand around her tightened a little. "Don't move." The man's deep voice blew into her ears with a hot airflow. Lin Wanshu suddenly felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her whole body was soft and numb. "What's wrong with you?" The woman's puzzled voice was so delicate and soft that Qin Yan's breath couldn't help but become disordered. "Don't move, let me hug you." Holding the soft little woman in his arms and feeling the warm body temperature, the panic in his heart was slightly relieved. Lin Wanshu didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to hug her, but she was afraid that her struggle would cause his wound to, so she didn't dare to move and could only lean lightly on his chest. "Are you still worried about your leg?" Lin Wanshu couldn't help but guess. How could Qin Yan tell her the strange and absurd thoughts in his heart? Seeing her ask this, he had to respond vaguely. Lin Wanshu didn't doubt him, so she comforted him softly. "Don't worry, my grandfather is a great doctor. With his prescription, your leg will definitely get better." Her voice was gentle but full of power, like a clear spring, slowly flowing into Qin Yan's heart, easily soothing the anxiety in his heart, making people unable to help but indulge in her beauty. But at the same time, Qin Yan's heart suddenly had an unspeakable dissatisfaction. She was obviously already in his arms, but he still felt it was not enough. The man's eyes were burning and scalding, with a heart-trembling aggression. Where had Lin Wanshu experienced such a scene? Suddenly, she felt a little overwhelmed. Biting her lip, she stretched out her hand to support her body, wanting to leave his arms. "Let go first. The nurse will come to check on her later." Although they are husband and wife, after all, the atmosphere in this era is conservative, and hugging like this has a bad influence. Qin Yan looked at her blushing little face, with an infinitely shy look, and suddenly felt a dry mouth. The Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously, and his eyes were dark and scary. Seeing that he didn't let go, Lin Wanshu became anxious. "Let go quickly." It was still a crisp voice, but with a little more anger. Qin Yan knew that he was about to annoy the other person, and after a pause, he reluctantly let go of his hand. Finally free, Lin Wanshu sat up quickly. He looked at the door with a guilty look. "No one," Qin Yan said calmly. But in return, the woman rolled her eyes. Lin Wanshu put the towel into the water again, rubbed it, wrung it dry, and handed it to him. "Wipe it yourself." Qin Yan, knowing that he was in the wrong, he didn't say anything. He reached out to take the towel and wiped his own hands. But after a few wipes, his brows frowned. Lin Wanshu thought he was involved in the wound, and her heart tightened immediately. "Is the wound torn?" As she spoke, she wanted to check his wound. "The wound is fine, it just hurts a little, it's no problem," Qin Yan said, and continued to wipe himself. With that fragile look, how could he be the iron-blooded tough guy who could endure severe pain without changing his expression when taking medicine? But Lin Wanshu was caught in the grip, and when she heard him say it hurt, how could she dare to let him do it himself? "Let me do it." As she said that, she reached out and took the towel from his hand. Her soft little hand took his hand again, but Qin Yan didn't dare to move this time, for fear that she would give up again. The woman half drooped her little face and wiped gently and carefully. After wiping her hands, she slowly unbuttoned his clothes. Qin Yan's muscles all over his body tensed up with her movements. The warm towel wiped the places without wounds inch by inch, and Qin Yan's forehead had been wet with sweat at some point. But she seemed not to notice, and the towel went all the way down along her lower abdomen and finally stopped at the waist of his pants. Qin Yan subconsciously held his breath, and his already tense muscles were as hard as steel at this moment. The ward was so quiet that it seemed as if they could hear each other's rapid heartbeats.
"There.
I'll wipe it myself." A moment later, a man's hoarse voice sounded in the ward. As he spoke, Qin Yan reached out to take the towel. But as soon as he raised his hand, he felt his belt being pulled up. "No, lie down and don't move." Qin Yan. Such contact is simply unimaginable for a couple who can be called strangers. Qin Yan did not dare to look at her at all, for fear that the heat in his eyes would scare people. Lin Wanshu also did not dare to look at him, and she didn't even know where to put her eyes. In the quiet ward, the thumping heartbeats of the two were intertwined. An indescribable ambiguity lingered between the two. After Lin Wanshu finally finished wiping, Qin Yan's clothes seemed to be wet with sweat. Lin Wanshu's face was also red as if it was dripping with blood. "I'll go pour some water. You take a look at Meow Meow." Not daring to stay any longer, she hurriedly left a sentence, picked up the wash basin, and walked out. Behind her, the man's scorching gaze seemed to burn her. Lin Wanshu's heart was pounding, and she didn't dare to look back. She left the ward in 2 steps. Xiao Meow Meow didn't know the undercurrent between the two adults. After she got tired of playing with the doll, she threw it away and climbed down the accompanying bed with her little ace sticking out. The accompanying bed was very low, and her feet could easily reach the ground. As soon as she got off the ground, she staggered towards Qin Yan. "Dad, Dad," she shouted in a baby voice with her hands on the edge of the bed. That adorable look melted the heart of Qin Yan, an old father. "What's wrong? Do you want to sleep with Daddy?" Qin Yan stretched out a hand and brought her to the bed easily. The little girl was a smart person and knew who was good to her. She got familiar with Qin Yan after playing with him during the day, so once she got on the bed, she lay down next to him without any hesitation and took up half of his pillow. The two, one big and one small, lay side by side on the bed waiting for Lin Wanshu. But Lin Wanshu didn't know if she was frightened by the scene just now, and she didn't see her come back after waiting for a long time. Xiao Meow Meow was already a little sleepy. She rubbed her eyes with her chubby little hands and began to hum. Mom, Mom, when Qin Yan saw her like this, he knew that she must be sleepy and was asking for milk again. "Meow Meow, be good. Mommy will be back soon." While comforting her like this, he had already thought of who to ask to bring him milk powder. The little one probably knew that her mother was not around, so she didn't dare to make a loud noise and just kept humming softly. Qin Yan felt so distressed that in order to coax the baby to sleep, he patted her back gently and told her stories. It was not known whether the baby was too sleepy or the stories of the nanny had some strange magic, but the little Meow Meow, who was still humming, slowly quieted down after hearing her father's stories. When Lin Wanshu came back again, she saw a little ball sleeping next to Qin Yan. "How did you coax her? She fell asleep without making a fuss for milk?" Forgetting the discomfort just now, Lin Wanshu walked up and asked in surprise. Facing her bright and admiring eyes, the corners of Qin Yan's lips unconsciously curved. "I told her a story and she fell asleep." Lin Wanshu. "I also told her a story, but she refused to go to bed at 11 o'clock. Speaking of the baby who had been making trouble until 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Wanshu couldn't help gritting her teeth. How could this little rascal be so hypocritical? Listening to her indignant complaint, Qin Yan couldn't help laughing, but he agreed without any principles. Xiao Meow Meow really shouldn't have done that. How could she make trouble so late? "Thank you for your hard work, Wan Wan." Listening to his tone as if he was coaxing a child, Lin Wanshu's face became slightly hot. "It's not that bad. I spanked her little ace later. Well, if she doesn't listen, she should be educated." He still agreed without any bottom line, as if everything she did was right. People of this era basically get married through blind dates, and there is no emotional foundation. Anyway, the purpose is to build a family and reproduce offspring. In the eyes of most men, marrying a wife is to have children, raise children, take care of the elderly, take care of the family, and at the same time, add a labor force to the family to earn work points. But since he woke up, Lin Wanshu found that Qin Yan was very different from the men of this era. He gave all his salary to her and asked her not to do heavy work. He also wanted to wean her because the baby bit her and hurt her. It is difficult for Lin Wanshu not to be moved by this attitude of putting her first in everything. Although she doesn't know whether the future will change, at this moment, in her heart, he is truly transformed from the role of the child's father to her husband. She wants a man to live with. At some point, her eyes had a hint of coquettishness that she herself didn't even know about. She said softly, "When you get better, the responsibility of educating the children will be handed over to you. No man can resist that unconscious coquettish gesture, not to mention Qin Yan, whose heart and eyes are filled with her. His fingertips curled slightly, barely restraining the urge to rub her in his arms, and after a pause, he spoke. Well, leave it to me when I'm better. The indissoluble tenderness in the man's voice fell into Lin Wanshu's ears, making her heartbeat out of control again. Not daring to say anything more, she pretended to be calm, picked up the baby, and put it on the accompanying bed. Rest early. After saying this concealingly, she also lay down next to Xiao Miao Miao. Okay. Qin Yan responded in a low voice, and did not speak again. The ward was quiet again, but in this silence, something seemed to be fermenting. Lying on the accompanying bed, Lin Wanshu's heart could not calm down for a long time. She didn't know how long it took before she fell asleep in a daze. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. Lin Wanshu hurriedly got up to wash and fetch water for Qin Yan to wash. There was originally a basin in the ward, and the one in Lin Wanshu's hand was the one she brought herself. The one she used to wipe his body yesterday was from the ward, and now she used her own to wash. After she finished washing Qin Yan, Lu Guoyang also led the nurse in. After routine inquiries and checking the wound, he looked a little shocked. This recovery speed is a bit too fast. Is the medicine really so magical? In order to verify the efficacy of the medicine, yesterday Lu Guoyang, who was still against it, could not wait to urge Lin Wanshu to cook the medicine quickly. Fortunately, Lin Wanshu did not let him wait any longer. After handing the baby and Qin Yan to Qin Hua, who had just arrived, she went downstairs with the medicine. She bought a bun in the cafeteria and ate it while cooking the medicine and making some soup. When she brought the medicine to the 5th floor, Lu Guoyang and the nurse in the ward had already changed the medicine for Qin Yan and pushed the heart rate monitor. Qin Yan felt much better today and did not let Lin Wanshu feed him, but picked up the bowl to drink. Under the breathless gaze of everyone, he drank a bowl of medicine. Everyone subconsciously looked at the heart rate monitor, but surprisingly, the amplitude of the lines on the heart rate monitor today was only slightly tighter, not as exaggerated as yesterday. What's going on? Captain Qin, how do you feel? Lu Guoyang couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Qin Yan was also full of surprise. It turned out that the severe pain yesterday did not appear, and there was not even anything abnormal, as if he had just drunk a bowl of ordinary medicine. But his sense of smell is sensitive, and he did not find any difference between today's medicine soup and yesterday's. But his face remained expressionless. I feel good and there's nothing wrong with my body. But his explanation did not dispel Lu Guoyang's doubts. In the end, he could only turn around and ask Lin Wanshu. Even other people found something wrong, and Lin Wanshu was no exception. Not only did the heart rate monitor beat violently yesterday, but Qin Yan also had sweat on his head. It was completely different from the calmness of today. Lin Wanshu thought of the bowl of chicken soup with spiritual spring water. Could it be because of the spiritual spring water? So his reaction yesterday was so strange? There were a lot of twists and turns in her mind, but Lin Wanshu's reaction was as calm as Qin Yan's. Hearing Lu Guoyang's question, she responded without changing her face. Individual drug resistance reactions are different. This is normal. Of course, she couldn't reveal the matter of the space and the spiritual spring, even if that person was Qin Yan. After all, the medicine was not researched by Lu Guoyang, and he had never used it. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he could only accept Lin Wanshu's statement. Only Qin Yan knew that the comparison between yesterday and today could not be explained by a drug resistance reaction. Thinking of the bowl of chicken soup he drank yesterday, he had a little more doubt in his heart. Does she seem to have a secret? In the next 2 or 3 days, Lin Wanshu did not give Qin Yan's spiritual spring water. She only used the 2 external and internal medicines. But even so, Qin Yan's wounds recovered much faster than before the medicine was used. Lu Guoyang was shocked. He didn't expect that one day he would be surpassed by the legendary backward and ignorant medical skills. Although Qin Yan's left leg still has not regained consciousness, the current treatment progress is obviously much better than his plan. If these two patches of medicine can pass clinical trials and used on the front line, it will definitely greatly reduce the casualty rate. Perhaps the efficacy of the medicine is too amazing. Every time Qin Yan uses the medicine, Lu Guoyang not only watches the whole process, but also takes notes. Time flies, and it has been 6 days since Lin Wanshu came to Yin City. The wounds on Qin Yan's body have scabbed and begun to heal, but his left leg is still numb. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but feel a little anxious in her heart. She was obviously operating according to the cases recorded in the space. How could there be no effect? Qin Hua's originally relaxed eyebrows have become knotted again in the past 2 days. Only Xiao Miao Miao still eats and drinks as usual, and sometimes even talks to her father in babbling, and is not affected at all. After drinking the medicine on the 7th day, Qin Yan's legs were still numb. Lin Wanshu finally couldn't sit still, and she decided to give him acupuncture. Lu Guoyang was shocked. Acupuncture is even more mysterious than pulse diagnosis, and Lin Wanshu obviously has no experience in practicing medicine, so he hesitated again. How sure are you? How about I find someone to help you with the injection? Lu Guoyang did not raise any objection this time. He was just afraid that Lin Wanshu would not be able to do the acupuncture well, so he suggested finding someone to help. Lin Wanshu did not have any experience in acupuncture on a real person, but there were various medical models that she had bought in the space. During those years, she studied medicine in it every day, and she didn't know how many times she had practiced acupuncture alone. It can be said that even with her eyes closed, she could not insert the wrong acupuncture points. But she couldn't say this. After all, in the eyes of everyone, she was at most just a little bit of acupuncture. It wouldn't make any difference to find someone to give acupuncture for her. Thinking of this, Lin Wanshu didn't hesitate anymore. But before she nodded in agreement, she heard Qin Yan's objection. No need to find someone to replace, just let Wanwan do acupuncture for me. Lin Wanshu. No. Does he trust himself so much? Lu Guoyang couldn't understand it either. Wouldn't it be better to find a more professional doctor? I believe in Wanwan's ability. After spending these few days together, Qin Yan had a good understanding of Lin Wanshu's medical skills. And she didn't seem like a reckless person. Since she could bring up acupuncture, she must have some confidence. Most importantly, he wanted to know what secret she was hiding. The plan was finalized. Lin Wanshu was not a long-winded person. She took out the silver needles she had prepared in advance, disinfected them, and began to give him acupuncture. Although her skills were already very proficient, in order not to be exposed, Lin Wanshu pretended to be a little unfamiliar when she was giving him acupuncture. This scared Lu Guoyang, who was watching the whole process, into a cold sweat. He was afraid that she would insert the wrong needle. Acupuncture points, causing disaster. He didn't understand why he agreed to her absurd proposals again and again, like a possessed person. Qin Hua was also very nervous, and his hands hanging at his sides unconsciously clenched into fists. As the silver needles fell one by one, his heart was beating fast, and in the end, his forehead was even soaked with sweat. Qin Yan was very calm from beginning to end. His eyes were fixed on the woman who was inserting the needle into him a little clumsily. He soon discovered that although her movements seemed unskilled, she was very firm every time she inserted the needle, without a trace of hesitation. Under the gaze of the 3 people, Lin Wanshu inserted the last needle. "How is it?" Qin Hua asked impatiently. At this moment, he was just like all the anxious family members. Even if it was a glimmer of illusory hope, he would hold on tightly and not let go. Although Lu Guoyang was not a family member, he was no less concerned about Qin Yan's condition than Qin Hua. It was the first time for Lin Wanshu to do acupuncture on a real person. She was not sure about it. At this moment, she looked at Qin Yan nervously. Facing the burning eyes of the 3 people, Qin Yan was silent for a while before saying, "I haven't felt anything yet." Then, as if afraid that she would feel burdened, he added, "I believe that it will be effective after a few more acupunctures." Lin Wanshu. Okay, she was comforted. In the next 2 or 3 days, in addition to taking medicine and applying external compresses, acupuncture treatment was also added. However, what was disappointing was that Qin Yan's legs were still numb. Although he knew that the treatment would not be effective so quickly, Qin Hua was very anxious. If it weren't for Lin Wanshu's treatment of Qin Yan, he would have wanted to stay in the ward at night. Lin Wanshu was also a little anxious. According to the cases in the book, he should have recovered consciousness long ago.
Why is there no response for a long time?
Because of his leg injury, Lin Wanshu used her consciousness to enter the space every night, constantly reviewing and looking for new treatment plans. Lin Wanshu did not dare to use the spiritual spring water unless it was absolutely necessary. After these days of getting along, she knew how sensitive Qin Yan was. On this day, Qin Hua still came to the ward early. Lin Wanshu handed Xiao Miao Miao to him to look at and took the basket go downstairs to boil the medicine. Walking into the abandoned house, Lin Wanshu took the clay pot and washed it, then put the medicinal materials into the pot. It is not necessary to wash the medicinal materials when boiling Chinese medicine, otherwise it may cause the loss of medicinal ingredients. After putting the medicinal materials in, she took a bowl and filled 2 bowls of water and poured them into the clay pot. There was a coal stove in the room, and there were a lot of honeycomb coals next to the coal stove. Lin Wanshu lit one and put the clay pot on the stove. After about 10 or 20 minutes, a gurgling sound came from the clay pot. A faint smoke also came out from the gap in the lid. The smell of traditional Chinese medicine spread throughout the house. Not long after, the medicine was boiled. Lin Wanshu picked up the rag beside her, and when she was about to pick up the medicine, she heard a bang 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 knock on the door. Then came the ferocious urging voice. "Open the door. Open the door. The people inside. Open the door quickly." Lin Wanshu frowned slightly and immediately realized that someone must have reported her. But she was not afraid and directly put the traditional Chinese medicine and the clay pot into the space. Then she took out another clay pot that had been prepared long ago. The clay pot was cooking bone soup, and she also added a lot of special soup ingredients to the soup. Originally, this pot of bone soup was cooking in the space. As soon as it was taken out, the unique smell quickly covered the smell of traditional Chinese medicine in the room.
Bang, bang, bang.
The violent knocking on the door continued, and the people outside were obviously impatient. "If the people inside don't open the door, we will break in." As he spoke, a louder kicking sound was heard, and the whole room seemed to tremble along with it. Wang Laishi, who was far away, heard the movement, and his face suddenly changed. Without thinking too much, he rushed to the inpatient building. On the 5th floor, Shen Shuwen came to visit Qin Yan again today. Hearing that his good brother might face amputation, this equally strong man's eyes reddened on the spot. "Old Qin, if your leg can't be cured here, we will go to Beijing for treatment. There are many capable people in Beijing, and there must be a way. They are brothers who have been through life and death together." A few days ago, he was still glad that he woke up and was happily waiting for him to recover and return to the team. Unexpectedly, he heard such a bad news. How could he accept this? Qin Yan wanted to comfort him and said that when his leg was not in a desperate situation, there might be a glimmer of hope that it could be recovered. But before he could say anything, the door was pushed open with a bang.
Qin.
"Battalion Commander Qin, it's not good. Comrade Lin is cooking medicine downstairs, and a group of people from the cabinet committee came and were kicking the door to catch her."
What?
Hearing that his wife was going to be arrested by the cabinet committee, Qin Yan suddenly sat up from the hospital bed. Before Shen Shuwen could even react, one of his legs had already stepped on the ground. Lu Guoyang heard the noise and happened to rush over. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Qin Yan actually raised his left foot and got out of bed. "Captain Qin, your leg." Lu Guoyang was so scared that he lost his voice and rushed forward to stop him from getting out of bed. Shen Shuwen, who reacted, also stopped him and said, "Old Qin, don't worry, I'll go down right away. I want to see which rascal is so bold that he dares to attack a military wife." After saying that, he strode out. How could Qin Yan be willing to lie back on the bed? Those people were so reckless. What if they scared Wanwan? Lu Guoyang's whole mind was on his left leg at the moment. His hand touched his leg excitedly, and he asked in a trembling voice, Captain Qin, do you have any feeling in your leg? Hearing this, Qin Yan finally reacted. His left foot, which had just stepped on the ground, was now aching slightly. Lu Guoyang knew it when he saw his expression. Captain Qin, you can't get out of bed. I have to give you a further examination now. Although Qin Yan's legs were conscious, it was still difficult for him to walk normally. He was confused because of his concern just now, but now his reason returned. He said to Lu Guoyang, call the security department to have a look. Remember to call more people. Seeing that he would not get out of the bed after listening to the advice, Lu Guoyang naturally agreed. Okay, wait for me, I'll go call people right away. As he said that, he turned and hurried out to call the nurse to call people. Downstairs, Shen Shuwen, led by Wang Laishi, had arrived at the abandoned house. The wooden door had been kicked in, and the house was in a commotion. Shen Shuwen's eyebrows jumped. Just as he was about to rush forward to protect people, he heard a clang from inside, followed by several tragic cries of pain. Along with the cries of pain, an angry female voice came. What do you want to do? My man was seriously injured in defending his country, so I cooked some soup for him to nourish his body, and you guys want to smash my soup pot? After hearing this, everyone saw the meat and bones scattered on the ground. They were originally aggressive, but their faces turned pale. Which rascal made a random report? At this time, Shen Shuwen had already pushed through the crowd and walked in. When he saw the mess on the ground, his face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Who told you to come here to arrest our military wives? If you don't give me an explanation from the military today, you can't even think about leaving this door. Qin Yan is not only a soldier who defends his country, but also has made great contributions. They bully a soldier with military merits like this. Isn't this courting death? The leader's legs were scalded by the boiling soup just now, but he didn't care to cry out in pain. Seeing the soldier with a dark face in front of him, his legs trembled. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. We also came here because we received a report that someone was cooking Chinese medicine. Someone must want to frame us. Lin Wanshu sneered. When you were still outside the door just now, I said I was stewing soup, but what did you do? Break the door, smash the pot, and want to arrest me? I don't care whether you misunderstood or something else. I only know that the mental damage and loss you caused to me is a fact. This group of people are crazy, and Lin Wanshu will not try to reason with them. The tricks used to deal with Lu Guoyang are useless on them. But her attitude of getting to the bottom of things almost made several people in the cabinet committee collapse to the ground. Comrade, we are all wrong. Please be magnanimous, and let us go. Yen Jianxi, who was in the lead, knelt down and cried and begged. The others also knelt down one after another. Lin Wanshu quickly avoided them and shouted angrily, What are you doing? It's not enough that you smashed my pot just now, and now you want to frame me, right? Hearing this, the kneeling people immediately stood up again in embarrassment. But they didn't dare to straighten their backs and just half bent over. They kept begging, Comrade, as long as you are willing to show mercy, this broth. Oh no, we will give you all the broth every day. They were usually so majestic and arrested people everywhere, but now they were all covered in dust and looked very humble. Shen Shuwen originally came to support Lin Wanshu, but he never thought that she could handle it so well without him. Moreover, she seemed to have something to say, so he did not speak. Lin Wanshu glanced at the group of people coldly until they were about to cry, and then continued, Of course you have to compensate for the meat. Just wrap it every day. Originally, I planned to investigate this matter to the end, but seeing that you didn't do it on purpose, I can consider not pursuing it, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Seeing that there was room for a turnaround, the people in the cabinet committee almost cried with joy. Now, let alone asking them to agree to one condition, even if they agreed to 10 conditions, they would be eager to do it for her immediately.
Comrade, what is the condition?
Just tell us, we promise to go through fire and water without hesitation. Lin Wanshu did not keep people in suspense. My condition is that you must find the person who reported it for me. Lin Wanshu naturally could not let this group of people go so easily, but she had to find the person in the dark first. As for this group of people, the monks can run away, but the temple cannot. Hearing that they only found the person who reported it, several people were completely relieved. Comrade, don't worry. Even if we don't tell you, we will dig 3 feet into the ground to find this person who reported it. Yan Jianxi endured the severe pain in his leg, patted his chest, and grinned and promised. And his words were indeed not a bit false. At this moment, he wanted to peel off the skin of that person. How could he let him go? The others also patted their chests one by one, as if they were afraid that Lin Wanshu would not trust them. Shen Shuwen watched from beginning to end, and soon guessed what Lin Wanshu wanted to do.
For a moment, he was just amazed.
How did Qin Yan find such a treasure? Not to mention that she is beautiful and generous, she is also brave and resourceful, and can easily deal with so many fierce men. No wonder he has been thinking about her for so many years. After Lin Wanshu finished speaking, he knocked on several people in a lukewarm way. Yan Jianxi fell down and was already sweating coldly. Naturally, he nodded and agreed to whatever Shen Shuwen said. How could he dare to do anything? After beating him, Shen Shuwen let the man go. After everyone left, Lin Wanshu hurriedly thanked Shen Shuwen. Coach Shen, I was so grateful for you just now, otherwise I would have suffered a loss. Hearing her thank him again, Shen Shuwen felt helpless, but still made a joke. Sister-in-law, you don't have to be polite to me. If I didn't protect you well, Lao Qin would have skinned me when I go back, not to mention that I didn't help you at all just now. Lin Wanshu knew that being polite would be awkward, so she didn't say anything else. She just felt a little distressed when she saw the meat and bones scattered on the ground. Wang Laishi had already taken a basin and started to pick up the meat. It doesn't matter, pick it up and wash it and you can eat it. In this era, meat was already in short supply. Not to mention falling on the ground. Even if it fell into a mud pit, no one would dislike it. But that pot of soup was wasted. When Wang Laishi thought of the broth, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, thinking that Lin Wanshu had let them go just now, which was too easy for that group of people. Before they finished cleaning up, the security department also came over. Seeing Shen Shuwen, the leading captain Chen Feng quickly saluted him. Coach Shen, we are entrusted by Battalion Commander Qin to come here to protect my sister-in-law. Shen Shuwen looked at the dozen young men holding weapons outside the door and couldn't help but fall into silence. How nervous is Qin Yan about his wife? The corners of his mouth twitched, and he said, I have asked those people to go back. There is nothing to do here. Hearing this, Chen Feng saw that the room was quiet. Except for Wang Laishi in the cafeteria, there was no one else. Chen Feng, didn't you say that the people from the cabinet committee came to cause trouble? They just left like that? Knowing that it was Qin Yan who called them to protect her, Lin Wanshu felt warmed and moved. She hurriedly thanked them. Sister-in-law, you're welcome. If you have any problem, just come to us. Chen Feng straightened his chest and said. They had all heard about Qin Yan's deeds. He annihilated 5 enemies alone, saved a comrade, and successfully prevented the illegal occupation of the monkey. How could they not admire such an outstanding warrior? Hearing that his wife was to be protected, the people in the security department rushed to come over. It was a pity that they could not help. Lin Wanshu was naturally grateful again. The troublemaker was not there, and Chen Feng did not stay for long, and led the team away. After the people in the security department left, Lin Wanshu went to the inpatient building with Shen Shuwen. Since the day Lu Guoyang found the old house to cook medicine for her, Lin Wanshu had been preparing for today. Therefore, from the second time she boiled medicine, she also boiled soup. If she was caught, she would put the medicine away, and no one would know whether she boiled the medicine or the soup first. Now that the soup pot was broken, she didn't have to explain to Qin Yan and the others where the medicine went. The two of them went up to the 5th floor one after the other. As soon as they entered ward number 5, they found that Qin Yan was not there. After asking, they found out that his legs were conscious, and he was being examined. What did you say? Old Qin's legs are conscious? Shen Shuwen suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He had just heard the news that his brother's legs were going to be amputated, and then he suddenly heard that he was conscious? Yes, Dr. Lu just said that his legs can feel pain now. Qin Hua was overjoyed, and his tightly locked brows relaxed again. After the pain of amputation, he no longer expected his brother to stay in the army, as long as his legs could be saved. After confirming that Qin Yan's legs had regained consciousness, Shin Shuwen was also very excited. As long as the legs are saved, everything will be fine. Lin Wanshu was completely relieved until this moment. Fortunately, his legs have regained consciousness, otherwise she was going to use Lingquan water on him again. After a while, Qin Yan was pushed out. Dad Xiao Miao Miao was sharp-eyed and saw her father at once. She waved her hands happily and shouted. Shin Shuwen was the fastest and rushed up at once. Lao Qin, what happened? But Qin Yan disliked that he blocked his sight. He didn't even have time to reply and couldn't wait to ask his wife first. What happened just now? Are you okay? Shin Shuwen. He saw what it means to value love over friendship. I say, Lao Qin, do you not trust me or your wife? You don't know how powerful your wife is. As soon as I arrived, she made those people obedient. Shin Shuwen originally did ideological work. He was very eloquent and described the situation, just now vividly in a few words. Hearing Shin Shuwen say that even the earthenware pot for cooking soup was broken, Qin Yan's eyes were as cold as ice. Seeing his expression, Shin Shuwen couldn't help but pray for that group of people in his heart. Why did he have to mess with Qin Yan's sweetheart? Who in the army doesn't know that he has ruthless hands? They'd better pray for the best. After confirming that Lin Wanshu was really fine, Qin Yan was relieved and asked again, So someone reported you for cooking Chinese medicine? Lin Wanshu nodded. Well, that's what they said, but what I know how to cook is bone soup. Speaking of the group of people just now, Shin Shuwen felt an indescribable disgust in his heart. If the sky is crazy, it will rain, and if people are crazy, there will be disaster. Just wait. What's wrong with Chinese medicine? If Chinese medicine is really so bad, how can these turtles grow so big? Shin Shuwen is different from Lu Guoliang. He was born in Beijing and has been exposed to many powerful Chinese medicine doctors since he was a child. His ability to rejuvenate has made him, it's amazing. But many of those powerful doctors were sent to the farm in the past few years, and they still don't know whether they are alive or dead. However, there were signs that this evil wind had passed, but recently it seems that it has passed. Becoming crazy. Although the military is not afraid of this group of people, there is no need to confront them head-on. After asking about what happened just now, Qin Yan talked about the condition of his left leg. He is conscious, and now he is waiting for the test report to come out to further judge the recovery situation. Hearing his personal confirmation that the leg had really regained consciousness, several people were immediately overjoyed. Brother and sister, thanks to you, Ian's leg can get better. Qin Hua is still terrified when he thinks of the past days and nights. If he hadn't brought Lin Wanshu here, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. Shin Shuwen had been busy with things in the camp some time ago, and he didn't dare to think about it. He didn't know that Qin Yan's leg was cured by Lin Wanshu. Hearing what Qin Hua said, he just thought it was because of her presence that Qin Yan was in a good mood. I asked him carefully about the status of his other wounds. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Guoliang's slightly changed voice suddenly came from the door. What a miracle. It's simply a medical miracle. Comrade Lin, your medical skills are truly amazing. Not only is Battalion Commander Qin's leg recovering well, but there is an 80% chance that it can be restored to its pre-injury state. Shin Shuwen turned around and saw Lu Guoliang waving the report up and down in his hand. His face was even redder. He was so excited that he completely lost his image. After listening to his words, Shin Shuwen's whole body was about to burst. It took him a long time before he managed to find his voice. Old Qin, does Dr. Lu mean that your leg was cured by your wife? A leg that was declared to be amputated by the hospital was saved by his wife. Qin Yan, who had always been expressionless, had a rare look of pride on his face at this moment. Yes, my wife treated it. Her grandpa is very skilled. She also learned the essence. You can achieve such results by yourself, just by relying on the medical books and notes left by the old man. I can't imagine how much success she will have if she has the opportunity to study in university. After receiving the affirmative answer, Shin Shuwen no longer knew what to do. What kind of expression was he making? After reciting jealousy can make a person completely unrecognizable several times, he finally calmed down the jealousy and hatred in his heart. So, sister, what you just drank was the medicine you prepared yourself. Lin Wanshu nodded. I have been using it for more than 10 days, and Dr. Liu said the recovery effect is good. Knowing that the medicine she prepared for injuries healed faster than the medicine in the hospital, Shin Shuwen's eyes went straight. If this medicine could be used on the front line, wouldn't our soldiers be able to greatly reduce the casualty rate? Although it is just a local friction now, who knows if a war will break out one day. As soldiers, they are naturally not afraid of bloodshed or sacrifice, but if better logistical support can be provided, this will be a great benefit to the soldiers. A great thing. Lu Guoyang nodded. If this medicine can be used, some soldiers will not need to have their limbs amputated. However, this medicine is designated as a confidential prescription passed down from ancestors, and he is not shameless enough to directly ask for it. Shen Shuwen also knows very well what this medicine means to the family of traditional Chinese medicine, but the thought of saving soldiers from seeing the tragedy of amputation, he couldn't help but be shameless. Brother and sister, although this request is a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask, can this prescription be sold to the army? I can apply to my superiors for compensation, and I will definitely not treat you badly. Qin Yan said nothing, with a hint of tangle in his eyes. As a soldier, he certainly hopes that the injured soldiers can use better medicine, but as a husband, he doesn't want to force Lin Wanshu to do something he doesn't like. But after he was confused for a while, he heard Lin Wanshu's clear voice. What did Professor Shin say? Not to mention that I am a military wife, but men are in the military, and may also need to use this medicine. Just as a member of the Republic, it is my honor to be able to solve problems for the country. If the troops need it, I can donate the prescriptions free of charge. Thinking about the war that will break out in a few years, Lin Wanshu hopes that they can have more and better special medicines. What's more, she has space and supplies, and she doesn't lack anything. She will give the medicine as soon as it is given. Luo, everyone in the room was immediately shocked. Lu Guoyang didn't expect that she didn't ask for anything in return, and she didn't resent that the Chinese medicine practitioners she represented had been suppressed and discredited in the past. She just donated the prescription directly, and she felt infinite joy in her heart. Admiration. Shen Shuwen also didn't expect that Lin Wanshu would be so enlightened that she would give such a precious prescription. Although selfless dedication is now a thing, people are naturally selfish after all. If she really didn't want to give it, he couldn't say anything. But not only did he give it, but he also gave it for free. How could he be moved by this spirit? Brother and sister, I am here to say thank you on behalf of all the soldiers. Shen Shuwen said solemnly. Lin Wanshu smiled slightly. Teacher Shen, you don't have to be polite. Just think that I am helping my man. Seeing this, Shen Shuwen didn't say any more polite words, but he was already thinking about how to compensate her. Although she didn't necessarily want it, he couldn't really refuse to give it. After the prescription was settled, Shen Shuwen didn't stay long and left to go back to the army. Qin Hua didn't want Lin Wanshu to cook the medicine, so he insisted on going out. After explaining his condition, Qin Hua went out, leaving only a family of 3 in the ward. Milkman was playing with his little toy, and Qin Yan was still sitting on the bed. Lin Wanshu was afraid that his legs would be tired after sitting for a long time, so he stepped forward to help him lie down, but then he bent down. In seconds, she was pulled into that hot embrace. The hormonal aura of a man surrounded her whole body, and Lin Wanshu's heart couldn't help but beat hard. What's wrong? She didn't dare to say a word, for fear that the nurse passing by outside would hear her, so she asked in a soft voice. But what she received in response was his tighter embrace. The man's arms were like iron arms, and he could make her fall with just a gentle hug. She had no strength to resist, not to mention that he held her so tightly. This absolute power from the male made her blush and her heart beat, and she couldn't even think of pushing him away. Daughter-in-law, thank you. From just now, Qin Yan's whole body seemed to be floating in the clouds, and he could not suppress the rolling agitation in his heart. In the end, it was really impossible to relieve it, and he could only push the woman who had turned his heart upside down tightly. He hugged her tightly. How could there be such a person in this world? Every time he thought he was already happy, the next second, she would unexpectedly let him know that he could be even happier. It was so good that he already had an unreal feeling. Lin Wanshu leaned against the man's solid chest, listening to his incredibly fast heartbeat, and his heart became uncontrollable. Although his face was already extremely hot, she still pretended to be calm and said, "We are husband and wife. We are one and the same. Where is the need to say thank you?" The words husband and wife are one made the man's already warm heart become even hotter. He just wished he could rub the little woman in his arms into his bones. But at this moment, a small paw touched Lin Wanshu. Mom, hearing the voice of the baby, Lin Wanshu froze immediately and pushed Qin Yan reflexively while urging, "Let go, meow meow, come here." Qin Yan, looking at Milkman's big curious eyes, he sighed invisibly, paused, and then reluctantly let go of the person in his arms. He was finally let go open. Lin Wanshu pulled up his hair with a guilty conscience, and then said softly to the little baby, "Meow meow, what's wrong?" The little guy put both hands on her thighs and lifted one little foot up hard, as if he wanted to climb on her. Lin Wanshu saw this and quickly picked her up. Who knew as soon as she picked her up, Milkman reached out and lifted up her clothes. While lifting it, she hummed. Nei, Lin Wanshu was caught off guard, and her clothes were almost pulled up by her, and her face immediately turned red. "Meow meow is hungry. I'll feed her first." During the day, people came and went in the hospital, and Xinhua could come in at any time. Every time she fed, Lin Wanshu simply hid in the bathroom of the ward. Although many people thought she was too hypocritical, Lin Wanshu was not used to feeding in public. But before she got up, she was pulled by Qin Yan. "Old Shin brought milk powder just now. You feed her milk powder." Hearing that there was milk powder, Lin Wanshu's eyes lit up, and she didn't refuse, and put the little guy on the bed. "Meow meow. Be good. You play with daddy first. Mommy will make you nanny." I don't know if it's because she bullies the weak and fears the strong. The little baby will still make a fuss in front of her mother, but once she is in Qin Yan's arms, she will be much more obedient. Taking this opportunity, Lin Wanshu took out a bag from the bedside cabinet. Opening the bag, there were 2 bags of milk powder and a milk bottle. The milk bottles of that era were made of glass and had a strange shape. The 2 ends were curved like bananas, but the belly was bulging in the middle. The opening was very small, and a pacifier was directly put on it. Lin Wanshu washed the milk bottle and scalded it with boiling water. It happened that she had let the boiled water dry in the morning, so the temperature was just right after adding hot water. After reading the instructions, Lin Wanshu poured 5 flat spoons of milk powder into the bowl and stirred it with a spoon. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know what her mother was doing. When she saw the milk bottle, she thought it was a new toy and wanted to reach out to grab it. Qin Yan was afraid that she would break the milk bottle, so he gently retracted his hand that was holding her belly, and the baby sat back on the bed. Xiao Miao Miao just fell back on the bed and was about to cry loudly when she saw a rattle stretched in front of her. "Look what this is," Qin Yan coaxed while shaking the rattle. It turned out that when Shin Shuwen got him milk powder, he also brought a toy. Where had Xiao Miao Miao seen this thing? Hearing the ding-dong sound, her attention was immediately attracted. The little paws were eager to grab the rattle from her father's hand. Qin Yan coaxed the baby and couldn't help but quietly breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to keep her in suspense, so he let her grab the rattle away. The little girl took the rattle, first put it in her mouth and took a bite, and found that it was not delicious, so she took it and shook it in her hand. But she was a baby after all, and she didn't know how to play with the rattle. She shook it several times, but there was no regular ding-dong sound. She tilted her head in confusion, put the rattle in her left hand, and continued to shake it randomly. That cute look made Qin Yan very amused. "Meow meow. Daddy will teach you how to play, okay?" Qin Yan couldn't bear to see his daughter disappointed, so he discussed with her in a low voice. But the little girl mistakenly thought that he was going to take her new toy and hid the rattle behind her back. She looked at Qin Yan with a vigilant face. Qin Yan. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Wanshu also put the prepared milk into the bottle. Meow meow, look, what is this? Lin Wanshu said as she reached out and picked up the little one. She held her horizontally with one hand and fed the pacifier into her mouth with the other. Little Meow Meow didn't know what it was, but she would eat anything she put into her mouth. When she tasted the familiar yet unfamiliar taste, she was stunned at first, and then she started to drink tons. Seeing that she could adapt to the bottle, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that it's just around the corner to stop breastfeeding. She still has a psychological trauma from being bitten that day. It's really too painful. After the little one finished drinking the milk, Qin Hua also came back with the medicine. Probably because Qin Yan's legs had become conscious, his face no longer had the depression of the past few days, and the whole person became relaxed. There was no need to say words of thanks between brothers. Qin Yan took the medicine, blew it, and drank it. Lin Wanshu had just explained to Qin Hua in detail the method of cooking the medicine. It was not a difficult job, and Qin Hua was worried about his brother's legs, so he was naturally not careless. After drinking the medicine, Lin Wanshu gave Qin Yan acupuncture and changed the medicine. After these days of continuous acupuncture, she had some experience, so Lin Wanshu did not pretend to be unfamiliar. Watching her smooth movements, Qin Yan was amazed at the same time, and at the same time, he had a vague sense of nothingness. It was as if there was an invisible and intangible wall between her and him. Because Qin Yan's legs regained consciousness, the next treatment plan was not changed. I don't know if it was because Lin Wanshu's medicine was too effective, but after another 4 or 5 days, Qin Yan could already be helped out of bed. After Lu Guoyang checked Qin Yan as usual, he couldn't help but admire him. Captain Qin, you have recovered better than I thought. At this rate, you will be able to be discharged from the hospital and go back to recuperate in a week or so. The left leg that was originally thought to have sequelae now seems to have no effect and has recovered rapidly. Whenever Lu Guoyang saw the leg that was almost amputated, he couldn't help but exclaimed a miracle. After a while, Shen Shuwen also came, and his face didn't look very good. Seeing this, Lu Guoyang knew that they had something to say, so he didn't stay. That group of people were all sent to the border. Shen Shuwen took off his hat, with a very aggrieved expression on his face. Because of Qin Yan's injury, he has been very busy during this period. Originally, he thought that the group of people could escape, but the monk could not escape the temple, so he planned to finish the things at hand and then investigate who the person who reported was. Unexpectedly, they were sent to the border a few days ago, and they are probably here now. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu's face was also a little bad. She was still too arrogant, thinking that those people would not dare to fool her. But she didn't expect that the person who reported her was so powerful that he could transfer 7 or 8 people from the cabinet committee directly to the border. This also made her alert. Was that person coming for her? Or Qin Yan? Don't worry, I have a way to check. Qin Yan looked at her face full of self-blame, resisted the urge to rub her head, and comforted her. Yes, sister-in-law, don't think too much about it. It has nothing to do with you. You just came here, who can you offend? If it was just an ordinary person, it meant that he reported it on impulse. But this person can mobilize so many people from the cabinet committee at once, which means that he is not simple. No matter what the situation is, they must find out who is hiding in the dark. Otherwise, leaving such a time bomb, he will not sleep well at night. Lin Wanshu is not a person who likes to get stuck in a rut. This time, just take it as a lesson and pay more attention in the future. Thinking of this, she said to Qin Yan again, "Don't worry. Heal your wounds first. At least that group of people have suffered retribution. It is hard work to reclaim wasteland in the frontier." Shen Shuwen also echoed on the side.
Sister-in-law is right.
Don't rush this matter. It's important to heal your wounds. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something and continued, "By the way, sister-in-law, do you want to join the army? If you want to join the army, let Lao Qin write a report and I will go to the family compound to apply for a house for you. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu subconsciously looked at Qin Yan. But she met the man's somewhat hot eyes. "Wanwan, do you want to join the army?" Qin Yan asked, subconsciously holding his breath. Although she is gentle to him now, the waiting without response for all those years made Qin Yan dare not ask for too much. He was afraid that his greed would break the beauty in front of him. Facing the man's cautious expression, Lin Wanshu's heart softened all of a sudden. Without much hesitation, she nodded. "If you can go with the army, you should file a report. Long-term separation is not a good thing for the growth of children. What's more, there will be a war here in a few years." How can she rest assured about him? Hearing that she agreed to go with the army, Qin Yan's mind was like thousands of fireworks blooming at the same time, and he lost all his calmness. "I will file a report right away." Where has Shin Shuwen ever seen his brother look so worthless? He only hated that he didn't have a camera in his hand. Otherwise, he would definitely take a picture and laugh at him for the rest of his life. But then again, if such a beautiful, gentle, and medical wife wanted to go with the army, he would be so happy. Knowing that Qin Yan would definitely need this, Shin Shuwen prepared a form and a pen for him before he came, and he only had to be responsible for writing. "Don't worry about it after you finish writing. He will take care of the rest. Border guards are hard work, and the army will take more care of them. In addition, Qin Yan has military merits, and maybe he will be approved before he is discharged from the hospital." After Qin Yan finished writing the report, Shin Shuwen left in a hurry again. Qin Yan's injury was no longer serious, so Lin Wanshu simply asked Qin Hua to go back first. Although Qin Hua was still a little worried about his brother, the family was about to rush to harvest, so he had to go back first. Before going back, Lin Wanshu told Qin Yan to take a few dozen yuan for him to take home. "Brother came all the way here to send us here, and he also delayed earning work points. It's not appropriate for him to go back empty-handed." As she spoke, she packed the specialties, defective industrial products, and some daily necessities she had specially purchased from the salesperson of the supply and marketing cooperative into bags. "These things are not worth much, but we don't have food there, so we can take them back for our nephews to try. Although these fabric kettles and the like have some minor flaws, it does not affect their use. They can be used by my parents and my brother and sister-in-law. There are also these daily necessities that my family is short of, so I bought them if I could find them here." Qin Yan is not a very careful person. When he was serving in the army, he only knew to send money home and never thought about buying anything for his family. At this moment, looking at the woman busy preparing for him, his heart seemed to be filled with something. Qin Yan felt that he must have done something great in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he marry her? She is so beautiful and so good, and she deserves all the good things in the world. After she finished packing, Qin Yan couldn't help but hugged her into his arms again. "Thank you, wife." Thousands of words could not express the touch in his heart. In the end, Qin Yan had to clumsily and carefully hug her in his arms, as if he was holding some precious treasure. The man's emotions were too strong. Being held so cherished by him, Lin Wanshu's heart seemed to be melted by his heat. But in the end, she still pushed him with a red face. "Don't be like this. My brother will be back soon, and it will be bad if he sees us." She was clearly pushing someone away, but her voice was so soft that it was unbearable. Qin Yan felt that his wife was becoming more and more attractive. How could she be so seductive? After gritting his teeth, he reluctantly restrained himself and let go of her hand. "I really want to go back home as soon as possible. It's not convenient here at all." "Lin Wanshu." "You rascal." Lin Wanshu lightly hit his chest and spat. Qin Yan laughed dully. "I want to take you back to see what our house is like, wife. What are you thinking about?" Lin Wanshu didn't expect him to tease her like this, and her watery eyes couldn't help but widen. It was as if she met him for the first time. Qin Hua, who was stuffed with dog food as soon as he entered the door. He Monxiang from the Red Star Brigade waited and waited, but before she could share a room with Zhao Mingyuan, she received the news that Qin Hua was back. "What did you say?" "Qin Yan is fine and will be discharged soon?" she asked in disbelief. The women who were gossiping nearby couldn't help but feel a little strange to see her so excited. But she still said seriously, It's absolutely true. Qinhua just came back and brought a lot of things. I heard that they were all bought by Lin Wanshu. Sun Shifeng's mouth was almost grinning to her ears. Seeing her frowning every day a while ago, everyone in the team guessed that her son might be in bad condition. Who would have thought that he is not only fine now but also said that he has made great contributions? Who knows how far he can go in the future? The women talked about it one by one, but Himanxiang seemed to be struck by lightning. Impossible. How is this possible? How could he be okay? He was obviously dead in his previous life, and so many soldiers came and buried his military uniform personally. How come he is fine in the next life? Is it because of my rebirth? When Himanxiang thought about the fact that he didn't die because I persuaded Lin's father to marry Lin Wanshu to Qin Yan, she almost vomited blood. Why is she, Lin Wanshu, so lucky? Not only is her man not dead, but she will also follow the army in the future? Seeing that her face looked so bad and she was still muttering that it was impossible, the women were speechless. Himanxiang, what's wrong with you? We are all from the same village. Can't you hope for others to be better? That's right. Everyone is happy for the Qin family. What do you mean by having a sullen face? Others were seriously injured while defending their country, but she is just hoping for others to die. How can there be such a vicious person in the world? Himanxiang suddenly came to her senses after being bombarded with accusations and curses.
No,
I didn't mean that. In this conservative era, reputation is more important than anything else. If her words were to get out, she would be drowned in spit. Although Himanxiang was extremely resentful at the moment, she still had to explain. But no one believed her weak excuse.
Bah.
I think you are just jealous that Lin Wanshu got married well. Who said it wasn't? Looking at her like that, it must be that Zhao Mingyuan didn't feed her enough at night. Otherwise, how could she not have a baby in 2 years? Although this era is conservative, the curse words are really unpleasant to hear. Especially the women in the team. Each of them is experienced and knows how to poke someone's lungs. Sure enough, when she was poked in the sore spot, Himanxiang's face turned black. Many times, she almost couldn't help but tell the truth. But when she thought of the future wealth, she endured it. Not daring to confront this group of women with explosive fighting power, she ran away in shame.
See, I was right.
Is Zhao Mingyuan really not good enough? These discussions soon reached Zhao Mingyuan's ears. At that time, he and Wang Yongsheng were hiding in a dark cave. Mingyuan, what have you thought about that matter? Wang Yongsheng asked casually while tying his belt with a satisfied look on his face. Zhao Mingyuan's clothes were also messy. Hearing this, his face looked a little bad. What do you mean? I am not enough? You're still thinking about that witch? Seeing him putting on airs, Wang Yongsheng cursed in his heart, but he smiled on the surface.
How could that be?
You know me. I do this for your own good. Haven't you heard how outrageous the rumors in the village are recently? Wang Yongsheng, like Zhao Mingyuan, is a notorious scoundrel in the team, and no woman would look down on them. If he hadn't been lonely for a long time, how could he be seduced by Zhao Mingyuan and do such a thing? Although it is exciting, he still prefers soft women. Don't know what kind of luck Zhao Mingyuan has, a guy who is ridden. Actually let him marry a wife. Fortunately, his thing is useless. Wang Yongsheng knows that as long as he coaxes him, Himanxiang, that woman, will be his sooner or later. Sure enough, Zhao Mingyuan began to hesitate as soon as he finished speaking. Wang Yongsheng saw this and quickly added fuel to the fire. Besides, with our relationship, the child she is pregnant with is yours, right? You still need a son to support you in your old age, right? After much persuasion, Zhao Mingyuan gritted his teeth and finally gave in. Okay, I'll talk to her when I get back, and you don't say a word then. Seeing that he finally agreed, Wang Yongsheng was delighted and agreed in a hurry. The two of them whispered and calculated again, and then sneaked out of the cave separately. Himanxiang didn't know what Zhao Mingyuan was planning. When she heard that he was finally willing to consummate the marriage with her, she was overjoyed. As soon as it got dark, she took a careful bath amid Lu Jihua's scolding. After returning to the house, she didn't even put on clothes and got into the bed with a red face. At this moment, Her mind was full of the fact that she was about to get pregnant with Xiao Mingyuan's son. In the future, all his money would be hers. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She had even forgotten the unbearable rumors in the village. They knew nothing, so they would just wait to envy her in the future. With beautiful fantasies, He Manxiang waited until it was completely dark. It was pitch dark in the room again, and then she heard a creak from the door.
A sound.
Hearing the heavy breath that belonged only to men, He Manxiang's heart couldn't help but jump heavily. She had already tasted the taste of women, and couldn't help but clamp her legs together. But she didn't dare to make any moves, for fear that Zhao Mingyuan would back out again. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mingyuan today was obviously completely different from his usual tepidity. The impatient footsteps were accompanied by increasingly heavy breathing. He Manxiang was already half-numb before the man even came up. It turned out that he liked to play this kind of sneaky game. Then she had a direction in the future. After a while, a lean male body also got into the bed. Then, there was a blushing and heart-pounding movement in the quiet house. At the same time, in the woods behind the Zhao family's house, Zhao Mingyuan listened to the increasingly intense movement, his eyes dark, and no one knew what he was thinking. Qin Hua went back to Wunshe Military Hospital, and most of the time there were only a family of 3 left in the ward. Occasionally, a few comrades would come to visit, and Lin Wanshu got to know a lot of people because of this. A week later, the wounds on Qin Yan's head and body were mostly healed. Although his legs recovered slower than other wounds, he could now walk slowly on his own without anyone's support. However, Lu Guoyang was afraid that his left leg would be burdened, so he gave him a crutch. That day, Lu Guoyang examined and evaluated Qin Yan early in the morning. "There is nothing wrong with your body now. You can be discharged directly to recuperate." After each examination, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is simply a miracle." The medical skills left by our ancestors are obviously treasures, but unfortunately, they've been destroyed to a great extent over the years. Fortunately, Lin Wanshu was a military wife. No matter how long the cabinet committee's hand was, it could not reach into the army. There is no such thing as Chinese or Western medicine in the army. A good doctor is one who can cure diseases. After checking their bodies, Lu Guoyang issued discharge certificates to them. Lin Wanshu brought breakfast, and the family of 3 finished eating and then packed up. Not long after, Zheng Sanqiang and Shen Shuwen also came. Zheng Sanqiang wanted to carry Qin Yan downstairs, but Qin Yan felt that he could go downstairs on his own and refused to let him carry him. In the end, Zheng Sanqiang helped Qin Yan from the front, and Shen Shuwen followed behind to help carry the luggage. Lin Wanshu walked last with Xiao Miaomiao in his arms. The luggage was put on the military vehicle, and Lin Wanshu and Qin Yan sat in the back row with Xiao Miaomiao. Zheng Sanqiang was still driving, and Shen Shuwen was sitting in the passenger seat. Probably because Qin Yan was recovering well, several people were talking and laughing along the way. Mainly because Shen Shuwen talked too much, making Xiao Miaomiao giggle. There are many mountains in Yun province. Although it is only 70 or 80 kilometers from the hospital to the military garrison, it takes 4 or 5 hours to drive. It is hard for Shen Shuwen to make so many trips to the hospital to see Qin Yan. This friendship can no longer be summed up by the simple word brother. Although the mountainous terrain is difficult to walk on, Lin Wanshu is used to it. After all, their hometown is also full of mountains. Xiao Miaomiao had never been in a car a few times. She was jolted by the bumps. Not only did she not feel uncomfortable, she was also very happy. But while she was excited, Lin Wanshu felt uncomfortable. Every time there was a bump, she was afraid that the little one would be thrown away, so she could only hold the pull ring with one hand and hold her tightly with the other. Seeing that she was being jolted so hard, Qin Yan didn't care what the 2 people in front of him thought. He stretched out his hand and hugged her waist tightly, fixing her to his side so that she would not be thrown up. Zheng Sanqiang was also feeling miserable. He had been driving very carefully, but the road was really difficult. He had to drive while asking about Qin Yan's situation from time to time, for fear of knocking his leg. "It's okay, just drive your car properly." Qin Yan knew his situation well, and he was not the kind of person to show off. The car swayed all the way and finally arrived at Lan County. The entire county is located in a valley and is surrounded by mountains. In the past 2 years, their 7th Battalion was deployed across the city to perform tasks in Pe County. Now the entire battalion has been withdrawn to its original Lan County. Other troops have been stationed in Pe County. Their station in Lan County is near a mountain town about 10 kilometers away from the county seat. The station is also in an open space, but it looks like the open space was created by the troops blasting a low hilltop. After entering the army, turn left, and you will find the family home not far away. After entering the gate of the family courtyard, you can see a 4-story building in the distance, and there are brick houses with yards nearby. When applying for a family room, Shin Shuwen asked Lin Wanshu if he wanted to live in a building or a brick house. Lin Wanshu chose a brick house with a yard without hesitation. For this reason, Shin Shuwen was extremely surprised. It turns out that in this era, there were brick and tile houses or thatched houses everywhere, and buildings were rarely seen. When they heard that they could live in a building, many military wives were very happy. They all rushed to live in the building. They couldn't live in the building anymore, so they reluctantly moved into brick houses. How could Shin Shuwen be surprised when he saw that she took the initiative to choose a brick house instead of a building? After a while, the car stopped in front of a brick house. Although the house is said to have a yard, it is simply surrounded by a low fence, and the structure inside can be seen at a glance. There are 2 tile-roofed houses in the center, a smaller tiled-roofed house on the left, and an even smaller tiled-roofed house in the right corner. With just one glance, Lin Wanshu could roughly judge the structure of the courtyard. The one on the left must be the kitchen, and the one in the right corner is either a toilet, a shower room, or a 2-in-1. Sure enough, after getting off the bus, Shin Shuwen helped carry the luggage and introduced him enthusiastically. "Brother and sister, you are really discerning. The tile-roofed house is nice. The kitchen and toilet are independent. Does this mean that the kitchen and toilet in the building are shared?" Shin Shuwen didn't say anything, so Lin Wanshu could only guess. When Xiao Miao arrived in a new place, she was not afraid of strangers and struggled to get down and walk by herself. Lin Wanshu didn't restrain her and let Milkman run around the yard by himself. She helped Qin Yan go to the room. "I have asked your sister-in-law to clean the furniture. You can move in directly. If there is anything missing, just ask the warehouse." The furniture is all provided by the family home, with the same style and the same furnishings. Even the basin and hot water kettle are all equipped in the same way. It can be said that they can just move in with their bags. "Brother Shin, this is too much trouble for sister-in-law. I can just wipe it myself." The previous name Shin Shuwen felt was too unfamiliar, so he asked her to change it. Lin Wanshu saw that he was older than Qin Yan, so he simply called him Brother Shin. "Hey, what's the deal? We're all a family. Your sister-in-law has been looking forward to your coming here for a long time. It's your first time here, and you're not familiar with it. Your sister-in-law will come over soon. If you don't understand anything, just ask her," Shin Shuwen said enthusiastically, while helping them carry their luggage into the house. Lin Wanshu was naturally grateful for the kindness in his heart. "Okay, then I won't be polite to you anymore. When Ayn feels better, I will cook a meal and invite everyone to sit together so that we can get familiar with each other." "Well, I won't invite you when the time comes. I'll come by myself." After talking and laughing, Shin Shuwen continued to introduce the situation here to her. "The water is brought down from the mountains. You don't have to carry it. Just turn on the faucet and there will be water." Lin Wanshu felt that the conditions here were really good when he heard that there was no need to carry water. At home, whether before or after marriage, carrying water every day is an indispensable task. It took 2 or 3 trips to pick up a full tank. Every time I finished picking up, I was very tired. You have to pick up firewood yourself, but there are woods nearby. You can pick it up casually. Just be careful when you go out. Don't go alone. It's best to go with others," Shin Shuwen explained carefully, and Lin Wanshu agreed. "Listen carefully, and really." After explaining everything clearly, Shin Shuwen led Zeng Sanqiang away. Qin Yan is in the room now, trying to help pack the luggage. There are already a lot of folded clothes on the bed, and little Meow Meow is running around the room. Seeing that he couldn't sit still, Lin Wanshu felt helpless. He walked up quickly and sat him down on the bed. "Don't move. Just sit here, and I'll take care of you." Qin Yan, who originally wanted to help, could only sit on the bed obediently under the glare of his wife, watching her busy. Xiao Meow Meow couldn't rest for a second. When she saw her mother packing things, she climbed onto the bed to help. Lin Wanshu didn't care, stretched out his hand to lift her onto the bed, and continued to do his own business. The layout of the room is very simple, with a 1.5-meter wide wooden frame bed leaning against the wall and a wardrobe on one side of the bed. The wardrobe is also made of solid wood and is divided into 3 compartments. The one on the far right is a long lattice where clothes can be hung. The left side is divided into 2 layers, the upper one is shorter and the lower one is higher. Quilts can be placed on the lower layer, and folded clothes can be placed on the upper layer. The whole cabinet is not that big, but in this day and age, people don't have many clothes, so they just wear the same ones all year round. As the old saying goes, 3 years of new life take 3 years of old life, and another 3 years of mending. If a piece of clothing is worn out and cannot be worn, it is generally unlikely to be eliminated. Even if it really can't be worn, it can still be worn by children if it is modified. There is no way the conditions are like this, the whole country is poor, whose family does not live like this. There were not many clothes, so Lin Wanshu packed them casually and put them in the cabinet. But before she could close the cabinet door, the hem of her clothes was grabbed by Xiao Meow Meow. Mom, hearing Milkman shout, Lin Wanshu closed the cupboard door and turned around. "What's the matter, Meow Meow?" After asking, he saw the little guy holding a photo in front of him as if offering a treasure and shouted excitedly. Mom Qin Yan had sharp eyes and soon discovered what kind of photo is Xiao Meow Meow's hand. In a hurry, he stood up immediately. Wan. Lin Wanshu was startled, and when he was about to walk over, he saw the photo in Xiao Meow Meow's hand out of the corner of his eye. The person in the photo wears 2 pigtails and is sitting under a tree. He doesn't know what he is looking at. His young face is full of confusion. Is this a photo of her? She still keeps that outfit in the Qin family's cabinet. It was exactly what she wore when she graduated from junior high school. But why does she have a photo here? After taking the photo, Lin Wanshu raised his eyes to look at the nervous man beside the bed, paused, and then walked towards him step by step. Ta. The footsteps were neither urgent nor slow, but every step seemed to step on the apex of his heart. Qin Yan's heart was beating wildly, and his mouth was full of bitter taste. What would she think of herself? It was only a few steps away, but Qin Yan felt like a century had passed. He didn't know how long it had been before a soft little hand rested on his shoulder. Qin Yan's heart tightened, not knowing what she was going to do. It wasn't until the little hand on his shoulder pressed gently that he sat down on the bed like a puppet, following her force. "Don't you want to explain?" The woman's soft voice sounded in his ears. In those watery eyes, there was curiosity, exploration, and doubt, but no disgust. When Qin Yan met these eyes, his heart was slightly relaxed, but his palms were already wet with sweat. His Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously, and after a pause, he said, "The person in the photo studio took it secretly, and I asked him for it." As for how he asked for it, he didn't say. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu suddenly remembered that day after their junior high school class took graduation photos. She sat alone under the tree and heard the click. It turned out that they were really taking pictures of her, not her illusion. Taking photos was a big deal in that era. Whether it was male or female classmates, they would have already thought about what to wear that day, and even how to comb and tie their hair had been thought about countless times in their hearts. Lin Wanshu was no exception. It was precisely because of this that she would always remember the click sound that was unique to taking photos. The sound was clearly nearby, and there was no one else nearby, but she couldn't find the person who took the photo. At that time, she was still a 16-year-old girl, and she was shy and didn't dare to ask the photographer if he took her photo. Unexpectedly, after many years, this photo would come into her hands in this way. There was no plastic ceiling technology in that era, and this photo was probably because people often took it out to look at it, and the edges had faded a little. Looking at the photo in her hand that seemed to have been rubbed countless times, Lin Wanshu had an indescribable feeling in her heart. After a long while, she looked up again, and her pair of black and white eyes seemed to be able to speak.
Do you
Like me? Although it was a question, she was already 70% sure in her heart. Lin Wanshu was not stupid. A man had been carrying a woman's photo for so many years, and even other people in the army knew who she was. How could this not be love? It was just that this matter was somewhat magical. After all, they were really unfamiliar with each other, and they had not spoken much in the village, most of the time just simply saying hello. How could he like her? Hearing her words, Qin Yan's originally nervous eyes had a hint of surprise. I thought you knew. You just don't like him. Lin Wanshu blinked, a little confused. You didn't say it, how should I know? Qin Yan. The letter he wrote was too subtle. Couldn't she see it? If so, then he now had the urge to beat himself to death. It's my fault, the letter didn't make it clear. He shouldn't have written so obscurely, because he was afraid of scaring her. Lin Wanshu was even more confused. What letter? You wrote me a letter? Seeing her expression, Qin Yan suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart. Haven't you received the letter I wrote to you? I wrote you more than a dozen letters before we got married. He wanted to ask her several times why she didn't reply to him. But this idea was completely dispelled when he heard her tell her sisters that her ideal partner was a gentle gay man. It turned out that she didn't reply to him just because she didn't like him. Qin Yan also advised himself to let it go, but he couldn't do it at all. The more he forced himself, the more that little face appeared in his mind. Later, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he sent her a few more letters. But it was still a stone sinking into the sea. And now her reaction is telling him that she may not have received the letter he wrote at all? Sure enough, just thinking about this, he heard the woman's shocked voice. I haven't received your letter. Hearing her personally confirm that she really didn't receive his letter, Qin Yan was stunned on the spot. So it's not that she didn't want to respond to him, but she didn't know that she liked her from beginning to end? Qin Yan thought he had been in love for many years, but after being hit by the truth of the facts, he didn't know how to react, and his mind was buzzing. Seeing him like this, somehow, Lin Wanshu suddenly remembered the encounters she had in the team. His home and hers were at the head and the end of the village respectively, but she could always run into him near her home. This was not the point. The point was that there was a dead end in front of her house. So what she thought was a passing by was actually an encounter carefully created by the man, just to say hello to her. The more she thought about it, the more shocked she was, and at the same time, an unspeakable sadness rose in her heart. Whether in the previous life or this life, Lin Wanshu didn't know about the letter, nor did she know that there was a man in this world who had always liked her silently. Even until he died in the previous life, she didn't find out. Thinking of this, Lin Wanshu suddenly felt extremely heartbroken. I'm sorry. He died quietly like this, and she didn't know anything. I'm sorry. I really didn't know you wrote me a letter. Thinking of the box brought back by his comrade in the previous life, Lin Wanshu couldn't control her tears anymore. Qin Yan didn't expect her to cry, and was immediately frightened. He hugged her into his arms and coaxed her in a panic. It's okay, Wan, it's okay. Don't cry. While holding her, he patted her back and coaxed her. But Lin Wanshu, who was coaxed by him so gently, cried even more sadly. He didn't know what happened in his previous life. They should have been together, but in the end they were just two unfamiliar strangers until they died. How regretful was he when he left. From the time they met until now, Qin Yan had never seen her cry, let alone cry so sadly. For a moment, he felt so distressed that he didn't know what to do. Be good, my wife. Don't cry. It's not your fault. Thinking that someone was playing tricks behind his back and almost made him miss the person in his arms, Qin Yan's eyes flashed with a dark light. The two of them cried and coaxed each other, and they didn't know how long it took before Lin Wanshu finally stopped crying. And she also realized that at this time, she was carried to the bed by him, and the man held her tightly in his arms with both hands. That look was just like coaxing a child. The man's low and magnetic coaxing was still ringing in her ears. When she raised her eyes, she saw his well-defined jawline. He was so tough and resolute, but he was doing things that were completely inconsistent with his appearance. Lin Wanshu never thought that it could be like this between husband and wife. In other words, she never thought that this seemingly cold and hard man would one day hold her in his arms and pamper her gently. And he has silently liked her for so long. When she thought of this, Lin Wanshu's heart softened, and her whole body unconsciously followed the man's strength and softly pressed against him. How could Qin Yan not feel the woman's wholehearted dependence? In an instant, she felt that her bones were about to be crisp, so how could she care about the letter? Lin Wanshu looked slender, but in fact, she had a small frame. She was soft when she was hugged, and now she softened her body. How could the man bear it? At some point, the gentle coaxing changed. The hot breath, as the man's lips fell on the hair beside her ear. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but curl up her toes. But the remaining rationality in her mind told her that she couldn't go on like this. The baby was still in the room.
Don't. Meow Meow is.
When his lips were about to fall, Lin Wanshu stretched out her hand to block it. The hot kiss fell on her palm, and a tingling electric current spread throughout her body. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but tremble slightly. Qin Yan, who almost kissed the red lips, was also pulled back to reality. Seeing the little Meow Meow who had already crawled into the cabinet and was rummaging through the boxes, Qin Yan couldn't help but twitch his forehead. Meow Meow is big. When my legs are healed, I will clean up the room next door and let her sleep there. Lin Wanshu. Listen, is this human language? Unable to help, she stretched out her hand and pinched his waist. She's not even 1.5 years old. He was clearly pinching someone, but the force was as if he was acting coquettishly. Not only did it not hurt, it was almost fatal. Qin Yan couldn't help but wonder if the girl he married was a witch. After pinching someone, Lin Wanshu did not stay in bed for long, but wrung out a towel to apply to her eyes. It would be bad if someone came and saw her red eyes and misunderstood. After applying the eye mask, her emotions calmed down. The couple started to talk about the letter again. Qin Yan only then realized that the letters he had sent to Lin Wanshu in the past 2 years had also been taken away, leaving only the money. No wonder she didn't know that the money was sent to her. After checking, the scope of suspects was narrowed down. However, he didn't want to alert the enemy, because it might involve people in the army. Evidence must be collected before it can be done in one fell swoop. I will find out about this matter. You wait for it. Qin Yan rubbed her little head and didn't intend to let her worry about it. For his undisguised doting, Lin Wanshu went from being embarrassed at the beginning to gradually sinking into his tenderness. Especially when she thought that he had liked her for so many years and they had missed each other regretfully in their previous life. She didn't want to be hypocritical anymore, but just wanted to manage this relationship well. Well, I don't need to worry about it. Don't worry about it either. Let's take it slowly. After pulling his hand, Lin Wanshu continued to pack her luggage. Xiao Meow Meow had just turned the things in the cabinet all over the floor. Lin Wanshu criticized her a few words before taking the little guy to put the things back into the cabinet. You should put things back to their original places after taking them out, right? It's so messy to throw them on the floor. What if you accidentally trip over them? Although the little guy didn't understand what his mother said, he probably knew that he had made trouble, so he helped to pack up his things obediently. Fortunately, they didn't have much stuff, and after a while, the house became clean and tidy again. After Lin Wanshu finished packing her luggage, she prepared to cook and boil medicine. Just now in Lan County, Zheng Sanqiang stopped the car specially for her to buy things. Lin Wanshu not only bought daily necessities, but also bought rice, flour, grain, and oil. But it was late, so she didn't buy meat and she didn't even have meat bones. Fortunately, there were eggs, so she bought a basket directly. Lin Wanshu planned to make a simple egg noodle dish, and then ask other military wives how they got the vegetables. The kitchen was spacious. There was an octagonal table as soon as she entered the door, with a bench on each side. In the corner was a wooden cupboard that was 1 person tall, but it was empty. Fortunately, Shin Shuwen had already told her about the situation. Lin Wanshu not only bought bowls and chopsticks in the county town, but also bought a pot. In the other corner of the kitchen was a dark stove, and next to the stove was a large vat that was already filled with water. Shin Shuwen had just said that the water here was newly connected and could be used directly. Next to the stove was a pile of firewood, with 2 large bundles of firewood in the pile. Needless to say, these must have been made by Shin Shuwen and his wife. Before they even met, Lin Wanshu was full of affection for the enthusiastic sister-in-law. She decided to make another egg cake and take it to thank her later. Lin Wanshu took the pot to the water vat to wash it. There was a new loofah hanging on the stove, and Lin Wanshu took it down and used it to wash the pot. There was a circle of bricks around the water tank and the place connected to the stove, so there was no need to worry about the water flowing out. The water scoop was also uniformly matched, but there was a corner that was burnt. Fortunately, it did not affect the use, so she used it first. Lin Wanshu scooped a scoop of water and just poured it into the pot. She heard someone calling outside. "Qin Yans, are you in there?" "Hey, I'm here." Lin Wanshu responded and hurried out of the kitchen. As soon as she went out, she saw a young female comrade holding a bunch of green vegetables in her hand, walking towards her with a smile. "I'm from Shun Shuen's family. My name is Ji Hualan. I just heard him say that you are back, so I came to see you. It turns out to be sister-in-law. I was just thinking about visiting you later, but I didn't expect you to come. Come in and sit down." Lin Wanshu hurriedly invited people in. "Hey, let's not be so polite to each other, sister-in-law. You call me Hualan and I'll call you Wanshu from now on, okay?" The 2 men have a good relationship, so Ji Hualan naturally hopes to get along well with Lin Wanshu. Lin Wanshu also has this idea, so she follows her words and calls her Hualan. "Hey, it sounds much more comfortable this way. These are the vegetables I grew myself. I thought you just came here and you were short of things, so I brought you a bunch. How can I be embarrassed? You've helped me so much. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just a matter of convenience, just take it, we still have a long way to go in the future." After hearing her say this, Lin Wanshu didn't refuse anymore. "Then I won't be polite to you. If you are polite to me, I will be angry with you." The 2 talked as they walked in. "By the way, how is your husband?" Although Shin Shuwen had already told her the general situation, since she had come to the door, how could she not greet him? "It's fine now. The doctor said that he will be able to walk normally in 10 days. It is said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, but it is not known whether the medicine she prescribed is too effective or Qin Yan's physique is too strong. These days, his recovery speed is much faster than before. This is why he decided to return to the army instead of his hometown." "That's great. You don't know that when your man was just hospitalized, my old Shin suffered from insomnia every day. Sometimes I woke up in the middle of the night and saw him smoking." Ji Hualan felt distressed to see him like this. Originally, everyone thought that Qin Yan would probably not wake up, and even if he woke up, he might become disabled. Unexpectedly, he not only woke up, but also returned to the army. His recovery is a great thing for the 7th Battalion, and Ji Hualan is naturally happy from the bottom of her heart. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu's heart was also warm. "Thanks to you, otherwise I dare not think about what he would have done." He didn't make it in the last life, and Lin Wanshu couldn't help but feel scared every time he thought of it. It's also because of his strong ability. If it were someone else in that situation, he might have died on the spot. But he wiped out 5 enemies by himself and rescued Su Minghui. Such extreme operations are no longer something that ordinary people can do. Now he not only woke up, but also had no sequelae. It goes without saying that he will definitely have a bright future. Lin Wanshu invited her into the kitchen and quickly moved a bench for her to sit down. But Ji Hualan was not someone who could sit idle, so how could she sit down?
"Don't worry about me.
I just came to take a look. I have to go back to cook later." It was already noon, and the 2 kids at home were crying for food. Seeing this, Lin Wanshu didn't force it anymore. "I was also preparing to make lunch. I didn't expect you to bring me some vegetables. I deserve a treat." While putting the vegetables into the basket, she smiled at her. That porcelain white little face was originally beautiful, and this smile almost dazzled Ji Hualan's eyes. TSK, what's wrong with your face? No wonder my husband Shin said that your man calls your name in his dreams." Ji Hualan's words made Lin Wanshu blush. Hualan, stop teasing me. What's going on?
Hey,
Don't disbelieve it. Everyone in the camp knows it. Otherwise, with his taciturn personality, how could he let so many people know that he likes a girl? Lin Wanshu was afraid that she would get more and more outrageous, so she quickly changed the subject. Hualan, you just said that you grew these vegetables yourself? I just got here, and I don't understand, can I grow these vegetables too? Seeing that she was shy, Ji Hualan stopped teasing her and said seriously, I came here to tell you about this. Our family compound has allocated some land to each household. There are 2 acres of fields for growing rice and a few acres of land for growing vegetables. It's not urgent since you just got here. I'll take you to have a look tomorrow. In theory, the army will try its best to arrange a job for the wives of soldiers who accompany the army. However, the country's industry is too backward now, and jobs are extremely scarce. Their 7th Battalion can only arrange a few jobs in a year. Don't the remaining family members have to be arranged with something to do? Moreover, the conditions in this era were difficult. Even soldiers needed to farm to be self-sufficient, not to mention the wives of soldiers who had no jobs. That's great. I'll go find you tomorrow. Lin Wanshu was more than happy to have someone take her to familiarize herself with the environment. After the 2 of them talked and laughed for a while, Ji Hualan lowered her voice and introduced the situation here to her. It turned out that the family compound was actually a small society. Although they were all wives of soldiers, they were also divided into different factions. Those from the city looked down on those from the countryside, and those from the countryside also thought that the wives of soldiers from the city were too delicate. On weekdays, the 2 gangs kept to themselves and only pretended to be friendly in front of men. Ji Hualan was one of the few people who could get along with both sides. But you don't have to worry. The army emphasizes strength. If you can get along, get along. If you can't get along, don't force it. If someone really makes trouble, you don't have to swallow your anger. People are bullies and fear the strong, and it's the same here. Lin Wanshu knew that she was reminding herself, and she was very grateful. When Ji Hualan said goodbye, she took out a bag of peanut candy from an oil paper bag under the cover of the cupboard and stuffed it into her. I just came here and didn't prepare anything. This is the peanut candy I brought from my hometown. It's fragrant and crispy. You can take it back for your nephews. Although peanut candy is not expensive, it is a rare snack in this era of material scarcity, and children like it very much. No, I just came to give you some vegetables. How can it be worth you giving me so much candy? Ji Hualan refused to accept it and pushed it back to her. It's not a valuable thing. If you don't accept it, how can I bother you next time? Lin Wanshu glanced at her and stuffed the candy again. After a lot of pushing and shoving, Ji Hualan finally accepted the peanut candy. Then I won't be polite with you. I'll call you tomorrow morning to save you a trip. Her house is not far from here, with 3 houses in between. When she was leaving, she pointed to her door. Okay, I remember. If you have any questions, I'll come find you. The 2 hit it off right away and were already very familiar with each other when they left. Just after sending Ji Hualan out of the house, Lin Wanshu was about to go back when she saw someone walking out of the yard next door. She was wearing a light blue dress, and her long hair was tied into a high ponytail. She looked sweet and fashionable. Hey, are you the new one? The woman squinted and looked her up and down. Lin Wanshu. Is this person Yu Fongfong, the wife of the deputy head of the regiment that Ji Hualan mentioned just now? Who are you calling? The smile on Lin Wanshu's face had cooled down, and she looked back at her indifferently. Of course I'm calling you. Is there anyone else here? Yu Fongfong rolled her eyes. Even a country girl like me knows that people you don't know should be addressed as comrades. You look so well dressed, and you don't seem uneducated. How come you didn't learn what politeness is when you were in school? After all, Lin Wanshu was the actual controller of the group in her previous life. How could she reach that position without some strength? At this moment, she just put away the smile on her face, but there was an indescribable pressure. These words made Yu Fongfong blush directly. But she was obviously spoiled. When she realized that she was actually scared by a country woman, her face suddenly turned black. You dare to say that I am uneducated? Do you know that I am the only one with a college degree in the family compound? Lin Wanshu looked her up and down with some suspicion, paused, and then said, You have a college education? Yu Fongfong had already raised her head and chest, waiting for this countrywoman to feel ashamed, but she never thought that she would react like this. You don't believe it? She asked, a little annoyed. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that you look. Lin Wanshu she didn't look like a cultured person at all. In the past, when she revealed her identity as a college student, she received looks of admiration and envy. How could Yu Fongfong have ever been doubted like this? She immediately felt insulted. Wait, I'll go get my college diploma and show it to you. She was determined to blind her dog eyes later. Lin Wanshu. Why is this a bit strange? But how could she ask her to go back and get her diploma? Before Fongfong turned around, Lin Wanshu said, You don't need a diploma. Since you are a college student, you must know more than me. How about this? Why don't I give you some questions to test you? If you can answer all of them, I will believe you. If this was said by an ordinary person, he would definitely be angry. But Yu Fongfong was obviously not an ordinary person. When she heard that Lin Wanshu was going to test her, she not only did not object, but also said angrily, Let's test. If I answer all the questions, you have to apologize to me. Lin Wanshu didn't expect that she would be so easily fooled. For a moment, she didn't have the heart to bully her. Okay, if you answer all the questions, I will apologize to you. After that, Lin Wanshu began to ask questions. Which one hurts more if you hit your head with a watermelon or a winter melon of the same size? Yu Fongfong. What kind of a weird question is this? Even a child can answer it, right? Yu Fongfong suspected that there might be fraud, but then she thought that she must be uneducated and couldn't ask any profound questions, so she asked such a shallow question. Based on the density of winter melon is higher than that of watermelon, so it must be more painful to hit your head with a winter melon. Yu Fongfong said confidently. Although she was recommended to go to college, she at least went to high school, which was much better than those who went to college before graduating from elementary school. But just as she finished her confident answer, she saw Lin Wanshu shaking her head.
Wrong.
My head hurts. Hearing this unexpected but reasonable answer, Yu Fongfong was stunned for a moment. Then her nose twisted, and she glared at Lin Wanshu. You're kidding me. Lin Wanshu pursed her lips slightly and barely managed to hold back her laughter. After a pause, she continued, The previous question was just to let you exercise your brain. Now I'm going to ask the real question. Okay, if you dare to play tricks on me again, don't blame me for being rude. Yu Fongfong crossed her arms over her chest, looking like she was already very angry and she'd better not mess with her. There was a bear that fell into a 10-meter pit and took 1 second. What color is this bear? After hearing this question, Yu Fongfong's first reaction was that she was playing tricks on her again. What do you mean? Do you think I'll be fooled by you again? A bear falling into a pit. What does it have to do with its color? So you can't answer it? Lin Wanshu asked with a raised eyebrow. Then tell me, what color is this bear? If you can't tell, don't blame her for biting her to death. Seeing that she was about to get angry again, Lin Wanshu found it very funny and didn't keep her in suspense. She announced the answer. It's white.
Why?
Yu Fongfong blurted out. She felt that she was just fooling around. How could she conclude that this bear was white? The gravity acceleration of a bear falling is 9.8 meters per second. Only the North and South poles on the Earth have a gravity acceleration close to 10 meters per second. If you have studied geography, you will know that there are no bears in Antarctica, so this is a polar bear. Unexpectedly, there was really an answer. Yu Fongfong's face suddenly turned red. This doesn't count. The questions you ask are too tricky. Seeing that she was not convinced, Lin Wanshu was not in a hurry and asked some physics, chemistry, and geography knowledge involved in life. After this test, Yu Fongfong's head, which was originally held high, had drooped down without knowing when. At this moment, she was doubting her life. You really only have a junior high school education? Why do you know so much? Lin Wanshu. I am smart and studious. I usually borrow some books to read and learn. It is true that she learned by herself, but she also spent a lot of time, and it is not that she learned by just reading casually. But Yu Fangfang didn't know that. After hearing her say that, she thought she was a genius. You are too amazing, right? She can learn so much by self-study. If she can study in high school and university seriously, what will happen? Lin Wanshu. It seems that she is not completely as arrogant and difficult to get along with as Ji Hualan said, but like a spoiled child. It's just average, she said, pretending to be calm. In Yu Fangfang's eyes, she felt that she was a master who acted low-key. Okay, since you have some ability, I allow you to come to my house to play, she said with a condescending look. Lin Wanshu. Thank you for the invitation, but I may not have much time, so I won't go to your house. After saying this with a smile, Lin Wanshu turned around and went back to the kitchen. She still had to cook. Yu Fangfang looked at her leaving back and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She just left like that? Doesn't she want to come in and visit her yard? There are so many flowers planted in her yard. Doesn't she see it? Yu Fangfang, who is used to being flattered, is in a bad mood. Why does she ignore her? Is it because she is smarter than herself? Finally, after glaring at the kitchen next door, Yu Fangfang turned back to her room angrily. But just as she entered, a slender figure in military uniform appeared outside the fence. As soon as Yu Fangfang entered the house, she poured herself a cup of tea and drank it up. Just after finishing one cup and preparing to pour another cup, she heard a voice with disgust. Yu Fangfang, do you think you are a cow chewing a peony? How can you drink tea like this? Hearing this, Yu Fangfang was a little speechless. She rolled her eyes and said, I'm at home. I can drink whatever I want. What does it have to do with you? Ji Qiurong choked, and then there was a hint of helplessness on her face. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm afraid you'll embarrass your grandfather outside. Hearing this, Yu Fangfang couldn't help but sneer. Who is your grandfather? Ji Qiurong, do you have to be so thick-skinned? You were just brought here by your mother. Your last name is Ji, not Yu. Yu Fangfang was used to being straightforward. As long as she was unhappy, her father would not show any mercy to her, not to mention that she was just a stepsister. Ji Qiurong, who was squeezed by the barrage, almost couldn't maintain her expression. But when she thought of the purpose of her coming here today, she endured it again. With a gentle smile on her face, she asked casually, I heard that the battalion commander of the 7th Battalion went back to the family compound today. When Yu Fangfang saw her like this, she felt that she had bad intentions. Don't think that you don't know that she, Ji Qiurong, is just like her mother, with a lot of bad intentions. Why do you care so much about other people's family affairs? Rolling her eyes again, Yu Fangfang said in a somewhat indifferent manner. Ji Qiurong looked at her, who was always so high and mighty, and felt indescribable disgust in her heart. But in order to come to the family compound frequently in the future, she endured it. Isn't this just to show my concern? After all, we have been to the front line together, and we are comrades in arms after all. Hearing her hypocritical words, Yu Fangfang wanted to laugh. Ji Qiurong, do you think I am stupid? She was concerned about her comrades in arms, but why didn't she greet Su Minghui? Su Minghui is still in the hospital. Yikviurong. It's not that she thinks she is stupid, but most people think that Yu Fangfang is not smart. It's just that due to her status, no one dared to say it to her face. Lowering her eyes to cover up the contempt in her eyes, Ji Qiurong said a little hurt, Fangfang, why do you think so? In my heart, you are like my own sister, and I promised Uncle Yu that I would take good care of you. You should save this to coax my old man. I don't buy your tricks. Yu Fangfang waved her hand impatiently. If you're all right, leave now. I hate the noise and can't stand the buzzing of flies in my ears. The disdain almost made Ji Qiurong so angry that she was smoking. What was she so proud of? Wasn't it just that she was born into a good family and caught the eye of Mr. Yu? If she was also the biological granddaughter of the Yu family, what would Yu Fangfang have to do with her? The more Ji Qiurong thought about it, the angrier she became, and her face was almost twisted. Seeing that she had failed again, Yu Fangfang was overjoyed. She picked up the teapot again, poured herself a cup of tea, and drank it comfortably. It was so cool. It was a pity that the neighbor next door didn't get to drink her tea, otherwise she would definitely be envious. But when she thought about how she had just ignored her invitation and left like that, Yu Fongfong suddenly felt that the tea was not so fragrant. Ji Qiurong was left aside like this, looking at Yu Fongfong, who didn't even look at her. Her face turned black and red, red and black, changing back and forth. If you are not free today, I will come to see you in 2 days, Ji Qiurong said with a forced smile. Anyway, the man has moved into the family compound. She has been waiting for so many years. What's the point of waiting for 1 or 2 days? Yu Fongfong couldn't wait for her to leave. Without even raising her head, she waved her hand again, as if to shoo away a fly. Go away, go away. I will not be free in 2 days. Don't come. Those words were asking for a beating. Ji Qiurong was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would beat her up. Breathing in and out, forcing herself to calm down, she put on that gentle smile again. Fong, don't joke. I promised Uncle Yu to take care of you, and I will definitely do it. After saying that, she turned around and left gracefully. Yu Fong. Shen Jin. After the inexplicable person left, Yu Fong felt that the air became fresher. But why didn't Feng Yandong come back? She was almost starving to death. Rubbing her stomach, Yu Fong felt a little depressed. She can't cook and has never cooked a meal. Either Feng Yandong calls back or she eats at work with the baby. But today she is on leave, so she can only wait for Feng Yandong to bring food. But after waiting for a long time, the meal hasn't arrived yet, but she smells a delicious smell coming from the yard next door. Yu Fong sniffed hard and felt even hungrier. Who is the wicked one? The food smells so good? Is he deliberately trying to make her hungry to death? Mom, I'm so hungry. Suddenly, a little kid in a military uniform and a crew cut walked in from outside. Seeing that he was covered in mud, Yu Fong couldn't help but twitching her forehead. Feng Jianxi, are you itching for trouble? Yu Fong slammed the table and yelled at him. At the next door, Lin Wanshu was steaming egg cakes at the moment. Xiao Miao smelled the smell and staggered in. Seeing that she wanted to climb onto the stove, Lin Wanshu reminded her, Miao, be careful of the heat. The little girl had suffered before, and when she heard that it was hot, she immediately took a step back. But her eyes were staring at the stove. Squeak after her saliva. The little girl pointed at the smoking pot lid and said, Be good and wait a moment, the egg cake will be ready soon. Lin Wanshu rubbed her head and comforted her. But the little girl was so greedy that she was not so easy to be comforted.
Squeak.
The little head shook off her mother's hand, and she reiterated her request again. Seeing that she couldn't be coaxed, Lin Wanshu was about to get her some delicious food to get rid of it, and then she saw a little head wearing a military cap sticking out of the door. Whose child is this? Lin Wanshu was a little surprised, but before he could ask, he saw the little girl running in. Pretty sister. Hearing the voice, Xiao Miao turned her head and saw a fellow who was not much taller than her running towards her. Perhaps there was an inexplicable attraction between the two babies. The two stood face to face, and Xiao Miao instantly forgot about eating egg cake. Blinking her watery eyes, she tilted her head, as if thinking about something. After a moment, she shouted vaguely, Pot little friend, where are you from? Lin Wanshu hurriedly greeted the little guest who came to the house. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw a familiar water blue figure also appeared at the door. The four eyes met, and Yu Fong grinned at her. You didn't have time to play with me, so I came by myself. Lin Wanshu. Her silence was deafening. Lin Wanshu didn't expect Yu Fong to come to her so soon. This was really a bit unexpected, so she couldn't react at all. Yu Fong walked in without waiting for her to say hello and raised the bag in her hand towards her. I know that you have to bring gifts when you visit someone. This is the candy I give you. Don't say I'm rude. Lin Wanshu looked at the bag she was carrying, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Such a big bag, full of candies? It must weigh 2 or 3 pounds. Unable to help it, she asked helplessly, Is this how you always give gifts? Seeing that her expression was wrong, Yu Fongfong froze at first, and then stuffed the bag in her carelessly, and said angrily, "You don't like it? I've already given you my favorite thing. Don't be ungrateful." Feng Yandong usually didn't let her eat too much. If it weren't for her ability, she wouldn't have given this. "It hurts so much." Lin Wanshu. "This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Milk candy is expensive to begin with, and you need a ticket. Ordinary people are basically reluctant to buy this. Giving away a handful of this kind of candy is enough to make people happy. Giving away 2 or 3 pounds at a time, isn't that a big deal?" Yu Fongfong waved her hand impatiently.
Just take it if I give it to you.
"Why are you talking so much?" As she spoke, she walked curiously towards the stove that was emitting white smoke. "What are you cooking? It smells so good that it has even drifted into my house." Lin Wanshu knew that this girl couldn't be treated with common sense, so she simply put the candy on the table and brought it back to her later. "I'm making egg cakes, and they will be steamed in 5 minutes. After saying that, she casually asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Have you eaten yet" is a unique Chinese greeting similar to hello and good morning. But as soon as she asked this, she heard Yu Fongfong say bluntly, "Not yet, I'm starving." As she spoke, she rubbed her belly. Feng Jianxi, who was standing by, didn't bother to talk to his pretty sister. When he heard Lin Wanshu steaming egg cakes, he came over eagerly. The mother and son's stomachs growled at the same time. Lin Wanshu. Guests are welcome, and Lin Wanshu's impression of Fongfong was not that bad, so she asked the mother and son to sit down. "Wait here for a moment, the egg cake will be ready soon." As she said that, she took out a small bowl of peanut candy and a plate of mung bean cakes from the cupboard. "I made this peanut candy myself, you can try it. And the mung bean cakes, I just bought them in the county." It's not that Lin Wanshu doesn't have other things to entertain the guests. It's just that she just came to the family compound, and it's impossible for her to take out so many things casually. Otherwise, even if others don't think too much, Qin Yan will find it strange. Yu Fongfong didn't know what politeness meant, not to mention that she was starving now, so she didn't care about anything and picked up a piece of peanut and put it in her mouth to bite. After a bite, it was crispy and crunchy. After chewing it carefully, the unique taste of peanuts mixed with an unknown fragrance spread in the mouth, and Yu Fongfong's eyes suddenly lit up amazingly.
"Well,
what the Hades, it's too delicious," she said vaguely while chewing peanuts in her mouth. Feng Jianxi was also very hungry. He picked up the things on the table and gobbled them up and didn't bother to talk at all. Seeing that the mother and son looked like they hadn't eaten for 800 years, Lin Wanshu was silent again. After a pause, she said, "If you like it, I'll bring you some back later." Upon hearing this, Yu Fongfong's eyes lit up even brighter. "You said it. You can't lie to me." An expression that said if she dared to lie to him, she would not be friends with her. Lin Wanshu. Somehow, I had the illusion that I was touched by taffy. Xiao Miao was probably used to Feng Jianxi's wolfing down of food. Not only did she not find it strange, she also stretched out her little paw, grabbed a piece of mung bean cake, and handed it to him. Squeak Feng Jianxi was immediately moved. Reaching out to take the mung bean cake, he patted his chest with a moved look on his face. "Thank you, sister. I will protect you in the future. With me around, no one dares to bully you." The child was only 4 or 5 years old, but she spoke very maturely. Xiao Miao didn't know what protection was, but she could feel the kindness of others. Her eyes were curved with a smile, so cute that Yu Fongfong's heart was almost melted. Looking at her own dark-skinned son, and then at the other person's fair and tender daughter, she suddenly felt that the peanut candy in her mouth was not fragrant anymore. "Wan, how did you give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Teach me some experience." Next time she wants to give birth to such a beautiful daughter and dress her in the same sari as herself. Yu Fongfong felt so happy when she thought of that scene. Lin Wanshu didn't know how to react to her familiar address. Who would have thought that this guy was so arrogant just now? But she didn't say anything. After all, they are all from the same family compound, and it is better to get along than to be enemies. It's not difficult. Eat more tomatoes and fruits when you are pregnant, and the baby will have better skin when it is born. As for how much better it will be, it all depends on genes. Yu Fongfong didn't understand any of this, so after hearing her say this, she wrote it down carefully. I'll ask the director for some land later to grow tomatoes, and I'll eat a few when I'm free. Unlike most other military wives, Yu Fongfong has never worked in the fields. Now, in order to give birth to a fair and tender daughter in the future, she has even begun to consider growing vegetables. Lin Wanshu didn't care about her. She calculated the time and found that the egg cake had been steamed. As soon as the pot was opened, the rich fragrance instantly filled the whole kitchen. When Yu Fongfong smelled the smell, she didn't care about eating peanut candy anymore and ran to the stove. When she saw the yellow egg cake in the pot clearly, she couldn't help swallowing hard.
Wow.
It smells so good. Wawan, did you really make this yourself? Woo woo woo. It looks so delicious. The two little ones also gathered around. Feng Jianxi was tall and could see the tempting pastry without standing on tiptoe. But Xiao Miao Miao was not even as tall as the stove. Seeing that she couldn't see anything, she became anxious. Her mouth drooped, and she was about to cry. Don't cry, sister, I'll hug you. Feng Jianxi is worthy of being a little man. He said he would take care of his sister, and he really did. Noticing that she couldn't see, he hurried to comfort her. While speaking, little Jianxi stretched out two hands that were not much bigger than his sister's, hugged her belly from behind, and lifted her up with force. Xiao Miao Miao finally saw the egg cake in the pot, and her little face lit up. Monster Lin Wanshu looked at the three pairs of eyes like searchlights, feeling both amused and helpless. It will be ready soon. You go wait at the table. As she said that, she found 2 pieces of clean cloth, placed them on the edge of the basin, and picked up the egg cake and the basin. When they heard that there would be food soon, the 1 big and 2 small ones rushed back to the table like the wind. Seeing that Xiao Miao Miao couldn't climb up the stool, Yu Fongfong finally acted a little like an adult, picked her up and put her on the stool to sit. As for her son, who was trying hard to climb up the stool, she seemed to have not seen it. Feng Jianxi was probably used to his mother's unreliability and didn't count on her at all. After a while, he also climbed up the bench and sat down. Then Lin Wanshu also brought the egg cake to the table. The 1 big and 2 small ones screamed again, and their saliva was about to fall to the ground. Lin Wanshu didn't let them wait any longer and took out the tableware and set it. But before she could cut the egg cake, 2 more people appeared at the door. One was about 20 years old with a big belly, and the other had short hair and was about 40 or 50 years old.
Oh.
It seems we came at the wrong time, the older aunt said a little embarrassedly, but her eyes were fixed on the egg cake on the table. Anyone who could appear here must be a soldier's family member. Lin Wanshu quickly put down the knife and went forward to greet people enthusiastically. What are you talking about, aunt? I'm so happy that you can come to see me. Come in and sit down. I just made egg cake. You can come and taste it. Egg cake, just by hearing the name, you know that it is a rare thing. The young female comrade was obviously shy and refused to go into the house. No, you guys eat it. My husband said that Captain Sheen was discharged from the hospital and asked me and my mother-in-law to come and see him. Huang Fengming's face was full of embarrassment, holding a handful of beans in her hand. But her words attracted Hu Indi's disgusted glare.
He.
How can I be so embarrassed? But I have lived to this age, and I have never tasted what egg cake tastes like. While saying this, Hu Indi grabbed Huang Fengming's arm, not caring at all that she was still pregnant, and dragged her into the kitchen. Lin Wanshu saw this and almost couldn't help frowning. Fearing that she would pull the woman down, she hurried forward to support the pregnant woman's other arm. Only then did she realize that the pregnant woman's arm was so thin that only a little pitiful flesh was left covering the bones. Looking at Huang Fengming being dragged away, Yu Fongfong couldn't help rolling her eyes. She moved her lips and wanted to say something, but when she thought that this was Lin Wanshu's home and that she had just moved in, she endured it. Lin Wanshu helped the pregnant woman sit on a stool, then called the aunt and said, "Aunt, please sit anywhere. I'll go get 2 pairs of chopsticks." said a polite word as usual, but sat down on the main seat without any hesitation. But as soon as she sat down, she was met with Yu Fangfang's somewhat contemptuous gaze. Hu Indi was stunned, as she didn't expect her to be here too. Then he smiled ingratiatingly again. Deputy Captain's wife, you are here too? Although everyone dislikes Yu Fangfang and thinks she is too arrogant. But Hu Indi doesn't think so. His grandfather is the head of Beijing City, so what's wrong with being a little arrogant? However, Yu Fangfang obviously didn't want to pay attention to her. She made a bland sound from her nose and said nothing more. Huang Fengming felt more and more uncomfortable. When Lin Wanshu came back, she handed over the crooked beans in her hand and said in a whisper, These are beans I grew myself. I was afraid that you didn't have any vegetables when you first arrived, so I brought some over. Lin Wanshu saw that she looked embarrassed and was obviously aware that her beans were not good enough to present. Combined with the Annie next to him who seemed honest but had shrewdness and calculation in her eyes, it was not difficult to guess whose idea it was to grow these beans. Although she was reluctant to accept it, seeing that she looked like she was about to cry, Lin Wanshu still reached out and took it. Sister-in-law is thoughtful. Nodding, she took the beans and put them in the basket. Her attitude was neither as enthusiastic as before nor cold. Without further delay, she picked up the knife and started cutting the egg cake. Egg cake is actually not that big, about 9 inches in size, but it is not thin, about 10 centimeters. She first cut 3 pieces and set aside 2 to give to Ji Hualan and 1 to Qin Yan. Cut the remaining into 6 equal pieces and place 1 piece in each bowl. I just made it casually. Aunts and sisters-in-law, please try it. Don't be restrained. Lin Wanshu greeted the few people. Huang Fengming looked at the fragrant egg cake in the bowl with her eyes wide open, and she couldn't help but drool. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten eggs, not to mention that the egg cake smelled of milk. Without even tasting it, she could imagine how delicious it was. But even though she was extremely greedy, Huang Fengming didn't dare to move. She did not forget what her mother-in-law told her when she came. On the other side, the little babies couldn't wait any longer. Little Meow Meow didn't even stretch out her hands. She opened her mouth and started biting the egg cake. But before she could bite it, a hand next to her quickly blocked her little mouth. It's hot. Wait a minute before eating. Lin Wanshu stopped him with some helplessness and amusement. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Miao Miao was about to eat the egg cake, but her mother stopped her. How could she be willing to do that? With her eyebrows furrowed and eyes glaring, she said in a rather fierce tone, Yes. When Yu Fangfang saw it, her heart immediately melted. Okay, our Meow Meow wants to eat. Can Annie it for you? The gentle voice frightened Feng Jianxi so much that he leaned back and almost fell off the stool. Barely holding onto the table, he looked at his mother in shock. It be that he was switched? Xiao Miao Miao didn't care about all that. When she heard that her aunt was going to her, she quickly pushed the bowl over. After receiving the baby's request for help, Yu Fangfang no longer cared about eating the egg cake. She picked up the bowl and started blowing it patiently for her. Hu Indi felt very uncomfortable when she saw Yu Fangfang, who had just ignored her, was actually so nice to a little girl. A little girl need to eat so many egg cakes? What a waste. She didn't say this out loud, but she couldn't hide the disgust in her eyes. Lin Wanshu happened to be standing behind her and did not notice her gaze. But Xiao Miao Miao sensed Hu Indi's ill intentions, and she leaned towards Yu Fangfang with some fear. Yu Fangfang thought she had finally won the baby's favor and was immediately filled with joy. Come, little darling, eat some egg cake. As she spoke, she put a small piece of cooled egg cake into her mouth. The little baby ate the delicious egg cake and forgot about the strange old lady opposite him. After eating a small piece with satisfaction, she pointed at the remaining egg cake. Yes, Yu Fangfang had no resistance to her at all. As soon as the baby finished speaking, she picked up another piece. Huang Fengming looked at the pampered Xiao Miao Miao opposite her, her eyes full of bitterness. They are both daughters, so why is my own daughter the one who is looked down upon? She couldn't figure it out. Lin Wanshu was a little surprised to see that she didn't move her chopsticks. Sister-in-law, why don't you eat it? I just put eggs, milk, flour, and sugar into this egg cake. I didn't add anything else. It's okay for pregnant women to eat it. Every time Lin Wanshu mentioned an ingredient, Huang Fengying couldn't help swallowing. But at the same time, my heart was becoming increasingly bitter. These are things she wouldn't even dare to think about on a normal day. She obviously gave birth to a daughter, so why can she take so many things and waste them? However, he had to look at Hu Indi's face even when eating sweet potato porridge for fear that he would beat and scold her if he put a few extra grains of rice. Forcefully forcing a smile, she shook her head. You guys eat it, I don't like it. Having said that, she looked away, not daring to look at the fragrant egg cake again, for fear that her ridiculous excuse would be exposed in front of others. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Lin Wanshu didn't say anything else. Picked up his egg cake and started eating. Although she didn't put anything in her egg cake, the eggs she put in were replaced from the space, so they not only had no fishy smell, but also had a rich fragrance. She originally intended to do this to thank Ji Hualan. Who would have thought that there would be so many uninvited guests? Seeing them all eating with such relish, Huang Fengying's mouth was watering. Why didn't she stop trying to persuade herself? Maybe if she persuades her mother-in-law a little more, she will agree? This moment, Huang Fengying couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment in her heart. I don't know if it's because they both had daughters but different fates, or because I couldn't eat egg cakes and could only watch them eat them. The hands under the table stirred again, and finally, as if she could no longer bear it, she raised her hand and reached for the egg cake. Just a little bit, she only needs to eat a little bit. But before he touched the egg cake, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Hiss! Unable to hold back, Huang Fengying cried out in pain. When the others heard the noise, they all looked towards her curiously. Huang Fengying's eyes felt sore, and she felt extremely embarrassed. What's going on? Lin Wanshu frowned and looked at Hu Indi coldly. I know, pretty auntie, it was Grandma who pinched Annie Huang. I saw it. Feng Jianxi raised his hand and spoke loudly. How could Hu Indi have thought that her little trick would be exposed in public? For a moment, she felt extremely embarrassed. Forcing a smile on her face, she said awkwardly, she is in poor health and easily gets a stomachache. I am afraid that she will not know the seriousness of the matter and hurt the little grandson in her belly. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu was still fine, but Yu Fengfeng was not happy. Since you think this egg cake will upset your stomach, then don't eat it. It happens that my little Meow Meow hasn't eaten enough. As she said, she reached out and took the bowl in front of Huang Fengying away. Hu Indi never thought that she would actually things, and was immediately dumbfounded. Coming back to her senses, she said anxiously, if she can't eat it, I can take it back for my son to eat. How can you take it away? Hearing this, Yu Fengfeng couldn't help rolling her eyes. Your son is a grown man, can the army do without him? As she said that, she pinched a small piece of egg cake and put it into Xiao Miao Miao's mouth. Xiao Miao Miao had already eaten a piece, but she was indeed not full. Now she could eat another piece. She was so happy that her eyes narrowed. When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law saw that the egg cake was really eaten by a little girl, their faces suddenly changed. For a little girl, one piece is enough. How can she eat 2 pieces? Isn't this a waste? Watching the egg cake being fed piece by piece, Hu Indi was furious. But these words directly touched Lin Wanshu's red line. Her face sank, and she said in a cold voice, Meow Meow is my daughter, and the apple of my eye. I steamed this egg cake specially for her. I invite you to eat it, because we are all military families, but it doesn't mean you can tell my daughter and me what to do. Hearing Lin Wanshu's ruthless words, Hu Indi felt embarrassed. Seeing that the little girl was still eating her egg cake, she was furious and cursed without thinking. What are you so proud of? You are a woman who can't give birth to a son, and you are worthy of eating such good food? Who knows how your man despises you in his heart? Hearing this, Yu Fengfeng couldn't bear it anymore. She slammed the table, stood up, pointed at her nose, and cursed. Bah! You futile old thing, I've disliked you for a long time. What right do you have to look down on girls? Aren't you a woman? Isn't your mother a woman? If you want to be futile, go back to your home. This is the military family compound. Lin Wanshu quickly reached out her hand and took away the half-eaten egg cake in front of Huindi. Since you look down on female compatriots so much, then don't eat this egg cake. Huindi didn't expect that they actually took away all the egg cakes, and she was so angry that she jumped to her feet.
You.
How can you be so shameless? How can you take something away after it has been given away? You scolded me and my daughter, and you still want to eat my egg cake. Who is shameless? Lin Wanshu said, throwing the beans with worm holes all over the basket back into her arms. Take these beans back, and I will just pretend that you have never been here today. Holding the beans she picked out, Huindi was shaking with anger. Huang Fengying, who was standing by, saw her mother-in-law being humiliated, and she felt an indescribable joy in her heart, but at the same time, a twisted unwillingness and jealousy also surged up. How could she be so tough? Obviously, she was a city dweller, and Lin Wanshu came from a rural area, and she had a daughter like herself. Why can she live so wantonly? Huang Fengying looked at the beautiful face in front of her, and her eyes were obscure and difficult to understand. Please come in, both of you. I'm sorry I don't have time to entertain you. Lin Wanshu made a gesture of invitation. Not only did she not get the advantage, but she was also driven away. Huindi was so angry that her face turned the color of pig liver. Your husband must not know that you are such a spendthrift, right? If he knew, he would definitely drive you back to your hometown. She said a little indignantly, but as soon as she finished speaking, she heard a low but cold voice coming from the door. I earn money to spend on my wife. She can spend it however she wants. You don't have to worry about it. The man's voice was mixed with emotion, but Huindi couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Huang Fengying looked at the tall and handsome figure at the door and listened to his domineering words to protect his wife. She felt as if something was grabbing her heart. She couldn't help but said, but she gave birth to a girl. Aren't you afraid that she will give birth to 3 girls like me? This was obviously meant to sow discord. If it was a man who favored boys over girls, he might have felt a thorn in his heart. Although after spending some time together, Lin Wanshu already knew that Qin Yan didn't favor boys over girls. But after all, this was the trend of the time. Which man didn't want a son? What if she couldn't give birth to a son in the next pregnancy? Would she have to keep giving birth like Huang Fengying? Although she liked children, she didn't want to be a reproductive machine just for giving birth to boys. The meaning of life should not be just to pass on the family line. Lin Wanshu didn't realize that she held her breath at some point, and her eyes were fixed on the tall figure. In response to her, the man looked at her with care and gratitude. She is willing to give birth to a child for me. I have no regrets in this life. It doesn't matter to me whether it's a boy or a girl. As long as she gave birth to a child, he would like it. Before this, Qin Yan didn't even dare to hope to get her love. Not to mention her giving birth to a child for him. The man's eyes were hot and focused. It was as if he had her, his life was complete. The child was just the icing on the cake. Lin Wanshu understood, and her heart was immediately drowned by the tide of affection. Boom, 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 her heartbeat lost control again. Qin Yan's words made Huang Fengying's provocation a joke. But she still didn't want to believe that there were really men in the world who didn't want to have a son. You just got married, just wait. Nothing will never change. Didn't Zhou Tianzhu treat her very well at the beginning?
But what about now?
He had never given her a good look since she gave birth to 3 daughters. Seeing her unwilling and resentful look, Lin Wanshu wanted to laugh. Don't worry about us in the future. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I can eat egg cakes by myself. If you have the leisure time, you should pay more attention to yourself. Lin Wanshu certainly knew that people's hearts would not remain unchanged forever, but at least at this moment his feelings for her were sincere. And she was willing to let herself invest in the feelings at this moment. Even if love deteriorated one day in the future, it didn't matter. She had the ability and confidence to bear the consequences. Even if there was no space, her business ability and medical skills were enough to allow herself and her children to live a rich life that ordinary people could not imagine. Huang Fengying looked at the confident and powerful woman in front of her, and suddenly, she felt like a clown. Huang Fengying left in a daze. Huindi wanted to say something, But when she met Qin Yan's lukewarm eyes, those words were stuck in her throat. He clearly didn't say anything, but Huindi felt her legs and feet trembling for no reason. At this moment, she clearly realized that she seemed to have offended the battalion commander with whom her son had repeatedly told her to maintain a good relationship. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law left, Qin Yan nodded to Yu Fangfang. "Hello, sister-in-law. Yu Fangfang." "Hello." "Hee. Hello."
Ku.
What a strong rascal. Even her old Feng is not so intimidating. Is this the strength of one person to annihilate 5 enemies and rescue his comrades? It's powerful, but it's also really intimidating. Lin Wanshu looked so delicate and weak. How dare she live with such a man? Just thinking about this, she saw the man who had a cold face just now. When his eyes fell on Lin Wanshu, his whole body was like an iceberg melting. Yu Fangfang. Well, she doesn't need to worry about it. Well, Wan, my husband may be back, so I won't stay here any longer. Knowing that she was just a big light bulb here, Yu Fangfang tactfully said goodbye. Since she had said so, Lin Wanshu naturally couldn't keep her. But she had to pack the peanut candies she had promised. "Wait a minute, I'll get you some peanut candies." As she said that, Lin Wanshu took out a bulging oil paper bag from the cupboard. Then, she took out a handful of milk candies from the bag of milk candies just now, and handed the remaining oil paper bag to Yu Fangfang. "I don't want milk candies. How can you take something back after giving it away?" Yu Fangfang refused to take the bag. "Hurry up and take it. Why should I accept such a big bag of milk candies from you? Take it home and give it to Jianxi." Seeing that she seemed to be trying to learn from those aunties and push it back and forth with her, Yu Fangfang's face changed. She quickly snatched the oil paper bag from her hand, picked up Feng Jianxi, and ran to the door. "I'm going back. I'll come and play with you tomorrow." As long as she runs fast, no one can give her anything. Lin Wanshu was still holding the bag of candy in her hand. She looked at the mother and son who had already run out of the door, and her whole body was a little messy. Feng Jianxi was carried away by his mother before he had enough fun with his sister. When he came to his senses, he struggled with his hands and feet. "Mom, let me go, I want to find my sister." But what responded to him was a loud slap from his own mother. "What are you looking for? Didn't you see that your uncle has something to say to your aunt? Can't you be a little more considerate? I don't know who you took after this silly look. It's really worrying." The mother and son just ran back to the door of their house and ran into Feng Yandong, who was covered in dirt. "Feng Yandong, you're so good. Why did you come back just now? Do you want to starve us mother and son to death?" Putting down her son, Yu Fangfang put her hands on her hips and glared at her man. Feng Yandong looked at the cake crumbs still left at the corner of her mouth and felt angry and helpless. "Hey Yu Fangfang, where did you go to find food just now? You didn't even wipe your mouth?" "Yu Fangfang. I was careless." She reached out and wiped her mouth randomly, her round eyes full of guilt. That's different. Egg cake is not a full meal. Anyway, you starved me, you have to compensate me." At the end, she straightened her back again. That's right, he was starving himself, and if he didn't compensate, this matter would not end. "Feng Yandong, tell me, what do you want this time?" Hearing this, Yu Fangfang's round eyes blinked and wandered around, just refusing to meet the man's eyes. After a while, she stammered, "Milk. Milk candy." Hearing these words, Feng Yandong's forehead veins popped out. "Yu Fangfang," he shouted with some gritted teeth. Yu Fangfang stood up reflexively. "Here." Feng Yandong was almost laughed at by her. "You ate all the 4 pounds of milk candy? Do you still want your teeth? What kind of wife did he marry? Why is she like a child?" Seeing that he seemed to be furious, Yu Fangfang dared not mention milk candy.
"No."
"Forget it. Stingy," she said with a guilty conscience, and didn't dare to stay any longer. She ran away. Feng Yandong. Inhaling and exhaling, after trying to calm himself down, Feng Yandong looked at his son beside him. "Jianxi, tell me, how did you eat the milk candy? It's only been half a month and she ate 4 pounds of milk candy. She is really capable." Hearing this, Feng Jianxi began to think seriously. "Mom eats 1 in the morning, 2 at noon and 1 in the afternoon, and I only have one a day.
He was not convinced.
He was obviously the child. Why did his mother eat more candy than him? Feng Jianxi didn't say a word about the bag of milk candy his mother had just given away. Don't think he doesn't know that the bag of candy was secretly sent by his mother and his great-grandfather. Sure enough, just after he finished speaking, he successfully saw an angry expression on his father's face. Feng Jianxi, who had retired after his success, quietly slipped away. In the house next door, Lin Wanshu put the bag of candy back into the cupboard. She planned to make some other cakes for Feng and Feng Jianxi next time. But she had just put it away, and when she turned her head, she met Qin Yan's deep eyes. Lin Wanshu, why don't you sit down? Your legs are not healed yet. Can't you stand for too long? As she said, she reached out and helped him to sit down next to the table. But just as she helped him sit down, the next second, she was hugged and sat next to him. What's wrong? Noticing that he was in a wrong mood, Lin Wanshu did not resist and sat down next to him obediently. Qin Yan lowered his eyes and could meet the woman's starry eyes. She was obviously in his arms, but he always felt uneasy in his heart. Especially the way she was talking to Zhou Tianju's wife just now. It was as if she could withdraw from his world at any time. The veins on his hands bulged, and Qin Yan's heart seemed to be rubbed repeatedly by an invisible little hand, sore, swollen, and panicked, and he didn't know what it felt like. It's okay, Qin Yan said, but his voice was inexplicably hoarse. Lin Wanshu could vaguely feel his uneasiness, and suddenly remembered the thoughts that flashed through her mind when she was talking to Huang Fengying just now.
She was a little surprised.
He was so sharp, but she didn't intend to explain anything. A journey of 1,000 miles can reveal a person's true character. No matter how many promises she made, they were just pale words. Only by continuing to walk, she would know what kind of story would be written between them. Patting his hand, she opened her red lips slightly and raised a charming smile. I made egg cakes. They're delicious. Do you want to try them? The woman's voice was gentle as water, but her beautiful eyes were like hooks, making people's hearts itch. His hands tightened unconsciously, and the soft body just leaned against his arms. Qin Yan's messy heart was finally calmed down a little. He sighed, paused, and then spoke. Yes. No matter what she was thinking, since she chose to enter his world, he would never allow her to leave. That afternoon, several military wives came to the house, and they did not come empty-handed. They either brought some specialties from their hometowns, or brought some vegetables or beans. After all, there are only a few eccentrics. In one afternoon, she did not meet people like the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law again. Lin Wanshu was a businessman in her previous life, so she was naturally impeccable in dealing with people. After a heated chat, several military wives and her changed from being unfamiliar sisters-in-law to calling each other by name. When leaving, adhering to the principle of give and take, Lin Wanshu still returned the gift to each military wife. When everyone left, the sun was about to set. Lin Wanshu cooked dinner with the ingredients sent by the military wives. After eating, she boiled a large pot of water. In order to boil water for bathing, she bought a separate pot. In those days, materials were scarce, and most families used the same pot for bathing, drinking water, and cooking. But no matter how clean the cooking pot was, there would still be oil spots. Lin Wanshu didn't like it, so she bought another one. These money and bills were naturally given to her by Qin Yan when she was hospitalized. After all, she didn't have much money on the surface. As for how she spent money, Qin Yan did as he said during the day, and didn't ask at all. After the water was boiled, Lin Wanshu first filled a kettle with water. Then she drew water for herself and the baby to bathe. The weather was very hot, and one pot of water could fill the kettle and bathe 3 people, which was no problem at all. Qin Yan used to take cold showers even in the winter. But his wound had not healed completely yet, so Lin Wanshu didn't let him take cold showers. She fetched a bucket of water, mixed it with warm water, and carried it into the shower room. Lin Wanshu turned around and asked, "Do you need help?" Perhaps because she had wiped his body too much, she was now calmer. "No, I can do it myself." Qin Yan didn't want her to see her in such a mess, so he decisively refused. Okay, call me if you need anything. She had already moved a stool to the shower room, so it shouldn't be a problem. The baby was still waiting for her to coax him to sleep in the room, so Lin Wanshu left after giving her instructions. In the room, the little guy had already been lying on the bed, holding his little doll and babbling, and no one knew what he was saying. When she saw Lin Wanshu coming back, her eyes lit up. She threw the doll away, got up from the bed, and stumbled towards her mother.
Mom.
She smiled brightly with her little mouth with only 8 teeth. But her mother reached out and patted her little ace. Meow meow, you can't throw things around. You have to put away the dolls you don't play with, okay? Looking at the confused baby, Lin Wanshu demonstrated by putting the doll back to its original position. But the little one was obviously sleepy and had no patience to listen to her mother's teachings. Nei, she hummed while reaching out to lift her mother's clothes. When she was in the hospital before, Lin Wanshu saw that she accepted the bottle so easily and naively thought that it would be easy to stop breastfeeding. But not long after, she was slapped in the face. After the initial novelty, the baby soon didn't care about the bottle and insisted on breastfeeding. Especially at night, if she didn't feed, she would cry all the time. Lin Wanshu was afraid of disturbing other patients, so she had to compromise and feed formula during the day and breastfeed at night. Not long after, little Meow Meow also got used to this feeding method. Now it was time to go to bed at night, and regardless of anything, the baby got into her arms and started to make a fuss about drinking milk. Lin Wanshu saw that this was not going to work. If she couldn't stop breastfeeding in the hospital, would she have to continue breastfeeding at home? How long would it take to stop breastfeeding? Thinking of this, she was ready to appeal to the little guy's emotions and reason. But what responded to her was the baby's increasingly impatient whining.
Nene.
Seeing that her mother didn't give her anything, little Meow Meow's mouth was pouting, and it looked like she was preparing for a big one. Lin Wanshu's scalp suddenly went numb. Meow Meow, you've grown up and can't drink milk anymore. Can mommy make some milk for you? She picked up the little one and soothed him gently. Woo wow, and I probably because she knew her mother would not feed her, the baby burst into tears. That piercing voice echoed throughout the neighbors. Lin Wanshu felt terrible. But weaning was imminent, and she really didn't want to breastfeed her today. Just like that, one wanted to drink and the other didn't, and the baby cried even louder. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Wanshu, what's the matter? Why is your Meow Meow crying like this? It was Wang Chunling, the military wife behind the house. Lin Wanshu quickly picked up the baby and went to open the door. It's okay, Chunling, I'm trying to wean her off from milk, but she won't. Hearing this, Wang Chunling breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can you wean her like this? Apply some bitter melon water on her tomorrow, and she won't eat it. Just feed her today. While saying this, she urged her to feed the baby quickly. Lin Wanshu had no experience in raising a baby and was also overwhelmed by the crying of the little one. Now hearing what Wang Chunling said, she had to go back to the bed again, hurriedly pulled up her clothes, and started feeding. As soon as the baby drank milk, he stopped crying immediately. Lin Wanshu was relieved. Wang Chunling also taught her some experience in weaning. Lin Wanshu was very grateful, and she took notes seriously while listening. If you don't understand, ask me tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Chunling went out without staying for long, and helped her close the door. Lin Wanshu was scared by Meow Meow's crying just now, and now she learned a little experience, so she was not so anxious. She fed her while patting her to coax her. The little one probably didn't get milk to drink just now, so she without any strength. Not long after, Lin Wanshu felt very painful. Meow Meow, be gentle. Lin Wanshu patted the little ace and warned with a frown. But the baby was very impatient when he was disturbed. He kicked around with one foot, and his mouth was like a suction cup. Hiss! At a certain moment, a sharp pain came, and Lin Wanshu couldn't help but gasp. Without caring about feeding, she pinched Xiao Meow Meow's nose and forced her to open her mouth. The baby finally opened her mouth. Lin Wanshu held it up and looked down, and a drop of red liquid dripped from the top. It was bitten and bleeding. At this moment, The door was also pushed open. As soon as Qin Yan entered the room, he walked by the scene in front of him, and his mind was blank for a moment. But soon his reason was pulled back by the red color. Meow meow bit you again? Not caring about the pain in his leg, he strode forward. Lin Wanshu never thought that he would come back at this time. Before she even had time to put her hand down, the man had already walked in front of her. Their eyes met. Bang. Her face felt like it was burned. It was very hot. Although the two had confirmed their feelings for each other, this was still a bit beyond Lin Wanshu's acceptance.
No.
It's okay. She tried to pull down the bleeding clothes in a hurry, but was stopped by the man. You need to apply medicine. You can't wear it directly. What if it gets infected? Lin Wanshu wanted to say no, but as soon as the fallen clothes touched the wound, her face turned pale with pain. Hiss. Hearing the cry of pain, Qin Yan no longer cared whether he would scare her, and quickly reached out and carefully rolled up the clothes. Lin Wanshu didn't expect him to do this, and she felt terrible. I'll wipe it myself later. She stretched out her hand to cover the injured area, and she said shyly and anxiously, "Wan, we are husband and wife." Qin Yan's mind is now full of her bleeding image. How can he have any romantic thoughts? Little Meow Meow didn't know that she was in trouble. When she saw that her mother didn't feed her, she started to whimper again. Seeing that the culprit was still making trouble, Qin Yan didn't indulge her. "Meow Meow, you have grown up and can't drink your mother's milk anymore," he said to the baby with a serious face, obviously feeling distressed that his wife was bitten like that. The little girl couldn't understand what the adults were saying, but she could understand the expressions. Seeing that her father's face was not right, she didn't dare to say anything. Seeing that the baby was frightened, Lin Wanshu didn't care about how embarrassed she was now. She reached out and patted the baby on the back and glared at the man. Do and scare her. Qin Yan. Suddenly, he felt that having a baby was not a pleasant thing. He hadn't even had time to get warm with his wife, and there was a little light bulb. And this little light bulb bit his wife. Finally, with a helpless sigh, he took out a box of ointment and a cotton swab from the bedside drawer. Apply the medicine first. I'll make milk to feed her later. As he spoke, he dipped some ointment on a cotton swab and began to gently apply it to her wound. His movements were gentle but powerful, leaving her no chance to resist. Lin Wanshu's face was so red that it was about to bleed. She wanted to fight for the right to apply the ointment herself, but was rejected by the man again. Seeing how domineering he was, Lin Wanshu knew that it was useless to protest, so she could only give up and let him apply it to the wound. However, as soon as the cool ointment was applied to the wound, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but tremble. A feeling that was hard to describe, whether it was pain or something, spread from the wound, and her face became hotter and hotter. Not daring to look at how shameful the scene was, she turned her head away. But she couldn't see that the touch of the cotton swab was becoming clearer and clearer. As she trembled, the man's eyes began to become hot, and even his breath was frighteningly heavy. The extreme ambiguity between a man and a woman made Lin Wanshu feel tingling all over. I don't know how long it took, but her white clothes were gently pulled down.
Okay.
The man's voice was hoarse. Lin Wanshu's eyes were full of water. She didn't dare to look up at him. She responded softly.
Yeah.
There seemed to be an invisible undercurrent surging in the quiet room. Although the application of medicine had stopped, the ambiguous atmosphere had never dissipated. I'll go make milk for her. After putting the medicine away, Qin Yan took the bottle and went out. I don't know if it's because a new herb was added to the medicine at noon, but Qin Yan's walking posture is much more natural at this moment. If you don't look carefully, you would never think that his leg was almost amputated. The new herb was naturally planted in the space. Although it might be discovered by Qin Yan, Lin Wanshu was not as defensive against him as she was at the beginning. After all, they have to face each other day and night, and a lifetime is so long, it is unlikely that there will be no clues. But she still kept a backup plan. Even if the worst happens, she can take Meow Meow away from here. I don't know how long it took. Qin Yan came back from outside with a bottle of milk. The little guy didn't know if it was because of what his father said just now. Although he was still humming, he didn't cry loudly. Qin Yan picked up the boiled water on the table and mixed it with warm water, and then poured the milk powder into the bowl like Lin Wanshu. You don't need so much, just a flat spoon. Seeing him fill a full spoon, Lin Wanshu reminded him quickly. Hearing this, Qin Yan put less in the second spoon. Is this okay? He turned his head and asked. Under the dim light, the man's strong features were a little softer. Although he was not very good at making milk, he was so serious, as if he was doing some scientific research experiment. Lin Wanshu's lips unconsciously spread out a smile, and there seemed to be stars flowing in her watery eyes. Well, that's about it. The soft voice sounded like honey, and Qin Yan felt his heart itchy when he heard it. Okay. The movement of his hands paused slightly, and he continued to add milk powder to the bowl. The next step is to stir it and put it into the bottle. Qin Yan has been serving in the army, and most of his time is spent on various training. It stands to reason that he should not be able to do such delicate work, but surprisingly, when pouring milk, he did not let a single drop leak out of such a small bottle mouth. Lin Wanshu just watched him pour the milk and put on the. From being unfamiliar at the beginning, he became more and more handy later. After the milk powder was prepared, Lin Wanshu stretched out her hand to him.
Give it to me.
But Qin Yan avoided it and did not let her take over. Let me try to feed it. After saying that, he pretended to take the baby. Hearing what he said, Lin Wanshu did not force it and put the baby in his arms and then adjusted the position. It will be more comfortable to hold her like this. In fact, a child of this age could have drunk by herself a long time ago, but because Lin Wanshu planned to wean her off from milk, she held her and fed her. This was the first time Qin Yan fed a baby, and his movements were inevitably a little clumsy, so he let her do whatever she wanted. Fortunately, the little baby is a coward who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. She was crying and fussing for milk just now, but now she is in her father's hands, and she is no longer making a fuss. When the pacifier is put into her mouth, although she is still a little reluctant, she still gulps down. Lin Wanshu. It seems that she doesn't even need bitter melon. I guess she can quit drinking it by letting her father take care of it. Xiao Miao Miao must be really sleepy. After drinking a bottle of milk, she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Wanshu gently took the bottle away. Seeing that she didn't wake up, she went out to wash the bottle quietly. It was dark outside, but fortunately the light from the room was dim enough to see the road. She rinsed the bottle and baby with water before returning to the house. There are many mosquitoes here, and the family compound is also equipped with mosquito nets. At this moment, the heavy mosquito net has been put down, and two breathing sounds, one deep and one shallow, sounded in the quiet house. Lin Wanshu suddenly realized that they would sleep in the same bed tonight. The thought flashed through her mind, and her heartbeat was beating like a drum. But then, she suppressed this strange emotion. They were a normal couple, and it was normal to sleep in the same bed. She had to get used to it. After preparing herself mentally, Lin Wanshu calmly turned off the light. After the dim light went out, the room fell into darkness. This era was not like the later generations where there were lights everywhere. If there were no moon and stars at night in the countryside, the room would be pitch dark. Fortunately, everything in the room was neatly put away by her, so she was not afraid of being tripped by anything. But even so, Lin Wanshu still walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. After finally touching the edge of the bed, she found that the man's breathing was even and long. It seemed that he had fallen asleep. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief quietly. After a pause, she climbed onto the bed lightly. The beds of this era were basically made of wood, and there was no mattress. A cool mat was directly placed on the bedboard. The bed wasn't very wide. Lin Wanshu had seen it during the day, and it wasn't even 1.5 meters wide. According to the standard of beds in this era, it should be about 1.35 meters wide. It would have been difficult to sleep a family of 3 with such a small width, and Qin Yan was tall. After Lin Wanshu lay down, she realized that she could only sleep next to him. Otherwise, there would be no room. Xiao Miao Miao was not in the middle, so she guessed that she was placed inside. Although she had guessed that with his overbearing personality, he would definitely arrange it like this. But after lying next to him, Lin Wanshu found that she still couldn't calm down. Especially the man's presence was too strong, and the fresh breath mixed with soapberry lingered in her nostrils. Just like him, he was full of aggression. This also gave Lin Wanshu a clear understanding. Next to him was a normal man, not the useless Zhao Mingyuan. Seeing that her heartbeat could not calm down, Lin Wanshu gritted her teeth and simply probed her consciousness into the space. During the time when Qin Yan was hospitalized, Lin Wanshu actually studied the prescription in the space every night. Although the 2 patches of medicine were effective, they were too troublesome to use. Lin Wanshu wanted to try to combine the 2 into one, and it would be best if they could be applied directly to achieve the same effect. Although the prescription had been handed over long ago, how the army used it had little to do with her. But she still hoped to make it simpler and more convenient so that the soldiers' chances of survival could be greatly improved. Lin Wanshu dove into the medical book and soon calmed down her blushing heartbeat. She was holding an ancient medical book, and the 2 prescriptions were also from it. It was unknown when this book was passed down, and the characters on it were in traditional Chinese. If she still had only junior high school education like in this life, she would definitely not be able to understand it. But in her previous life, her business grew bigger, and she found that she was at a disadvantage without education, so she spent a few years studying while doing business. Although it was only the adult college entrance examination, at least she had learned the culture of high school and university thoroughly. She later learned traditional Chinese characters specifically in order to learn the content of the space. Lin Wanshu had memorized this ancient medical book by heart. She was now combining it with other materials to see if she could improve the prescription. Fortunately, she had plenty of money in her previous life, and the laboratory was not only equipped with advanced and complete equipment, but also had all kinds of materials. It can be said that her research efficiency was even higher than that of national-level research laboratories in this era. After reading this, Lin Wanshu didn't know how long it had been before she fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the pillow under her head felt a little wrong. It was not the softness of rice husks, but it seemed like steel wrapped in warm texture, hard and a little bit uncomfortable. This discovery made Lin Wanshu's blurred consciousness suddenly sober up. When she looked up, she saw a handsome face with firm lines. Her hands and feet were still on him. Lin Wanshu. It turned out that what she hugged in her dream yesterday was not a pillow, but a man. When Lin Wanshu thought about her bad sleeping posture, she felt bad. After swallowing her saliva, she saw that he didn't seem to be awake yet, so she gently raised her hands and legs, intending to leave him without anyone noticing. However, she had just moved less than 10 centimeters away when she felt the man's arm, which was pressed under her, tighten. The next second, she was hugged into that broad embrace. Lin Wanshu, who was unprepared, was frightened and screamed, "Wife, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Qin Yan's low voice sounded in her ears with a strong sense of sleepiness. The man was tall and straight, with a strong and powerful body. Just a gentle hug made her powerless to resist. The male hormone smell was full of aggression, as if it was going to swallow her up. The extreme difference between men and women made Lin Wanshu feel extremely dangerous, but her heartbeat skipped a beat uncontrollably. "It's dawn. I want to get up." Before she finished speaking, Lin Wanshu suddenly realized that her voice was too delicate. It was as if she was unconsciously acting coquettishly towards him. In response to her, the man smiled dotingly. "It's still early. The wake-up call hasn't even sounded yet. Sleep a little longer." As he spoke, he pressed her little head to his chest with one hand and gently patted her back with the other hand. Perhaps because he had just woken up, his voice was a little hoarse. The magnetic whisper just drilled into her ears, and Lin Wanshu felt that her ears were almost numb. If she hadn't had a trace of reason, she would have indulged in his male beauty. Biting her lip, Lin Wanshu gently pushed the man's chest again. "Then I have to get up and boil water for Meow Meow. She will wake up soon. Let go." After feeding the baby, washing clothes, and eating breakfast, she still had to go to the fields with the military wives. Hearing this, Qin Yan sighed slightly. After a pause, He reluctantly let go of the sweet and soft little woman in his arms. Finally free, Lin Wanshu turned over and got off the bed. It was about 5 in the morning, and the room was dark. I don't know what medicine Qin Yan applied to her yesterday, but after one night, it didn't hurt much anymore. Lin Wanshu walked to another table, picked up the enamel cup and the bottle, and quietly opened the door and went out. In the yard, it was already dawn. Although the army's wake-up call had not yet sounded, there were ding-ding-ding-bang-bang sounds coming from the houses in front and behind the house. As soon as I heard it, I knew that other military wives had gotten up to cook. Military wives who don't go to work are actually no different from those at home. They all have to get up early and go to work in the fields. Lin Wanshu just walked into the kitchen and hadn't washed the bottle when she heard Hu Indi's angry scolding from the room in front. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Why don't you sleep to death? What time is it? Why don't you get up to wash clothes and cook? Huang Fengying of the Zhou family had severe leg cramps and pain last night, and she didn't sleep well all night. She was scared when she heard her mother-in-law's scolding in a daze. She was about to get up, but her waist seemed to be cracked, and it hurt to move. The later she got into the pregnancy, the harder it was for her to sleep. With her big belly, it was uncomfortable to sleep on either side. She finally fell asleep, but when she got up, she felt pain all over again. She looked helplessly at the man who was still sleeping soundly next to her.
Tianju.
Huang Fengying called out softly, hoping that he could get up and help her. But the man seemed to have not heard it at all, and was still sleeping soundly. The scolding of the mother-in-law outside was getting more and more unpleasant. Huang Fengying was afraid that she would be beaten when she went out later, so she had no choice but to reach out and push Zhou Tianju. Tianju, can you get up and help me? Mom called me to get up. Huang Fengying pleaded humbly. But the man who was disturbed was very impatient. You are the only one who has too many things to do. Which woman doesn't get pregnant? Why can't others be as hypocritical as you? After saying that, he didn't intend to get up and help her. Zhou Tianju turned over and continued to sleep. There were 3 small figures curled up in the corner of the bed. Zhou Tianju turned over and didn't know which one he kicked. He only heard a wow sound, and the room was immediately drowned by the crying of children. Cry, cry, cry. Why are you crying?
Jinx.
I should have thrown you all into the bucket and drowned you. Outside the door, Hu Indi saw that Huang Fengying didn't get up for a long time, and she couldn't even take care of a child. Her heart was even more furious. The scolding came, and the crying in the room stopped abruptly. The 3 ragged children sat up with horror on their faces and huddled in the corner of the bed. It was as if they were afraid that their grandmother would get angry and really throw them into the water and drown them. Huang Fengying looked at the girls with messy hair and cowardly expressions, and she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Hu Indi really wanted to throw them into the bucket at the beginning, and it was her pleading that saved a few lives. But it is also because of their existence that she is constantly reminded that she is a woman who can only give birth to money-losing things. After so many years, the little maternal love that Huang Fengying had left has long disappeared, leaving only regret and disgust. Why did they have to be born in her belly? If it weren't for them, she would have given birth to a son long ago, and she wouldn't be despised like this.
What are you looking at?
Don't you know how to help your mother? Are you all dead? She looked at the few people with a cold look and cursed. Hearing this, several thin children hurriedly got up. Carefully avoiding Zhou Tianju and walking in front of Huang Fengying, they used all their strength to pull Huang Fengying's hand. But they didn't eat much rice at ordinary times, so where did they get the strength? After a long struggle, they barely pulled Huang Fengying up. Useless money-losing thing. Huang Fengying cursed with gritted teeth, and she opened the door in a panic with her big belly. But as soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by Hu Indi's vicious slap. It's outrageous. I called you for a long time, but you didn't get up. How can you not sleep to death if you are so sleepy? Huang Fengying's face was burning with pain, but she didn't dare to say anything. She was afraid that her mother-in-law would beat her even harder. Just bear it a little longer, and everything will be fine after she gives birth to the son in her belly. Huang Fengying comforted herself like this. Mom, I'm sorry, I will get up early tomorrow. Covering her burning face, she apologized randomly. But Huindi was obviously angry, and she put her hands on her waist and scolded for 10 minutes. When she went out, it was already 5:30. With one hand supporting her belly and the other hand carrying a full bucket of clothes, she walked towards the back door of the family compound with difficulty. At that time, Lin Wanshu had just washed the milk bottle and enamel cup, but she didn't know that she would run into Huang Fengying when she went out. When their eyes met, Lin Wanshu was a little embarrassed. Huindi's scolding was too loud just now, and she heard it all even if she didn't want to listen. But even if she didn't say it, Huang Fengying knew that she must have heard it just now. At that moment, she felt extremely ashamed and subconsciously stretched out her hand to cover her face. It seemed that she didn't want her to see that she was beaten. Although Lin Wanshu didn't like Huang Fengying, she didn't have the idea of kicking her when she was down. Seeing that she was avoiding her, she turned around tactfully, holding an enamel cup in one hand and a milk bottle in the other, and walked into the house. Huang Fengying was sharp-eyed and immediately found the milk bottle in her hand. She actually had a milk bottle. That was a milk bottle. It was used to feed infants and young children with milk powder. She had only seen it at Du Fuling's house. Du Fuling came from High City, and her family conditions were one of the best in the family compound. She had a good family background and was a decent person. She didn't want to breastfeed her child for fear of affecting her figure, so she fed her directly with milk powder. She heard from other military wives that a bag of ordinary milk powder costs 5 yuan and a better one costs 6 or 7 yuan. A child can eat 4 or 5 bags a month, and the money for milk powder alone can be equal to an ordinary worker's monthly salary. She was willing to buy such an expensive thing, and she bought it for a little girl. This also indirectly confirmed what the man said. He really let her squander his hard-earned money at will. When she thought about the fact that when her milk was insufficient, the 3 daughters in the family not only couldn't drink milk powder, but even didn't have rice soup, she felt like she was soaked in acid water. How unfair is God? Why is it that she has a daughter, but she lives worse than mud? In the room, Qin Yan also got up and was sitting on the edge of the bed. Why don't you sleep more? Lin Wanshu asked with some surprise. His leg hasn't healed yet, and even if it healed, he would have to rest for a while before training. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. After waking up, Qin Yan felt that his leg seemed to have gotten a lot better. The recovery speed was so fast that he was a little scared. I don't know if it was an illusion, but since the first day he drank the medicine she cooked, Qin Yan felt that his 5 senses were getting sharper and sharper. So much so that he found something wrong as soon as he tasted the medicine yesterday. Since taking the medicine, he has not felt much pain in his left leg. Qin Yan has a feeling that at this rate, his leg will be completely healed in a few days. It is said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. His leg, which was originally to be amputated, has recovered in less than a month. How could he not be shocked? But after the shock, Qin Yan was worried again. Although he didn't know what her secret was, he instinctively wanted to cover it up for her. Don't let people know that he recovered so quickly. Lin Wanshu didn't know that Qin Yan's leg was almost healed, and seeing that he refused to sleep, she didn't say anything. She poured a glass of water and put it on the table to dry. She walked to the bed, pulled up the mosquito net on one side, and hung it on the hook. Qin Yan happened to be sitting on the edge of the bed. She raised her feet and almost half leaned on him. With the warm and soft jade in front of him, how could Qin Yan care about his legs? Summer clothes are thin. When she raised her hand, the soft fabric gently stuck to her body, and her already exquisite figure became more curvy. The rich, warm fragrance and the subtle touch reminded Qin Yan of the torment he had gone through last night. But the woman seemed to have no idea what she had done. After hanging the mosquito net on the side, she left gracefully. After hanging the mosquito nets on both sides, Lin Wanshu said, "The water is already hanging there. When she wakes up, take her to and make milk for her to drink." She made an appointment with Ji Hualon to go wash clothes together later. Seeing that his legs seemed to be fine, Lin Wanshu didn't bother to be polite and directly assigned him the task. Qin Yan listened to her detailed explanation without a trace of impatience on his face, and nodded seriously. Okay, I know. Knowing that he was calm and reliable, Lin Wanshu didn't worry about anything. After the explanation, she went out. The sun rises early in summer. It was just after 5 o'clock, and the sky was already white. Lin Wanshu picked up the bucket of dirty clothes, took out a soap, and went out. Ji Hualan said that the place to wash clothes is in a small river near the family compound. Although the family compound does not need to fetch water, everyone thinks that washing clothes in the river is cleaner, and generally no one washes at home. Lin Wanshu came to the door of Ji Hualan's house with a bucket. But before she could call, she saw Ji Hualan coming out of the shower room with a bucket. Wanshu, why are you here so early? I was going to find you, she asked with some surprise. I was afraid that I would not have a good position if I was late, so I got up early. Generally, you have to find a suitable stone to wash clothes by the river, but there are limited stones, and you can only occupy a good position if you go early. Ji Hualan obviously suffered from not occupying a position. After hearing what she said, she didn't say anything more and walked out of the door quickly with the bucket. Let's go. I know which position is the most comfortable for washing clothes. While it's still early, let's go early. Lin Wanshu had just arrived and didn't even know where the river was. She decided to follow Ji Hualan all day today. The two of them walked side by side, talking and laughing, all the way to the back door of the family compound. Hey, Wanshu, how did you make the egg cake yesterday? My two kids made a fuss all night after eating it and insisted that I make it for them today. She also tasted a small bite of yesterday's egg cake, and the taste was simply amazing. Fragrant, sweet, soft, and dense. Not only did the children like to eat it, but even she, an adult, was craving it. In this era, business cannot be done, and anyone who has a specialty is basically willing to share it with others. Anyway, there is no loss, and it can also bring each other closer, so why not? Lin Wanshu naturally had no intention of hiding it. She wasn't planning to do business anyway. This is very simple. I'll teach you when you want to do it. Seeing her so generous, Ji Hualan liked her even more. The two men were originally partners, and as family members, it would be great if they could get along well. Before she came to the family compound, Ji Hualan was a little worried that she wouldn't get along with her. Unexpectedly, she was young, but she could be so thoughtful in everything. In return, Ji Hualan naturally told her about the situation of each family in the family compound without reservation. Before reaching the river, Lin Wanshu had a better understanding of the family compound. The focus was on Huang Fengying and her mother-in-law. It is said that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. At the beginning, we all advised her not to give her job to her sister-in-law. Guess what? They also said that we were provoking the relationship between her and her mother-in-law. She was a military wife in the city, and she still had a job. Marrying Zhou Tianzhu from the countryside was already marrying down, so why should she be so wronged? But she felt guilty and sorry for the Zhou family. No matter how they persuaded her, she was determined to give the job to her sister-in-law. She thought that by doing so, her mother-in-law would at least remember her and treat her better. But she didn't expect that after she lost her job and gave birth to 3 daughters, she was either beaten or scolded by her mother-in-law every day, living like a young wife in the old society. Lin Wanshu didn't comment too much on Huang Fengying's experience. It was someone else's business, and it had nothing to do with her. After going out the back door, less than 100 meters away was the small river where they usually washed clothes. Our land is over there, and we also draw water here to grow vegetables. It's very convenient. Ji Hualan pointed to the right. Lin Wanshu looked in the direction of her hand, and sure enough, she saw a large green vegetable field. Looking at the green vegetables growing well, she felt a little itchy and wished she could open a field later. That's the field. We'll be able to harvest rice in a few days. Ji Hualan pointed to the golden rice field in the distance. Both the vegetable field and the field are on both sides of the river, so watering is indeed very convenient. Ji Hualan was pointing out the place where Lin Wanshu would be farming in the future, when suddenly, a voice full of resentment came from behind her. Wanwan, why didn't you call me when you were washing clothes? Seeing that it was Yu Fangfang, Ji Hualan was a little shocked. I don't know whether she was shocked that she came to wash clothes, or shocked that she called Lin Wanshu so intimately. Unable to help, Ji Hualan asked, Wanshu, do you know Comrade Yu Fangfang? Otherwise, how could she, a person with high eyes, be so close to Lin Wanshu? Hearing this, Yu Fangfang rolled her eyes. We met yesterday, so why are you allowed to be close to Wanwan, but I am not allowed to be close to me? After saying that, she stood on the other side of Lin Wanshu with a bucket. If you don't know, you might think she is jealous. Lin Wanshu felt helpless and amused. I didn't know you got up so early, so I didn't call you. Hearing this, Yu Fangfang's face flashed a trace of discomfort, and then she straightened her chest and said, That was in the past. I will get up very early in the future. Remember to call me when you wash clothes in the morning.
Yihualan.
What medicine did she take wrong? Or is the sun about to rise from the west? Who doesn't know who Yu Fangfang is? She said she liked to wash clothes at home, but in the end it was discovered that Feng Yandong secretly washed her clothes in the shower room at night. However, although she was shocked, Ji Hualan naturally would not refuse her to wash clothes with them. After passing through the winding path, they arrived at the river in a short while. The stream was quite wide, and the water flow was relatively gentle. There were large and small irregular stones on both sides of the river. Those flat stones were probably washed every day, and their surfaces had been smoothed. When they arrived, there were already several military wives washing clothes on the stone beach. Huang Fengying was among them. She was sitting on a stone, holding a pair of gloves in one hand and a mallet in the other, beating the clothes in front of her. Her big belly trembled with her movements. Fengying, what's wrong with your face? Did your mother-in-law hit you? Yangzheng looked at her red and swollen right face, and couldn't help asking with concern. Hearing this, Huang Fengying subconsciously turned her head away and stammered, No. Why would my mother-in-law hit me? I accidentally hit the wall last night. But no one believed her words. What kind of injury could leave a palm print? Fengying, don't be afraid. If you were really beaten, just tell us, and we will help you find the Women's Federation. That's right, after all, you are a pregnant woman. How could they hit you? The military wives were concerned about each other, but Huang Fengying felt that they were pitying herself when she heard it. Aren't they just sympathizing with her for giving birth to so many daughters? Why pretend to care about her? She doesn't need it at all. Enough. Huang Fengying interrupted the military wives with a humiliated expression. I said, The wound on my face was caused by myself. It has nothing to do with my mother-in-law. You don't need to sow discord here. As long as she gave birth to the son in her belly, her mother-in-law would see her goodness. Why should I offend her for a group of outsiders? Unexpectedly, my concern was regarded as sowing discord again, and the military wives' faces turned bad. It felt like my kindness was taken for granted. We are meddling in other people's business. Since you say it's not, then it's not, Yang Zheng said with a chilly face. Others also shut up and made up their minds in their hearts that they would never care about her family's mess again. Ji Hualan, who was always enthusiastic, unexpectedly did not say a word this time. She also winked at Lin Wanshu with an expression of see what she is right. Lin Wanshu, who knew the truth, looked at Huang Fengying with a red and swollen face, still trying her best to defend her mother-in-law, and it was hard to describe. Yu Fangfang has always been a person who can't keep her mouth shut. She watched the whole process and couldn't help but said in a sarcastic tone, Not everyone knows what's good for them. You treat her well, but people think you want to frame her. Being ridiculed, Huang Fengying's face turned pale and blue, which was very ugly. The other military wives saw Yu Fangfang for the first time, and they were all shocked. Yu Fangfang, the sun is rising from the west today? You actually came to wash clothes too? As she spoke, Yangzheng looked at the sun that was about to rise in the sky with suspicion. I think it's probably that Deputy Commander Feng can't stand her and won't wash clothes for her, right? Du Fuling, who had just carried a bucket to the river, said with a gloating look on his face. Although they were all from the city, she and Yu Fangfang were the worst at getting along. Seeing that she might be disliked by men, she felt as happy as eating iced watermelon in June. But Yu Fongfong was not annoyed at all when she heard this. At least my man is willing to wash my clothes, unlike some people who claim to be from Haisher and are superior to others, but have to wash their own clothes every day. Although it was true that Feng Yandong was angry with her, she dared to guarantee that he would wash her clothes again in a few days. Although Yu Fongfong is arrogant and stubborn on weekdays, she will be very aggressive when facing Du Fuling. Sure enough, these words directly hit Du Fuling's lungs. When she first knew that Feng Yandong helped Yu Fongfong wash clothes every day, she was unwilling to be compared, so she wanted her man to help her wash. But who knew that he not only did not help, but also said that if she couldn't bear the hardship, she should go back to Haisher. How could Du Fuling dare to go back in this chaos? In the end, she had to pinch her nose and apologize. Originally, she thought that the matter was exposed, but she never thought that the couple's words were heard by others. And she went directly from being an arrogant Haisher person to a laughingstock in the family compound. Yu Fongfong hit her sore spot at the moment. She was so angry, but she couldn't refute it. The others saw it, and they all had an expression of trying hard to suppress the corners of their mouths, and they had no intention of helping. Although they were also arrogant, Yu Fongfong was not aggressive. As long as she was not provoked, she generally didn't like to pay attention to others. Unlike Du Fuling, she always showed her superiority, as if they were inferior to her and not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Seeing her being humiliated at this moment, they were so happy that they couldn't wait. So how could anyone help her? When Lin Wanshu and Yu Fongfong were arguing, she and Ji Hualan had already occupied a good position. Seeing that Yu Fongfong had finished arguing, she quickly waved to her. Fongfong, come here, it's spacious here, let's wash together. Hearing that she could wash with her, Yu Fongfong's eyes suddenly lit up, and she didn't care about being angry with Du Fuling, and ran over with her bucket. Where have the others seen her so servile? One by one, their jaws dropped. Who is that person? How come I haven't seen him before? Isn't he so beautiful? Just now, the military wives were busy caring about Huang Fengying and watching Yu Fongfong quarreling. In addition, with Ji Hualan blocking the way, no one noticed Lin Wanshu at all. At this moment, they suddenly saw a fair-skinned and beautiful female comrade waving at Yu Fongfong with a sweet smile, and they couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. I heard that the commander of the 7th Battalion moved into the family compound yesterday. Could it be Qin Yan's wife? Few people didn't know about the great contribution Qin Yan made this time. In addition, he was handsome and was the focus of the family compound. How could they not be curious when they saw someone who was suspected to be his wife? Some people who were impatient asked directly, "Comrade, are you the wife of Battalion Commander Qin?" In this era, there were conditions for following the army. You must be either a deputy battalion commander or above, or have 15 years of military service, or be over 35 years old. Anyway, if you meet one of the above conditions, your family members can apply to follow the army. Therefore, there are dozens of military wives who follow the army in their family compound. Lin Wanshu had just arrived and didn't know many of them. When someone greeted her, she responded generously. "Hey, sister-in-law, I'm Qin Yan's wife. I just came yesterday." Hearing that she was really Qin Yan's wife, the military wives became more curious. "I heard that Battalion Commander Qin's wife looks like a fairy. Today, I see that she is indeed worthy of her reputation." Yang Zhen couldn't help but praise. Before, someone in the family compound wanted to introduce the girl and her family to Qin Yan, but her husband told her not to think about it because she had a sweetheart who looked like a fairy. This word spread everywhere in a few days. It can be said that before Lin Wanshu came to join the army, her reputation had already spread throughout the family compound. Although Lin Wanshu was a little embarrassed to be praised in person, she still looked generous and even praised Yang Zheng a few words in return. She has always believed that sincerity is the ultimate skill, so Yang Zheng felt very happy to hear her words. After a while, the two became familiar with each other. Yu Fongfong didn't expect that just by coming out to wash clothes, Lin Wanshu would provoke another female comrade, and she suddenly felt bad. "Why are you so nice to everyone? Isn't it enough to have her?" Yu Fongfong said resentfully, while beating the clothes hard. That jealous look made Lin Wanshu laugh. After yesterday's interaction, Lin Wanshu also liked Yu Fongfong, who had a childlike nature. Now that she was unhappy, she was willing to coax her. Then let us catch some snails and take them back. I'll fry them for you after they've been kept for a few days, okay? When she came down just now, she saw a lot of snails on the edge of the stone. Hearing this, Yu Fongfong's eyes lit up immediately. You said so, don't lie to me. She looked like she would turn her face away if she dared to lie. I definitely won't lie to you, but you have to help me catch them later. Lin Wanshu directly coaxed her like a child. Ji Hualon, who was standing by, couldn't help but be shocked when she heard what the two said. Yu Fongfong is a foodie, right? No wonder Lin Wanshu had her under control. Wanshu, the snails smell like mud. Can they be delicious if fried? Although Ji Hualon is also a city dweller, she has been with the army for a long time and is not as ignorant as Yu Fongfong. When she heard that Lin Wanshu wanted to fry the snails, she asked with some curiosity. But before Lin Wanshu could respond, a sneer came from the side. TSK. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Du Fuling glanced up and down at Lin Wanshu's simple clothes, her eyes full of superiority. As soon as she finished speaking, before Lin Wanshu could say anything, Yu Fongfong got angry first. Who do you say is a country bumpkin? This is really outrageous. When will it be her turn to despise someone that Yu Fongfong admires? You've come to join the army, but you still look like you've never seen the world, and you treat all kinds of garbage as treasures. You actually give people this kind of thing full of mud to eat. What else can you be but a country bumpkin? Du Fuling said, her face full of disgust. But Lin Wanshu, who was ridiculed by her, did not show any inferiority or embarrassment, and she looked calm and composed from beginning to end. I am indeed a country bumpkin with little knowledge, who made my family poor farmers for 8 generations. Seeing her frankness, as if she didn't think there was anything shameful about being poor, Du Fuling couldn't help but choke. The person in front of him was obviously dressed the same as other rural military wives, but her plain clothes could not hide her elegance at all. Her composure made her previous ridicule seem even more ridiculous. Seeing Du Fuling being humiliated, the military wives next to her felt very happy. In the past, every time they met Du Fuling, they felt ashamed of themselves. They thought that she was from Shanghai, had a good family background, and was well-informed, so it was normal for her to look down on them. But now, there are military wives who also came from the countryside who straightened their backs and faced the arrogant people from Shanghai with dignity, and they suddenly felt like they had gained some power. Before Du Fuling could organize her words, someone stood up and glared at her, saying, "How did the country bumpkin give it to you? Without us country bumpkins working the land, would you city people have enough to eat?" That's right. The chairman has said that the poorer you are, the more glorious you are. Who are you looking down on? Look at your behavior. You don't look like one of us proletarians. Could your ancestors be big capitalists? Although they are all military wives from the countryside, they have been influenced by their surroundings over the years, and they also know how to bring a high-ranking city dweller down to earth. Sure enough, Du Fuling's face changed when these words came out. You are slandering me. I am naturally proletarian, and my family are all workers. It would have been better if she didn't explain. After this explanation, the military wives felt that she was guilty. Ji Hualon saw that something was wrong and hurried out to smooth things over. Everyone calm down and listen to me first. Ji Hualon was a person who could get along with both sides. As soon as she spoke, everyone else quieted down. Military marriages all require political review. Since Du Fuling can marry a soldier, it means that there is no problem with her identity. We come from all over the world and have different living habits. Some friction is inevitable, but we can quarrel, but we don't want to make accusations. After all, everyone's men are in the same trench. They are charging in the front, and what does it look like for us to fight in the back? After these words, the military wives who were originally indignant fell silent. Although everyone hated Du Fuling, what Ji Hualon said was right. Their men are brothers in the same trench, and they certainly don't want them to make such a fuss. But not scolding doesn't mean they accept Deepening. They rolled their eyes at her one after another, and then they returned to their original positions to continue washing clothes. And Deepening, who was almost accused, how dare she say anything? Finally, she had to find a stone in a corner to wash clothes. Seeing that she was scared, Fong snorted in disdain and only washed her own clothes today. But Feng Yandong usually washed her clothes, so how could she know how to wash them clean? Seeing that she didn't even apply soap and just beat them, Lin Wanshu was helpless. You have to wet all the clothes, apply soap, rub them, and then beat them. As she said, she demonstrated to her. Fong felt bad when she saw that washing clothes was so complicated. She secretly decided in her heart that she must coax Feng Yandong in the evening. Otherwise, she couldn't handle washing clothes every day. Seeing that she looked like she was wandering in the sky while learning to wash clothes, Lin Wanshu couldn't help feeling a little powerless in her heart. She raised her hand and gave her a slap on the head and glared at her and said, "Are you still going to learn? If not, I'm going to catch snails." Hearing that she didn't wait for her, how could Fong dare to slack off? She picked up the clothes and threw them on the stone. Then she smeared them with soap, rubbed them hard, and then pounded them hard. But even though she worked so hard, she still couldn't compare to the leisurely Lin Wanshu. When she finally finished 3 pieces, she had already finished washing all of them. After what happened just now, Lin Wanshu had already left a good impression on the military wives. Now seeing her work so efficiently, they immediately liked her even more. They all pulled her to chat enthusiastically. It wasn't until Fong finally finished washing the clothes that she was able to get away. "Let us go over there and catch snails." There were more and more people here, and it was not convenient to catch snails, so Lin Wanshu pointed to the stone beach upstream. Fong was now her little fangirl, so she naturally wouldn't object. The two put all the clothes into a bucket, left one empty, and walked upstream. Fortunately, the river beach was long enough. Although the stones got smaller as you went further, there were still many snails, and the size was just right, not too big or too small. The tails of snails that were too big were full of eggs, so they were not delicious, and the ones that were too small didn't have much meat. In those days, there was a lack of oil and water, and the seasonings were pitifully scarce. In addition, the snails had a strong smell of mud, so no one would catch them to eat. They were usually caught and fed to the chickens. No one caught snails, so they were everywhere in the cracks of the rocks. After a while, Lin Wanshu picked up a lot of them. A quick look showed that she could probably make 2 plates of them. Fong was not very skilled at picking snails for the first time, and she was immediately anxious when she saw that Lin Wanshu picked up a handful at once. Wan, don't pick them all. Leave some for me." Lin Wanshu couldn't help but laugh when she heard her anxious words. "There are a lot of them. I think I can get half a bucket. I'm afraid that I will have to eat snails every meal for 2 or 3 days." Fong didn't think it was too much. Since Lin Wanshu said she would fry the snails for her, she believed that she could definitely make it delicious. It took about half an hour to pick them up and fill half a bucket. There were still many snails in the river, so Lin Wanshu stopped picking them for fear that she couldn't carry them. Fong felt it was a pity. Looking at the snails in the water, she said with a painful face, "Let's catch some more tomorrow." Picking up things is really addictive. Half a bucket of snails was indeed too heavy. On the way back, Ji Hualan helped to carry it. Her 2 sons were both naughty boys. They made their clothes dirty every day, and it was time-consuming and laborious to wash them. It happened that when she finished washing, Lin Wanshu and the others had almost finished picking up the snails, so they just waited to go back together. "Wanshu, how do you cook these snails so that they don't smell like mud?" Ji Hualan was so curious. She was thinking the same thing as Fong. Since Lin Wanshu dared to pick so many, she must have a way to make it delicious. "I brought some spices. When the time comes, you all come to my house to eat snails, and I will teach you how to make them." Hearing this, Ji Hualan was overjoyed. "That's great. I won't be polite with you. When do you fry it? I'll go and learn from you." Thinking of the egg cake she had yesterday, she was looking forward to the snails. The military wives following behind didn't take Lin Wanshu's fried snails seriously. After all, there were snails everywhere in the countryside. If they were edible, would it be her turn to pick them up? They had been picked up by others long ago. Ji Hualan didn't care what the other military wives looked at her. After being happy, she said to Lin Wanshu, "Do you need me to bring anything?" After all, she just arrived, and it's not easy to find some ingredients. If I do and ask her, what if she is embarrassed to ask? Lin Wanshu originally wanted to ask her if she grew peppers. When she heard her take the initiative to mention it, she naturally didn't hesitate. Yu Fongfong, who was standing aside, saw the two chatting affectionately again and suddenly became unhappy again. Wanwan, I also want to learn how to stir-fry snails. You can teach me when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the military wives behind her immediately looked at her with an expression of seeing a ghost. Yu Fongfong, you want to cook? Don't burn the kitchen down again. When talking about her great achievements, the military wives all looked sad. Who in the family compound doesn't know that Yu Fongfong is not a good cook at all? When she first came to the family compound, Feng Yandong invited everyone to dinner. Yu Fongfong rushed to cook and ended up setting the kitchen on fire. If there weren't so many people coming, her house might have burned down. Yu Fongfong. But it must be that my old Feng taught me wrongly. Maybe if Wanwan taught me, I would be able to do it? Anyway, she would never admit that she was wrong. After understanding the whole story, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Knowing that she was a child, she had to give in to her. After thinking for a while, she said, "Everyone has something they are not good at. It's no big deal if you can't cook. When the time comes, you can help me pick up the snails. Maybe you are good at this?" Yu Fongfong was jealous of Ji Hualan, who kept talking to Lin Wanshu. She had no interest in cooking at all. Now, after hearing what she said, she immediately went along with it. "I think you are right. Cooking is not my strong point, but I can definitely do other things." But the military wives who heard this almost rolled their eyes at the sky again. With her character, she can't do laundry and she can't cook. What else can she be good at? Seeing the military wives with expressions that were hard to describe, Lin Wanshu also found it very funny. What kind of person is Yu Fongfong in the family compound on weekdays? Yu Fongfong had no idea that the military wives were complaining about her in their hearts again. After patting her chest and promising that she would be able to pick up the snails beautifully, several people returned to the family compound. Ji Hualan said that Lin Wanshu should be sent home first so that she could pour out the snails and free up the bucket for clothes. Yu Fongfong naturally had no objection. Just as she walked to the door, she heard the sound of crackling of chopping wood in the yard. The three of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw Qin Yan sitting on a stool with a machete in his hand. He didn't see how hard he used, but with a move of his hand, the firewood standing on the ground was split into two halves with a. Yu Fongfong's mouth almost opened into an O shape.
Wan.
What material is your machete made of? Why is it so sharp? Just fell lightly like that and the firewood was split? But after watching for a while, she inexplicably felt that the machete seemed a little familiar. "You guys are back." Qin Yan heard the voice, put down the knife, and walked forward. He clearly asked you guys, but if you look closely, his eyes are clearly looking at Lin Wanshu. Ji Hualan had the illusion that she was fed dog food early in the morning. But Yu Fongfong didn't care about anything else. She looked at the machete on the ground, a little doubtful. "Isn't this knife ours?" She took it to the mountains to chop firewood. It was her first time, and she had no experience. She accidentally chopped the stone next to her, leaving a gap on the machete. Hearing this, Qin Yan did not deny it. "It is indeed my sister-in-law's. I just borrowed it from Deputy Commander Feng." Yu Fongfong. "No. When did her knife become so sharp?" Unable to help, she curiously picked up the machete on the ground and looked at it up and down. But after looking at it for a long time, she didn't find out where the knife was sharp. Why does he use it as easily as cutting iron into mud? Qin Yan ignored Yu Fongfong's curiosity. Seeing Lin Wanshu come back with half a bucket of snails, he raised his eyebrows. "Why did you pick up so many snails? Did she want to raise chickens?" Lin Wanshu pursed her lips and smiled, saying, I'll fry them in 2 days. Hearing that she wanted to fry the snails, Qin Yan's face was a little hesitant. He wanted to say that he had tried it before, and it was not delicious. But seeing his wife's excited look, he finally didn't spoil her fun. At most, he would eat more when the time comes. Yu Fongfong had already picked up the machete and started chopping the remaining firewood. But as soon as the knife returned to her hand, it immediately became blunt and heavy again. She used a lot of strength to knock a piece of firewood on the ground more than 10 times before splitting it. Looking at the firewood that was finally split in half by herself on the ground, and then looking at Qin Yan's pile of wood pieces that were chopped into uniform sizes, Yu Fongfong began to doubt her life. Wan, what did your man eat to grow up? How can he be so strong? She couldn't help but pull Lin Wanshu aside and whispered. Lin Wanshu knew that Qin Yan was strong, but she didn't know exactly how strong he was. It was not until she saw Yu Fongfong chopping wood hard just now that she realized that it was not because of the sharpness of the knife, but because of his amazing strength. Looking at the hidden muscle lines on the man's arms that seemed to contain infinite power, Lin Wanshu felt her throat dry for some reason. After a pause, she said, "Maybe it was trained? After all, the army conducts physical training every day, so it's not surprising to have strong strength." Yu Fongfong. When my old phone comes back, I will let him train more. What she didn't dare to say was that Qin Yan was so handsome when he chopped wood just now. It was just full of hormones. When her old phone can exercise such strength, she will be willing to wash clothes every day. Yu Fongfong and Ji Hualan did not stay long. After Lin Wanshu poured out the snails, they each carried their own buckets and went back. The couple was left alone in the yard again, and Xiao Miao Miao had not yet gotten up. There was a rope in the corner, which should have been left by the previous family members. Lin Wanshu found a rag to wipe the rope clean, and then shook out the clean clothes in the bucket and spread them on the rope. Qin Yan picked up the machete and continued to chop the remaining firewood. Although the couple was busy with their own work, they could see each other as soon as they raised their eyes. Feeling the man's eyes on her from time to time, Lin Wanshu blushed slightly. After a pause, she casually found a topic and said, "Where did you get so much firewood?" What she saw in the kitchen yesterday were branches of medium size, not such thick firewood. Lao Gao behind the house sent it. Lao Gao was Wang Chunling's man Gao Wang Jin. Send so much. Will they still need it? Lin Wanshu felt a little sorry. She owed so many favors just after arriving. Don't worry, he has plenty of firewood. Gao Wangjin usually goes to the mountains to collect firewood when he is free. No one in the entire family compound has more firewood than his family. And they are comrades in arms, so they won't care about these things. When the time comes, he can just bring him some firewood from somewhere else. Hearing him say this, Lin Wanshu no longer hesitated. After hanging up the clothes, she walked up to him and prepared to take the chopped firewood next to her back. There were still 5 or 6 pieces of firewood left on the ground that had not been chopped. Qin Yan raised his knife, as usual, and with one cut, the firewood was split in half. The tendons on the man's arms bulged with force, and his wheat-colored skin refracted the morning sun, as if it had a metallic luster, and the masculine beauty of a man was eye-catching. Although she had seen him chopping wood, for some reason, Lin Wanshu couldn't take her eyes away at this moment. Sensing her burning gaze, Qin Yan paused slightly. An indescribable excitement flowed through his body, and his muscles unconsciously tensed up. Facing the woman's admiring gaze, the firewood on the ground was being chopped into uniform small pieces of wood at a flying speed. Lin Wanshu looked at the uniform-sized pieces of wood on the ground with amazement in her eyes. How did you do it? Holding 2 pieces of wood in her hands, she couldn't help but wonder if the man had a ruler in his eyes. Otherwise, how could he divide a piece of firewood so evenly? I cut it by feeling. Qin Yan couldn't explain what that mysterious feeling was. As soon as he picked up the wood, he didn't even need to look at it. He could easily chop it into the size he wanted. Hearing him say that, Lin Wanshu felt a little numb. What kind of man did she marry? Not only was he powerful, but he could also chop the firewood into 6 equal parts by feeling. But before she could think about it, the crying of a baby came from the room. Meow Meow is awake, I'll go check on her. As she said that, Lin Wanshu didn't bother to carry the firewood anymore. She put down the wood in her hand and hurried into the house. As soon as she entered the house, she saw the little girl sitting on the bed with messy hair, and her white and tender face was wrinkled. Woo wow, Mom. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lin Wanshu felt distressed. Mom is here, come and let me hug you. She walked to the bed and stretched out her hand to her. The little girl heard her mother's voice, moved her little lace, and turned around eagerly. When she saw that it was really her mother, her mouth pursed, and she cried even more sadly. Woo wow, while crying, she stood up and staggered into her mother's arms. Lin Wanshu's heart softened as she held the soft little body in her arms. Holding the baby in her arms, she coaxed her while walking out. In the yard, Qin Yan had already finished collecting the firewood and was now picking up the wood and putting it in a pile. Lin Wanshu told him to leave it there and take it later, and then she took the baby to the toilet to urinate. In this era, children start to urinate when they are a few months old. Diapers are only used when they are young, and they are basically not used when they are older. For children over 1 year old, most of the time, adults get up at night to urinate. Some of them don't have time to urinate, so they urinate directly on the bed. It is normal for children to wet the bed. Adults have to work during the day and have no time to wash the mats. No one cares about the smell of, and they go home and fall asleep. When she first took over the baby, Lin Wanshu was also prepared to get up every day to urinate. But surprisingly, Xiao Miao Miao didn't let her urinate at all. Lin Wanshu waited in fear for several days, only to find that the baby had good self-control. Generally, he urinated once before going to bed and didn't need to get up to urinate all night. It must be said that this really saved her a lot of trouble. Xiao Miao Miao stopped crying after she finished peeing, but her eyes were still hazy, and she looked not quite awake. Lin Wanshu carried her to the shower room, washed her face and brushed her teeth, and then tied a small bun for her. Xiao Miao Miao touched her small bun and grinned, looking finally awake. When she came out, she didn't want Lin Wanshu to hold her, and she played around in the yard. Seeing that she was willing to play by herself, Lin Wanshu didn't care. Anyway, she couldn't get lost in the family compound. But when she was about to carry the firewood into the kitchen, she found that the ground was empty. The man who had just chopped firewood was now piling firewood in the kitchen, and the stove behind him had been lit at some point. Lin Wanshu, I know what's going on, don't worry. Qin Yan saw her worried look on her face and said to comfort her. The firewood had been moved, and Lin Wanshu didn't say anything else, just told him to rest if he felt uncomfortable and not to hurt his legs. After that, she took out a clean basin and put several handfuls of flour into it. Yesterday, the military wife sent 2 or 3 tomatoes, and she was going to use 3 eggs to make tomato and egg noodles. After getting the flour, she poured a little water into the basin and began to knead the dough. In her previous life, she made a lot of noodles, so she didn't even need to see how much flour and water to add, and she could add it all at once. The scattered flour was quickly kneaded into a ball in her hands. She got up early in the morning and couldn't find her hairband. Lin Wanshu picked up a wooden hairpin in the space and tied her hair behind her head. Just now, she was washing clothes and touching snails, so her hair was a little messy. A few strands of black hair fell on her slender neck, brushing against her white jade skin again and again as she moved. Qin Yan's eyes moved with the strands of hair, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously. How could Lin Wanshu not notice the man's undisguised burning gaze? But she pretended not to know with a bad heart. But every move she made was unconsciously more charming, which made the man's eyes look more and more uneasy. Lin Wanshu's marriage in the previous life was not normal. When she realized it, she was busy taking revenge on Zhao Mingyuan, so she naturally didn't have any thoughts in that regard. But since she saw Qin Yan chopping wood just now, she suddenly realized that she was also a man's lover. After all, she was no longer a real little girl. Since she knew what she wanted, she didn't hesitate anymore. Qin Yan didn't know what his wife was thinking, watching the white dough constantly changing shape in her hands. The scene last night flashed unconsciously in his mind. Instantly, He felt that the temperature of the whole kitchen seemed to rise a few degrees. But she seemed to be unaware of it. After kneading the dough, she turned and left the stove. I don't know if the space between the stove and the water tank was too narrow. When she came out, her soft body brushed against his arm and walked over. Qin Yan's breathing tightened, and his hand subconsciously grabbed the person. "What are you doing?" Lin Wanshu really didn't mean it. He was so old and was afraid to be here. It was hard for her not to bump into him. But she didn't expect him to suddenly hold her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she spoke subconsciously, looking at the woman's red lips opening and closing, and then looking into her eyes that seemed to be coquettish and angry. Qin Yan's throat became more and more dry. He didn't say anything, but his hands had already wrapped around her slender waist without knowing when. The firewood in the stove was burning, crackling, and the temperature in the kitchen was also rising. A couple who had been married for 2 years, but still felt a little strange, looked at each other. There was a distance of a fist between them, but they seemed to hear each other's messy heartbeats. It was obviously she who started the fire just now, but when it came to the end, Lin Wanshu was inexplicably nervous. Looking at the man's deep and handsome face getting closer and closer, she subconsciously closed her eyes. The messy breath was close at hand, and the hot temperature came with his breath. Lin Wanshu was both expectant and nervous. My heart was so fast that it seemed to jump out of my chest. But before the expected kiss fell, Shen Shuwen's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Lao Qin, are you home?" This loud voice was like a magic spell, directly breaking the ambiguity in the kitchen. Lin Wanshu pushed Qin Yan reflexively, and his whole face turned red, as if he had been rouged. "Go quickly, Brother Shun is looking for him." Qin Yan. The veins on his forehead twitched slightly. After a pause, he let go of her soft waist. "I'm here." In response, he turned around and went out. In the yard, Shen Shuwen was squatting next to Xiao Miao Miao, looking at her curiously. She was holding a small wooden stick that she picked up from somewhere and was digging hard. There was a small hole. But the ground in the yard was tamped after all. How could she dig it? After looking at it for a while, Shen Shuwen couldn't help it anymore and said in a low voice, "Meow meow. My uncle's brother knows how to catch crickets. I'll call them over and help you catch them later, okay?" Both brothers are very handsome. As soon as Qin Yan went out, he saw Shen Shuwen abducting his daughter with evil intentions. His face was not very good at first, but now it became even darker. "No, meow meow, wait. Dad will take you to Phil Crickets with you later." Seeing Qin Yan looking at him with a defensive expression, Shen Shuwen was a little embarrassed. After laughing twice, he stood up and said to him, "Just kidding, don't be so serious." But Qin Yan didn't believe this old fox at all. He led the person back to the room that was temporarily used as the living room and poured him a glass of water. Shen Shuwen was not polite, picked up the enamel cup and started drinking. After taking a few sips, he said, "We have clues about those people." Hearing this, Qin Yan sat up straight, with a serious expression on his face. "What clue?" On the day the siblings were reported, and the day before those people were transferred, someone saw in military uniform going to Li Heping's house. Li Heping is the director of Wenshi Cabinet Committee. However, he is not from Wenshi, but transferred from Qingshi. I heard that this person has a good background, and he is backed by senior officials in Beijing. No wonder he is so good with so much energy. He directly transferred 7 or 8 cabinet committee members to the border. After listening to his words, Qin Yan's cold and solemn expression turned dark and serious at the moment, and it turned out that this man was not only what he thought. It involves military personnel and has a close relationship with the cabinet committee. He pursed his lips slightly, paused, and then said, "It's not urgent. Please help me check another matter first." Qin Yan is not a reckless person. Although he may not be able to defeat these 2 people with his current ability, he is used to killing them with one strike. If he doesn't take action, he will definitely make them unable to fight back. Shen Shuwen also knew what kind of temper his brother was, so he didn't say much when he saw this. "What's the matter?"
Just say it.
It's all a lifelong friendship. Qin Yan had nothing to hide, so he told him about the seizure of the letter he sent to Lin Wanshu. When he finished speaking, Shin Shuwen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. You mean, it's not that your wife doesn't want to reply to you, but that she didn't receive the letter at all? Qin Yan. There's nothing wrong with understanding it this way. He nodded. Well, she said she didn't receive any of them. Hearing his confirmation, Shin Shuwen, who has always been good-tempered, suddenly became angry. It's really unreasonable. They even dared to seize letters from officers and soldiers privately. Is there any more royal method? If his brother hadn't successfully dated Lin Wanshu in the end, wouldn't he have missed it in this life? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He slapped the table and stood up. I will definitely find out about this matter, and I must let them do it. Your explanation really off labor and management. After that, he didn't stay much longer, put on his hat, and went out. Lin Wanshu had just cut the noodles and put them into the pot. When she saw Shin Shuwen coming and leaving in a hurry, she hurriedly shouted, "Brother Shin, why are you leaving? Don't you want to eat a bowl of noodles first? I'm going to cook it soon." Shin Shuwen saw that she was still wearing an apron, with a gentle and virtuous look, and felt even more afraid for his brother. As a man, he knew very well what it meant to miss a woman he had been thinking about for many years. That one squatting in the gutter, the mouse deserves to die. Even though he was furious in his heart, he still had a smile on his face. No, I have something to go back to the military camp. I won't be polite to you when I have time. Hearing what he said, Lin Wanshu didn't insist anymore. He only said that he would come with Ji Hualan in a few days and she would fry him some delicious food. After Shin Shuwen happily agreed, he left. Waiting for others after leaving, Lin Wanshu returned to the kitchen. The noodles in the pot were almost cooked. After almost kissing her just now, Lin Wanshu was a little afraid to look into the man's eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she asked him to sit down and prepare to eat. Qin Yan said, carrying Milkman to a raised square stool. Then he sat on the bench, next to Lin Wanshu. There were 3 people in the family. Milkman sat on one side, and the couple sat on one side.
Sit on the other side.
Lin Wanshu. After eating, Lin Wanshu left the milk baby to Qin Yan to take care of as usual, and went to the fields with Ji Hualan with A. Yu Fongfong still didn't have to go to work today. He picked up the as he did. I have asked Director Ma to allocate some land to me, and I will dig it out later, and I will plant tomatoes early tomorrow morning. She worked hard to give birth to a beautiful daughter. Yu Fongfong said with an ambitious look. But Ji Hualan immediately poured cold water on her. You have to do laundry and go to work tomorrow, so you have this time. Plant? Yu Fongfong. Can I plant it again when I get back from work? As she said that, she turned to look at Lin Wanshu again. Wan, you will teach me how to grow tomatoes, right? Whether I can give birth to a beautiful daughter or not depends entirely on you. Yu Fongfong was pretty and lovely. When she wasn't acting like a monster, she looked really lovable. Now that she was looking at her pitiful eyes, how could Lin Wanshu refuse? Okay, then I'll wait for you in the afternoon. After work, we go to plant vegetables together. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we go in the morning or afternoon. Growing vegetables couldn't be easier. When she heard her promise, Yu Fongfong's tail almost turned up. She looked at Ji Hualan with a proud look on her face. Look, what Wan cares about most is it's me.
Ji Hualan.
Virtue. Why didn't she find this person so shameless before? But she seems to be more pleasing to the eye than before. Once she put aside her prejudice, Ji Hualan soon discovered that Yu Fongfong had a bad mouth. He was actually quite nice, and as soon as she recognized someone, she would directly drag him into her own territory, and the 3 of them chatted and laughed all the way to Ma Chioping's private field. She arrived in the field early. The sun was already high in the east, and the sun shone on her body. After a while, she felt a little hot. She was wearing a straw hat and holding it in her hand.
Boundary stone. Director Ma.
Seeing her, Ji Hualan said hello from a distance. Ma Chioping is the wife of Political Commissar Su Kongnian. She is not only the women's director of the regiment, but also responsible for the affairs of the family home. And she is also like a big sister. Not only has she no heirs, and she is very friendly. The military wife in the regiment likes to see her for everything. Lin Wanshu didn't have time to visit her yesterday, but she came to care about them. Therefore, she also has a good impression of this director.
Director Ma.
She also said hello. Yu Fongfong jumped directly in front of her. Director Ma, where is my land? I can't wait to open up land and grow vegetables now. Ma Qiuping looked at her like a skinny monkey, feeling funny and helpless. You're here. Why are you so anxious? As he spoke, he nodded to the other two people and then said with a smile, Daughter-in-law Qin Yan, I have buried the boundary stones in your land. Come and take a look. We don't work together like a production team here. After all, some military wives have to go to work, and some military wives are unwilling to work in the fields because of their good family conditions. Farming is done on a voluntary basis. Anyone who wants it can apply, and after applying, you can just plant it yourself. After all, here it was a border defense. The mountains were high, and the emperor was far away, so the troops couldn't get involved in the movement. Naturally, they made arrangements according to their convenience. Ma Qiuping just buried the boundary stone in Lin Wanshu's field. She led her around and asked her to recognize it. As soon as she recognized her vegetable field, Yu Fongfong didn't want the field, but she was unhappy when she saw that her vegetable field was not next to Lin Wanshu's. Director Ma, you know me. I have never even cultivated the land. You separated me so far away. How could I ask Wanwan for advice on how to cultivate the land? In the end, he insisted on asking her to change a piece for him, even if it was a smaller piece. In the end, Ma Qiuping had no choice but to give her a triangular piece of land next to Lin Wanshu. The shape of this piece of land was strange, and other military wives refused to take it. But Yu Fongfong was very satisfied with it. Triangle is good. Triangle is the most stable structure. That satisfied little look made Lin Wanshu laugh and cry. How about I give you a piece of land here, and turn your land into a parallelogram? Hearing this, Yu Fongfong quickly waved her hand to refuse. Goodbye, I can't take care of this piece of land. You know my ability. Hearing her say this, Lin Wanshu thought of her great achievements in the family compound, and immediately stopped trying to persuade her. After the land was divided, Ma Qiuping left. The vegetable fields here had actually been reclaimed before, but no one had planted them, and the fields were full of grass. Lin Wanshu did nothing all morning, and was just busy weeding. Fortunately, she was used to farm work in this life, and she could do the work quickly, and well just by muscle memory. Yu Fongfong was exhausted and panting after digging for a while. No, I need to take a break. Farm work is really hard. At this moment, she realized how amazing those educated youth who supported rural construction were. Lin Wanshu was blessed with the spiritual spring water, so she didn't feel very tired, but the sun was too strong after all, and it was uncomfortable to be exposed to the sun. After digging half of it, she also sat under a tree to rest. The two chatted while drinking water, and soon Ji Hualan also came. This weather, there's no wind at all. It's so hot. Ji Hualan complained while fanning herself with her straw hat. Lin Wanshu picked up her kettle and handed it to her. Drink some water and take a rest first. Ji Hualan took it, unscrewed the lid, and gulped down several mouthfuls before she felt much better. In early July, it was the height of summer, and the sky was clear without a single cloud. The three of them chatted casually, and soon they saw Huang Fengying coming to the field with a big belly. She was carrying 2 buckets on her shoulders, followed by 3 little girls in tattered clothes. The youngest one didn't look much older than Meow Meow, but her hair was as yellow as dead grass, and her thin arms and legs looked like she didn't have much flesh. A pair of big eyes were embedded in the skinny girl's little face looked a little scary. The child probably didn't have enough to eat, and she fell every 2 steps. But she didn't dare to cry at such a young age. She got up immediately after falling down and stumbled behind her mother and sister. Looking at those poor little girls, Ji Hualan couldn't help but sigh. It's unlucky to have such a mother. Although Lin Wanshu didn't like Huang Fengying, she felt very uncomfortable when she saw the child who was about the same age as Meow Meow but was so thin that she looked like a monster. She couldn't help but ask, Director Ma, don't you care? The Women's Federation is a unit that protects the rights and interests of women and children, but you can tell from this child that she has never had a good day. Of course you care, but they treat you well in front of you, and they still do what they should do behind your back." Ji Hualan was speechless about this family. Huang Fengying came to her own vegetable garden carrying a bucket of water and directed the 3 children to pull out the weeds. "Pull them out thoroughly, otherwise your grandma will come and find out that you haven't pulled them out thoroughly, or you won't have lunch." After saying that, she walked carefully on the ridge of the field with her big belly. The porridge that the children had last night was watery, and there was not much rice and sweet potato. In the morning, they didn't even have time to drink a sip of rice soup before they were driven to the field to work by Huindi. Now, they were so hungry that they had no strength in their bodies, but they didn't dare to complain. As soon as they arrived at the vegetable field, they skillfully pulled out the weeds. They were afraid that if they didn't pull them out cleanly, they would really not be able to have lunch later. The summer sun was a bit scorching even in the morning. Several people didn't wear hats. Soon, they were dizzy and dazzled by the sun. The youngest Sanyu was only 2.5 years old, but she could already tell which was a vegetable and which was a. She worked in a good manner. Not long after, Huang Fengying came back carrying 2 buckets of water. The huge belly blocked her sight. She couldn't see the road under her feet at all, and every step was difficult. But when she thought of the baby in her belly, she was full of energy. This child is like several of the big ones, all reacted differently. It was definitely a son. As long as she gave birth to a son, everything would be better. With this belief, Huang Fengying came to the sweet potato field step by step. She had already watered the vegetable field yesterday afternoon, but it was late, and she didn't have time to water the sweet potatoes. She could only come here to water them now. The sweet potatoes will be ready for digging in a month. Normally, they don't need to be watered frequently, but the weather has been a bit dry recently, and the sun is strong, so they need to be watered every few days. After arriving at the sweet potato field, Huang Fengying carefully put down the bucket. Her stomach felt a little heavy, but she didn't dare to rest. She picked up the watering can and poured water on the sweet potatoes. With that skilled posture, how could you tell that she had never been to the field before she got married? After watering 2 buckets, Huang Fengying went to fetch water again. After fetching water 3 times in a row, only half of the sweet potato field was watered. Just as she was about to pick up the 4th bucket, Daya's voice as thin as a mosquito came from the side.
"Mom,
We've finished pulling. Can we go catch some grasshoppers and roast them? They don't have enough to eat most of the time, and they can only find ways to eat on their own. Grasshoppers in the fields, fish, shrimps, and in the water are all food for them to fill their stomachs." But every time, they went to find them secretly and didn't dare to tell Huang Fengying. Today, they were so hungry that they couldn't stand it anymore, so they came over to ask in a low voice.
Eat, eat, eat.
You only know how to eat. Why don't you eat yourself to death? Useless things. Huang Fengying's stomach was already uncomfortable, and when she heard Daya's words, she was furious. The ferocious look on her face scared the 3 children so much that they shuddered. Sanya shrank directly behind her eldest sister for fear that she would be beaten accidentally. "After you pull the weeds, help me carry water. No one can escape until the sweet potato field is watered today." As she said this, she stuffed the bucket directly to Daya. Daya is already 7 years old this year, but she is obviously shorter than her peers. Carrying a huge bucket in one hand, she didn't dare to say anything and went to the ditch to fetch water obediently. Arya lowered her head. Her whole body was wooden, as if she was a puppet without a soul. She followed her sister wherever she went. Sonia didn't know what happened, but she caught up with her 2 sisters instinctively. Behind her, Huang Fengying touched her bulging belly, pouted, and cursed. None of them is useful. Lin Wanshu, who was turning the soil not far away, saw this scene and felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness in her heart. In this era of favoring boys over girls, there are more than tens of thousands of girls like them. Didn't she also try her best to climb out of such a quagmire? Sighing, she retracted her gaze and continued to dig her own land. After a long time, Daya came back staggeringly carrying 2.5 buckets of water. She was not tall, and the buckets almost hung to the ground. Occasionally, when the buckets touched the grass on the ground, she would trip and her small body would tilt. How could a 7-year-old child have any strength? But she gritted her teeth and carried the water to the sweet potato field. Huang Fengming looked at the water in the bucket, but was not very satisfied. "I've raised you to this age in vain. Can't you carry more?" After glaring at her, she snatched the bucket and continued to water the sweet potatoes. Yu Fengfeng couldn't stand it anymore. "Huang Fengming, are you still a human being? She is only a few years old, and you ask her to fetch water. If you can't choose, won't you ask your mother-in-law to come? If your mother-in-law can't choose either, won't she wait for your husband to come back and choose? Why are you making such a fuss for a child?" She put her hands on her hips and started to scold. It was really unreasonable. After being scolded by Yu Fengfeng, Huang Fengming, who was showing off in front of the children, suddenly froze, and her face turned the color of liver. After a long while, she finally squeezed out a sentence. You don't understand. I do this for their own good. Girls should do more work so that they can be said to have a good family when they grow up." Yu Fengfeng. Lin Wanshu. "What is a good family? Like you? You still have to fetch water to water the sweet potatoes when you are about to give birth, and the child is so hungry that he is skin and bones?" Lin Wanshu couldn't help but said sarcastically. These words were like a thorn, piercing Huang Fengming's heart. The anger boomed and burned her reason out. Huang Fengming stared at Lin Wanshu angrily. "Why do you say that to me? Just because you married a good man? Do you know how difficult it is for me? I gave birth to 3 daughters, and people looked down on me and laughed at me for not being able to give birth to a. Do you think I want to live like this? Do you think I don't want to eat well and dress well for my children like you? You don't know anything. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at me?" Looking at the hysterical Huang Fengming in front of her, Lin Wanshu felt ridiculous and pathetic. How could she not know? In her previous life, she didn't even have a child, let alone a daughter. Every day in the Red Star Brigade, she was laughed at and looked down upon. Lu Juhua was not a good person either. If she hadn't been smart, she would have been tortured to death. But even in such a quagmire, she never gave up struggling. In the end, she walked out of the Red Star Brigade step by step on her own. Looking at the strong and fragile Huang Fengming in front of her, Lin Wanshu said word by word, "No one can degrade you to the dust, except yourself. You can never rely on others for your destiny at any time. If you rely on mountains, they will fall, and if you rely on people, they will run away." If she hadn't given up her job today, what would it matter if she gave birth to 3 daughters? With a job and income, would she still worry about not being able to support herself and her children? Lin Wanshu didn't say this, but Huang Fengming stood there in a daze. Looking at the skinny children, her mind suddenly flashed back to the glory of her past work, and her eyes suddenly reddened. How did she live like this? Huang Fengming went back in despair, not even caring about the children. The sweet potatoes were not watered yet, and the buckets were thrown all over the place. The children were a little flustered. What happened to their mother? Lin Wanshu looked at the 3 pitiful children, as if she saw herself who was weak and helpless. After a pause, she took out 3 small mung bean cakes from the space under the cover of her belt. Although the mung bean cakes are not big, they have added a lot of nutrients and have a strong sense of fullness. It is perfect for dealing with famine. It is not conspicuous and provides the energy needed by the human body. This thing was originally in the space, probably studied by her ancestors of unknown generation. She has 1 or 2 tons of such mung bean cakes. The children looked at the tempting cakes in front of them and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Their hungry stomachs made loud noises. But even though they were so hungry, they still didn't dare to reach out to take it. Not only that, the 3 of them also shrank back at the same time. Lin Wanshu didn't say much. She just pulled the biggest hand over and put 3 cakes in their hands. Take it and share it with your sisters, and the aunties will take the bucket back for you later. With cakes stuffed in her hands, Daya didn't dare to say no, but she shook her head vigorously about her having to carry the bucket for herself. I have to water the plants before I can go back. Otherwise, Grandma would definitely not give them lunch. If they don't have lunch, they won't be able to walk. They don't have the strength to work, and they will be beaten when they go back, so they might as well finish watering here first. Hearing this, Ji Hualan couldn't help but sigh. What a sin! With children of the same age, her family can lift the roof, but these three are so humble that they are in the dust. You go and have cakes, and your aunt will help you water this little piece of land in a while. As she said that, she pointed under the tree and motioned them to sit there. Daya hesitated for a moment, but having grown up in an oppressive environment for a long time, she did not dare to oppose the authority of adults. Finally, she led her two sisters to sit under the tree, looking back every few steps. Ji Hualan's vegetable garden was taken care of, so she simply helped the children water it. She must talk to Director Ma later. Zhou Tianzhu was really too unreasonable. How could he ignore these girls? Lin Wanshu had already turned over her vegetable garden. Seeing Ji Hualan carrying water, she also stepped forward to help. After all, she was also involved in the matter of arguing with Huang Fengying just now. Considering that she was a pregnant woman, she would help today. What happens in the future has nothing to do with her. Yu Fengfeng had not finished her own work, so she didn't care about helping. But Lin Wanshu and Ji Hualan were both quick and nimble. In less than 10 minutes, the two of them watered the remaining sweet potato fields. After watering, seeing that Yu Fengfeng's field had not been turned over yet, the two helped her again. Yu Fengfeng. Another day of feeling like a waste. No, she couldn't go on like this. What if Lin Wanshu disliked her and didn't want to play with her? On the way back, Yu Fengfeng swore secretly in her heart. She must stand up tomorrow. After eating the mung bean cakes, Daya, Arya, and Sonia all regained their spirits and didn't look as listless as before. But their expressions were still timid. The three of them followed Lin Wanshu silently, not daring to say a word. The three big and three small walked all the way back to the family yard. Ji Hualan carried a bucket and planned to send the three small ones back to the Zhou family first. But just passing by the yard and before entering the door, she heard an arrogant voice coming from the kitchen. Who are you? Are you worthy to sit here and eat with my mother? Lin Wanshu. Where did this feudal remnant come from? Ji Hualan curled her lips and whispered to Lin Wanshu, this person is Zhou Tianzhu's sister, Zhou Xiaoyan, whom I told you about. The three little ones heard the voice inside, and they, who were already timid, trembled immediately. Those who didn't know would think there was a ghost inside. In the kitchen, Huang Fengying, who was scolded, did not apologize humbly as usual. Instead, she stared at Zhou Xiaoyan, who was dressed in a bright outfit. What are you looking at? Are you not convinced? Look at what kind of things you gave birth to. If I hadn't married you, would my brother be laughed at? Zhou Xiaoyan put her hands on her hips, stared at her with a pair of triangular eyes, and said viciously. The water blue floral top that originally showed her temperament, when she wore it, it looked like a nouveau riche wearing gold and silver. This fabric originally belonged to Huang Fengying. When she was a girl, she cherished it so much that she couldn't bear to wear it. But I gave it to her with good intentions, but I got such insults in return. Huang Fengying's hands had been clenched into fists at some point. Her pale, bloodless lips were pursed tightly. Seeing that she didn't say anything and kept staring at her shirt, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly remembered the first time she saw her, when she was also staring at her Dacron shirt. At that time, her skin was fair, and her whole body exuded a temperament that only city people had. Standing in front of her, she was like an ugly duckling. Now the situation has changed, and she has become a city dweller with a job and income, while she has become a young wife who can be beaten and scolded at will. When she thought of this, the sense of superiority in her eyes seemed to overflow. Are you looking at my clothes? Let me tell you, this style is the most fashionable now, and the labor cost alone is 5 yuan. It's useless for you to look at it. With her condition, she should be grateful for a meal of white rice porridge, and she still wants to wear beautiful clothes like mine? What a joke. My daughter is talking to you. Are you deaf? Get out of my way. Seeing you is bad luck. Seeing that she didn't say anything and just stared at people, Hu Indi felt even more disgusted. If she wasn't afraid that she was really pregnant with a grandson, she would have kicked her long ago. What the Hades? After Hu Indi finished speaking, she didn't care whether she was hungry or not, and picked up a piece of fat meat for Zhou Xiaoyan. You are sensible and know to buy meat for me. Unlike some people, they are useless except for eating. The mother and daughter were affectionate, eating meat piece by piece. Huang Fengying's nails had sunk into her palms without knowing when. She used to eat meat once or twice a month, and she could make a new set of clothes every winter and summer. But what kind of life is she living now? The shirt on her body was an old dress she had made before she got married. She hasn't eaten meat since she gave birth to Arya. She can't even remember what eggs taste like. Come on, eat another piece, and leave the rest for your brother, Hu Indi said, and stretched out her chopsticks to pick up another piece of meat. But before she touched it, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and took away the meat and the basin. Huang Fengying, what are you crazy about? Hurry up and put the meat back to me. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes were almost spitting fire when she saw Huang Fengying dare to take the meat away. Huang Fengying looked at the mother and daughter's expressions as if they were going to eat her, and her face turned pale. The fear that had been suppressed for a long time made her almost put down the meat in her hand. But when she thought that she hadn't touched meat for a long time, she barely straightened her back and pretended to be calm and said, "This meat is obviously bought with my salary. Why can't I eat it?" Zhou Xiaoyan didn't expect this cowardly and stupid woman to say that, and she almost couldn't react. When she came to her senses, she slammed the table and stood up. "What do you mean your salary? I'm the one working now, so the salary is naturally mine." Huang Fengying was so scared that she almost jumped up when she saw the furious Zhou Xiaoyan.
But she still argued. I
just asked you to work in my place temporarily. I didn't say I would give you the job. Now I have no meat to eat. You give me the job back. I will earn money to buy it myself. These words were like a bomb, which made the mother and daughter dizzy. I didn't expect that she would not only the meat, but now she even dared to ask for a job? This is outrageous. Huang Fengying, are you confused? Zhou Xiaoyan asked in disbelief. She, Huang Fengying, is the sinner of their Zhou family. How dare she ask herself for a job? Seeing her expression that looked like she was daydreaming, Huang Fengying suddenly felt it was a bit absurd. Obviously, that was her job. You lied to me. Why don't you keep your word? Didn't you agree that you would give me my job back after I gave birth to my second child and finished my confinement? How come in the end, I became the shameless one? Holding the pot of pork tightly in her hand, Huang Fengying's face was full of anger, of being deceived. Outside the door, in addition to Lin Wanshu and the other two, there were several more military wives who appeared at some point. Everyone listened to the noise inside with gossipy faces. When they heard that Huang Fengying, who had always been cowardly, dared to ask Zhou Xiaoyan for a job, everyone was shocked. It turns out that this job has not been given to Zhou Xiaoyan yet. It seems that Huang Fengying is not completely brainless.
Wang Hunling whispered to Hualan.
But Ji Hualan didn't care. What's the use? She has occupied the job for so long. How can she get it back so easily? That's right. She was beaten so badly by Hu Indi this morning. She didn't dare to say a word. I guarantee she won't take this job back. Everyone was talking about it. If they had a handful of melon seeds in their hands, they would probably start cracking them. Lin Wanshu didn't want to stay here to read the gossip. After all, there was a baby waiting for her at home. But the three children huddled tightly behind her, trembling. Seeing them so scared, she couldn't just leave like that. In the kitchen, hearing Huang Fengying's questioning, Zhou Xiaoyan felt like she had heard a big joke. Huang Fengying, do you want to listen to what you were saying? You gave birth to 3 money-losing children, but my Zhou family didn't bother with you and provided you 4 with good food and drink. Now you dare to ask me for a job? These words were like a sharp sword, hitting Huang Fengying's face. It also made her, who was originally righteous, feel that she was a step shorter in an instant. Then, how can it be the same?
She just wanted her job back.
What did she do wrong? Hu Indi was used to controlling this daughter-in-law. Today, her authority was challenged, and she was already angry. Now that she dared to talk back, she narrowed her eyes and said in a gloomy voice, This job is paid to our Zhou family because you can't give birth to a son. Do you want it back? Believe it or not, I will let my son divorce you." Hearing this, the military wives outside the yard couldn't help but gasp. This old woman is so cruel. How can a woman face people after divorce these days? Isn't this forcing her to die? It seems that Yang Zheng is right. She will definitely not get this job back. But Yu Fangfang disagrees. "If it were me, I would get my job back even if I get divorced. Why should I be afraid of losing face if I have a job? Is face more important than salary?" Lin Wanshu was a little surprised that she would say such a thing. At the same time, she liked her more. "I agree with you. The economic base determines the superstructure. Only with income can you have confidence. Without income, even if she gave birth to 3 sons today, she would still be bullied." Unexpectedly, they would say such a thing, and the military wives looked at her sideways. Which woman is not afraid of divorce these days? If you get divorced, other people's spit can drown you. Sure enough, Huang Fengying, who was threatened with divorce, was immediately scared. If Zhou Tianzhu really divorced her, how could she survive with 3 burdens? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but regret her impulsiveness. Zhou Xiaoyan saw her panic-stricken look and felt an indescribable joy in her heart. So, what if she is from the city? Hasn't she been completely subdued by her mother? Don't think about work. If you give birth to a boy, you should stay at home and take good care of my grandson. If not, Hu Indi's voice became more and more sinister. Huang Fengying couldn't help trembling when she heard it.
I'm sorry."
Her face was as pale as a ghost, and she apologized in a trembling voice. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted and reached out to grab the basin from her hand. "You want to eat meat? Give birth to a son first. If I hear what you said today again, you will pack up your things and get out of our Zhou family with your money-losing goods." Hu Indi said viciously and drove the person out of the kitchen. The military wives who were eavesdropping outside did not expect Hu Indi to drive people away. Before she could dodge, she saw Huang Fengying running out of the kitchen in a state of embarrassment. Huang Fengying had not expected that there were so many people eavesdropping outside. Instantly, humiliation and embarrassment surged up. This emotion reached its peak instantly after seeing Lin Wanshu in the crowd. Why was she there? Was she here to see her laugh? She was so timid just now, but now she was walking towards Lin Wanshu angrily with her big belly. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't said those inexplicable things to me, how could I have mentioned work to my mother-in-law? You did it on purpose, right?" Seeing that she was divorced, she was happy. "Obviously, I'm already living such a miserable life. Why do you still want to frame me?" Lin Wanshu. She just said that sentence unnecessarily. "Your suffering is not caused by me, and I didn't ask you to give your job away. How you live has nothing to do with me. After all, we are not familiar with each other. The blisters on your feet are caused by walking, and you can't stand up by yourself. Who can you blame?" "That's right. We all advised you not to give up your job. What did you say? Now you regret it and blame others?" "Huang Fengying, this is not the way to be a good person," Wang Chunling said with some regret. When she first came to join the army, she and Huang Fengying got along well. But since she gave birth to several daughters one after another, the two of them gradually drifted apart. She watched the glamorous Huang Fengying turn into the skinny one now. It would be a lie to say that she was not heartbroken. And her words touched Huang Fengying's nerves. With a wow, she burst into tears. "I know you all look down on me. I can't give birth to a son.
I'm useless. It's normal for you to laugh at me."
Lin Wanshu was speechless again. "No one looks down on you. The one who really looks down on you is you. If you don't respect yourself, how can you expect others to respect you?" As soon as these words fell, Huang Fengying's crying stopped abruptly, and the whole person was a little dazed. Has she always been the one who looked down on herself? Ever since she shared a room with Zhao Mingyuan, Heman Xiang has been immersed in her own sweet world. Now she is his woman, and as long as she gives birth to a few sons, she can wait to win. Whenever she thinks of the future prosperity and wealth, Heman Xiang can't help but smile. Although it is a pity that Qin Yan didn't die, but on second thought, it doesn't matter much. After all, a self-defense counterattack will break out in Yun province in a few years, and it is unclear whether he will be able to come back alive. She will be the wife of the richest man in the future, so there is really no need to waste her mind on those two people. With this time, she might as well find a way to let Zhao Mingyuan do business earlier. With his ability, He Manxiang believes that he will definitely let her live a good life early. These days, He Manxiang has been thinking in her heart how to persuade Zhao Mingyuan to do business earlier. For this reason, every time he wants to have with her, He Manxiang has tried her best. Even the tricks she learned in her previous life, she used them on him, without reservation. He Manxiang could feel that he liked it very much. That night, after serving the man diligently, He Manxiang approached him gently when he came back from washing. But she didn't dare to sleep next to him directly. Zhao Mingyuan had a problem. No matter how hot they were at night, he couldn't touch him when sleeping. Once she tried to sleep in his arms, but he kicked her off the bed. Until now, she still felt a dull pain in her thigh. But He Manxiang didn't think much about it, because she knew that rich people had some unknown problems. Zhao Mingyuan must be the same. When she was 10 centimeters away from Zhao Mingyuan, He Manxiang stopped and didn't move forward. The room was dark and nothing could be seen. Listening to his heavy breathing and thinking of the intimacy just now, He Manxiang's heart was filled with joy. After a pause, she spoke softly. "Brother Yuan, can we chat?" Zhao Mingyuan heard her pretentious voice and almost kicked her off the bed. Especially when he thought of Wang Yongxing's extremely satisfied voice just now, Zhao Mingyuan hated He Manxiang. He Manxiang didn't know that the man next to her was already glaring at her. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she didn't take it to heart. After all, he didn't say a word even when they were in the same room, so it wasn't surprising that he didn't say anything now. Today when I was at work, I heard people talking about the old dog in the team who ate white rice every day. Old dog was Wang Fugue's nickname. In his previous life, he was the one who had the best life in the team except Zhao Mingyuan. Not only did he build a 2-story house in the team early on, but he also bought land in the city. Later, she heard from others that before the reform and opening up, the old dog had already secretly started a business. Since he could make money so early and live such a good life, her Zhao Mingyuan was so capable, he would definitely make more money. However, she didn't ask him to do business directly, but planned to arouse his interest little by little. But to her surprise, Zhao Mingyuan was not interested in this topic at all, but was very impatient. "What does other people's business have to do with you?" He Manxiang was a little unwilling. "Brother Yuan, don't you want to eat white rice every meal?" She was so greedy that her eyes were green with greed, eating sweet potatoes every day without any meat. "Tsk. He Manxiang, are you stupid or am I stupid? Don't you really know where his white rice comes from?" In those days, the grain of every rural household was exchanged for work points at the end of the year. The total output was so limited that even those who earned full work points every day in the team could not eat white porridge every meal. Where did Lao Go get his white rice? You can figure it out with your toes. He Manxiang knew that Lao Go went to the black market to buy and sell. But since he was able to make money and later build a house, it means that the risk of doing so was not that great. Haven't you noticed that the attitude of the superiors has loosened since this year? They say that the bold will die of overeating and the timid will die of starvation. If we don't give it a try, how will we know if it works? Do you want to live this kind of life where you have no food to eat? Zhao Mingyuan didn't expect that a woman like her would be braver than him. It would be a lie for him to say that he was not shocked. But after the shock, he felt a little more disgusted in his heart. Women are really not good. They are selfish, cowardly, and greedy. She is so capable. Why doesn't she go herself? Isn't it because she knows that the business is dangerous and doesn't want to take risks, so she pushes him to go? Do you really think he is a fool? I'm not jealous of what others eat. If you are jealous, go and earn it yourself. I still need to sleep, don't bother me. After saying that, he didn't pay any attention to He Manxiang anymore and turned around. He Manxiang didn't expect that she had served so hard just now, but she didn't succeed in blowing pillow wind, and she was dumbfounded. How could he do this to herself? Wasn't her performance just now good enough? Looking at the dark roof, Himanxiang was filled with depression and unwillingness. It was as if she couldn't accept that she had gone to that extent, but still couldn't take him down. That night, Himanxiang suffered from insomnia again. Ji Chirong had just finished lunch at noon in a certain unit in Lan County and was about to go back to the dormitory. There were generally no female soldiers in units below the regiment level in the field army, but the situation in Lan County was special, and the organization dispatched dozens of female soldiers. The female soldiers were assigned to the communication company and the medical team respectively. However, male and female soldiers were not trained together, and most of the time they could not see each other, and they rarely met. Ji Chirong belonged to the communication company. However, she was used to being alone on weekdays, and she didn't get close to anyone. The cafeteria was more than 100 meters away from the dormitory. As soon as she walked downstairs of the dormitory, Ji Chirong was stopped by a female soldier. "Platoon Leader Ji, there is a call for you from Jing City." Hearing that it was a call from Jing City, Ji Chirong's eyes flashed with surprise. But she still maintained a calm expression on her face. "I know." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the communication room. Her dignified appearance made people admire her. Platoon Leader Ji was indeed from the Beijing compound. His aura was different from that of ordinary people. The female soldiers looked at her back with admiration. Ji Chirong quickly came to the communication room and took the phone number handed over by another female soldier. She took a look and called back. The phone rang twice and was immediately picked up. "Hello, is this Romrom?" Hearing the voice of her mother Su Yajun on the other side, Ji Chirong's eyes warmed. "Mom, it's me. Why are you calling me?" It has been a long time since she last saw her mother, and Ji Chirong unconsciously showed the delicate look of a little girl. However, what responded to her was not some warm concern, but Su Yajun's somewhat urgent voice. "Romrom, tell Mom, did you go to see your Uncle Hepping last month?" Hearing that her voice was wrong, Ji Chirong was a little strange, but she still replied seriously. "I did look for him. What's wrong?" Just after she finished speaking, Su Yajun's somewhat angry voice came from the phone again. "You are confused. What did I tell you last month? You didn't listen to a word?" Hearing this, Ji Chirong was stunned, and then she reluctantly dug out the words Su Yajun told her last time from her memory. "Mom, are you too nervous? Isn't my uncle doing well now?" She said that the higher-ups were going to take action against the cabinet committee, but she clearly saw that Uncle Hepping was still as glorious as before. Other units had to avoid his limelight. Seeing that she had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, Su Yajun was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. But she couldn't explain it to her in detail on the phone from the army. In the end, she had to tell her vaguely that Li Hepping was now listed as a key focus. Although Li Hepping and she were cousins, they had been close in recent years. If something happened to him, she would not be in a good situation. How could this happen? Ji Chirong, who had just looked calm and indifferent, even changed her tone. She had clearly asked him to help her with a small favor, but he solved it easily, and he didn't look like he had encountered any trouble at all. How could he suddenly be listed as a key target of attention? Anyway, keep a low profile. Don't think I don't know what you did with your uncle. Su Yajun's voice, suppressed with anger, was still ringing on the phone. Ji Chirong's face was somewhat embarrassed when her secret was exposed. "Mom, how could you do this? You are invading my privacy." Su Yajun sneered and said, "If I don't ask clearly, how can I know that you are still holding on to that person?" Hearing this, Ji Chirong became more embarrassed and ashamed. But she still needed the help of her mother, and even if she was dissatisfied, she could only endure it. "I know what I'm doing, so don't worry about it, okay? At most, I promise you that I won't go to Uncle Hepping." Su Yajun saw that she was stubborn and yelled at her. Since she came to the army, Ji Chirong has never been yelled at by her mother like this. She was stunned for a moment. You scolded me?" she asked in disbelief. She was already 24 years old and a platoon leader. Why did she scold herself like a child? Realizing that her tone was indeed a bit heavy, she paused, then slowed down her voice and advised earnestly. "What's so good about him? A country boy, how can you delay him until this age? Why did she have to hang herself on a tree like a ghost? She was so noble that she refused to let herself help. Now that he has a child, she still hasn't let go. Soo Ya-jun would be lying if she didn't feel bad for her daughter, who is in love with a man like this. Be obedient. Wait until you go home on vacation. I'll ask your Aunt Shin to introduce you to a partner, so you can get married soon. Seeing her bring this up again, Ji Cheorong got angry. Mom, if you're calling just to tell me this, then don't say it. How could she go back to Beijing and just find someone to marry? Those people are not him, and no one can compare to his style. From the moment she saw him on the first day of joining the army, Ji Cheorong fell deeply in love. But she has her own pride and reserve, and she can't do this shameless pursuit of men. The love she expects is that the other party is also amazed by her style. For this reason, she created countless encounters and even cut off the possibility of his contact with that woman. However, she still couldn't prevent it. When she went back to Beijing to visit her relatives, he actually went back to his hometown and got married with that woman. The day she learned the news, Ji Cheorong almost choked with blood. It's not like she hadn't tried to persuade herself to let it go, but she had failed every time. Ji Cheorong couldn't accept it. She was so outstanding. Why couldn't he see it? Soo Ya-jun saw that she could not persuade this stubborn girl, and she felt helpless and distressed. After a long time, she said as if she had compromised, "Since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you anymore, but don't look for your uncle recently. Tell me if you need anything." Unable to bear to see her trapped in love, Soo Ya-jun once again offered to help her. And this time, Ji Cheorong did not refuse. The mother and daughter exchanged a few more words before hanging up the phone. On the other side, after staying in the family compound for a while, Lin Wanshu was already familiar with this place. She even knew most of the military wives in the family compound. She had already opened up the vegetable garden, and now she was planting a few kinds of vegetable seeds given by the military wives. She didn't plan to plant rice in the field for the time being, so she left it there for the time being. Early that morning, Lin Wanshu washed clothes as usual, and after having breakfast, she moved out the flower seedlings that had been planted in the corner of the yard a few days ago. They don't have walls here, only fences. Lin Wanshu felt that the privacy was not very good, so she planned to plant some green plants and flowers along the fence to block it. The most important thing is that there are too many mosquitoes here, so she also got some mosquito-repellent plants and planned to plant them together. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know what her mother was doing, but it didn't affect her curiosity to follow Lin Wanshu's ace. When Lin Wanshu moved the flower seedlings, she also helped to move the empty pots. When Lin Wanshu took she also reached out to help lift it. The main focus is to accompany her. Lin Wanshu was also very patient. Every time she took something, she would tell her what it was. Xiao Miao Miao was at the age of learning to speak. Her mother taught her a sentence, and she followed it in a baby voice. But her little tongue obviously didn't keep up with her little ears. What she heard was the flower pot, and what came out became happy. Lin Wanshu was so amused by her. She corrected it several times, but the little guy just couldn't say it correctly. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. She should wait for a bigger one. She couldn't ask too much of the baby, who was less than 1.5 years old. Qin Yan had just come out after washing the dishes when he saw two people, one big and one small, squatting under the fence. The big one held a fresh plant in his hand and planted it in the mud pit that had just been dug yesterday, while the small one stretched out two chubby little paws and grabbed the mud and threw it into the pit. The white and tender little hands were covered with mud, and her original skin color could no longer be seen. But she was having a lot of fun, and from time to time she would utter a baby language that no one could understand. The morning sun poured into this small courtyard, coating the mother and daughter with a layer of golden light. Looking at the warm scene in front of him, Qin Yan's heart softened. How incredible! She just walked into his world with a little life. Lin Wanshu had already noticed Qin Yan from the corner of her eye, and she couldn't help feeling a little strange when she saw that he hadn't moved. Raising her hand, which was also covered with mud, she called out to him, "Ian, come and help."
Okay.
A faint smile rose from the corner of his lips, but his eyes were like the vast stars, making people unable to resist and indulge in them. Boom, 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 resisting the urge to cover her heart, Lin Wanshu felt that her man was too foul. With the help of Xiao Miao Miao, Lin Wanshu had planted 4 of the 6 seedlings and 2 were killed. The 2 flowers that died tragically were dug up by Xiao Miao Miao with a shovel just after she planted them. She had no choice but to ask her to help fill the soil. As a result, the soil was thrown all over her legs and feet. Now, seeing the child's father coming over, she was also directing people without any courtesy. Just pick up the seedlings with the soil and transplant them into these pits. I'll find something for Xiao Miao Miao to eat. Otherwise, if she continues to help, she won't have these seedlings anymore. Okay, leave it to me, Qin Yan said, and moved a small stool, sat in the position where Lin Wanshu was just now, and took over her work. In fact, after this period of treatment, his legs have long been completely recovered. Not to mention squatting down to plant some green plants, even running and jumping directly is not a problem. This recovery speed can only be described as against the sky. If someone with ulterior motives knew that she had this kind of medicine, Qin Yan couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Therefore, even though he had completely recovered, he usually pretended that his legs were not healed yet. Qin Yan was originally from a rural background, and he helped his family with farm work before joining the army. Planting flowers is naturally a piece of cake. Without Xiao Miao Miao's help, his speed in planting flowers is obviously not comparable to Lin Wanshu's level. After Lin Wanshu washed Xiao Miao Miao's paws and coaxed her with hawthorn sticks, she saw that there was only 1 seedling left in the whole pot. The man was holding the seedling in one hand and a shovel in the other. With a casual dig of the small shovel, a standard cylindrical pit covered the pit she had dug. Then, the seedling was casually placed in the pit, and the soil was filled, and a flower was planted. The whole process looked unhurried, but the row of flowers was like soldiers in the army, quickly returning to their positions and lining up neatly. Lin Wanshu even suspected that he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, otherwise why the distance between the 2 flowers was exactly the same as seen by the eye. It's planted. Is there anything else to do? Qin Yan asked after watering the last flower. Lin Wanshu pointed to the wall and said, "Plant all those flowers. I'll make you some medicine." Since he was capable of doing this job, Lin Wanshu gave him the job with a clear conscience. Qin Yan. Hearing that she was going to make medicine for him again, Qin Yan's eyebrows twitched, and he felt that she was wasting heaven's gift. "My leg is fine now, so you don't need to take the medicine." He couldn't help but call her. He didn't want to waste such precious medicine. "No, your leg hasn't healed yet. You have to continue taking the medicine, so as not to leave any problems." Hearing this, Qin Yan was silent again.
She
didn't seem to know how amazing the effect of the medicine she made was. Just like when he was in the hospital, the reaction when he took the medicine for the first time seemed to be beyond her expectations. This put Qin Yan in a dilemma. She didn't tell him her secret, and he didn't know what the secret was. If he rashly exposed this matter, he might scare her away. He couldn't bear such consequences at all. Finally, with a sigh in his heart, Qin Yan did not stop her from continuing to give him medicine. He did not know what the ingredients of the later medicine were. After he recovered, he took it again. Not only did it have no side effects, but it also had a strengthening effect. This effect was obviously not comparable to the medicine he took in the hospital. Lin Wanshu did not know that he had completely recovered. According to the efficacy of the medicine she prescribed later, he had to take it for another 2 days before he could stop taking it. After talking to Qin Yan, she went back to the kitchen to cook medicine. Xiao Miao Miao was holding a hawthorn stick in one hand and chewing it with relish. Perhaps because she had something to eat in her hand, she did not try to help her father again. The father and daughter planted flowers and ate hawthorn sticks. It was unknown how long it had been, but suddenly there was a small figure outside the fence. Xiao Miao Miao tilted her head curiously to look at her, and after a moment, she walked towards the other party with a swaying step. Outside the fence, Sanya tiptoed, looking anxiously in the yard, as if she was looking for someone. Xiao Miao Miao had come to the fence. She blinked her big eyes and looked at her fellow creatures of similar size outside. As she watched, she pushed the hawthorn stick in her hand through the gap in the fence. Squeak! She opened her small mouth with only 8 teeth and greeted the cubs of her fellow creatures enthusiastically. The hawthorn stick almost hit Sonia's face. Smelling the sour and sweet fragrance, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. But after swallowing, she timidly took a step back. It was as if she was afraid that if she got too close, she would make the people inside cry and be driven away. Although she was only 2 years old and less than 3 years old, she already knew how to survive in the gap. Xiao Miao Miao still held the hawthorn stick in her hand. Seeing the other party retreat, her face was full of confusion and puzzlement. As if she didn't understand why she didn't want such a delicious thing, the little guy stretched her hand forward again. When Sanya saw the white and tender hands and the white and tender face, she subconsciously put her 2 dark hands behind her back.
No,
She said in a mosquito-like voice and shook her short-haired head blankly. Xiao Miao Miao has been in the family compound for more than a week, and she has captured the hearts of many little brothers, sisters, and aunts. When has she ever been rejected like this? The lonely little hand was still stretched out of the fence, and she pouted and cried aggrievedly. Hearing the babies cry, the couple were startled and hurriedly put down the work in their hands and ran to Xiao Miao Miao one after the other. What's wrong with Miao Miao? Qin Yan was walking in the front. He thought Xiao Miao Miao had got her hand stuck in the fence, so he hurried to help her get it back carefully. Lin Wanshu, who was walking behind, just saw that her little one was fine, and she felt someone pulling her clothes. When she turned around, she met Sonia's expression that was about to cry.
Aunt, save.
My sister. Sonia also didn't know how to speak very well, and it was very difficult for her to say just a few words. But Lin Wanshu still heard it. Seeing that Sonia was about to cry, she had to ask, "You mean save your sister? What's wrong with her?" Sonia was probably still young and couldn't tell what was wrong with her sister. She grabbed Lin Wanshu like a life-saving straw and pulled her out desperately. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lin Wanshu didn't ask any more questions and quickly said to Qin Yan, "The medicine is ready. You just bring it out. I'll go see what's going on." After that, she quickly returned to the house, took out a bag, and then said to Sonia, "Where's your sister? You lead the way, I'll follow." Sonia knew that she wanted to help, so she excitedly ran ahead, and Lin Wanshu followed behind. The two walked out of the back door of the family compound. Before they reached the vegetable patch, they heard a curse from afar. "Huang Fengying, is there any mother like you? Arya has such a high fever. Why don't you send her to the clinic but take her to the fields to work?" Next to the vegetable patch, Huang Fengying had already dug up 2 rows of sweet potatoes. Arya was lying on the turned-up soil at this moment. Her limbs were stiff, her whole body was twitching. She could only see the whites of her eyes, and her face was purple. Daya was frightened, sitting on the ground crying and shouting for Arya. Huang Fengying, who was being scolded, was also frightened on the spot when she saw Arya twitching on the ground. How could this happen? I didn't know she had a fever. She muttered to herself, feeling a little helpless. In fact, something was wrong with Arya in the morning because she got up early every day, but today she didn't respond after being called for a long time. But Huang Fengying didn't care. She had to hurry to dig up the sweet potatoes in the field. After all, these sweet potatoes are usually eaten by her and her daughter. How could she not hurry up? But who would have thought that Arya fell to the ground after only 2 rows of sweet potatoes were dug? Hearing her say this, Yang Zheng became even angrier. Even if she is a girl, she came out of your belly, right? You just watch her burn like this? People will die, do you know? Hearing that people will die, an unknown fear surged into Huang Fengying's heart belatedly. Seeing Arya's face on the ground getting more and more purple, she couldn't hold it anymore. Arya, how are you? Don't scare your mother." As she spoke, she squatted down tremblingly, wanting to pick up Arya. Although she often thought that it would be better if they had not been born in her belly, Huang Fengying couldn't bear it when she heard that Arya might die. How could she not feel distressed? After all, she was a piece of flesh that fell from her body, and she was fed with her milk. How could she say that she had no feelings at all? If she was really cruel, she would not have tried her best to the newborn Area from Huindi. I'm afraid she would really throw her into the bucket and drown her. Seeing her like this, Yang Zheng didn't know what to say. The most urgent thing was to send Area to the health center as soon as possible. You are heavy, let me hold you. Although she did not approve of Huang Fengying's usual practice, the child was innocent after all. She couldn't just watch Area get into trouble. But before she could pick her up, she was interrupted anxiously by Lin Wanshu. She's still twitching. Don't hold her yet. The calm and decisive voice was like a shot of cardiotonic, making the two panicked people feel like they had found their backbone. Lin Wanshu walked up quickly and put Area on a flat place. With both hands, she quickly unbuttoned her clothes, tilted her head to one side, and used her handkerchief to clean the secretions in her mouth and nose. As soon as the cavity was cleaned, Area's purple face was instantly relieved. Seeing Lin Wanshu's calm and professional method, Yang Zheng was stunned. If she hadn't seen her still rescuing people, she would have wanted to ask her if she was a doctor before she joined the army. Huang Fengying was so confused at the moment that she couldn't care about much. Seeing that Area's complexion had improved, she couldn't help but shed tears. Regardless of the many unpleasantness with others before, Huang Fengying pleaded, "Comrade Wanshu, please, save my Area." Seeing that she didn't seem to be completely hopeless, Lin Wanshu's dislike for her finally decreased a little. "I'll try my best, but she still has to be sent to the health center for treatment." When Huang Fengying heard that she had to be sent to the clinic, her first thought was how much money it would cost. She didn't have a penny on her. But this thought died when she saw Area still twitching. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go back and ask my mother-in-law for money. Can you help me send her to the clinic first?" Of course, they couldn't refuse to help with this. "You go ahead, I'll take it there for you later." Yang Zheng waved at her. Hearing this, Huang Fengying was relieved. Not caring about her belly that was about to give birth, she turned around and walked quickly to the family compound. Dia looked at her from behind, her whole body a little dazed. Is this still the mother she knows? Did she really cry just now? Just thinking about this, suddenly, her mind flashed again, with the gentle look of her telling her stories when she was young. But with the birth of Area and Sonia, she slowly changed. Not only was she no longer gentle, but she also flew into a rage every day, either beating or scolding them. Every time she saw her hideous appearance, Dia couldn't help but wonder, is the mother who told her stories gently in her memory really the one in front of her? Later, Dia gradually became sensible and understood why she became like this. It's all their fault. Why aren't they sons? If they were sons, their mother wouldn't have to be beaten and scolded by their grandmother, and she wouldn't have to go hungry every day. Dia didn't blame her. She only blamed they were unlucky, not having a man and not being able to get the grandmother's care. Therefore, even if she had to work non-stop every day with an empty stomach, she endured it silently. Now, seeing her mother crying, Dia suddenly felt that the mother in her memory had returned.
Mom.
Dia shouted in her heart, and her tears had already wet her cheeks. But no one noticed Dia's emotions. Lin Wanshu took out a leather bag from her bag. After opening the bag, rows of needles were neatly inserted inside. She took out a 3-edged needle and then took out disinfectant. After disinfecting the needle, she followed the method recorded in the medical book and pierced Area's 12 well points respectively. The 3-edged needle is specially used for bloodletting. After each needle was inserted, Lin Wanshu pressed with her hands to squeeze out some blood. After the blood was released from the 12 acupuncture points, Area, who had been twitching, finally stopped. Yang Zheng's jaw dropped to the ground. "Wanshu, are you really a doctor? Why have I never heard you say that?" If she had known that there was such a great doctor in the family compound, why would she have had to go to the clinic these days? After all, that disease is so embarrassing. If she couldn't bear it anymore, she would be too embarrassed to go to the doctor. Lin Wanshu. "My grandfather is a doctor, but I'm not one yet. I'll take the medical qualification exam after a while. After all, it's not a solution to always be like this. But people of this era don't care whether you have a qualification certificate or not. When Yongzheng heard that Lin Wanshu's grandfather was a doctor, she subconsciously thought that since it was inherited from her ancestors, she must have real skills. Didn't you see that he snatched Arya back from the gates of Hades in a few moves? Facing Yongzheng's admiring eyes, Lin Wanshu was silent for a moment, and in the end, she didn't explain anything, and picked up Arya to send her to the clinic. On the other side, Huang Fengming finally returned home, after hurrying. Regardless of the tightness in her stomach, she found Hu Indi, who was eating egg porridge in the kitchen, and said anxiously, "Mom, Arya has a high fever. Give me some money. I'll take her to the clinic." Hu Indi, who was enjoying the egg porridge happily, was interrupted by Huang Fengming, and she felt a little unhappy. She raised her drooping eyelids slightly, and she uttered 2 words slowly. "No money." Although she was mentally prepared, Huang Fengming was still disappointed when she was rejected. How could she be like this? Isn't Arya her granddaughter? Isn't she Zhou Tianju's own flesh and blood? But she couldn't say this. If she said it, she would definitely not get the money today. Thinking of this, her face became more pleading. "Mom, I don't ask for much, just 3. No, just $1. Give it to me first, just think of it as a loan for me, okay?" Hearing this, Hu Indi showed a sarcastic smile on her face. After looking up and down at Huang Fengming, who was dressed in tattered and embarrassed clothes, she paused and said with disgust, "You borrow money from me? Do you have the ability to pay it back?" Huang Fengming naturally had no money. The little money she had saved before getting married, she had spent it all on this family over the years. Now, she couldn't even take out a penny. Huang Fengming didn't expect that she had devoted her heart and soul to this family, but in the end, she lost so completely. But now was not the time to argue with Hu Indi. She was afraid that if she delayed any further, even if Arya was not in danger of life, her brain would be burned out. With red eyes, Huang Fengming held her tight stomach with her hands and knelt down with difficulty. "Mom, I beg you, please be kind and give me $1. Although Arya's arrival made her despised, beaten, and scolded, she was brought into this world by herself after all.
How could she watch her die?
However, Huang Fengming's pleading did not win Hu Indi's sympathy. Seeing her kneeling in front of her, Hu Indi felt secretly happy. So, what if she is a girl from the city? In the end, she was still squeezed and flattened by her? Huang Fengming looked at the arrogant Hu Indi in front of her, and somehow her mind flashed back to her appearance when she first saw her. At that time, Hu Indi was wearing a coarse cloth dress that was washed white and a pair of worn cotton shoes on her feet. Her face was full of flattering smiles, and her hands were so cramped that she didn't know what to do. When did the positions of the 2 people switch? How did she live so humbly? Huang Fengming clenched her fists at some point, but she was still trying her best to persuade herself not to be impulsive and to save Arya first. "Mom, please, Arya will get burned to death if she doesn't go to the doctor." Hu Indi didn't say anything and continued to eat her egg porridge slowly. Huang Fengming didn't dare to get up, so she begged and waited anxiously. Seeing that the bowl of egg porridge was finally finished, her eyes sparkled with hope. "Mom, go get me the money. Arya is still waiting." With her hands on her belly, she took a few steps on her knees with difficulty and continued to beg. And Hu Indi seemed to have finally enjoyed her pleading. With a lukewarm smile on her face, she slowly spoke when the light of hope in Huang Fengming's eyes reached its peak. "I don't have any money. You're just a loss-making commodity. Even if you get burned to death, I can save food." After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave the kitchen. Her words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a boom, Huang Fengming's only remaining bit of rationality was instantly swallowed up by anger. With her belly about to give birth, she stood up quickly and rushed towards Hu Indi. Before she could react, Huang Fengming reached out and grabbed her collar and roared, "Why don't you give me money? That's the money my man earns. Arya is his child. He has the obligation and responsibility to pay for the child's medical treatment." While roaring, she shook Hu Indi hard. How could Hu Indi expect Huang Fengming to suddenly go crazy? Her collar was pulled tightly, and she felt that breathing became a little difficult.
Cough. Cough.
Hurry up.
Let go.
She struggled as she spoke. But the humiliation of being beaten and scolded for many years burst out in an instant, making Huang Fengying fall into madness. How could she break free so easily? At this time, Huang Fengying had lost her reason, and the only thing left was the words, "It's better to let the money-losing guy die. Why do you look down on me? Look down on my area. Aren't you a woman, and your daughter is not a woman? Why can you eat meat every now and then, but we mother and daughter can only eat bran and vegetables? Now my area is dying, and you won't even give me $1? Why do you humiliate us like this?" At the end, she wanted to strangle this evil woman to death. What right did she have to treat her like this? Just because she was her mother-in-law? Huindi didn't expect that the frail Huang Fengying would be so strong. The collar was pulled tighter and tighter, and she could no longer breathe from her throat. The feeling of being on the verge of death made her fall into great panic.
Crazy.
Huang Fengying is a lunatic. She must make her son divorce her and drive this crazy woman out. Even though she was about to die, Huindi did not forget to ruin Huang Fengying's reputation. It would be best if the whole world laughed at her as an abandoned lunatic. The noise of the quarrel between the two soon attracted the military wives nearby. Seeing that Huindi's eyes had rolled back, Wang Chunling was shocked.
Huang Fengying.
Let go of her. She's going to die. As she spoke, she rushed forward to pull her hands apart. But Huang Fengying had lost her mind, and the only thought in her mind was to let Huindi die. She was the one who deserved to die. Without her, her eldest, second, and third daughters would not be despised by others. They could also eat white rice porridge and even a bite of eggs. You deserve to die. Huindi, why don't you die? As she spoke, she tightened her strength. Wang Chunling was frightened by her actions. Seeing that she couldn't pry her hands apart, she shouted at her. You can't strangle her to death. If she dies, you will go to jail. Your third daughter is still so young. What about her? The two words Sanya were like a spell to lift a curse, and Huang Fengying's head, which was filled with anger, instantly sobered up. Wang Chunling saw this, and quickly pulled her hand away. Cough, cough, cough. Huindi, who had escaped death, gasped violently. Her lungs, which had been extremely short of oxygen just now, suddenly absorbed fresh air, and she couldn't help coughing. Over the years, Huang Fengying has always been cowardly and easy to manipulate. How could Huindi have suffered such a big loss? When she finally caught her breath, she could no longer control the anger in her heart. Before others could react, Huindi slammed into Huang Fengying.
Witch.
Go to Hades. Although the military wives present were on guard, they were afraid that Huindi would retaliate against Huang Fengying. But they still didn't expect that she would use so much force to hit her daughter-in-law, who was about to give birth. Be careful. Wang Chunling quickly pulled Huang Fengying over, but it was still a little late. There was a loud bang, and a huge impact force came. Half of Huang Fengying's body and the whole person fell heavily towards Wang Chunling. Wang Chunling by Huang Fengying and lost her balance. They both fell to the ground, and Huang Fengying bled on the spot. Fengying. The military wives were all scared. Seeing that Huindi was going to hit their daughter-in-law, they hurried forward to pull her away. Let me go. I won't be named who if I don't hit this witch to death today. Huindi was held up, but she was unwilling to give up. She struggled and cursed. Huang Fengying, who fell to the ground, was pale. She covered her stomach and wailed in pain. A warm current was flowing out rapidly from under her ace. Realizing that her water had broken, Huang Fengying's eyes flashed with fear. The child was only 8.5 months old, and it was not time for delivery yet. Huindi, who had no time to shout, grabbed Wang Chunling's hand and begged, Chunling, save my child. Wang Chunling was dizzy from the fall just now. She finally got up and saw that Huang Fengying's amniotic fluid had broken. For a moment, she was panicked.
You.
Don't worry, I'll find a board to lift you. She only has a junior high school education and has a little more common sense than the average military wife. Naturally, She knows that it is very dangerous when the amniotic fluid breaks. At this time, the mother can only lie flat to prevent the amniotic fluid from continuing to flow out and causing fetal hypoxia. But Huindi didn't know whether she was uneducated and had no common sense, or she was really angry. Seeing that her daughter-in-law's amniotic fluid had broken, she still didn't want to let her go. You are not allowed to save her. Let her die. Our Shou family can't afford such a daughter-in-law. Huindi's face was frighteningly ferocious, as if she wanted to strangle Huang Fengying to death on the spot. Zhong Fengshu felt a chill in her heart. She held her hand and continued to exert force until Huindi was completely suppressed and unable to move. Then she said with a cold face, "If she dies in your hands, your son's career in the army will be over. He can't even settle the affairs at home, and someone died. Even if the superiors want to use him, they have to think twice. After all, the army has no shortage of capable people. Who would hire someone with a messy family situation when there are better options?" Hearing that it would affect her son's future, Huindi's head, which was filled with anger, finally regained some rationality. Looking at Huang Fengying, who was covered in blood and amniotic fluid, she stepped back suddenly, and her face finally showed a little more fear.
No.
"It's none of my business. It's all her fault. Who asked her to strangle me first?" she said in panic and took 2 steps back. Zhong Fengshu no longer cared about these words. Seeing that Huindi finally stopped clamoring to kick Huang Fengying to death, she let go of her hand and walked to Huang Fengying. At this moment, Huang Fengying's face became paler and her forehead was covered with sweat. The amniotic fluid under her body was still flowing. She was shocked and scared, but she still comforted her belly. "Baby, wait for your mother. We will go to the hospital soon. You'll be fine." Jian Hongmian found a relatively flat piece of wood and placed it directly under Huang Fengying's buttocks to prevent further loss of amniotic fluid. After waiting for a while, Huang Fengying brought a wooden board, followed by Ji Hualan. Several people worked together to lift Yu Fengfeng onto the board and then carried her out of the kitchen. Huindi looked at the amniotic fluid dripping on the ground, and she didn't know what she thought of, so she followed. Lin Wanshu just sent Arya to the military clinic. Hearing that the child had a high fever and convulsions, Zhang Qingfeng did not dare to neglect it. After putting the child on the bed in the treatment room, he asked about the situation. Knowing that Lin Wanshu had just performed bloodletting treatment on the child, Zhang Qingfeng looked up at her several times. However, he did not hastily criticize her for doing it wrong. After all, this is the army, and more brutal treatments are common on the battlefield. Zhang Qingfeng even saw a wounded person's heart stop beating during an open surgery, and the doctor simply pinched the heart with his bare hands to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And all these rough measures were just to keep the soldiers alive first. Only if they survive can the next step of treatment be carried out. After examining Arya, Zhang Qingfeng said to Lin Wanshu with an admiring look on his face, "You handled it very well. Fortunately, you acted in time. Otherwise the child would be in danger now." Hearing that Arya was out of danger, Lin Wanshu and Yang Zheng both breathed a sigh of relief. Daya and Sonia had been following the 2 adults. Sonia was still young and didn't understand, but Daya understood. Knowing that her second sister was fine, she turned around and secretly wiped away her tears. She was so afraid that her sister, who depended on her for everything, would die just like that. After Zhang Qingfeng took Arya's temperature, he prepared to give her an injection in the buttocks. However, just as the injection was prepared, there was a commotion at the door. "Dr. Zhang, hurry up and save her. Comrade Huang Fengying's water broke." Huang Fengying had an argument with Huindi and was knocked down and had her water broken, which was something no one expected. Lin Wanshu knew that Huindi was cruel, but she didn't expect her to be so cruel. Not only did she refuse to pay for her granddaughter's medical treatment, but now she knocked Huang Fengying into labor prematurely. Hearing that someone was about to give birth, 2 nurses ran out immediately. The nurses were obviously well-trained, and they were pushing a stretcher in their hands. Normally, the Army's clinic does not support delivery, but after a case of a woman who fell and could not get to the county town in time to give birth, resulting in 1 death and 2 lives. The clinic added an extra delivery room. As long as it is an emergency delivery and there is no time to send her to the county hospital, she can be sent here for temporary delivery. For this purpose, the superiors also specially transferred a female doctor who can deliver babies. Carry her up. After the nurse finished speaking, the wives of the soldiers immediately helped to lift the person onto the stretcher. Huang Fengying was already in so much pain that her consciousness was a little blurred, and her hair was wet with cold sweat, but she didn't care about these. The water under her body was still flowing, as if the little life in her belly was slipping away bit by bit. When she thought of this, endless panic surged in her heart. Grabbing the hand of the person next to her randomly, she begged, "Please, you must save my child." Lin Wanshu looked at Huang Fengying, whose body was covered in blood and amniotic fluid, with complicated feelings. While catching up with the cart, she patted Huang Fengying's hand and comforted her. "A doctor will help you deliver the baby later, and your baby will be fine." Huang Fengying's eyes suddenly widened when she didn't expect that the person she grabbed was Lin Wanshu. Looking at the gentle face in front of her, suddenly, an indescribable shame surged in her heart. "I'm sorry, I was too narrow-minded before. I have clearly provoked her time and time again, but she didn't hold a grudge and not only helped her save Arya, but now she also came to comfort me." Huang Fengying was so ashamed of herself. Lin Wanshu did not expect that at this time, she would still have the mind to apologize to her. Looking at Huang Fengying with a face full of shame in front of her, her mood became more and more complicated. "It doesn't matter. The most important thing for you now is to give birth to the baby first, and we can talk about other things later." The clinic is not very big, but the delivery room is set up separately. Lin Wanshu followed the stretcher to the door of the delivery room, then stopped and watched Huang Fengying being pushed in by the nurse. After a while, the doctor Wang Limei also walked into the delivery room quickly. Several military wives were waiting at the door, looking at the door of the delivery room with a nervous look. At the door of the clinic, Hu Indi poked her head out and looked inside with a guilty look. Dia found Hu Indi and hugged Sonia in fear, shivering and shrinking behind the bed, where Arya was lying. In the delivery room, Wang Limei's face became a little solemn after learning that the baby in Huang Fengying's belly was only 8.5 months old. This month is still too early, and it is unknown whether the baby's fetal position is correct. In this era, there was no B ultrasound, and to determine whether the fetal position is correct, one can only rely on touch. Without delay, she stretched out her hand and began to feel on her belly. Huang Fengying's heart almost rose to her throat. As the old saying goes, 7 lives and 8 lives. If the child is born at this time, it is still unknown whether it can be raised. "Doctor, how is it? Is my baby in the head position?" After all, she is the mother of 3 children, so she naturally knows what Wang Limei is touching. After Wang Limei touched her belly, her heart sank completely. "Your fetus is in an abnormal position. You must be sent to the county hospital for surgery immediately." Hearing that the baby's fetal position was abnormal, Huang Fengying's originally pale face turned as white as a piece of paper. "How can the fetus be in an abnormal position? Doctor, feel it again. It would be too late to go to the county hospital now." Wang Limei understood her feelings, but she didn't have time to comfort people now. She hurriedly walked out of the delivery room and said to the outside, "Who is the family member of the Praetorian? The Praetorian's fetus is in an abnormal position. She must be sent to the county hospital for surgery immediately." Hearing that the baby was going to be operated on, Hu Indi jumped out before the other military wives said anything. "I'm her mother-in-law. I don't agree with her having surgery. Let her give birth directly. Don't think she doesn't know how much the operation will cost. Is she worthy of using their family's money?" Wang Limei is a doctor and has seen many strange things. She was not surprised by Hu Indi's words. The fetus is in breech position and the mother's pelvis is too narrow, so she can't give birth directly. She explained patiently. If the pelvis is larger, they can still try, but they still face great risks. But Hu Indi didn't listen to her at all. "Duan, talk to me about that. It's not like I haven't seen it before. There was a person in our village who came out feet first. He was able to give birth, so why can't she? She looked like she would never let Huang Fengming go to the county for operation. The military wives listened to her absurd words, looked at her mean face, and suddenly their fists hardened. Aunt Hu, why are your words different from last year? Didn't you say that when your daughter gave birth to your grandson, she was in breech position, and you were afraid that she would be in danger, so you asked her to have an operation directly to carry the baby out? Why did you change when it came to your daughter-in-law? Hearing this, Hu Indi's face suddenly froze, and then she said with some guilt, "Then, how can they be the same? Zhou Xiaoyan is her daughter. Huang Fengming is not only full of money-losing goods, but she almost strangled her to death just now. She must be crazy to spend money to have surgery on her." Even though they knew what kind of person Hu Indi was, at this moment, the military wives were still shocked by her shamelessness. It turned out that her daughter was her daughter, and other people's were just straw. But Hu Indi was Huang Fengming's family member after all. If she disagreed, the military wives had no right to interfere with how she gave birth. Wang Limei saw that Hu Indi was not moved by any soft or hard words and finally had no choice but to send someone to find Zhou Tianzhu. Fortunately, Zhou Tianzhu came quickly. Hearing that his wife was going to give birth again, he was still looking forward to it in his heart. What if this baby is a son? With this expectation, he walked quickly and arrived at the clinic in less than 10 minutes. As soon as he entered the door, Zhou Tianzhu went straight to the door of the delivery room. "Hello, sisters-in-law." Seeing a row of military wives waiting at the door, he was somewhat flattered and greeted them. He didn't expect that so many military wives would come here to wait for his wife to give birth. How could Zhou Tianzhu not be surprised? However, when the military wives heard his greeting, they all rolled their eyes. Zhou Tianzhu didn't understand, and didn't know when he had offended so many military wives. But before he could figure it out, someone grabbed his clothes. "Son, tell the doctor quickly, Huang Fengming can't have surgery and hold the baby." Hu Indi pulled Zhou Tianzhu and ordered with a strong face. Wang Limei happened to come out too. She didn't pay attention to Hu Indi's words. Seeing Zhou Tianzhu coming, she quickly told him about Huang Fengming's situation. She must be sent to the county hospital for surgery immediately. The mother has lost too much amniotic fluid. If she delays any longer, the child will be in danger. Hearing that the child would be in danger, Zhou Tianzhu's heart sank. He was about to agree, but was interrupted by Hu Indi. "You can't have a cesarean section. Who knows if she is giving birth to a son? What if it is a girl again? It will be difficult to have another baby after the cesarean section." Hearing that she might not be able to have children again after the operation, Zhou Tianzhu hesitated again. "Doctor, is there really no other way to let her give birth naturally?" Seeing Zhou Tianzhu's attitude, the military wives on the side couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They couldn't even decide their own lives, but instead handed the decision to two people who were not related by blood. How ridiculous! Wang Limei's face was not good. "Your wife has lost a lot of amniotic fluid now. If you delay any longer, both the adult and the child will be in danger. How can you give birth to a son?" In the ward, Huang Fengming's stomach hurt more and more. When she heard Zhou Tianzhu was coming, she felt like she had found her backbone and thought she was saved. But she never expected to hear such words. In an instant, her heart fell into an ice cellar. A chill spread from her heart and flowed to her limbs. This is the man she insisted on marrying? How ridiculous! In his heart, her life is not even as important as those follicles that have not yet appeared. At this moment, she no longer wants to save the life in her belly. She feels so tired. It is probably a lucky thing to die like this. Huang Fengming stopped wailing, just staring at the ceiling with her big eyes, as if the pain in her stomach no longer existed. Zhou Tianzhu was scolded, and his face was a little embarrassed. "Dr. Wang, I don't understand these. Just do what you say." Although he was very afraid that he would not be able to have a son, Zhou Tianzhu still had some concerns. If Huang Fengming had an accident because of him, his military career would be over. Seeing that he was not hopeless, Wang Limei's complexion finally improved. "Go find a car. She must be sent to the hospital as soon as possible." There is no delay. Okay, I'll find it now. Zhou Tianju nodded and prepared to find a car. Hu Yindi didn't expect that he would not listen to her. She was immediately anxious and hurriedly reached out to hold him.
Son, you're confused.
How could you agree to let her have surgery? Don't you think about yourself? Hu Yindi didn't hold out any hope for Huang Fengying's baby because she was so pregnant with a girl. Other people's bellies are pointed when they are pregnant with a son, but her belly is so round. It must be another money-losing baby. That's why she still asked Huang Fengying to fetch water to water the vegetables even when she was about to give birth. She had long wanted her to abort the baby in her belly. But this thing was very stubborn and couldn't be tossed out no matter what. Now that the amniotic fluid had broken, it was exactly what Hu Yindi wanted. It would be better if the baby died so that she could get pregnant with the next one right after giving birth. With this idea in mind, she tightly grasped Zhou Tianju's arm to prevent him from calling a car. Being held back, Zhou Tianju looked a little embarrassed. It's not that he wasn't worried about the result his mother said, but he couldn't do anything too excessive in front of everyone. Mom, let go first. I'll call a car to take Fengying to the hospital, and we'll talk about other things later. Zhou Tianju didn't even have the heart to say anything harsh. He just patiently persuaded Hu Yindi. It was as if the person in the delivery room who was waiting to be sent to the county hospital in a hurry was not his wife. The military wives couldn't stand it anymore. Hu Yindi, if you hadn't hit Fengying so hard just now, how could the baby in her belly be born prematurely? Now you still want to stop her from going to the county hospital, which makes me have to suspect that you have planned to kill her all along. Wang Chunling pointed at Hu Yindi's nose and cursed angrily. Zhou Tianju was shocked to hear that Huang Fengying was born prematurely because of her mother. Mom, how could you hit her? If any military wife goes to the political commissar to tell this, wouldn't it kill him? It is related to his own future. Zhou Tianju's face changed.
She started it first.
If she hadn't almost strangled me to death, how could I have hit her? Hu Yindi didn't think she had done anything wrong. She was a daughter-in-law who dared to be so harsh to her mother-in-law. Hitting her was the least of her worries. We all saw it with our own eyes. Fengying has been married into your family for so many years. She has been diligent and hardworking, and she doesn't even dare to speak loudly. It must be you who did something excessive that made her act like that. I just heard it at home. Fengying asked Hu Yindi for $1 to treat area. Not only did she not give it, she also said that it would be fine if she was burned to death. I guess Fengying couldn't stand it after hearing this. Zhong Fengshu said from the side. As soon as she finished speaking, the eyes of everyone in the clinic were not right when looking at the mother and son. Captain Zhou, I remember that you have a salary of 70 or 80 yuan every month, right? Why, is your family so poor that you can't even take out $1 to treat your daughter? If it's really that difficult, just ask and I'll lend it to you. Wang Chunling didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. She was already dissatisfied with Hu Yindi's bullying, and now she is even more furious. Hearing the words of the military wives, Zhou Tianju's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. If Huang Fengying had just accidentally fallen and had a premature birth, it would not have much to do with him. Now it involves his mother not only hitting her pregnant daughter-in-law, but also refusing to give Qian area medical treatment. He dared not think about what the consequences would be if the political commissar knew about this. There must be some misunderstanding here. The most urgent thing now is to send Fengying to the county hospital first. I will find out when I come back. He who had been patiently persuading Hu Yindi just now he couldn't care about much, and struggled directly. He said anxiously, Mom, let go. I'll go find a car. After all, Zhou Tianju trains regularly. If he really struggles, how can Hu Yindi catch him? In a few seconds, he broke free from his restraints and rushed out of the clinic. Looking at her son's back as he left, Hu Yindi stomped her feet in anger, but no one paid any attention to her. Not long after, the military jeep arrived. Several people worked together to lift Huang Fengying into the car. Hu Yindi wanted to get in, but was stopped by Lin Wanshu. Aunt Hu, the nurse has to take care of her in the back. If you can't help, don't go. Other military wives, upon seeing this, also rushed forward to grab Hu Yindi. to prevent her from following and causing trouble. The nurse was even more agile. She climbed directly into the car and slammed the door shut. She urged the driver to set off quickly. The young soldier was also not vague. He stepped on the accelerator and flew out. Seeing the car drive away like this, Huindi was very unwilling, but she had no choice but to watch the car speed away. After the car drove out, Zhou Tianju, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked back at Huang Fengying. When he saw clearly that her face was pale without a trace of blood, he was immediately shocked.
Fengying, how are you?
Huang Fengying, who was lying in the car, was a little conscious at the moment. She didn't know whether the fluid flowing from her body was amniotic fluid or blood. If it were in the past, she would have been happy for several days after hearing Zhou Tianju's concerned voice. But now, she was calm and even wanted to laugh. Laugh at her own stupidity. She originally thought that she would marry a country boy and he would cherish and love her. Unexpectedly, she ended up living a joke. She had been living like this for several years and was still full of guilt. Huang Fengying closed her eyes and said nothing. Seeing her like this, Zhou Tianju inexplicably had a bad premonition in his heart. He wanted to say something, but was afraid that she would ignore him. Finally, he had to swallow the words in his mouth. The car bumped along the winding mountain road. The nurse dutifully gave her oxygen. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the county hospital. Knowing that the patient's amniotic fluid had broken or that she was a premature breech, the hospital did not dare to be careless and immediately arranged a cesarean section for her. This was Zhou Tianju's fourth child, but his mood had never been as complicated as it was at this moment. Thinking back to Huang Fengying's indifferent look just now, he felt a little uneasy. It seemed that something was changing. The operation time seemed to be particularly long and difficult, and Zhou Tianju paced back and forth at the door. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the delivery room finally opened. Who is the family member of the pregnant woman Huang Fengying? I am. Did my wife give birth? Is it a boy or a girl? Zhou Tianju rushed forward with excitement. It's a boy. Midwife Lao Ku was interrupted before she could finish her words. Really? My wife really gave birth to a son for me? Ha ha ha. I have a son. Hearing that it was a boy, Zhou Tianju was so excited that he almost jumped up. When he thought about having a son, he felt so happy, as if he was walking on clouds, light and airy. When Lao Ku saw the excited man in military uniform in front of her, a trace of pity flashed across her face. But after a pause, she spoke again. I'm sorry. The mother lost too much amniotic fluid, and it was too late to send the baby here. The baby was dead when we took him out. We tried to rescue him, but we couldn't save him. You. Accept my condolences. For fear of being interrupted again, she spoke quickly and clearly. As soon as these words fell, Zhou Tianju, who was originally dancing with excitement, suddenly froze in place, as if he had been acupunctured. You. What did you say? He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. His son. How could it be possible? This is impossible. The 3 daughters were born smoothly before, so how could his son die? Doctor, are you kidding? When he came to his senses, he stared at Lao Ku with red eyes. Although Lao Ku was used to seeing life and death, she still felt sorry for this woman in labor. The woman's amniotic fluid is almost gone, and the fetus has been lacking oxygen in the stomach for a while. If it had been sent to the baby 10 minutes earlier, it might have been saved. Hearing this, Zhou Tianju was struck by lightning. 10 minutes earlier. Isn't that the time when he just arrived at the clinic? If his mother hadn't stopped him, and he had directly found a car to send Huang Fengying here, would his son have survived? Or, if his mother hadn't hit his wife, then his son could have waited until full term to be born smoothly. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianju seemed unable to bear and his whole body was a little shaky. How could this happen? My son. He had been looking forward to seeing his son for so long, but his son was gone just like that? Zhou Tianju couldn't accept this fact at all. Doctor, please find a way to save him. Save my son. Coming back to his senses, He grabbed Lao Ke's arm tightly, his bloodshot eyes full of pleading. Lao Ke felt that his arm was about to be broken, and he couldn't help frowning in pain. Seeing this, the nurse rushed forward to help, trying to pry Zhou Tianju's hand open. "Family of the Praetoriant, please calm down. We have tried our best, and we will never give up if we can rescue the baby." It was just a short delay, and as medical staff they were also heartbroken. The young soldier Xiao Li, who was driving, also hurried forward to persuade them. "Captain Zhou, let go quickly. Don't pinch the doctor's hand. This hand is going to be used for surgery to save lives. How can you pinch it so hard?" I don't know if it's because Xiao Li is stronger, but with his help, Zhou Tianju's hand was finally pried open. But even though it was pried open, his whole body was like a body without a soul, dazed. "Family member, please accept my condolences. The woman in labor is not in good condition now and needs your care." Although her hand was still in great pain from being pinched, Lao Ke still persuaded her diligently. However, Zhou Tianju's mind was full of the words that his son was gone, so how could he have the mood to take care of other things? Lao Ke's words were destined to fall on deaf ears. Lao Ke saw that this was not going to work, so he asked the little soldier next to him, "Are there any other family members of the woman in labor coming over? She has lost too much blood and needs someone to take care of her." Xiao Li shook his head awkwardly. The situation was urgent just now. In addition to Zhou Tianju and a nurse, where were the other family members? Hearing this, Lao Ke frowned again. "It won't work without family members. You'd better find someone to take care of her." Having said that, she did not stay any longer and turned back to the delivery room. In the delivery room, Huang Fengming's wound was sutured by herself. At this moment, she was also in a daze, staring at the ceiling without blinking. She had been given local anesthesia for the cesarean section just now. Although her consciousness was a little fuzzy, she still heard the doctor's words. It was indeed a son in her belly, but he did not survive. Because of the loss of amniotic fluid, the child died directly in the stomach due to lack of oxygen. Huang Fengming wanted to laugh. How absurd it was that Hu Indi's long-cherished grandson died at her hands. Huang Fengming thought she would be sad and would not be able to bear it. But when she heard the bad news, she found that she was not as sad as she imagined. With her eyes half lowered, Huang Fengming seemed to listen quietly to the precautions given by the doctor. In fact, her mind had long drifted away. The news that Huang Fengming gave birth to a dead baby boy by cesarean section was passed back to the family compound that afternoon. The military wives were shocked and distressed. Hu Indi really deserves to die. She had a good life, but she had to make trouble. Now, isn't it? She has ruined her grandson. Who said it wasn't? Arya was burned like that, but she refused to pay even $1 for a doctor's visit. She also hit her daughter-in-law like that. I think this is retribution. The military wives talked about it one after another. The news soon reached Hu Indi's ears. When she heard that Huang Fengming's baby was really a grandson, but the baby was suffocated to death in her stomach because of the delay of more than 10 minutes, she almost went crazy. How is it possible? Is the baby in her stomach really a boy? Hu Indi covered her heart with her hands and widened her eyes as if she couldn't accept what she heard. How could it be false? Xiao Li asked me to bring this to you. He said that he was at the door of the delivery room today and heard what the doctor said with his own ears. Seeing Hu Indi about to faint, Yang Zheng felt a little happy, but more of a pity for Huang Fengming. Obviously, she could live a glamorous life on her own, but in the end, she ended up like this. Rather than saying that Hu Indi is really hateful, it is better to say that she is too weak. Yang Zheng left after saying that, leaving Hu Indi staggering and sitting on the ground, still muttering that it was impossible. When Lin Wanshu heard the news, she was sewing clothes for Xiao Miao Miao. A few days ago, Xiao Jianxi from next door sent a small military uniform. Xiao Miao Miao immediately quit and kept chasing her brother, wanting his military uniform. Lin Wanshu happened to have military green fabric, so she simply cut it and made her one. Yu Fongfong had just come back from work, and she ran to her house without even putting down her bag. At this moment, one big, Two small and 3 children were squatting in front of her, staring at her with big eyes and curiously watching her sew clothes. Yu Fongfong was watching, and she was still babble. I just took a peek. That old woman was crying so miserably. She said miserable, but her expression was clearly gloating. If I were surnamed Huang, I would get my job back even if I had to complain to the higher authorities, and I would earn money to support myself in the future, and I would never give birth to a son. She finally got a baby in her arms, but the old witch knocked him away. If it were her, she would not be able to swallow this breath. Lin Wanshu flicked her head. Don't say bad words, it will teach the child bad things. Yu Fongfong wanted to say that her son could not be taught to be bad because he was bad to begin with. But after meeting Xiao Miao Miao's big watery eyes, these words turned into 2 awkward laughs. She didn't talk about the previous topic anymore, and she pulled Lin Wanshu to complain about the bad things she encountered at work today. Lin Wanshu was not impatient. She just listened carefully and gave some opinions from time to time. She didn't say much, but every word she said was to the point. Yu Fongfong's eyes lit up. She hugged Lin Wanshu's arm, her face full of amazement. Wan, how can you be so powerful? You know everything? Qin Yan had just come back from outside and saw that his wife was occupied by someone again. Yu Fongfong still had her arm around Lin Wanshu and was being affectionate and coquettish when she felt a cold gaze falling on her hand. The familiar chill on her back made her body stiffen, and her hand automatically let go of Lin Wanshu's arm. Well, Wan, my man is probably back too, so I'll go back first. Yu Fongfong, who never took anyone seriously, was like a mouse seeing a cat when she saw Qin Yan. She wouldn't stay in front of him for anything. Now he treated her like an enemy, so how could she dare to stay here any longer? Seeing this scene that was going to happen every now and then, Lin Wanshu suddenly felt helpless and a little funny. Didn't you say you wanted to eat snails? The ones I picked up a few days ago are now well raised. I'll fry them, and you can take a plate home to eat. When she heard that she was going to fry snails, Yu Fongfong's eyes lit up again. Can the snails be fried? Then I'll go back later. With food to eat, how could she care about Qin Yan's gaze? When she thought of the delicious food she tasted that day, her saliva almost flowed to the ground. Aunt Wanshu, I want to eat snails too. Let me help you cut the snail's ace. Feng Jianxi swallowed his saliva hard, wishing he could cut the snail out right now. Although Xiao Miao Miao is still young, the snails are raised at home. She has seen them every day and has long recognized what they are. At this moment, when she heard the adults mention snails, she also shouted excitedly. Move Qin Yan was also obsessed with the delicious food he had eaten that day. When he heard that Lin Wanshu was going to fry snails, he didn't intend to give Xiao Jianxi a chance to do it. I'll do the cutting, you help Uncle Qin take care of your sister. Just like that, with Lin Wanshu's words, everyone's attention was attracted to the snails. Qin Yan went to get the snails, and Xiao Jianxi and Xiao Miao Miao followed behind happily. Yu Fongfong was not idle either, so she went to help wash the peppers and basil. Although she still couldn't cook, she had learned to help out now. Qin Yan is worthy of being a hexagonal warrior, and he does everything in a professional manner. Other people might not be able to catch one of the plump snails after several tries, but in his hands, they were extremely obedient. He caught one at a time, and the broken end of each one was neat and tidy. This operation made Feng Jianxi stunned. Dad, great. Xiao Miao Miao didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from applauding him. Qin Yan's face didn't show any changes, but if you look closely, the corners of his lips clearly curled up slightly. In the yard, Lin Wanshu was still sewing the clothes in her hands with her fingers flying. She was good at sewing, and children's clothes were small, so it didn't take long to make a set. But before she finished sewing, suddenly, 2 little soldiers carrying sewing machines appeared at the door. Sewing machine. It's a sewing machine. There were a few children around the little soldiers, shouting and jumping behind them. Lin Wanshu saw the little soldiers walking straight into her door, and she couldn't help feeling a little strange. Putting down the needle and thread in her hand, she walked over. Comrade, who are you looking for? Xiao Zheng was almost dazzled by the sight of such a beautiful female comrade. When he came to his senses, he said with a flushed face, "Sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law, this sewing machine was asked by the battalion commander to be carried here. It is said that after 3 years of military service, a sow can become as beautiful as Diao Chan. There are usually no female comrades in the army, and at this moment, he was struck by her beauty and couldn't even speak clearly. But before he could take a closer look, he saw Qin Yan coming out of the kitchen. "Carry the sewing machine here." Hearing Qin Yan's faint voice, the hearts of the young soldiers were inexplicably startled. How could they dare to take another look? "Yes, battalion commander." The two of them carried the sewing machine into the house with their eyes and noses. Many military wives who heard the noise just now also came to watch. Seeing a brand new sewing machine being carried into Lin Wanshu's room, most of the military wives present were envious. "Wanshu, your man loves you too much, doesn't he?" Yang Zheng couldn't help but admire. Who doesn't want a sewing machine in this era? But how can a sewing machine be so easy to buy? Not only is it expensive, but you also need a plane ticket. It's not enough to have money and tickets. You have to wait until it's in stock before you can buy it. As a result, someone bought a sewing machine as soon as they arrived. How could they not envy them? Lin Wanshu didn't expect Qin Yan to buy her a sewing machine. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't surprised. Although she didn't lack these things, it was very precious that he spent so much time on her. But she didn't want to show off how good her man was in front of other people, so she smiled and praised the other party in return. "Your company commander Ma is not bad. I heard that when you had surgery to remove your appendix, he took care of you without taking off his clothes." Hearing this, Yang Zheng's heart was really soothed. But she still envied the sewing machine. "I wish I could buy a sewing machine one day." Although her man has nothing to say about her, he is not a generous person. Asking him to spend money to buy a sewing machine would probably be as painful as cutting his flesh. Lin Wanshu couldn't respond to this. Sewing machines are indeed not easy to buy, and she didn't know how Qin Yan bought one in such a short time. At this moment, a somewhat contemptuous voice came. "TSK, what's the big deal? It's just a sewing machine. I have 4 other big items at home." As soon as these words fell, the envious voices suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Who else could it be but Fong Bailey, the military wife who lived in the building? Thanks to her showing off from time to time, who in the family compound doesn't know that her family has the 4 major items that everyone admires? Especially the military wives in the countryside. They dare not even dream of so much. Having just one of them is enough to make them ecstatic. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been unhappy a long time ago, but Lin Wanshu has seen everything. How could she care about this little comparison? Just when she was about to speak, she heard Qin Yan's somewhat apologetic voice. "I have asked someone to help buy the other 3 major items, and they will take 6 or 7 days to deliver. We got married in a hurry, and I should have prepared them for you when we got married, but I delayed them in the past 2 years, so I'm making it up to you now. In fact, the watch has been bought, but there were too few styles in the county department store at that time." Qin Yan always felt that the watch he bought for her at the wedding was not good-looking, so he simply bought a new one. Hearing this, the military wives present were all numb. They shouldn't have come here. Not only were they shown off, but now they were fed dog food. Fong Bailey, who had a look of contempt just now, was slapped in the face on the spot and was immediately embarrassed. Yu Fong was still washing peppers. Hearing the noise, she was afraid that Lin Wanshu would suffer a loss, so she quickly put down the work in her hands and walked forward to sneer. "It is said that the more you lack something, the more you like to show it off. These 4 big items are not something you insisted on, are you? Otherwise, why do you keep talking about the 4 big items in your family?" As soon as these words fell, Fong Bailey's face changed immediately.
"You.
What are you talking about?" But that bluffing look made people feel that Yu Fong's words were true. In an instant, the eyes of the military wives who were originally envious became a little subtle. "Bailey, what Fong said is not true," Yang Zheng asked, as if she was simply curious about how her 4 big items came from. "I think it's most likely true. No wonder Captain Mu looked a little strange for a while." taking out more than 1,000 or almost 2,000 yuan at once. Who wouldn't feel pain? The military wives whispered to each other and looked up at Fong Bailey from time to time. This made Fong Bailey, who was originally full of superiority because of the 4 big items, directly break down. Originally, when she heard that someone bought a sewing machine, she wanted to come over to show it off. Unexpectedly, she didn't show off the 4 big items, but Fong took off her underwear instead. What's wrong with forcing it? It's better than you asking for it and not getting it, Fong Bailey said angrily when she heard that they were still teasing her in front of her. We are not so shameless. We can't force men to buy the 4 big items, Yang Zheng said with a pout. There is no one who doesn't want the 4 big items, but if they are forced to get them, it's meaningless. She would rather earn money to buy them than beg for them in a humble manner. Most other people think so too. Women of this era are reserved and strong-willed. The saying women hold up half the sky makes them stand up straight, so naturally they can't do things like begging men to buy the 4 big items. Although some people think that being able to ask for them is a skill, they dare not say such words directly, otherwise they will appear cheap. One against many. Even if Fong Bailey has a mouth all over his body, he can't win over so many military wives. In the end, he stomped his feet and ran away. Seeing Fong Bailey, who always showed off the 4 big items to them, being humiliated, the military wives felt so relieved. Wan Shu, try this sewing machine and see if it works so that we can open our eyes. The spoil sport ran away, and everyone gathered around Lin Wanshu's sewing machine again. Lin Wanshu had bought such a sewing machine after she earned money in her previous life. It just so happened that she needed to sew that small military uniform now, so she naturally did not refuse. When the little soldier carried the sewing machine in just now, he also brought a small bag of sewing thread. She took out a roll of army green sewing thread and began to install it. It is much easier to install sewing thread on an old-fashioned sewing machine than an electric one. Logically, she should be able to install it in a few seconds. But after all, she had never used a sewing machine in this life, so how could she dare to install it so quickly? But she stumbled and fumbled, and Qin Yan saw it, but mistakenly thought that she had never seen a sewing machine and did not know how to install the thread. Reluctant to let her spend so much time, he said, "Let me install it." Lin Wanshu. She is overacting. Does he think she is too stupid? But when this thought met his doting hidden in his deep eyes, Lin Wanshu's ears warmed slightly. Without saying anything to refuse, she gave up her seat. Then help me install it. I don't know how to do it. She looked like she was relying on him. Which man can withstand such trust and dependence? Without any nonsense, Qin Yan picked up the instruction manual, glanced at it quickly, and began to help her install the thread. Although the military wives inexplicably felt that they were a bit redundant, they didn't think much about it. After all, the installation matters at home are basically the responsibility of men. It is normal for Qin Yan to help install the sewing thread. Although Qin Yan has never used a sewing machine, men are born with an extraordinary talent for mechanical things. After only taking a look at the instruction manual, he installed the thread in 2 or 3 strokes. You try it. Qin Yan returned the position to her. Lin Wanshu had often dealt with this thing in her previous life, so she knew that he had installed it very accurately without trying. However, she still took a piece of cloth and, under the guidance of the man, slowly stepped on the sewing machine. With the clicking sound of the sewing machine, a row of fine stitches appeared on the cloth as everyone held their breath. Lin Wanshu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that he had even adjusted the tightness for her. You are so amazing. You adjusted it to the right place in one go. Is there anything else he can't do? The woman's sparkling eyes were full of admiration, which made Qin Yan's heart warm. However, there were so many people around, so he couldn't do anything. It was a coincidence. In fact, when Qin Yan was debugging, the instruction manual automatically appeared in his mind. Based on his intuition, he adjusted it right at one go. This wonderful feeling was just like chopping wood before. It was an accurate average at the first try. Although Qin Yan said it was a coincidence, the military wives thought he was being modest. They stared at him from beginning to end and watched him install it. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was done in one go. But these were trivial matters, and they didn't take it to heart. Instead, they urged Lin Wanshu to bring it over if she had anything to sew. Lin Wanshu hadn't finished sewing the little military uniform just now, so she simply used the sewing machine to sew it. Zhong Fengshu had sharp eyes, and when she saw the neat and fine stitches on the half-sewn pants on the table, her eyes widened immediately. Wanshu, don't tell me you sewed this by hand, right? Lin Wanshu had already started sewing the hem of the little military uniform with a sewing machine. Hearing this, she nodded. I sewed it. The military wives. What's the difference between this and machine sewing? Wasn't she born to attack them? Not only is she beautiful, but she also has good cooking skills. Not only is she delicious, but she is also good at sewing. Compared with her, they are just like people who come to the world to make up the numbers. Captain Qin is so lucky to marry you. Yang Zheng couldn't help but exclaimed. No wonder he has been thinking about Lin Wanshu for so many years. If she were a man, she would not be willing to die if she didn't marry her home. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu subconsciously glanced at Qin Yan. But she met the undisguised burning in the man's eyes. Yang Zheng, who had eaten another bite of dog food, wanted to slap herself. You are so talkative. Fortunately, Qin Yan did not stay for long. After Lin Wanshu got the hang of it, he went back to the kitchen to pick up the snails. In the kitchen, Xiao Jianxi did not join in the fun. Instead, he had picked up the pliers to pick up the snails. I don't know if Qin Yan's explanation just now has any effect. He picked up the snails better than before. At least a snail can be broken after 2 or 3 pinches. Unlike before, he had to use the pliers to knock off a little bit of the ace. But even so, the ace of the snail he picked up was still broken, not as neat as Qin Yan's. Xiao Miao Miao squatted aside and watched carefully, but her little face was wrinkled like a bun. Seeing another snail being broken, she finally couldn't help it, stretched out her chubby hand, and pointed at the broken snail. Bad Xiao Jianxi was a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to show off in front of his sister, but who would have thought that he would fail? Sister, wait, next one, I will definitely be able to pick it up well. Little Jianxi secretly swore that the next one must be neatly cut. TSK. I told you to let me do it, but you don't believe me. Another child who was about 5 or 6 years old sneered. The one who spoke turned out to be Ji Hualan's youngest son Xinyu, who loved to compete with Feng Jianxi in everything on weekdays. He was just trying to win face. Hearing him say that, how could little Jianxi admit defeat? Just wait and see, I will definitely pick up a good one this time. As he said that, he picked up the snail, gritted his teeth, and clamped it hard again. Under Xiao Miao Miao's expectant eyes, only a click sound was heard. The snail was directly clamped and flew away.
Ha ha ha.
Little Xinyu laughed mercilessly. Xiao Jianxi blushed after losing face in front of his beautiful sister again.
What are you laughing at?
Here, I don't believe you can pick it up better than me. As he said that, little Jianxi handed over the pliers in his hand. But before Xinyu could take it, it was robbed by someone. Let me try. After the pliers were robbed, Xinyu wanted to curse. But when he looked up, he found that it was his brother, and he swallowed the words on his lips. Shenxiai took the pliers and squatted beside the basin. He reached out to pick up a snail, put the pliers' mouth in the position where the 2 sections were retained, and exerted a little force. There was only a click sound, and the tail broke off.
Wow!
Xiao Miao Miao exclaimed loudly, and clapped his hands hard again. Xiao Jianxi and Xiao Xinyu were shown off, and they were all bad. Brother, let me try. Xiao Xinyu was not convinced, and insisted on picking one up himself. Your hand was bleeding yesterday. Be careful not to break the wound. Shenxiai did not hand in the pliers, but picked up another snail and continued to pick it up. Hearing this, Xiao Xinyu, who was originally eager to try, immediately gave up. He was not afraid of breaking the wound, but he was afraid that he would be beaten by his mother when he returned, because this wound was accidentally scratched when he climbed the tree to visit the bird's nest yesterday. If Comrade Ji Hualan found out that he climbed so high, she would definitely beat his ace. Seeing that he didn't fight for it, Shenxiai continued to pick up the snails. Little Jianxi was stunned. Why could Xinxiai, who was only 2 years older than him, pick up the snails so well? He was not convinced. Xiao Miao watched the snails being picked up for a long time, probably because he was bored, so he stood up and wanted to go out to play. Xinxiai looked up, then continued to pick up the snails in his hand, and then handed the pliers to Xiao Jianxi. Here, just pick it up like I did just now. Xiao Jianxi got the pliers again, and was immediately excited. He didn't care where his sister went. He picked up the snails and continued to fight hard. He vowed to impress his sister Miao Miao. Xiao Shun couldn't pick up the snails anymore, but he was unwilling to leave, so he continued to squat beside the basin and watched Xiao Jianxi pick them up. Xiao Miao Miao came to the yard, squatted beside a cricket hole, tilted her head, and looked inside. You want to catch crickets? Xinxiai squatted beside her at some point. Xiao Miao Miao had played with the 2 brothers of the Xin family a lot these days, and was very familiar with him. But she was probably still young, and when she heard his words, she blinked her eyes and nodded after a moment. Xinxiai took out a bottle from nowhere and filled it with a pot of water. Then he turned the bottle mouth upside down on the hole. With a sound of gurgling, the water in the bottle quickly flowed into the hole. Not long after, a black thing rushed out of the hole. Xinxiai quickly picked up the bottle and blocked the bottle mouth. The cricket fell into the bottle. When Xiao Miao Miao saw it, her little mouth opened into an O shape. Xinxiai took the cricket out, then put it in a woven cage, and handed it to Xiao Miao Miao. Xiao Miao Miao took the cage and smiled happily. Seeing that she liked it, Xinxiai took her to find several cricket holes. After a long time, Lin Wanshu sewed the little military uniform, and the military wives left one after another, leaving only Yu Fongfong waiting for her to fry the snails. Lin Wanshu did not let her wait any longer, and brought the snails with their tails clipped and cleaned into the house. When the little ones saw that she was going to fry the snails, they quickly followed into the kitchen. Wan, I'll help you light the fire, Yu Fongfong said impatiently. However, Lin Wanshu directly refused. Be good. You don't have to light the fire. You wait over there for a while. I'll fry it soon. She didn't want her kitchen to be burned down. Being rejected, Yu Fongfong was a little disappointed. Xiao Jianxi quickly sat down next to the stove and occupied the position for burning the fire. Wan, let me help you. I'm very good at burning the fire. Whenever there was a fire in their house, it was his father who would light the fire. Lin Wanshu had seen him lighting the fire, so he did not refuse. Xiao Xinyu wanted to say that he could do it, but Xiao Jianxi had already quickly moved into the stove hole. He put a handful of dry leaves to ignite the fire. He didn't show any signs of it all day long, and Xiao Xinyu felt a little depressed. At this moment, the sound of Xiao Miao Miao's milky voice suddenly came from the side. As soon as Xinyu turned his head, he saw a small fleshy paw holding a hawthorn cake and raising it in front of him. In an instant, his depressed heart went up to the clouds. Brother, look. Sister Miao Miao gave me delicious food. Taking the hawthorn cake, Xiao Xinyu proudly showed off to Xinxiai.
Shenqi
Silently took out 2 pieces of toffee that Xiao Miao Miao had just given to him from his pocket. Xiao Xinyu looked at it and was immediately dismayed. Be careful. Why did his sister give him a toffee but only gave him a hawthorn cake? Xinxiai took out a toffee, peeled off the candy wrapper, and handed it to Xiao Miao Miao's mouth. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know that this toffee was given to her brother. When she saw something delicious being handed to her mouth, she reflexively opened her mouth and ate it. Shunyu. It broke her defense even more. Xiao Jianxi didn't know that those 3 at this moment, he was working hard to light the fire. He must let Aunt Wanwan know that he was a good worker. As soon as Qin Yang came back with the firewood, he saw the 2 brothers of Shin Shuwen's family surrounding his daughter again. His face turned dark. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but laugh when he saw his defensive expression. How old were they? But the pot was already boiling hot, and she had no time to care about them. Digging a piece of oil into the pot, he heard a sizzling sound, and the aroma of lard filled the kitchen. He put some garlic cloves and chili pepper into the pot and sautéed it. Then pour the snails into the pot. After a while, The whole kitchen was filled with a spicy aroma. Several children can eat spicy food. Not only did they not cough when they smelled the spicy smell, they were also excited. He looked straight into the pot. Xiao Jianxi was indeed an expert at making fire. Lin Wanshu made the big fire big and the small fire small. From his skillful appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was still a child under 6 years old. The snails became more fragrant and attractive under Lin Wanshu's manipulation. After the juice was reduced, she added some basil to the pot, and the delicious snails were ready. It smells so good. Xiao Jianxi wiped off his sweat and looked at the snails on the plate with bright eyes. Lin Wanshu divided the snails into 3 parts, one for Yu Fongfong and one for Shen Xi. He kept the remaining one for himself.
Wait.
After they all left, Lin Wanshu also cooked another dish. She had already cooked the porridge, and she was ready to eat. Shu stopped him. You can't eat this, it's a bit spicy. When she heard that she couldn't eat snails, Xiao Miao Miao suddenly became a little unhappy. Lin Wanshu took out a bowl of egg custard from the cupboard and placed it in front of her. When Xiao Miao Miao saw it, her little face immediately became happy again. How could they care about eating snails? After settling the little one, the couple was ready to eat. But just as they sat down, they heard someone calling at the door, "Sister-in-law, there's a letter from you." Lin Wanshu was a little surprised. How long had she been here? Why did someone send her a letter? With doubts, she took the letter from the little soldier, but she didn't read it immediately and asked the little soldier if he had eaten. "We are having dinner. Would you like to join us?" The little soldier felt warm in his heart when he heard her concerned words. "No, sister-in-law, I still have to be on duty." Seeing this, Lin Wanshu didn't force him to stay. He just asked him to wait a moment, then went back to the kitchen to get a bowl of snails for him. "I fried this myself. You can take it back and taste it later when you're free." "Taste it." The little soldier didn't intend to ask for it, but smelling the overbearing fragrance, he couldn't say any words of rejection for some reason. "Thank you."
Ah.
"Thank you, sister-in-law." This day, the news spread throughout the army that Battalion Commander Chin's daughter-in-law is not only gentle and beautiful, but also knows medical skills. It is said that Battalion Commander Chin's leg was cured by her. Only when he saw the person, the little soldier realized that the rumors were not exaggerated. He even felt a little conservative. Not only was she gentle and beautiful, but she also had good cooking skills. It was another day of envy for Commander Chin. After sending the little soldier away, Lin Wanshu returned to the kitchen. She glanced at the address on the letter she had just placed on the table and found that it was from the Red Star Brigade. Could it be from our parents? Lin Wanshu asked a little strangely. If it was sent by a family member, why didn't it write Qin Yan's name instead of hers? You'll know after you open it and take a look. Qin Yan was sitting on her right side. There was a bowl of rice in front of both of them, but probably because she didn't come back just now, he didn't eat first. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu didn't say anything else. She opened the envelope directly. The letter was very thin, and there was only a piece of letter paper inside. Lin Wanshu took it out and glanced at it quickly. After a moment, there was a trace of ridicule in her clear eyes. Who sent it? Seeing that she looked wrong, Qin Yan asked with concern. It's from Li Xiuji. Li Xiuji was the daughter-in-law that Lin Jimin later married, and she was also Lin Wanshu's stepmother. A few years after Lin Wanshu was born, her biological mother passed away. Although life was more difficult in those years than now, Lin Jimin was pretty good to her at first. It wasn't until Li Xiuji came in that she completely changed. They said that if you have a stepmother, you will have a stepfather. This is true. Ever since Li Xiuji came in, she has become a complete burden, and no one loves her. I often have no choice but to eat whatever I can find outside. When he heard Li Xiuji's name, Qin Yan's eyes flashed with coldness. What do you need me to do? Although the two of them were in the same brigade, Qin Yan couldn't sit around when he was young. He would go up the mountain and go to the water with his friends every day, and had almost no interaction with Lin Wanshu. Until one winter, when he went fishing, he happened to see wearing thin clothes. She was washing clothes by the river, and her hands were red and swollen from the cold. Later, He gradually noticed that her name was Lin Wanshu, and she had a stepmother named Li Xiuji. Her life was very difficult, and she did nothing but work every day. His job is to look for food everywhere. He doesn't know why he pays special attention to her news, just like he doesn't understand why he always leaves something secretly when she goes out to look for food. He was not used to Li Xiuji bullying her like that. Before joining the army, Qin Yan secretly gave Li Xiuji a lot of trouble. He was quite familiar with this stepmother. Now that he heard that she had sent a letter, Qin Yan's first reaction was that she wanted to do something wrong.
What?
Looking at the man's tense expression, Lin Wanshu felt warm and didn't hide it from him. She said that my dad had a habit and asked me to send some money back. Don't worry, I'll go up the mountain to give it to you. He can just pick some medicine and send it back. It's definitely effective, but I don't know if he can swallow it. As for money, don't even think about it. Even if she had space and countless supplies, she wouldn't send them a penny. The woman had an ambiguous smile on her lips, and her eyes were eager to try mischief. She looked naughty, which Qin Yan had never seen before, and he couldn't help but be stunned. His chest felt like it was scratched by a cat, and it itched badly. After a pause, he said, "When are you going up the mountain? I'll accompany you." He had an expression that he would support her no matter what she did. It was hard for Lin Wanshu not to be touched by being understood and trusted like this. After a long time, she nodded. Okay. Her heart seemed to be soaked in honey water. It was so sweet that the cold sarcasm in her eyes because of Li Xiuji turned into gentleness. After the family of 3 finished their meal, Lin Wanshu boiled water to take Xiao Miao Miao for a bath. Qin Yan's legs were healed now, and he refused to take a hot bath no matter what. While the mother and daughter were boiling water in the kitchen, he directly took a bucket of cold water and took a casual shower in the shower room. When he came out of the shower, Lin Wanshu had just boiled hot water. Qin Yan didn't wait for her to do anything. He directly poured the hot water into the bucket, then mixed it with warm water and carried it to the shower room for her. Lin Wanshu. Since the day before yesterday, he has not let her do any heavier work. Lin Wanshu would argue with him at first. Later, she found that she couldn't win the argument at all. Her man was extremely domineering in some aspects. She had no choice but to let him do what he wanted. Lin Wanshu didn't take a quick shower. When the mother and daughter came out of the shower, the sun was about to set. As soon as she walked out of the shower room, she saw Qin Yan holding a planer that he had borrowed from somewhere and was seriously planing a piece of wood. Putting down the bucket of dirty clothes in her hand, she walked forward curiously. "What are you doing?" Qin Yan didn't stop his hand movements. He looked up at the mother and daughter and said, "Make a small bed for Miao Miao. Our bed is a bit small." Lin Wanshu. Why does this sound so unconvincing to her? On the first day, she also thought that the bed was too small, but later she found out that people squeezed next to her on purpose. There is still room for 2 fists between him and Miao Miao. Are you planning to let Miao Miao sleep in the small bed by herself? After saying this, Lin Wanshu's heart couldn't help but jump violently. Because of his leg injury before, she didn't have anything to worry about even if they slept in the same bed. But now his leg is not only almost healed, but he is also planning to let Miao Miao sleep alone, which makes her have to think more. Qin Yan looked at her blushing cheeks, and there was an undisguised burning in his eyes.
Yeah.
He responded with a slightly hoarse voice, and the straightforward eyes made Lin Wanshu unable to resist at all. The longer they spent together, the clearer it became to her that this man was not as calm and indifferent as he appeared to be. Thinking of the incident a few days ago when she accidentally ran into him getting up early to take a cold shower, Lin Wanshu's heart beat faster and faster. "Oh, then you do it." Finally, she pretended to be calm and said something, then carried Xiao Miao Miao back to the house. Qin Yan looked at her fleeing back and couldn't help laughing. Lin Wanshu. 2 days later, before Lin Wanshu had even picked the herbs, she heard Hu Indi's angry scolding from the house in front. "You rascal! You can't even protect your grandson. Why don't you just die? How dare you come back?" As soon as the roar was heard, the wives of soldiers from nearby neighborhoods rushed out immediately. "What's going on? Is Huang Fengming back?" Yu Fongfong happened to not have to go to work today. When she heard the noise, she grabbed a handful of melon seeds and rushed to Lin Wanshu's house, insisting on taking her to watch the fun. Ji Hualan and Wang Chunling also came, and both of them looked a little unhappy. Let's go. Let's go and see what's going on? The surgery was performed the day before yesterday, right? How come he was sent back to the army so soon? The road is so bumpy. Aren't you afraid of breaking your wound? At Zhou's house, Huindi stood by the bed with her hands on her hips and cursed. Did you know that you were pregnant with a grandson, so you deliberately angered me and made me hit you? Huang Fengying, you are so vicious. Ever since she heard the bad news, Huindi couldn't eat or sleep. The whole person is a little crazy. When she saw Huang Fengying at this moment, she could no longer control the anger in her heart. Zhou Tianzhu didn't say anything. His eyes were full of fatigue and disappointment. His son is gone, killed by his mother. How could he bear this when he wanted so much to have a son? Huang Fengying remained silent. She just lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It's like a body without a soul. Even Huindi's shouting and cursing could not reach her ears, let alone cause any waves in her heart. Speak up. Do you think you can get away with pretending to be dead? Give me back my grandson, you witch. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Huindi's anger burned even more fiercely. She rushed forward and stretched out her hand to drag Huang Fengying off the bed. But before he touched him, he heard Zhou Tianzhu's loud shout. That's enough. Huindi had never been yelled at like this by her son before. She was so frightened that she froze in place. It took her a long while to react. You scolded me? Huindi asked in disbelief. How could he scold himself? She is his mother. Zhou Tianzhu pursed his lips tightly and looked very ugly. Let's forget about the past. Don't touch her again. He was not so confused as to really think that Huang Fengying had deliberately provoked his mother so that she would knock out the baby in her belly. It is a fact that his mother knocked his son away, and he himself is also an accomplice. If he hadn't listened to his mother and hadn't argued with her for so long, there would still be a hope of saving his son. But it's too late to say anything now. The unvented anger in his heart made him stand on Huang Fengying's side for the first time and yell at his own mother. When Huindi saw her son's resentful anger, her head buzzed and she staggered involuntarily. He actually hates himself? How could he hate himself? She is his mother. Huang Fengying, lying on the bed, heard Zhou Tianzhu speaking for her for the first time. But she did not show any joy at all. Instead, a hint of mockery flashed to her eyes. Zhou Tianzhu glanced at the heartbroken Huindi and then at Huang Fengying, who was still as stiff as a log. He sighed and said weakly, Mom, I have to go back to the army later. I'll leave Fengying to you to take care of her. Having said that, he walked out with big strides, regardless of what Huindi said or thought. Huindi originally resented Huang Fengying for not saving her grandson, and now her son scolded her for this. How could she take care of Huang Fengying? Her poisonous gaze fell on Huang Fengying, and she said coldly, You can't even save your grandson, and you still want to lie here and enjoy yourself? What the Hades are you dreaming of? Hurry up and get up and cook. There was a hint of sarcasm in Huang Fengying's eyes. Look, this is how Zhou Tianzhu cares for himself. Even though she knew that Huindi was so cruel to her daughter-in-law who was about to give birth, she still gave herself to her. Half lowering her eyes, she spoke coldly. I don't. He didn't expect that she dared to talk back to him, even though she had given birth to a stillborn baby. Huindi, who was already full of anger, immediately exploded. She raised her hand and was about to hit her hard. But before he could hit the person, he heard a loud shout from behind. Stop! The next moment, several military wives rushed in from the door. Wang Chunling grabbed Huindi, while Ji Hualan opened her arms to block the bed. Huindi, not only did you hit your daughter-in-law who was about to give birth, causing her fetus to die, but now you dare to beat a woman who just had surgery? Do you think no one here can control you? Lin Wanshu scolded coldly. Huindi didn't expect that these military wives would come again and meddle in her business and stop her from teaching her daughter-in-law a lesson. She immediately felt very upset. In their hometown, they can beat their daughter-in-law if they want, and even if they beat her to death, it is their own family business.
But she didn't dare say this now.
After all, their threats from the day before were still ringing in her ears. Huindi didn't dare to joke about her son's future.
Who
beat her? Even though she was caught on the spot, Huindi still stiffened her neck and refused to admit it. As long as she denies it, they can forget about going to the army to sue her son. We have eyes and can see what you were doing just now. Comrade Fengming is a military wife. You can't hit her just because you want to. If you really want to investigate what happened the day before yesterday, your son will be in big trouble. Lin Wanshu's words were just to scare Huindi. If the people don't report it, the officials won't investigate. As long as Huang Fengming doesn't make a fuss, no one can do anything to Zhou Tianzhu. At most, his superiors felt bad and verbally warned him to do a good job in the rear. But Huindi was an uneducated and uninformed person, and she immediately became timid after being frightened by Lin Wanshu.
How dare I argue with them?
It has nothing to do with my son. She was the one who pinched me first, and then I hit her. You can't harm my son. Although Huindi didn't do anything good in her daily life, she was really good to her son. Hearing that her son was going to be in trouble, she became anxious. Humph. If you want us to let it go, that's fine. Go make her some egg soup to nourish her body. Huang Fengming had been suffering from long-term malnutrition, and now she had just undergone a cesarean section, which had seriously damaged her vitality. If you don't make good use of the confinement period this time, you will definitely develop chronic illness in the future. Huindi hated Huang Fengming so much that she couldn't save her grandson, so how could she bear to feed her eggs? After all, a few eggs were not as important as her son's future. Even though she was reluctant, Huindi still agreed. We'll wait here. If you don't bring the egg soup in 30 minutes, don't blame us for being rude. Fearing that she might play tricks, Wang Chunling gave her another warning. Huindi hated these people, but she had to accept it reluctantly. You are still in confinement. You can't cry. It will hurt your eyes. Lin Wanshu was close by and noticed that she was crying, so she hurried to persuade her. But it would have been better if she didn't persuade her. The more she persuaded, the redder Huang Fengming's eyes became. She didn't expect that the people who protected her in the end were the very people she always thought looked down on her. But the man she wanted to marry so much ended up hurting her the most. Am I a joke? She originally thought that Zhou Tianzhu was a simple and honest man who would definitely love her, but it turned out that all her troubles were caused by him. No one was grateful to her, and Huindi was even more proud that her son was capable and married a city girl. Lin Wanshu looked at the embarrassed and pitiful person in front of her and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. You just married the wrong person. There's no need to deny yourself. I heard that you got that job through your own exams. You're already better than many people. Being able to get a job on your own these days can be considered an outstanding achievement. After all, the country's industry is underdeveloped and jobs are too scarce. Dozens or hundreds of people competing for one job is considered a small number. Sometimes there are even hundreds or thousands of people competing for one job. Hearing her gentle affirmation, an indescribable grievance instantly surged into her heart, and Huang Fengming burst into tears. Over the years, she lived every day with the guilt of not giving birth to a son, as if she had no value other than giving birth. But now, someone told her in no uncertain terms that she just married the wrong person and that she was better than many people. Huang Fengming couldn't stop crying when her human value was affirmed. She is not a reproductive machine. She is a human being. She can get a job on her own. She is capable. Lin Wanshu knew that she was upset and did not try to persuade her. Just stay by her side quietly. The crying sound, which seemed to be full of grievances but had no place to vent, made the other people feel very uncomfortable when they heard it. Especially Wang Chunling. She used to be best friends with Huang Fengming. She knew how glamorous she had been. But now she has become mud that is trampled on by anyone. How can she not feel uncomfortable seeing such a contrast? After Huang Fengming vented for a while, Lin Wanshu advised again, "You have to take care of yourself and stop crying. There is nothing you can't overcome. As long as you don't care, no one can hurt you. As long as you don't care, no one can hurt you. Huang Fengying chewed over these words carefully, and her broken heart seemed to be slowly being repaired by an unknown force. After a long time, she seemed to have figured something out, and her originally cowardly and lifeless eyes became more determined.
Thank you.
Comrade Wanshu. She raised her head and thanked Lin Wanshu solemnly. Huang Fengying was thanking her not only for her words, but also for her help. Moreover, her independent image allows her to see another possibility as a woman. When she was discharged from the hospital today, she overheard the little soldier say that Lin Wanshu actually knew medical skills. And it was she who cured Qin Yan's leg. No wonder she is still so confident even after giving birth to a daughter. If she had not given up her job, would Huindi still dare to treat her like that? The other military wives were relieved to see that she seemed to have cheered up. Especially Wang Chunling, her eyes had turned red at some point. Fengying, we're all from the same family compound. If you have any problems in the future, don't keep them to yourself. You can tell us. Even if we can't help you, we can still give you some advice. That's right, Fengying. Regardless of anything else, I still have some strength. If your mother-in-law dares to hit you again in the future, just yell, and I will definitely come to help you. Ji Hualan pointed at her arms and said half-jokingly. Even Yu Fangfang's look at Huang Fengying showed less contempt. I'm following Wanwan. If she wants to help you, I'll lend her a hand. He looked like a mindless follower. Hearing those friendly words of concern, Huang Fengying felt ashamed again. How much of a nitpicker did she have to be in the past to feel that everyone in the world was looking down on her? Blinking her eyes that were once again filled with heat, she said with a choked voice, "Thank you." Thank them for giving her the courage to stand up again from the mud. Her attitude made them feel very happy, and they felt that the trip was not in vain. 10 minutes later, Huindi came back just in time. She was holding a bowl of egg soup in her hand.
Give.
With a sullen face, she reluctantly put the egg soup on the table and turned to leave.
Wait.
Lin Wanshu's eyes fell on the bowl of egg soup that looked a little off in color, and she spoke in a calm voice. But after she said this, Huindi not only did not stop, but instead quickened her pace. Wang Chunling knew something was wrong when she saw her like this, so she raised her foot and blocked her way. What do you want to do? I've already cooked the egg soup, don't go too far. Huindi glared at several people with an angry look on her face, but it was clear that she was just bluffing. Lin Wanshu didn't waste any words and directly picked up the egg soup and walked up to her. Take a sip first. Unexpectedly, when Huindi heard this, she stepped back immediately. I don't drink, and I don't want to be in confinement. This is just fooling ghosts, no one will believe it. Although eggs are not a rare commodity, they are a precious nutritional supplement in this day and age. Who would not even want to have a taste of them? Lin Wanshu raised a mocking smile at the corner of her lips, paused, and then continued. It's okay if you don't want to drink it. When Captain Zhou comes back, I'll let him have a taste. As soon as these words fell, Huindi's expression suddenly changed. No, he can't drink. Looking at her reaction, the military wives must be aware of this. There must be something wrong with this egg soup. It's really strange. You refused to taste a bowl of egg soup, and you didn't let your son taste it either, but you gave it to Fengying? As Lin Wanshu spoke, she slowly scooped the egg soup with a spoon. I forgot to tell you that I know a little bit about medicine. It's okay if you don't want to drink it. I'll send you to the infirmary for a checkup. The regular collision of the spoon and the bowl made people feel a little cold for no reason in this quiet room. As soon as the words, neither light nor heavy, fell, beads of sweat appeared on Huindi's forehead. I made a mistake. This egg soup is not for her. I'll get another bowl. As she spoke, she reached out to grab the bowl. But Lin Wanshu was prepared and dodged by turning her body to the side. I'll keep this egg soup for now. Bring her the one she cooked. If you bring the wrong one, you can drink this bowl. Huindi looked at the egg soup in her hand and felt like crying but had no tears. She felt like she had something stuck in her throat when she thought that she actually knew medical skills. But there were 3 other military wives in the room, and she had no way of getting the egg soup back. Finally, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly went out again. After Huindi left, Yu Fangfang asked in surprise, Wanwan, is there anything wrong with this egg soup? Lin Wanshu scooped a spoonful of egg soup with a spoon, put it in front of her nose, and smelled it. After confirming that it was what she thought, she said, senna leaves are put in it. Hearing this, the faces of several military wives all looked unhappy. Although eating senna leaves will not cause severe diarrhea. But Huang Fengying had just had a cesarean section 2 days ago. If she really wanted to eat this thing, even if she had to go to the toilet 2 more times, it would be extremely painful for her. After all, it is difficult for her to get up now, and she has to go to the toilet all the time. Even if there is no heavy bleeding, there will be tearing. This old man is so cruel, he even dared to drug her. Wanwan, why did you let her go just now? Yu Fangfang was so angry that she started cursing. The evidence is all here. If it were her, she would definitely send this man to the police station. Wang Chunling and Ji Hualan both looked indignant. They never thought that people could be so bad. No matter what, Huang Fengying has worked so hard for this family. It would be bad enough if she didn't think well of her, but she actually used such vicious means. Huang Fengying was lying on the bed, her hands clenched into fists at some point. Her eyes were fixed on the bowl of soup in Lin Wanshu's hand. The last trace of weakness in her eyes completely disappeared, replaced by endless coldness. Lin Wanshu saw her expression and paused before speaking. After all, this egg soup is for Comrade Fengying. She has the final say on how to deal with it. It is not appropriate for outsiders to interfere in the affairs between husband and wife. If she exposes the egg soup incident today, it will affect Zhou Tianju's career. What if Huang Fengying regrets it and blames her? Huang Fengying can only decide this matter herself. If she wanted to investigate, she could send the patient to the infirmary for testing. If she didn't want to investigate, the egg soup in her hands was also a handle on Huindi. Whether she can make use of the egg soup depends on herself. If you can't stand on your own, no matter how much help others give you, it will be useless. Yu Fangfang seemed to understand, but she always obeyed Lin Wanshu's words even if she didn't understand. After all, she is so much better than her, so she has no reason not to listen to her. Ji Hualan was much more insightful than Yu Fangfang. After a little thought, she understood why Lin Wanshu did this, and she couldn't help but marvel at it again. Qin Yan himself is very capable, and now he has married such a powerful wife. I dare not imagine how high he can go in the future. Although her man did not elaborate, the fact that Lin Wanshu cured Qin Yan's leg had already caused a stir among the higher-ups. Maybe one day you will get the commendation. Wang Chunling was also shocked by Lin Wanshu's move. Although she had vaguely heard that it was she who cured Qin Yan's leg, she was a little skeptical because she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. After all, there were rumors that Qin Yan's leg almost had to be amputated and even the doctors couldn't save it. Could she be more powerful than the doctors? But all my doubts disappeared completely after I saw with my own eyes that she could tell that there was something wrong with the egg soup with just one glance, and knew what had been added just by smelling it. If this isn't considered a skill, she doesn't know what is. Huang Fengying was just cowardly before, and she always felt guilty, so she was controlled by Huindi. But this does not mean that she is a fool and cannot understand the implication of Lin Wanshu's words. She stared at the egg soup for a long time, paused, and then said, Comrade Wanshu, thank you for helping me again. I know what to do. Others don't owe her anything, so there is no reason for them to stand up for her in everything. If she couldn't fight back personally, how could she be worthy of her kindness? It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Not long after, Huindi came back again, and this time the egg soup she brought was fine. After it cooled down a little, Lin Wanshu carefully helped Huang Fengying sit up, while Wang Chunling fed her egg soup mouthful by mouthful. The warm egg soup flowed down her throat into her stomach, and Huang Fengying felt her whole body surrounded by warmth. She had never experienced being cared for like this before. Her heart felt sour and swollen, and the feeling was indescribable. Suddenly, Three little heads poked out timidly from the door, cautiously looking at the busy adults in the room. Arya had a high fever that day, but after taking medicine, she is almost recovered now. She didn't remember what happened when she had a fever, but she heard from her sister that when she fell to the ground, her mother cried. She actually cried for herself. This made Arya, who had never dared to ask for maternal love, desire it for the first time. She longed to see her mother smile at her when she was awake. Just a smile, and she was content. Huang Fengming saw the three timid little heads at the door from the corner of her eye, and suddenly, her heart ached. Blinking her sore eyes, she carefully raised her hand and waved at them. "Come over." But after hearing this, the three little ones subconsciously shrank back, with a look of panic and helplessness on their faces. It was as if they didn't understand why she called them over. Seeing her daughters who were pale, thin, and terrified, Huang Fengming felt as if something was gnawing at her heart, and the pain was unbearable. That's her flesh and blood. But they are so afraid of themselves. What did she do in the past? Unable to hold back, her eyes turned red again, and Huang Fengming waved to a few people again.
"Come to mommy."
She tried to soften her voice. This time, the fear on the faces of the three little ones was less, but there was a hint of confusion and puzzlement in their eyes. In the end, Arya couldn't resist the desire in her heart, and she took a step forward. Her mother is calling her. Will she smile at her this time? No, it doesn't matter if she doesn't laugh. As long as she doesn't scold her, she will be very happy. With this thought in mind, Arya took another nervous step forward. When Daya saw that Arya had gone over, she hesitated for a moment and then followed her. Sanya was confused and just followed her elder sister. When her two elder sisters went into the house, she followed timidly behind them. Wang Chunling had stopped feeding the children soup a long time ago. At this moment, she stood up and looked at the thin children with complicated eyes. Although she didn't know what Huang Fengming was going to do, she still hoped that she could give a little care to the children. A child without a mother's love is worse than a grass. With a complex mixture of anxiety, hesitation, and desire, Arya finally walked to the bed step by step. However, she did not dare to call out for her mother, but just stood there straight. The hint of desire hidden in her numb eyes was heartbreaking. As if she couldn't bear it any longer, Huang Fengming reached out and hugged her in her arms. "I'm sorry, my daughter. It was always my fault." The sudden hug made Arya's mind go blank. She suspected that she might be dreaming. Otherwise, why would her mother hug her? Didn't Mom always dislike them for being girls? She knows it all. Daya was also shocked. Looking at Huang Fengming holding Arya in front of her, she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Sanya was probably still young and didn't understand what was happening. But this does not affect her frank envy. With her fingers in her mouth and on them, she looked at Huang Fengming in front of her, her eyes full of desire. Huang Fengming saw this and gently encouraged Daya and Sanya. "Come here, let mommy hug you." The gentle tone that she hadn't heard for a long time made Daya burst into tears instantly. Mother. This is the mother in her memory. The mother who would tell her stories, carry her on her back, and hug her. Daya stumbled forward and reached out to hug Huang Fengming as if she were hugging a lost treasure. Huang Fengming poured the most affection into her first child, which has a different meaning. Listening to her crying with extreme grievance at this moment, she felt extremely heartbroken. I'm sorry. It's all Mom's fault." Reaching out and holding her thin body in his arms, Huang Fengming choked with sobs with red eyes. When Sanya saw that her sisters were all hugged but she wasn't, she quietly stayed close to her mother. Since Sanya was born, Huang Fengming's life became even more difficult. Perhaps because she had resentment in her heart, she ignored this child most thoroughly. Looking at her cautious appearance at this moment, for some reason, the image of Lin Wanshu's fair and doted little Meow Meow flashed through her mind. They are both girls, but they are treated very differently just because they followed the wrong mother. Thinking of this, her heart was overwhelmed with guilt. He carefully opened his arms and held all three children in his arms. After a long while, she finally said, "Mom was mistaken before. I will protect you well in the future." After what happened the day before yesterday, Huang Fengming finally figured it out. It's not worth it for man. Since they don't allow her and her daughter to live a good life, no one else can have a good life. Being held in her arms was already enough to shock the three little ones, and hearing her say this made them feel even more that they must be dreaming. If it wasn't a dream, how could their mothers say such things? Several military wives looked at the four mother and daughters hugging each other, and there was even more relief in their eyes. Wang Chunling encouraged Huang Fengming to cheer up, live a good life, and everything would be fine. Lin Wanshu also said, "The girls are smart and sensible. Who says girls are inferior to boys? If they are trained well, they will have a bright future." Huang Fengming was not uneducated either. During the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, there were many female heroes who performed outstandingly. The president has said that women hold up half the sky. She can obviously get a job on her own. She is no worse than any man. At this moment, Huang Fengming was no longer confused and hesitant. She looked up at Lin Wanshu and nodded heavily. "Okay, I will teach them well, so that they will never be like me and foolishly entrust their future to another person. At all times, you must be self-reliant." After the mother and daughter calmed down a little, Wang Chunling brought over the egg soup. The bowls of this era are relatively large and look like small basins. She had just finished half of a bowl of egg soup. "Chunling, please help me feed them the rest." When Huang Fengming hugged the children just now, they were all skin and flesh. She felt sorry for them and wanted to let them eat some to make up for the loss.
Mom, you eat.
"I'm not hungry." After all, Daya is only 6 or 7 years old. She knows that her mother is very weak and needs more nutrition than them. How could she be willing to eat her egg soup? Arya and Sonia couldn't help swallowing when they smelled the fragrance of the egg soup. But when they saw that Daya refused to eat, they also shook their heads. Seeing his sensible look, not only Huang Fengming, but also everyone else felt very distressed. "Fengming, drink this egg soup first. I have some eggs at home. I'll bring some to you later." Originally, when Wang Chunling learned that she had lost the baby after the operation, she planned to send her eggs to nourish her body. Now, seeing that the mother and daughter were reluctant to drink the egg soup, he began to persuade them. "Comrade Fengming, please drink it.
My family made some rice cakes this morning.
I'll bring some to them later." Lin Wanshu also said from the side. Now is the most difficult time for the four mother and daughters, and she will help if she can. She had no shortage of eggs, brown sugar, and other things, so she would pick some up and bring them back for Daya. Ji Hualon and Yu Fengfeng did not stand idly by either. They seemed to ask her to just focus on taking care of herself and leave everything else to them. Huang Fengming was deeply moved. "I secretly swore in my heart that I must cheer up and not let them down." But in the end, she still insisted on letting each of her 3 children eat a bite of egg and drink a sip of soup. After drinking the warm egg soup, Daya and Arya's eyes became hot. Looking at Huang Fengming's gentle eyes, they dared not even blink. "I'm afraid that once I close my eyes and open them again, the beauty before my eyes will disappear." Sanya smacked her lips, as if she was still savoring the delicious food just now. "What is it, anyway? Why is it tastier than grasshoppers?" Wang Chunling fed Huang Fengming the remaining eggs and egg soup, and then carefully helped her to go to the toilet. Seeing that she was fine, they prepared to leave. Before leaving, they told him, "If you need anything, just call us, or ask Daya to come find us. We are all neighbors, so don't be polite to us." People of this generation are inherently enthusiastic, and what's more, they live in the same family compound. It is impossible for them to stand idly by and watch Huang Fengming's current situation. Huang Fengming nodded repeatedly, her heart already deeply moved. Lin Wanshu asked Daya to go home with her to get the rice cakes. Daya subconsciously looked at her mother. Huang Fengming knew that she needed their help to recover, so she did not refuse.
"Thank you.
When I get better, I will repay you." "What nonsense. I will be relieved if you can take good care of yourself and be well in the future," Wang Chunling said angrily. Several people also told her not to think too much and to take good care of herself and rest more. After saying that, they didn't stay any longer and said goodbye to Huang Fengying. I didn't see Hu Indi in the yard. I don't know where she went, but she unexpectedly saw her man outside the fence. Why are you here? Lin Wanshu walked forward and asked in surprise. But before Qin Yan could speak, Feng Jianche's voice suddenly came from the side. Aunt Wanwan, I know. Uncle Qin is waiting for you here. Otherwise, why did Miao Miao want to leave a long time ago? But he didn't leave for so long. Feng Jianche felt that he was no longer a 3-year-old child. He knew all the tricks of adults. I was worried, so I came to take a look. Qin Yan was afraid that his wife would suffer a loss if she faced Hu Indi. Lin Wanshu didn't expect that he would come here specially to wait for her, even though the distance between the house was only in front and behind.
No wonder Indi disappeared.
I guess no one knows where she went to hide. Feeling as if she had taken a sip of honey, Lin Wanshu turned to Qin Yan with a crooked eyebrow and said, It's okay, let's go back. After all, this is someone else's house, and it's not good for so many of them to be standing at the door. Several other people were stuffed with a mouthful of dog food as soon as they went out. Xiao Miao Miao wanted to go back just now, but her father didn't move for a long time. Just as the two brothers Shenxiai came, they found an ant hole and took her to play. Xiao Jianqi was playing with the 3 of them just now. In order to let his sisters see more ants, he even spent a lot of money to pick some out of his toffee and threw it outside the ant hole, waiting for the ants to come and move it. At this time, Xiao Miao Miao was squatting under the fence, looking curiously at the gadgets crawling on the ground. Xinyu felt that there was nothing interesting about the ants and wanted to run away a long time ago, but when he saw that his brother was still with him, he forced himself to squat there. He can't lose anyway. Ji Hualan was shocked when she saw her eldest son, who had always been too steady like a child, squatting there to look at the ants. Wanshu, then. That's my Shenxiai, right? Unable to hold back, she touched Lin Wanshu's arm and asked dryly. Lin Wanshu didn't know why she was so shocked, but she nodded anyway. His name is Shenxiai. You don't know if he is from your family?
Yihualan.
I know, but the contrast is really too big. So much, so that she couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with her eyes. When Shenxiai saw the adults coming out, he took Xiao Miao Miao's hand. Sister, get up, the ants have gone back. The ants had just moved the toffee into the hole, and now there were not many ants left outside. Seeing this, Xiao Miao Miao didn't show any regret and let him lead her. Not to be outdone, Xinyu quickly reached out and took his sister's other hand. Qin Yang just finished talking to his wife, and when he turned around, he saw his daughter being held by the hands from left to right. Suddenly his face turned dark again. Lin Wanshu was very amused when he saw it. Let's go back first. I will go up the mountain to collect medicine later. Yun Province is a natural library of medicinal materials, and the most indispensable thing here is Chinese medicinal materials. When she heard that Lin Wanshu was going up the mountain, Yu Fangfang immediately became excited. I'm going too, you wait for me later. Although she didn't know what to do going up the mountain, it was better than staying at home. Besides, with Lin Wanshu here, she definitely wouldn't be bored. Ji Hualan happened to be going up the mountain to collect firewood, so he just came along. Wang Chunling's house doesn't have much, just firewood. In addition, she was not worried about Huang Fengying, so she had no plans to go up the mountain. You go, I still want to raise rice seedlings at home. The rice had been harvested a few days ago, and soon they would plant it again. In the past few days, the military wives had begun to raise seedlings one after another, so she thought she might as well do it today. Hearing this, the few of them didn't say anything. They made an appointment to meet at Lin Wanshu's house and went home to get their things. Dia remained silent and followed Lin Wanshu quietly. As if still recalling the happiness, just now. Dia, do you want to go up the mountain? After returning home, Lin Wanshu asked while bringing her rice cakes, eggs, and brown sugar. Dia knew that this aunt was kind-hearted, so she was no longer as restrained as she was at first. Annie, I'm not going. I still have to take care of my mother at home. Her mother is weak, and she is afraid that if she is not at home, what if her grandma bullies her? For such a sensible child, it was difficult for Lin Wanshu not to be soft-hearted. After putting the rice cakes, brown sugar, and eggs into the basket, she took out a handful of toffee and stuffed them into her. Take these back and eat them with your sister. Although Dia is young, she understands everything. She had been given so many things. How could she have the nerve to ask for her toffee again? Auntie, no need. As she spoke, she backed away, holding her pocket. But how could she, a child, stop an adult? By the time I left the house, I had already stuffed a handful of toffee in my pocket. Looking back at the beautiful figure in the yard, the scene of her putting a pastry into her hand flashed through my mind. Dia had an indescribable feeling in her heart. In the past few years, she seemed to have been living in darkness with no end in sight. And Lin Wanshu's appearance was like a ray of light shining on her. It also gave her hope. After Lin Wanshu sent Dia away, he took out a backpack, a machete, and a short. It would be already around 9 o'clock in the morning, almost 10 o'clock in the morning. She gave Dia a few pieces of the rice cakes she made in the morning. There was still some left over, so she just packed it in a food box so that she could eat it in case she got hungry later. After putting these into the basket, she added a jug of water. After doing this, Yu Fong came over. She was going to play, so she brought nothing but a water bottle. On the contrary, Xiao Jianxi was carrying a small backpack and he looked like he was going to pick up something. Not long after, Ji Hualan and his 2 sons also came over. When everyone is here, we set off directly. Lin Wanshu only carried a water bottle on his back, and Qin Yan took the basket away from him. Even the little Meow Meow was carried by him. Going up the mountain is also through the back door. After walking for a while, turn left at the fork in the road. The road to the mountain is easy to walk. On weekdays, there are probably many people walking on it, so the road is well trodden. They just had to keep walking along the path. The little boys probably went up the mountain frequently on weekdays and were very familiar with this area. As soon as they left the family home, Shenyu and Feng Jianxi ran ahead. In this era, children are free-range, running all over the mountains and plains on weekdays. When it is too dangerous, the parents will give them a good beating, but they basically ignore them on weekdays. Xiao Miao Miao has been in the family home for so long. This is the first time she goes up the mountain. She is dancing and excited all the way. Fortunately, Qin Yan was very strong. Lin Wanshu felt that if he had carried him instead, he would probably have to stop eating before he had gone very far. Qin Yan is not only strong, but also very patient. As long as Milkman is curious, he will never tire of telling her what this is and what that is. Occasionally, he even managed to produce a handful of wild fruits from somewhere and gave a few to his daughter, while most of the rest was secretly given to his wife. This leisurely look does not look like someone who came to the mountain to collect medicine, but rather like someone who came to play. Lin Wanshu walked while eating the fruit given by his man. Occasionally, when someone is not paying attention, he will secretly stuff one into his mouth. The group of people walked up the mountain in a lively manner. I don't know if there are more people collecting firewood recently, but I didn't see any firewood until halfway up the mountain. But there was no firewood, but there were quite a few fungi. Yun province is rich in fungi. From May to September every year, various fungi in the mountains sprout like bamboo shoots after a rain. What I picked yesterday will bring new ones tomorrow. I can't finish picking them every day. It's just that there are too many types of fungi here, and many of them are poisonous. Most of the military wives were from other places, and apart from common fungi, they did not dare to pick anything else. But even so, they still picked up a lot along the way. Especially Xiao Jianxi, since he entered the mountains, he is like a little mouse falling into a rice vat, stopping from time to time to ask the adults, "Can this be picked? Can that be picked?" Yu Fong was almost annoyed to death by him. How does she know if it can be picked? She is usually only responsible for eating. Fortunately, Lin Wanshu had studied this thing in her previous life, and she could basically recognize the mushrooms that appeared along the way. In the end, Xiao Jianxi simply didn't look for anyone else and just asked Lin Wanshu, "Aunt Wanwan, can I pick this?" When they reached halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jianxi found another bunch of mushrooms. He was not sure whether they were edible or not, so he walked straight past his mother and went to find Lin Wanshu. Yu Fong, who was ignored, was not unhappy at all. Instead, She felt that her son had good vision and knew who was the most powerful here. Lin Wanshu happened to be picking mushrooms as well. She patted them first to help them release their spores so that they could continue to reproduce. Then she picked the whole mushroom and put it into the basket Qin Yan was carrying. After picking them, I went with Xiao Jianxi to see the mushrooms he had found. When Xiao Miao Miao saw her mother picking mushrooms just now, she was eager to try it herself. Qin Yan didn't stop her and let her go. He had served in the army in Yunnan province for quite some time and was very familiar with the mushrooms here, so he was not worried that the little guy might pick the wrong ones. Lin Wanshu and Xiao Jianxi walked in front, and the father and daughter followed behind. Everyone else was busy with their own work. Some were collecting firewood, some were picking mushrooms. Only Yu Fongfong has the most free time. Her son picked mushrooms, and she was too lazy to do it herself, so she just looked for wild fruits. What's more, she actually found quite a few wild fruits. The strangest thing among them is that there are white crystals on the bunches of fruits. Those crystals are actually salt. They taste sour and salty, which is very strange. Feng Yandong had picked some for her to eat before, and Yu Fongfong liked them very much, so she just picked a few bunches and planned to take them home to eat slowly. On the other side, Lin Wanshu and Xiao Jianxi had already arrived in front of a clump of mushrooms. The cap of the mushroom is semicircular and pink, and the stem is relatively thick, which looks very beautiful. Mushroom, I don't know if it's because little girls are naturally interested in beautiful things, but when Xiao Miao Miao saw such beautiful mushrooms, she immediately reached out to pick them. But he was stopped by Lin Wanshu. No, my brother discovered it first. Xiao Miao Miao was stopped and was not very happy, and her little mouth pouted immediately. When Xiao Jianxi saw that his sister was unhappy, he wanted to give the mushrooms to her. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Shin Siai shouting from a distance, "Sister, there are mushrooms here, come quickly." Although Xiao Miao Miao is still young, she is very smart and knows who treats her best. Hearing Shin Si's call, she ran over without hesitation. Small construction. It was clearly me who discovered the mushrooms first, and my sister also wanted them. So how come Shin Siai got there first? Xiao Jianxi was depressed. Lin Wanshu looked at the mushrooms on the ground carefully, and after a moment, she said to Xiao Jianxi, "This is the green mushroom. It can be eaten, but it must be cooked thoroughly. Eating it undercooked will cause poisoning." When he heard that there was a possibility of poisoning, Xiao Jianxi immediately felt that this beautiful mushroom was not fragrant anymore.
Then I don't want it.
I'll look for it again. When he finds it later, he will ask his sister to pick it first. This time, he must not let Shin Siai steal his limelight. After saying that, Xiao Jianxi left without any reluctance at all. Lin Wanshu. Looking at the patch of green weeds on the ground, Lin Wanshu felt it was a pity. After a pause, she reached out and patted the pink mushrooms. It is dangerous to eat the mushroom, but it is also a rare and delicious mushroom. Moreover, she has various detoxifying medicines and spiritual spring water in her space, so she is not worried about any accidents. Qin Yan saw that his daughter and the boy from the Shin family were having so much fun picking mushrooms that they had forgotten about him as their father. He couldn't help but sigh. In the end, I didn't have the heart to spoil her fun, and since Shin Siai was looking for the most common flat-top mushrooms, I just ignored it. Just tell him if he is not sure what breed it is, to ask an adult first. Naturally, Shin Siai agreed. After finally getting permission to play with his sister, he took care of her wholeheartedly. While Shin Siai was looking after Xiao Miao Miao, Qin Yan went to collect firewood. Xiao Xinyue went up the mountain just to catch chameleons and dig out bird nests, and he was not interested in mushrooms at all. While his mother was collecting firewood, he went around looking for bird nests. After Lin Wanshu picked all the green lilies, she continued to look for herbs. Her trip to find medicine for Lin Jimin was just a side job. Her main purpose was actually to find the medicinal materials for her 2 prescriptions for injuries. Yunnan province is indeed a natural storehouse of medicinal materials, with dense forests and rich vegetation. Before long, Lin Wanshu found several things. However, there was one herb that happened to grow on a steep rock wall, making it a little difficult to pick. Lin Wanshu grabbed the branch with one hand and reached for the herbs with the other, but found that she could barely reach them. She didn't plan to embarrass herself if she couldn't pick the one, so she prepared to call her man over. But before she could withdraw her hand, she saw a cobra appear on the stone wall. When Lin Wanshu suddenly saw the snake head, her heart almost stopped beating.
Ah,
It's a snake. Still, a poisonous snake. If she hadn't had a shred of rationality left in her, she would have screamed out loud. Although it's true that she grew up in the countryside, it doesn't affect her fear of this thing at all. Holding her breath, she forced herself to calm down while silently searching for the silenced anesthetic gun in the space. I plan to take advantage of its unpreparedness and shoot it directly. The location of this herb is a bit peculiar. There is a cliff in front, a big tree behind, and slopes on both sides. She is alone here, so even if she uses a tranquilizer gun, she is not afraid of being seen. The man and the snake were in a stalemate, and Lin Wanshu felt her back was soaked with sweat. After calculating the shooting direction, the next second, a palm-sized anesthetic gun appeared in her palm. Almost at the moment the gun appeared, the cobra suddenly ejected and pounced straight towards her. Lin Wanshu fired the gun without hesitation. But at the same time, a stone was suddenly thrown from behind. With a pop sound, the stone hit the snake accurately. Everything happened in a flash. Before Lin Wanshu could react, her waist tightened and she was embraced in a hot embrace. A familiar man's scent came over her, and Lin Wanshu suddenly froze like a stone. Her head was buzzing as she was still holding the anesthetic gun, which she had not had time to retract.
did he see it?
At the same time, Qin Yan, who was holding her, had a look of shock on his face and couldn't stop shaking. What kind of method is this? How can she conjure things out of thin air? Neither of them spoke, and the air was surprisingly quiet. Lin Wanshu's mind was in a mess, and her heart was beating wildly. She didn't expect that her secret would be exposed so unexpectedly, although she has decided to live a good life with him. But the matter of space was too horrifying, and she couldn't be sure that he knew what would happen next. At this moment, Lin Wanshu felt an indescribable fear in her heart. This fear made her want to escape from here. The sooner the better. Qin Yan's breath was choked when he noticed the resistance of the woman in his arms. The boundless panic was like a huge wave that swallowed him up directly. She wants to leave herself. As this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Yan's eyes were filled with blood. The man's arms around her suddenly tightened, and Lin Wanshu felt like she could hardly breathe. You let go. Not caring whether he discovered her secret or not, she reached out and pushed him. At this moment, Qin Yan's mind was full of the thought that she was going to leave him. When he heard this, his tense nerves completely broke. Don't even think about it. After saying this with gritted teeth, Qin Yan fiercely blocked those red lips. It was as if he was afraid that she would say something that he couldn't accept at all. Lin Wanshu never thought that he would kiss her. The man's hot breath fell with his domineering kiss, and her mind went blank in an instant. This was the first kiss they had since they met. Lin Wanshu could never have imagined that this would happen here, even after she had exposed her secret. At this moment, panic, fear, nervousness, shyness, and other emotions surged up, making it almost impossible for her to stand. When she came to her senses, she couldn't help but struggle again. How can he be here? What if someone sees us? But in Qin Yan's eyes, this struggle seemed to be that she still wanted to escape from him. The originally blood-red eyes took on a bit more blood color, and the domineering kiss became more ferocious. How could Lin Wanshu resist? After a while, her head became a little dizzy, and her whole body limply leaned against his arms. Wan,
Wife.
you are mine. There was the man's sigh in her ears and his still passionate and lingering kiss on her lips. It was unknown how long it took before Lin Wanshu was finally released, and her lips had become red and swollen, completely unbearable to look at. Qin Yan was still holding the person and refused to let go. Looking at the woman in his arms with rosy cheeks and watery eyes, the panic in his heart was slightly relieved. But it's not enough. There are still deadly landmines between them. If you step on it accidentally, you'll be crushed to pieces. Qin Yan couldn't imagine what would happen if she disappeared from his world. No matter what secrets she has, he only knows that she is his woman. I can only stay by his side in this life. Lin Wanshu looked at his increasingly dark gaze, and her heart, which had not yet calmed down, began to beat wildly again. Afraid that he would kiss her again, she covered her mouth and said in a low voice, "Let go first, let's go back and talk." Although they are husband and wife, it is not appropriate for them to be so intimate in public. Especially since he is a soldier, they should be more careful about the impact. Qin Yan didn't want to let her go at all. He was afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. Lin Wanshu felt his nervousness, and the fear in her heart was slightly relieved. Maybe the outcome of this matter is not as bad as I thought. Thinking of this, her voice softened. I wanted to pick that herb just now, but it was too high to reach.
Can you help me?
Originally, Qin Yan had no power to resist her, not to mention that he had just kissed her. How could he resist hearing a woman's soft and coquettish voice? Okay, wait a minute, I'll pull it out. Having said that, he did not let go of the person. He held Lin Wanshu with one hand and raised the other hand, easily plucked the herb and handed it to her. Anything else you need to pull? Point it out to me and I'll pull it all for you. Lin Wanshu looked at the big hand that was tightly holding hers and could not help but remain silent. In the end, she didn't say anything, but just pointed out the herb she found. Qin Yan didn't mind the trouble, so he took his wife's hand and walked all the way to the destination. Fortunately, everyone else was busy and no one noticed them. For the rest of the time, she basically did nothing but kept thinking about whether she should tell others about the space, and if so, how to say it. Qin Yan didn't say anything and continued to help her pick the herbs seriously. Occasionally, when I saw firewood and mushrooms, I would pick them up as well. While he was doing all this, he always kept Lin Wanshu by his side. If Lin Wanshu hadn't protested strongly later, he would probably have kept holding her hand. Qin Yan moved quickly, and soon he had picked up 2 large bundles of firewood. The backpack was also filled with mushrooms and herbs. Others also had a good harvest. Xiao Jianxi's small backpack was already full of mushrooms. Yu Fangfang was holding a variety of fruits in her hands. Ji Hualan was carrying 2 bundles of firewood, and even Xiao Miaomiao was holding a handful of mushrooms in one hand. Lin Wanshu's lips were still a little red and swollen. She was afraid of being discovered, so she pulled her hat down low on the way back. Yu Fangfang looked at her strangely for several times. Wanwan, can you see the road with your hat on like this? Lin Wanshu. The temperature on my face, which had finally dropped, suddenly rose several degrees again. Ji Hualan was an experienced person. Seeing Lin Wanshu looking uncomfortable, how could she not guess what she had just done? But she didn't expect that Yu Fangfang didn't look so slow on weekdays. Why was she so thick-skinned today? The sun is so strong, and my skin is so white that it won't be affected by the sun. If I don't pull my hat down a little, what will I do if I get tanned? Ji Hualan was a considerate person to begin with. Knowing that Lin Wanshu was shy, she smoothed things over for her. Yu Fangfang looked up at the dense trees above her head with a look of doubt. Is the sun very strong? Why doesn't she feel it? Lin Wanshu was afraid that she would continue to ask questions, so she walked quickly in front with Xiao Miaomiao in her arms. Qin Yan's attention has always been on his wife. Seeing her quicken her pace, he also followed her. The family of 3 quickly distanced themselves from the group. Yu Fangfang looked at the inseparable couple in front of her, and then she realized something and looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that these 2 people who looked serious could be so bold. However, the 2 people walking in front were not as affectionate as Yu Fangfang had imagined. Instead, after calming down, he fell into a strange silence again. Lin Wanshu walked in front holding Xiao Miaomiao, and the man's gaze behind her was long and indifferent. On the way back, Qin Yan still didn't let her take anything. He carried 2 bundles of firewood and a backpack full of herbs and mushrooms. Lin Wanshu was responsible for holding Xiao Miaomiao. The little guy was probably tired from playing, and after walking a short distance, he laid his little head on his mother's shoulder and fell asleep. Without the baby's babbling voice, the atmosphere became even more weird. Although the accident just now was interrupted. But after all, the issue of space is still here. Until it is resolved, this knot will always exist. Lin Wanshu thought about it for a long time, but still didn't know how to start. In the end, I just remained silent. It is said that it is easier to go up the mountain than to go down, but the Red Star Brigade is mountainous, and Lin Wanshu has gotten used to it, so it doesn't matter if she carries the baby down the mountain. The way back was very smooth, and Lin Wanshu walked back home in one breath. Xiao Miao Miao still didn't wake up, so she simply carried her into the house. After Qin Yan put down the firewood and the backpack, he followed him into the house. The room was originally quite spacious, but for some reason it felt cramped today. The man didn't say anything, but his presence was so strong that it was difficult for Lin Wanwan to ignore him. She put the baby on the bed, and he helped pull the quilt over the little one's belly. She went to the kitchen to cook, and he helped wash the mushrooms she had just picked. After she washed the rice and put it on the stove, he helped to light the fire. Although the two cooperated well, they still didn't speak. It was as if he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, it would shatter the calm appearance and send things spiraling in a direction that could not be reversed. Today's harvest was quite good. In addition to herbs, there were also quite a few mushrooms. She was planning to use the flat-top mushrooms to make soup, but when she saw the green ones, she just used them for stir-frying. Qin Yan had already washed the mushrooms, so now she just needed to slice the mushrooms. While Qin Yan was making a fire, Lin Wanshu took the chopping board and started cutting mushrooms. There are 2 skylights on the ceiling of the kitchen, so it is bright even in broad daylight. The pink color immediately turns into indigo when cut open. This thing is delicious, but if it is not handled properly, it can easily lead to bad luck. Although Lin Wanshu had something on her mind, she was still very alert in dealing with Jian Shouqing. Cut each slice as thin as possible to avoid it being too thick and not being cooked through. It took her almost half an hour to cut the whole plate of green vegetables. The porridge cooked by Qin Yan had already started to bubble. He opened the lid of the pot and took the firewood to the stove next to it. I planned to light a fire and cook for her. After Lin Wanshu saw her hands were blue after cutting them, she found a handful of dried chilies. Seeing that the pot had been washed and heated, she directly scooped a large spoonful of lard into it. Qin Yan's eyebrows jumped. It's not that I feel sorry for her using so much oil, but these days few people would be willing to use so much oil to stir-fry a vegetable. When he thought of the scene he saw on the mountain, his already aching heart lifted up again. Those unreasonable things in the past seemed to have an explanation. Lin Wanshu noticed his gaze, but she didn't explain anything. Instead, she put a handful of dried chilies and a few cloves of garlic into the pot. After a while, a spicy aroma filled the kitchen. After the peppers were sautéed, Lin Wanshu put the green onion into the pot. Be more angry. This was the first time she spoke since coming down the mountain. Qin Yan looked at the little face shrouded in smoke and inexplicably felt a sense of unreality. He resisted the urge to touch her and paused before nodding.
Good.
As he said this, he stuffed 2 pieces of firewood into the stove. After a while, the fire became stronger and the flames even spread out of the stove. Lin Wanshu calculated the time carefully and made sure that it had been fried for more than 20 minutes before she packed the giant chowking. The remaining flat-top mushrooms can be cooked directly and added with some salt to make them delicious. A lunch was prepared quickly. Xiao Miao Miao hadn't gotten up yet, and Lin Wanshu didn't call her, planning to let her get enough sleep before waking her up for dinner. There were only the couple in the kitchen. Giant chowking is indeed a famous mountain delicacy. It becomes extremely delicious when fried with just a little salt. Lin Wanshu likes this taste very much. But she didn't know how to do it at first in her previous life, and she got caught once. At first she didn't notice anything wrong until she heard the cat at home talking. Then she realized something was wrong. Qin Yan had something on his mind, so any delicious food tasted like wax in his mouth, and he couldn't taste anything at all. He used to be able to eat several bowls of rice in one meal, but today he only ate 2 bowls and put down his chopsticks. But he didn't leave. He just sat quietly in his seat waiting for Lin Wanshu. But after he sat down for a while, a strange scene appeared in front of him. In the picture, Lin Wanshu was wearing a red coat with her jet black hair behind her head. The look was both strange and familiar. I say familiar because she also wore red on the day she married me. I say strange because the style of her clothes was different, her hair was different, and even her makeup was different. But even with so many differences, Qin Yan still realized at a glance that this was the simple and small house she lived in before she got married. I took her from here to my home. And now she looks like she is waiting for the groom to come and pick her up. Although he knew that she was marrying him, at this moment, Qin Yan inexplicably had a bad premonition. It was as if the following scene was something he could not bear. After a while, there was a bustling sound coming from the door. The groom is here to pick up the bride. Hearing this, Qin Yan's breathing tightened, and he stared with his eyes wide open, staring at the familiar wooden door in the picture. There was a bustling sound coming from the door, and someone was trying to stop the groom. Qin Yan pricked up his ears, but he couldn't hear Qing Lang's voice. His heart seemed to be squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, and he felt like he could hardly breathe. The person behind the door must be him, and it can only be him. With this thought in mind, Qin Yan held his breath and waited anxiously. He didn't understand why he saw such a scene. It was all so clear that it didn't seem like an illusion, let alone a dream. Time passed minute by minute, and I didn't know how long it had been before the door finally opened with a creaky sound. Then, a thin figure appeared at the door. "Wanshu, I'm here to pick you up." With a boom, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the scene before Qin Yan was a bolt from the blue. Why is the groom not him, but Zhao Mingyuan? Qin Yan thought this was ridiculous. He was probably dreaming. Thinking of this, he tried to wake himself up, but it was no use. Zhao Mingming led a few people into the house in a lively manner. Seeing him walk up to Lin Wanshu, Qin Yan no longer cared whether he was dreaming or something else. He immediately stood in front of Lin Wanshu. However, Zhao Mingyuan was not affected at all. Under the urging of the crowd, he carried Lin Wanshu on his back.
No. Wan,
Come down. Looking at her being carried by Zhao Mingyuan, Qin Yan's eyes were bloodshot. He almost died on the front line but remained calm, but at this moment, he was extremely scared. He wanted to go up and pick Lin Wanshu up, but he couldn't do it at all. He couldn't touch her and could only watch her being carried out the door. This feeling of powerlessness almost drove him crazy. That's his daughter-in-law, his woman. How could she marry another man? Wan,
don't marry him. Come back.
At this moment, it didn't matter what secret she had, and he didn't want to know. He only knew that he couldn't lose her. Qin Yan chased after the two of them like crazy. Even though he knew he couldn't touch her, he still refused to accept his fate. He tried again and again to get her back. But every time I came up empty-handed. He passed through her body like a ball of air. How so? Qin Yan was unwilling to give up. So, he kept following the two of them, until he saw her step into the Zhao family's gate. He finally grabbed that soft little hand with some energy he didn't know where it came from. But before he could make any other move, he heard a woman's anxious voice. But every time I came up empty-handed. He passed through her body like a ball of air. How so? Qin Yan was unwilling to give up. So, he kept following the two of them, until he saw her step into the Zhao family's gate. Although his pulse had been checked, his poisoning was not serious. But his crazy look really scared her. She was worried that the antidote would be too slow to work, so Lin Wanshu simply made a bowl of rice soup and dripped 2 drops of spiritual spring water into the bowl. But Qin Yan seemed to be still trapped in a terrible fantasy and refused to open his mouth. In the end, she had no choice but to pick up the bowl and take a sip. Then, she put her arms around the man's neck and blocked his mouth. But she had just crossed the water, and the next second, she was hugged tightly into that hot embrace.
Wife.
How good it is that you are here and that you did not marry him. The man's words were somewhat incoherent, but Lin Wanshu's scalp went numb. So, he just saw her marrying Zhao Mingyuan? But how is this possible?
He was dead by then.
Lin Wanwan knew that being poisoned by the green scorpion could make people see all kinds of strange images. She had heard of things like subtitles and answers, but she didn't expect that this thing could also let him see her previous life. This is too outrageous. But before she could think more, the man's hot lips took the initiative and kissed her. I don't know if it was because of the scene just now that stimulated him. Qin Yan's movements were eager and domineering. It was as if he couldn't wait to leave his mark on her. After a while, Lin Wanshu's clothes were crumpled into a mess.
Wait.
Not here. After finally catching her breath, she quickly spoke. This is the kitchen, in broad daylight. If she were caught by someone, would she still be able to live as a human being? After hearing this, Qin Yan's frantic eyes finally regained some clarity. He blinked and looked at the woman in his arms blankly. I saw that her face was as rosy as a peach, delicate and beautiful. Her eyebrows were full of spring, her eyes were like water. Her black hair had long fallen down, and a few strands of hair hung down on the open neckline. Her flawless skin, against the backdrop of her black hair, looked like the finest mutton fat jade. The beauty leaned in his arms with her clothes in disarray. Apart from being shy, she did not show any intention of rejecting him. After just one glance, Qin Yan seemed unable to bear it and suddenly hugged her tightly in his arms again. Lin Wanshu was afraid that the poison from the mushrooms he had just eaten had not yet been resolved, so she reached out and pushed him. You may have been poisoned by the mushrooms just now. Drink some rice soup. As she spoke, Lin Wanshu reached out and picked up the bowl of rice soup and handed it to him. Poisoned? Was the scene he just saw an illusion caused by mushroom poisoning? Well, most of the symptoms of safflower poisoning include hallucinations. As she spoke, Lin Wanshu told him about a case she had heard before. However, Qin Yan inexplicably felt that the scene just now was too real and did not seem like an illusion at all. Originally, Qin Yan was a staunch materialist and did not believe in supernatural things. But ever since he saw her creating something out of thin air in the morning, his worldview had been overturned. How could the hallucination be so detailed that even the people who came to pick up the bride could see it? It was even so clear that he could see exactly what dowry she brought and who the matchmaker was. Qin Yan couldn't help but start to doubt. Do people really have past lives and present lives? And in her previous life, she married another man instead of herself? When he thought of this possibility, he felt as if a large ball of cotton was suddenly stuffed into his chest, causing him to feel suffocating and unbearable pain. Unexpectedly, he didn't drink the rice soup and almost hugged her to the point of suffocation. Lin Wanshu was annoyed. If you don't drink this rice soup, I will ignore you. Lin Wanshu glared at him fiercely and threatened. Hearing her delicate threats, Qin Yan barely came back to his senses from the boundless darkness. Looking at the person in front of him, countless questions flashed through his mind. What on earth was going on in the scene I just saw? Seeing that his vision had finally come into focus, Lin Wanshu breathed a sigh of relief and handed the bowl directly to his lips. Qin Yan looked at the person in front of him steadily, with countless questions in his mind. This time Qin Yan was obedient. He opened his mouth and gulped down the rice soup. As soon as the rice soup went down his throat, Qin Yan felt a long-lost warm current flowing throughout his body. Wherever I go, all the discomfort in my body is soothed, and even my limbs and bones feel indescribably comfortable. The feeling was exactly the same as the first time he drank the chicken soup she cooked in the hospital. What on earth is this? How could it have such a horrible effect? How are you? Feeling better? After he finished drinking the rice soup, Lin Wanshu asked. Qin Yan met those unguarded clear eyes and didn't know what to feel in his heart. At the very least, she is his daughter-in-law now, and will always be so in the future. Nothing happened. Qin Yan shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu finally felt relieved. At this moment, she also realized how ambiguous their hugging posture was. Lin Wanshu moved her body, trying to distance herself, but the next second, the man's hand tightened. She fell back into his arms. In the end, the distance not only did not widen, but it became even closer. Don't move. Qin Yan's voice was incredibly hoarse. Lin Wanshu, Sensing the increasingly powerful threat, how could Lin Wanshu dare to move? In the end, I had no choice but to sit motionless on his lap. But this is not a solution, after all. My clothes are still a mess. People these days love to visit each other, and if they were seen, the rumor might spread to the army tomorrow. Meow Meow will probably wake up soon. I'll prepare some porridge for her. After thinking about it, Lin Wanshu decided to find a safer topic. It's not that she is being pretentious, nor that she doesn't have needs. The main reason is that the space issue hasn't been sorted out yet. If they accidentally have another baby, and then the two of them can't live together, that would be troublesome. She planned to tell him something after he calmed down. Qin Yan noticed her nervousness, but did not make things difficult for her. He hugged her for a while longer before reluctantly letting go. Finally free, Lin Wanshu quickly got off his lap and frantically buttoned her clothes. Don't worry, I can hear you. There's no one outside. Seeing that she had failed to button it properly after several attempts, Qin Yan reached out to help. His movements were steady but quick, and in a short while, he had buttoned her shirt again. After her clothes and hair were tidied, Lin Wanshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took out a bowl and poured some porridge for Xiao Miao Miao, leaving it to dry. She did not forget to tell Qin Yan, "You can't eat it now, Giant Shaoqing, just drink some soup." Qin Yan looked at the plate of Giant Shaoqing in front of him, and the scene he just saw flashed through his mind uncontrollably. For a moment, he wished he could throw away the Giant Shaoqing on the table along with the plate. How could he possibly eat another bite of it? Lin Wanshu didn't know what he was thinking. She had no problem eating the green onion, so she had no taboos and ate it all. After finishing their meal, Xiao Miao Miao still hadn't woken up, so they went into the study room one after another in tacit understanding. As soon as she entered, Lin Wanshu closed the door and windows. The two sat side by side on the sofa. The room was quiet. After a long while, Lin Wanshu finally spoke. "Do you have anything to ask?"
How could there not be?
Qin Yan had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but he inexplicably felt that her secret could not be known to anyone else, not even himself. After pondering for a moment, he said, "When did you discover that you had this ability? Is this ability innate or acquired? If she was born that way, is she still human?" Hearing this, Lin Wanshu hesitated a little. After all, she had discovered that she had space in her previous life. But she didn't want to talk about her past life. After all, it wasn't a pleasant thing, and talking about it would only cause unnecessary trouble. After thinking for a while, she said, "I am a living person just like you. I will get sick and grow old. What you saw this morning." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. "That's enough, Wan, no need to say more." After getting the answer he wanted, Qin Yan didn't let her continue. Lin Wanshu was a little surprised. He didn't want to listen? "Aren't you curious?" Meeting her clear and pure eyes, Qin Yan couldn't help but sigh.
I'm curious.
Qin Yan said seriously, "But compared to your safety, I'd rather never know." Hearing this, Lin Wanshu was a little shocked. She didn't expect him to say that. After all, it can create something out of thin air. Who wouldn't want to study it? But he just lifted it up so lightly? Lin Wanshu thought of countless possibilities, but she never thought that he would choose not to pry into her secret.
Boom, boom, boom.
My heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Looking at the upright man in front of her, Lin Wanshu felt that she had not been wronged at all. A man like this, who is good-looking, has a good figure, and has a decent character, it is difficult for any woman not to be moved by him. Looking at her moved and infatuated expression, Qin Yan felt his blood boiling and couldn't help but feel a little worried. My wife is really too low in guard. Isn't she worried that she is just pretending? Unable to hold back, Qin Yan gently embraced the person in his arms. Wan, no matter what you have, promise me that you won't use it if you don't have to. Protect yourself and don't let anyone know, including me. The state apparatus is no joke. Especially now that the whole country is trying to catch spies. If she shows any abnormality, she will easily be targeted. Qin Yan whispered all these in her ear. The low voice blew into Lin Wanshu's ears along with the warm airflow, and she couldn't stand the itch. But he was teaching her how to protect herself, so how could she hide away? In the end, Lin Wanshu could only force herself to endure the itching in her ears and listen to him carefully. As expected of an officer in the army, he had considered many things that Lin Wanshu had not considered. After being enlightened by him, she felt that her self-preservation awareness was strengthened a little bit. The man spoke slowly and steadily. His voice was full and had a hint of magnetism. The scent of masculine hormones surrounded her tightly. Lin Wanshu had never suspected that she might be a voice control as she did at this moment. Otherwise, why would I feel such a tingling sensation just by listening to his voice? Qin Yan looked at the ear in front of him, which was originally flawless, white jade. It was getting redder and redder until it was almost dripping with blood. His eyes couldn't help but darken. After finally finishing his words, he held her in his lap again. Lin Wanshu never thought that he would use this trick again. She almost couldn't help but scream out in surprise. But perhaps because of what she just said, she didn't resist anymore. Just lean on his arms obediently. Qin Yan was still furious after losing control in the kitchen just now. In fact, this restlessness has been there since the first day I met her. He just restrained himself because he was afraid of scaring her. Now that the two of them were talking it out, and she was so obedient and looked like she was okay with whatever he did, how could he bear it? I don't know when it started, but their lips were kissing each other again. But this time, the person who took the initiative turned out to be Lin Wanshu. She is no longer a real 21-year-old woman. Now that she is sure of this, she will not be shy about it. What's more, she was really fascinated by him just now. Lin Wanshu didn't know whether he would change in the future, but at least, she was happy at this moment. She was able to bear the consequences of her impulsiveness, so she stopped worrying about it. Qin Yan felt those two little hands on his body fanning the flames, and he almost lost half his life. Although he knew how seductive his wife was at this moment, he was still so seductive that his mind went blank. Isn't she really a goblin? The temperature in the room kept rising. Lin Wanshu's clothes, which she had just put on, became a mess again without her knowing when. Qin Yan wasn't much better. But before he could take the next step, suddenly, another image flashed through his mind. In a festively decorated room, Lin Wanshu was sitting quietly on the bed, seemingly waiting for someone. When Qin Yan saw the red jacket she was wearing, his breath was held in his throat. But perhaps because of the shock he had just experienced, he was still relatively calm at the moment. Although the blood was boiling in his throat, he still stared at the person in the picture. At this moment, his mind was extremely clear, because he could clearly feel the warm skin as smooth as cream sliding down his palm, and the woman's fragrant and soft red lips. On one side was her passionate kiss in his arms, and on the other side was the scene of her waiting for someone in the bridal chamber. Qin Yan felt as if he was about to be torn apart. Qin Yan restrained himself from showing any abnormality and looked at the scene in his mind without making any mistake. It was probably already late at night, but Zhao Mingyuan still hadn't come back. Lin Wanshu, who was wearing her wedding dress, had a puzzled look on her face. In the end, she didn't wait any longer and just washed her face, changed her clothes, and lay down. Seeing her like this, Qin Yan felt much better for some reason. Because on the wedding night, not only did she wait for me, but her face was also full of shyness that only a bride would have. But it was only a little better. When he thought about what was going to happen next, his heart felt like it was being torn apart and bleeding. Hiss. After being bitten, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hearing her cry of pain, Qin Yan suddenly came back to his senses. Without caring about what he had just seen, he quickly let the person go and asked nervously, "Where did you bite? Let me see." Lin Wanshu glared at him with a somewhat reproachful look before slowly opening her red lips. The woman's originally rosy face was now covered with blush, and her watery eyes were even more tearful, giving her a lively and charming look. Qin Yan's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and after a pause, he reached out and pinched her chin to examine it carefully. When he saw the faint trace of blood on the side of the little mouth, a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I was just too excited." Obviously, this small cut meant nothing to him, But Qin Yan couldn't bear to see even a small wound on her body and wished he could suffer it for her. Lin Wanshu shook her head. It doesn't matter. Compared to this bite, she was more concerned about why he suddenly lost control. The look was just like the symptoms of having green hands after eating. Were you hallucinating again? Didn't the spiritual spring water eliminate the toxins in his body? As Lin Wanshu asked, she grabbed his hand, placed it on the armrest of the sofa, and began to take his pulse. Listening to her gentle concern and watching her carefully taking his pulse, Qin Yan's discomfort was gradually eased. Unable to hold back, he hugged her tightly in his arms. I'm fine. Maybe I didn't get enough rest. There was no way he would let that inexplicable thing stand between them. It was not easy to marry her home. Qin Yan didn't care whether it was an illusion or her past life. As long as the person holding her now is me, that's enough. Lin Wanshu took her pulse and found that there was indeed nothing abnormal. If there was anything wrong, it was probably that his pulse seemed much stronger than before. If she hadn't known that he was here to serve in the army, Lin Wanshu would have suspected that he had secretly practiced martial arts. Seeing that he was fine, Lin Wanshu let go of his hand. Then I'll prescribe some tranquilizers for you to drink. Hearing this, Qin Yan did not refuse. Good. The intimacy just now was interrupted unexpectedly, and the two did not continue. Firstly, the time was not right. It was midday, and someone could come over at any time. Secondly, I was afraid that Xiao Miao Miao would wake up suddenly, which would be awkward. Speak of the devil, and here he appears. Lin Wanshu was tidying up her clothes when she heard Xiao Miao Miao crying from the next room.
Whoa.
Hearing that the baby had woken up, Lin Wanshu quickly responded and was about to go out. Wait, this button is not buttoned yet. Qin Yan stopped her, and his slender fingers fell on a button under her chest. Lin Wanshu blushed, and the embarrassing scene just now flashed through her mind. I can do it myself. But the man still had that overbearing attitude, and didn't let her do anything. With a move of his fingers, the button fell accurately back into the buttonhole.
All right.
The hot temperature of his palm seemed to still remain on her skin, and Lin Wanshu's heart skipped a beat. Not daring to look any further, she nodded randomly and went out. Although she was well prepared, she was still a novice after all. After calming down, I couldn't help feeling a little shy and uncomfortable. In the room, when Xiao Miao Miao saw that her mother had not come yet, she moved her little ace to the edge of the bed and stretched her little feet tentatively under the bed, wanting to get out of bed and find her mother. But she was too small after all, and her short legs couldn't reach the bottom no matter how hard she tried. Unable to go down or up, Xiao Miao Miao panicked and started crying even louder. When Lin Wanshu returned to the room, she saw a little kid crying and hanging by the bed. It looked both pitiful and funny. Meow meow, mom is here, don't be afraid. While comforting the baby, Lin Wanshu quickly walked forward and rescued her. Finally seeing her mother, Xiao Miao Miao felt very aggrieved. Wow, mom, she cried hard as if she was frightened. Lin Wanshu comforted her with a smile. It's okay, mom is here. Don't get out of bed alone next time, okay? Qin Yan had just followed Lin Wanshu in. Seeing his daughter being frightened, he felt a little distressed. However, he did not intend to stop her from getting out of bed. Instead, he taught her how to get out safely. You can grab the quilt and come down so you won't get hurt. As he spoke, he carried the little guy to learn how to get out of bed. Lin Wanshu. It just means that you won't get hurt from falling, not that you won't fall. So, is this the fatherly love of a military father? Although she was worried that Xiao Miao Miao would fall, Lin Wanshu did not refute his educational methods. As long as it is not a matter of principle, she will not interfere. After all, children will grow up and leave you in the future. It might not be a bad thing to teach her how to deal with difficulties early on. Xiao Miao Miao was still very scared at first. After all, the shadow of hanging on the bed was still there. But with her father's patient encouragement, she slowly learned how to slide off the bed by grabbing the quilt. She fell on her ace at first, but after trying a few more times, she was able to land steadily on the ground. Lin Wanshu was extremely surprised. You are so awesome. How could they train such a tiny creature? Looking at her face full of admiration, Qin Yan's heart softened. Miao Miao is brave and a good candidate for the military. Lin Wanshu. Can she take back what she just said? The rice porridge had been dried just now. Lin Wanshu opened the cover and directly brought the porridge to the little guy. Xiao Miao Miao has a strong personality. Ever since she stopped drinking milk and started eating porridge, she has been eating with a spoon by herself and refuses to let her mother feed her. Lin Wanshu did not stop him either. But every time she eats, she puts a plate under the bowl to prevent her from spilling food everywhere and wasting it. Although she has no shortage of these, wasting food is a very serious matter in this era. After all, everyone is still hungry. Won't you get scolded if you spread it everywhere? Children are ignorant, but don't adults understand either? The child can't eat by himself and the adults can't feed him? Lin Wanshu is a cautious person, so she would naturally not leave room for such talk. Xiao Miao Miao has just learned to eat, and her hands are not very obedient yet. Either the rice grains were splashed into the basin or scattered onto the bib. Lin Wanshu didn't care and discussed the dinner with Qin Yan. After all, his leg had healed, and as per custom, they had to prepare a warming meal and treat their comrades to a meal. Let's set it for this Sunday. I have to report back to the army on Monday. Originally, Qin Yan had a lot of vacation time, but there were a lot of things to do in the army, so he couldn't continue to rest with peace of mind. Lin Wanshu was mentally prepared for his return to the team, so she didn't feel disappointed. I started discussing grocery shopping with him again. The bicycle will be back tomorrow. If you want to go to the county town to buy one yourself, that's fine. If you don't want to go, just write a list and I'll ask the logistics staff to bring it to you. Let us go buy it ourselves. I want to buy something else as well. After all, she had to take some things out of the space occasionally. If she didn't go to the county, how would she explain these extra things? These are all trivial matters, so Qin Yan naturally has no objection. Lin Wanshu didn't do anything in the afternoon. She just processed and dried the herbs she picked in the morning. Qin Yan went up the mountain again and brought back 2 large bundles of firewood. The bundle of firewood was so big that Lin Wanshu estimated that one bundle was as big as 2 bundles in the morning. It's big, and it's tied tightly. Lin Wanshu suspected that this bundle weighed more than 100 kilograms, almost 200 kilograms, because the carrying pole was bent. And yet, he carried such heavy firewood with ease. It was as if what were being carried were not firewood, but 2 loads of cotton. Although she knew that her man was very strong, Lin Wanshu still felt numb when she saw what he did. Qin Yan piled the firewood in the corner of the house, and when he was ready to burn it, he just carried some back to the kitchen. This will save you from having too much firewood piled up in the kitchen that will be difficult to carry. Lin Wanshu quickly poured a glass of water. Drink some water and take a break. Although he didn't look tired, she still pulled him to sit on the stool and handed him the water. Enjoying her gentle and caring voice, Qin Yan felt warm in his heart. He was indeed thirsty, so he took the water and started drinking it. As soon as he finished drinking, Lin Wanshu poured him another glass. He drank 3 cups in a row before stopping. Xiao Miao Miao is not at home. She went to play with Xiao Jianxi next door. This is a family compound, and Lin Wanshu is not afraid that she'll get lost, so she just leaves her alone. After drinking the water, Qin Yan continued to make a small bed for Xiao Miao Miao. He worked quickly and had already whittled half of the required wood yesterday. Cut the other half today, polish it tomorrow, and then assemble it. Maybe it was because Xiao Miao Miao's wooden bed hadn't been installed yet, but the man was still very obedient that night. Apart from hugging her, he didn't do anything else. But after all, they had been intimate during the day, and no matter how honest you are, it will never be the same as before. Although both of them were quiet and motionless, there seemed to be an invisible restlessness flowing in the air. With her head resting on the man's strong shoulder and listening to his unsteady breathing, Lin Wanshu couldn't fall asleep. But there was a little kid lying next to her, so she didn't dare to tease him. Especially when she thought of his terrifying fighting power on their wedding night, she dared not act rashly. She was lost in thought for an unknown amount of time before she finally fell into a drowsy sleep. Hearing the woman's even and long breathing, Qin Yan slowly opened his eyes. The room was pitch black, but he found that the darkness seemed to affect his vision less and less. Although his eyesight was very good before, it was far from as good as it is now. Especially after drinking that bowl of rice soup during the day, Qin Yan felt that his five senses seemed to have become stronger. Such extraordinary means made him shudder with fear, and at the same time, he felt an indescribable panic. Although he restrained himself from prying into her secret, Qin Yan felt uneasy. How afraid he was that one day when he woke up, she would disappear. Holding the person tightly, Qin Yan suffered from insomnia again. It was not until the early morning that he closed his eyes in a daze. He had just closed his eyes when the next second, the scene that was interrupted during the day appeared in his mind again. And this time, there was one more person in the picture. Seeing Zhao Mingyuan still wearing his wedding clothes, Qin Yan's eyes suddenly darkened. This scene has appeared for the third time, and it is really torture for him. But Qin Yan refused to look away. He just stared at the two of them, as if to torture himself. Zhao Mingyuan was probably drunk and was staggering as he walked. Qin Yan stared at him intently, watching him walk step by step towards the bed where Lin Wanshu was lying. However, what happened next was somewhat beyond his expectations. Zhao Mingyuan, who was lying on the bed, not only did not do anything, but he also pulled away the quilt covering Lin Wanshu. Qin Yan was a little shocked. Could it be that Zhao Mingyuan was drunk? But no matter what, he still breathed a sigh of relief. Just looking at Lin Wanshu curled up alone, he couldn't help but feel distressed. It's still winter. Is Zhao Mingyuan still a man? He even snatches a woman's quilt. Qin Yan wanted to pull the quilt over to cover Lin Wanshu. But the content in the picture was still out of his control, and Qin Yan could only watch her shivering with cold. This happened for 2 or 3 nights in a row. As soon as Zhao Mingyuan came back, he lay down on the bed and had no intention of touching Lin Wanshu at all. Fortunately, Lin Wanshu found a quilt for herself, so she didn't get cold at night again. But such strange days did not last long, and Qin Yan discovered a shocking secret. It turns out that Zhao Mingyuan actually likes men. Or the one who is on the bottom. No wonder he never touched Lin Wanshu. This discovery made Qin Yan feel mixed emotions. I don't know whether I was relieved or felt sorry for her going through such a thing. But what happened next almost made him go berserk. Zhao Mingyuan's mistress wants to touch Lin Wanshu? After hearing their secret conspiracy, Qin Yan wished he had a gun in his hand so he could kill the 2 men on the spot. How dare they? But it turns out that not only did they dare, they actually did it. The two agreed that Wang Yongsheng would complete the house purchase on behalf of Zhao Mingyuan when it got dark. Upon hearing the two people's shameless plan, Qin Yan was immediately engulfed by raging rage. We can't let them succeed. I don't know if it's because his telekinesis is too strong. Wang Yongsheng broke his leg outside before he even entered the Lin Zhao family's yard. This happened several times afterwards. Every time Wang Yongsheng wanted to touch Lin Wanshu, something unexpected would happen. Either being bitten by a snake or being gored by a bull. He choked on the food he was eating and choked on the water he was drinking. After nearly drowning in the water for the last time, he finally realized something was wrong. Zhao Mingyuan, why is the woman you married so evil? She almost killed me. Wang Yongsheng cursed in shock. Although Zhao Mingyuan also had doubts in his heart, he did not agree with Wang Yongsheng's proposal. That woman is so beautiful. If he really wants to sleep with her, what role does he have? Now that he couldn't sleep, he felt so happy. Although it's a bit regrettable that I don't have a son, but with my current condition, there's no point in having one. If I grow up to be like me, wouldn't it be all in vain? Thinking of this, he patiently coaxed Wang Yongsheng again. He must give up the idea of sleeping with Lin Wanshu. Wang Yongsheng didn't give up, but he couldn't get close to her at all. Even if he met him in the wild, if he tried to do anything, he would be in big trouble. In the end, Wang Yongsheng had to give up completely. This woman is pretty, but she is also really weird. But he couldn't mention anything about ghosts unless he was tired of living. These days, we are fighting against feudalism and superstition. Who would dare to do this? Qin Yan, who had been guarding Lin Wanshu, finally figured out what was going on with him. It turns out that this is what really happened in my previous life. He was not rescued in his previous life and died in the hospital. But he had an obsession in his heart, so he followed Lin Wanshu unconsciously. He watched helplessly as she was schemed into marrying Zhao Mingyuan and watched helplessly as she was tortured by her mother-in-law, but he could do nothing about it. It was not until Wang Yongxing tried to lay his hands on her that Qin Yan suddenly felt a surge of power from nowhere. Relying on this power, he scared Wang Yongxing away and then stayed by her side silently, watching her work hard to make food and sell it in town. She was so beautiful that Qin Yan didn't know how many people who wanted her he had driven away along the way. She was so capable that she made a lot of money in just a few years and even opened a factory.
She was still so naive.
She married an inhuman man, but she thought she was infertile and gave up the factory. Qin Yan felt distressed and angry. But he could only protect her from being bullied, but he couldn't take the initiative to deal with people who didn't pose a direct threat to her. Qin Yan's obsession never faded, so he stayed by her side the whole time. Until one day, she was almost hit by a car. Qin Yan just pushed Lin Wanshu away and suddenly felt a strange energy on her wrist. But before he could figure out what that energy was, everything went black. He knew nothing. The picture suddenly stopped. Qin Yan also opened his eyes suddenly. At the same time, Lin Wanshu next to her also sat up suddenly. Wan. Seeing her like this, Qin Yan no longer cared about what was in his dream and quickly sat up. Lin Wanshu was gasping for air, with astonishment written all over her eyes. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Holding her shoulders with both hands, Qin Yan asked anxiously. Hearing his voice, Lin Wanshu's eyes finally focused. She stared at the person in front of her in shock. It turns out, in her previous life, she wasn't extremely lucky to run her business smoothly, but he was protecting her all the time. Recalling those strange and inexplicable things, Lin Wanshu's vision unconsciously became blurred. Qin Yan was shocked to see her crying. He held the person in his lap and said with a distressed look on his face, "Don't cry, I'm here. Dreams are all fake." But when Lin Wanshu heard this, her tears became more and more uncontrollable. She saw it all in her dreams. No wonder when she recalled it later, it seemed that Wang Yongxing always looked at her with ill intentions, but he never took any action. Everyone in the village said he was possessed by an evil spirit. Now that I think about it, wasn't he possessed by an evil spirit? No wonder she felt like someone was following her several times, but in the end there was no follow-up for unknown reasons. It turns out that this man has been protecting himself silently. When she thought of this, Lin Wanshu felt even more heartbroken. He was still thinking about her until his death, but she knew nothing.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know you were always by my side. Although it was not her fault that she did not receive the letter, she could not help feeling heartbroken when she thought that no one knew about his deep love for her. Hearing this, Qin Yan couldn't help but hold his breath.
Wan,
did you dream about something just now? Did she have the same dream as me? Lin Wanshu did not hide anything and told him everything she saw in her dream. Not only that, she also talked about her rebirth. After hearing her words, Qin Yan's mind went blank. It is true. He died in his previous life, and she married Zhao Mingyuan. Thinking of all the suffering she had endured in her previous life, Qin Yan suddenly felt extremely distressed. Wife, it's okay. It's all over. Holding her in his arms, he patted her back gently and whispered soothing words. Being coaxed by him so gently, Lin Wanshu couldn't help but think of the soul that had been guarding her alone in the previous life. Originally, she had some concerns during the day, fearing that people's hearts would change easily, and she did not dare to completely expose her space. But at this moment, she completely let down her guard. What else is there for her to be on guard against, when someone is willing to protect her even after death? Ian, let me show you something. Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyebrows jumped. He realized immediately that she was going to tell him her secret. Wan, don't. Qin Yan spoke anxiously. But before he could finish his words, he felt dizzy and the next second, the two of them appeared in a dreamlike place. Looking at the fairyland like scenery in front of him, Qin Yan's eyes were full of shock. "What's going on?" He held her hand tightly, his voice trembling. Lin Wanshu didn't say anything. She took his hand and walked into the wooden house with one thought. Qin Yan felt numb when he saw the endless supplies in front of him. What kind of wife did he marry? Where did these come from? Looking at the rows of weapons on the shelves that he had never seen before, Qin Yan took a deep breath and asked calmly, "I bought it, and I made a lot of money from it later." Lin Wanshu knew that he disappeared when she opened the space, so she explained to him, "You can't buy these in China, but you can buy them easily abroad." She thought that she might need it for self-defense someday, so she just bought it. But she didn't need to use them normally. A silenced tranquilizer gun was enough to protect herself. Seeing that his eyes were glued to those weapons, not moving at all, Lin Wanshu asked, "Do you want to see it?"
May I?
Qin Yan's voice was a little hoarse. As a soldier, how could he not be tempted by weapons that are clearly 2 generations ahead of current ones? Lin Wanshu didn't waste any time and directly took down the rifle he had been staring at. The rifle was very heavy, but this was her space, and these things were under her control, so it wasn't difficult for her to pick it up. After Qin Yan took the new rifle and looked at it for a while, he walked out of the wooden house and took a look into the distance. He found that the weapon actually used thermal imaging technology. How great would it be if they had such weapons on the battlefield? Seeing him flipping through it with great interest, Lin Wanshu introduced, "This is Soviet-style equipment." After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Mao sold all the weapons in his family. "I bought it on the black market." Our Chinese-style equipment also developed well later, but it is no longer available. After the crushing war in America in 1991, the country was completely awakened and began to focus on catching up with equipment. Although Lin Wanshu was not an insider and did not know much, she still knew more information than ordinary people. Qin Yan was shocked when he heard her talk about the subsequent international situation. The Russian bear is such a huge monster. Can it just disintegrate like that? It seems that their international environment is more dangerous than they imagined. Thinking of this, Qin Yan became more and more eager to return to the army, especially the war that was going to break out in a few years. There was no way he would let his soldiers suffer the same loss as in his previous life. Although he died early and did not participate in this battle, he had been with Lin Wanshu for so many years and naturally knew a lot of information in this regard. It's a pity that these weapons cannot be released, otherwise the country's weapons research would be much faster. After looking at it for a while, Qin Yan put the weapon back on the shelf. As if she saw his regret, Lin Wanshu took out a stack of information from her bookshelf. "Do you think this will help?" When the Mao Xiong family split up, Heir Mao got a lot of good things, but he sold them all. Lin Wanshu also got this information by accident. It was also thanks to the space she had, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to take these things away. Lin Wanshu originally just wanted to buy some weapons to put in the space for self-defense, but she didn't expect her Mao to sell so many good things. She simply accepted them all. She thought that if the world were to become turbulent again someday, she would not be without the ability to protect herself. After Qin Yan finished reading the information in his hand, he was already extremely excited. If people from their military research institute saw this thing, they would probably go crazy. But after the excitement, Qin Yan quickly calmed down. After a pause, he handed the information back to her with some difficulty. "Please put this away." Lin Wanshu blinked, her eyes full of surprise. She thought that with his awareness, he would definitely find a way to hand over the information, but she didn't expect that he would actually return it to her. Qin Yan understood her surprise and couldn't help feeling helpless. This thing is too advanced to be shown. Since they were able to remain safe and sound after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Qin Yan was confident that the country could overcome the difficulties. He couldn't let her take such a big risk and produce information that obviously shouldn't be here. After hearing these words, it would be a lie for Lin Wanshu to say she wasn't moved. No one can resist this kind of pampering of being put first in everything. Thinking of his daily protection in her previous life, Lin Wanshu's heart suddenly softened like a pool of water. If there is a suitable opportunity, I still hope to hand over this information to the country. She is not a soldier, and in fact does not have such a strong sense of patriotism as he does. But she knew how deep his love for the country was. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to the front line without hesitation, and would not have retreated even if he knew he might sacrifice himself. He was willing to keep her secret for her safety, and Lin Wanshu naturally wanted to fulfill his patriotism. Her emotions were so strong. How could Qin Yan not sense it? It was precisely because he understood what she meant that his heart was shocked for a long time. Wan. Unable to hold back, he hugged her into his arms. How can she be so nice? She was so good that he didn't know how to love her. He was afraid of dropping her if he held her in his hands, and afraid of her melting if he held her in his mouth. Being hugged by him so passionately, Lin Wanshu felt indescribably satisfied and grateful. Fortunately, they did not miss each other in this life. After the two of them finished touring the wooden house, Lin Wanshu took him to the spiritual spring. Yesterday, I used this spiritual spring water to detoxify you. Hearing that she only gave him 3 drops and had such an amazing effect, Qin Yan didn't know what to say. These things my wife did were too outrageous. It was so outrageous that he was already beginning to feel a little scared. I dare not imagine what kind of covetousness would be attracted if even a little bit of the stuff were leaked. 1. Don't let anyone use this spiritual spring water casually in the future. As he spoke, he told Lin Wanshu in detail about the changes that happened to him after drinking the spiritual spring water. Lin Wanshu. No wonder he had such a strange reaction the first time he took the medicine. It turned out to be because he drank the chicken soup mixed with Lingquan water. Also, why did his 5 senses become enhanced and his strength become greater after drinking the spiritual spring water, while I drank so much but was only a little healthier than the average person? Could he be the one who cheated? Lin Wanshu was extremely dissatisfied. Qin Yan didn't expect that the friendship would capsize so quickly. He felt helpless and a little amused. Scratching her nose, he teased her. Maybe it's because of my intense training and good physique. How about I take you for a 5-kilometer run this morning? Maybe you can achieve the same effect by then. Lin Wanshu. Forget it. If she is asked to run 5 kilometers, she would rather open up an acre of land. At the very least, it can bloom, and you can plant things. I won't train anymore. I have you anyway. He looked like he would protect himself. If worst comes to worst, she still has the space.
There are so many deadly weapons in the space.
If she is really in desperate situation, she can still enter the space. Anyway, don't even think about asking her to run 5 kilometers. Seeing her indifferent expression, Qin Yan was amused again. How come he didn't know she had this side? Qin Yan enjoyed it very much looking at the woman's dependent look. But he decided to teach her some self-defense skills. Apart from anything else, he had to check her proficiency in handling these guns. Don't wait until the critical moment, it will be bad if you slip up. When Lin Wanshu heard that he wanted to teach her how to use a gun personally, her eyes suddenly lit up. That's what you said. I'm counting on you from now on. He didn't mention anything he had practiced in his previous life. Perhaps because all the secrets had been revealed, Lin Wanshu felt indescribably relieved. There was also a hint of playfulness on her face that was not there before. She was so lively that Qin Yan couldn't take his eyes off her. Okay, leave it to me. The deep voice with a smile was full of doting. The two did not stay in the space for long, because it was already dawn. The couple had just come out of the space when Xiao Miao Miao woke up. Seeing a figure, she rubbed her eyes and shouted in a daze. Mom, I am the father. When he heard it was his father, the little guy immediately turned around and stretched out his hand towards Lin Wanshu. Mom, the look of turning away without any reluctance made Qin Yan somewhat depressed. She may not be awake yet. Unable to bear seeing her man so lost, Lin Wanshu comforted him. But just as she finished saying this, she saw the little guy moving around with the quilt in his arms and moving to the edge of the bed. With the help of the quilt, she slid off the bed. Qin Yan. Lin Wanshu. After her consolation failed, she asked again, Do you want to rest for a while? I don't know when he fell asleep last night, and there are some faint dark circles under his eyes. Qin Yan shook his head. No, I can't sleep now. I'll go water the vegetables later. He is the one who has been watering the vegetable garden these 2 days. When Xiao Miao Miao heard that her father was going to the vegetable garden, she hurried to put on her little shoes. Miao Miao Go Lin Wanshu couldn't help laughing when she saw her wearing the shoes backwards. Miao Miao, your shoes are inside out. Xiao Miao Miao didn't understand what the word anti meant. She was so proud that her 2 little feet had successfully put on the shoes. Lin Wanshu smiled and shook her head, then helped her put her shoes back on. This is the right way to wear it. Little Miao Miao blinked her big eyes, looked down at her feet, with a confused look on her face. Qin Yan looked at the 2 similar faces in front of him, one big and one small, and his heart suddenly softened. It's great that she married him in this life. They also have a lovely daughter. Come on, Dad will take you to brush your teeth, and then we will go water the vegetables together. Qin Yan also put on his shoes and picked up the little guy. But when the little baby heard that he needed to brush his teeth, his face wrinkled into a bun.
Yes.
She refused vaguely. Immediately, he was slapped on the little ace by his mother. If you don't brush your teeth, bugs will eat them away. Although she only had 8 teeth in total, Lin Wanshu still insisted on letting her learn how to brush her teeth. Little Miao Miao couldn't get away from the 2 adults and was finally forced to brush her teeth by the water tank. At the same time, the small building in the side yard also poked its head out from the fence. Sister, are you up? Xiao Miao Miao was still being forced by her mother to brush her teeth. When she heard Xiao Jianxi's words, she quickly spit out the water in her mouth and shouted to him, Guo, help me. The cry for help from his sister made Xiao Jianxi suddenly burst with masculinity. Wait for it, sister. I'll be there soon. As he said this, he ran towards the door.
Hey.
Feng Jianxi, where are you going? Yu Fongfong was carrying a shoulder bag and a water bottle, and she stood with her hands on her hips and yelled at her son. Although he was only 5 years old, there was a kindergarten in the army, so she sent him to school. Hearing his mother's lion roar, Feng Jianxi froze and took his foot back halfway. I just want to find my sister. He was not afraid of his mother, but he was afraid that her voice would be too loud and would attract his father and give him a beating. Yu Fongfong. She spoke as if she didn't want to go play with Wanwan. She doesn't want to go to this class for even a day. You're going to be late for school. Go back and carry your school bag. Yu Fongfong rolled her eyes to the sky. If she can't go play with Wanwan, then he can forget about going to play with Xiao Miao Miao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jianxi's face suddenly fell. He just wants to play with his sister. Why is it so difficult? Xiao Jianxi failed to find a sister in the end. Fortunately, the 2 brothers Shinxiai and Xinyu also had to go to school, which made him feel somewhat comforted. After Lin Wanshu and her family of 3 finished washing up, they went out together again. Qin Yan carried 2 buckets of water, while Lin Wanshu carried a bucket of clothes. Xiao Miao Miao was not empty-handed either, holding a small cage containing crickets. The cage was the one given to her by Shinxiai. She treasured it so much that she took it with her wherever she went. I don't know how many generations of crickets have been replaced in the cage. They were usually caught for her by Shinxiai when he came back from school. Here, a family of 3 walked towards the back door of the family compound, talking and laughing all the way. It was mainly Lin Wanshu who was talking and Qin Yan who was responding. Xiao Miao Miao would occasionally say something, but she spoke in baby language, and the couple couldn't understand. On the other hand, the Zhou family was shrouded in a low atmosphere. Huang Fengming looked at the basket in her room, from which several eggs were obviously missing, with a gloomy look in her eyes. Where are the eggs in my basket? Why are there so many fewer? Huindi spat out a date pit. After hearing this, she glanced at the basket and pouted her lips and said, How should I know? Maybe those money-losing guys of yours stole it. Dia looked at her grandmother's face full of flesh and her small body couldn't help shivering, but she insisted on staying by the bed, as if she was afraid that she would suddenly hit her mother again. Huang Fengming, who was blocked behind her, couldn't stop feeling uncomfortable. Why would such a good child be born into such a family? She didn't deserve this. Thinking of this, she glared at Huindi angrily. They are not money-losing goods, they have names. Huindi was also unhappy when she heard this. You gave birth to a few money-losing babies, and you're not allowed to say anything? Huang Fengying smiled coldly and said, I was pregnant with a boy, but unfortunately someone killed him. Some people are born without grandchildren. Who can I blame? The grandson whom she had no chance to meet was a thorn in Huindi's heart. Hearing that she dared to say that, I immediately got furious. You useless little witch. You can't even protect my precious grandson. And you still have the nerve to say that? I think you shouldn't eat these eggs. As she said this, she glared at her viciously, then reached out and picked up the basket of eggs on the table. She originally thought that she had taken too few eggs just now, so she planned to come over to get a few more. Huindi felt a sharp pain in her heart when she thought about having to eat so many eggs. Now is the perfect opportunity to get angry and take all the baskets away. Don't leave any for her. Seeing that she dared to her eggs, Huang Fengying was so angry that her whole body trembled. Put it down.
Bah.
I won't let go. What can you do to me? If there hadn't been a few military wives helping her yesterday, how could Huindi have been led by the nose? There is no one at home now, and the little witch just had surgery on her stomach. Huindi is not worried at all that she will cause any trouble. Huang Fengying laughed out of anger. Not very good. I've asked someone to send that bowl of egg soup for testing. If the test shows that there's something in it, don't blame me for being ruthless then. Sending it for testing was of course a lie. Huang Fengying just cheated her because she was uneducated. Sure enough, as soon as she finished saying this, she saw Huindi's face change. What do you mean? You have a good life, but you insist on doing this. What good will it do for you to ruin Tianju's work? Huang Fengying felt that she had never heard such ridiculous words in her life. With a sarcastic smile on her face, she looked up and down at the fat and plump Huindi, paused, and then said, He has a job, so what good do I get? I have nothing to eat and nothing to wear. Every time I open my eyes, I have endless work to do. Even when I was pregnant and gave birth, I didn't have a single day off. This overwhelming blessing is given to you. Do you want it? These merciless words made Huindi's face turn blue and red.
You.
What kind are you talking about? How can there be a wife who doesn't work? Aren't women in the production team still working in the fields even when they are about to give birth? She's just being pretentious and can't do her job, right? Huang Fengying rolled her eyes to the sky. There are people who die at the age of 40 or 50. Why don't you just die? Huindi didn't expect that she would dare to scold her like that. She was both angry and furious. What a rebellion! How dare you, you disloyal and unfilial witch! Curse me. I'm going to ask my son to divorce you today. But when she heard her threat, there was not a trace of fear on Huang Fengying's face. Instead, he said with a mocking look on his face, Go ahead, go and ask him to divorce me now, so that I can report the situation to the army later. Anyway, I'm not having a good life, so let's just not live together. At the end, her voice was resolute and fierce. Huang Fengying always gave people the impression of being cowardly and timid. Huindi had never seen her act so crazy before and was immediately frightened. You're crazy, you crazy woman, she murmured while covering her chest. Huang Fengying sneered coldly, took out a knife from under the pillow, and slowly trimmed her long nails. I'm crazy, so I don't want to repeat it so many times. Put the basket down for me, and return the eggs you just took away. When Huindi saw the knife in her hand, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Why would she put a knife under her pillow? What did she want to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Huindi didn't want to put back the eggs she had snatched with great difficulty. But seeing that she looked like a madman, she didn't dare to bet whether she would suddenly explode. Finally, he reluctantly put the basket back on the table. And those who took it away, return it to me. Huang Fengying spoke in a calm voice, but it gave people a creepy feeling for no reason. How could Huindi dare to say no? Return it back. Can't I just return it to you? What a sin. Why did the Zhou family marry such a crazy woman? Wouldn't it be better if you had known this earlier? Seeing that she gave in so easily, Huang Fengying felt happy, but also a little sad. Such an uneducated and ignorant person, yet I have been bullied by her for so many years. She is so useless. Ignoring her extremely ugly face, Huang Fengying continued, "Now go make me some egg soup. Don't make it too salty or too bland, and don't even think about spitting in it. I have a test that can detect it. I want to see the egg soup in 20 minutes. After hearing this, Hu Indi almost died of anger on the spot. She actually ordered me to do that? How dare you? Hu Indi wanted to scold her for dreaming, so how could she possibly cook egg soup for her again? But after meeting her cold and crazy eyes, she couldn't help but shudder. I cook. Isn't it okay for me to cook? After stumbling over her words, Hu Indi didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away. Crazy woman, this crazy woman. She must make her son divorce her and drive her out. Daya was shocked to see that her usually domineering and overbearing grandmother was scared away. Her mother actually drove her grandmother away? In the past, Daya would never have dared to even think about this, but it happened today? And Mom does what she says. She really protects them well. Daya's eyes were wet again.
Mom,
will she really cook egg soup for you? Or I should go. There is a hole in Mom's stomach, so she needs to eat more nutritious food so that she can get better quickly. At this moment, Daya was eager to recover soon. Huang Fengying had already put the knife back in place. She touched Daya's head and said gently, "She will cook it. We just need to wait." Hu Indi is uneducated and arrogant, but Zhou Tianzhu is her lifeline. As long as you grasp this point, you don't have to worry about her not being obedient. Sure enough, Hu Indi not only cooked egg soup, but also, under her threat, served a bowl of thick sweet potato porridge to Daya and the other two. Hu Indi was so confused by Huang Fengying's instructions that she was fuming with anger. After cursing Huang Fengying countless times, she finally waited for her son to come back. As soon as she saw him, Hu Indi burst into tears out of grievance. "Son, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I would have been tortured to death by your evil wife." Zhou Tianzhu had never seen his mother cry like this before. He was immediately shocked. "What's going on? How did Fengying give it to you?" Naturally, Hu Indi started to pick on Huang Fengying and made up a story. Zhou Tianzhu was extremely furious when he heard that Huang Fengying had actually ordered his mother around in order to satisfy her own appetite. "Wait a minute, I'll go talk to her." After saying this, Zhou Tianzhu walked into the house angrily. In the room, Huang Fengying was drinking the millet porridge she cooked. When she heard Zhou Tianzhu coming in, she ignored him and continued eating her own food. Seeing her like this, Zhou Tianzhu became even angrier. "Huang Fengying, how could you do this to my mother?" Hearing this, Huang Fengying slowly raised her eyelids and gave him a lukewarm look. "What did I do to her? Wasn't it her fault that I got stabbed in the stomach? I'm in confinement now, and as a mother-in-law, isn't it her responsibility to take care of me?" Hearing this, Zhou Tianzhu was speechless. That was true, but he still felt heartbroken when he saw his mother's pitiful appearance. Let the past be the past. What's the point of bringing it up all the time? Although she already knew what kind of person this man was, Huang Fengying was still chilled to the bone when she heard these words. "You didn't conceive the child, and you didn't perform the operation on him, so of course you can talk without any worries. But he was in my belly for more than 8 months, and he's gone just like that. Tell me, how can I get over this?" Zhou Tianzhu was also heartbroken because his son had passed away. But he is a man after all, and he thinks about problems more rationally. If the child is gone, she can get pregnant again, but his mother cannot bear the crime of killing her grandson for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, he sighed heavily and then softened his voice and said, "It wasn't easy for my mom to raise me. Can't you be considerate of her for my sake when she did something wrong? They are indeed mother and son. They are exactly the same when it comes to being funny." Huang Fengying was almost laughing because of him. "It's your business that it wasn't easy for her to raise you, but she didn't raise me. Why should I be considerate of someone who killed my son? Is it because you have a thick face?" Zhou Tianzhu didn't expect her to say that, and he didn't react for a long time. "How did you become like this?"
he said with some sorrow.
Huang Fengming's lips curled up into a smile, but her eyes were cold. What has become of me? At this moment, her hair was still messy. Due to the confinement period, she couldn't take a shower, and there was an indescribable smell on her body. Zhou Tianzhu couldn't help but frown, with disappointment and a hint of barely perceptible disdain in his eyes. You are a high school graduate, but now you look like a witch. Where did you study? Huang Fengming laughed. If she wasn't afraid of tearing the wound on her stomach, she would have laughed out loud. Yes, I have changed, but isn't this all because of you? Wasn't she gentle enough, not virtuous enough in the past? But what kind of life did she get in return? Where were you when I had to go to work in the fields just 2 days after giving birth? Where were you when I had to take care of 3 children and run the household affairs by myself? Did you ever help me at all? What qualifications do you have to blame me? If I hadn't married you, I would have lived a life worse than a dog's. Hearing this, Zhou Tianzhu's face looked very ugly.
Don't say such harsh words.
Which woman doesn't give birth to a child? Which woman doesn't take care of a child? Why don't other people have as many problems as you? Isn't it natural for a woman to give birth to and take care of children? As for housework, if she doesn't do it, why should his mother do it? He is so old. What if he sprains his waist? That man has achieved the rank of battalion commander at such a young age. But what about you? You are so old and still only a company commander. Why aren't you as capable as other men? These words directly hit Zhou Tianzhu's lungs. There are many talented people in the army, but his ability is not outstanding. After so many years, he was barely promoted to the rank of company commander. I'm getting older now. If I can't get promoted, I'll have to transfer to civilian work or retire soon. Zhou Tianzhu was so anxious now and was mocked by her. He was so angry that his face turned black. But he couldn't possibly beat her up. Finally, he could only say angrily, "You are totally unreasonable." After saying this, he left angrily again. Looking at his back that was about to smoke with anger, Huang Fengming felt extremely refreshed. She has been suppressing herself too much over the years. Now she doesn't want to endure it anymore. She will kill anyone who provokes her. When Hu Yindi saw that her son was also scolded, she was so angry that she trembled. She sat on the ground with her buttocks down, slapping her thighs and howling.
What a sin! What a sin!
How could our Zhou family marry such a tyrannical daughter-in-law? Not only does she insult her mother-in-law, but now she even dares to insult men. We can't live like this anymore. Her howling had a long tail, and it sounded like she was singing an opera, with all kinds of nasty curses being thrown at her. After a while, many military wives came outside the yard. What is Hu Yindi doing again? Someone asked curiously. Who knows? Huang Fengming was pushed into premature labor by her, and she couldn't even keep the baby. How can she still have the nerve to cry? In our brigade, if any mother-in-law did something so ruthless, she would be criticized for her crimes. But she is not like that. She is acting like nothing happened. I just saw her secretly eating eggs. Everyone was talking at once, and the voices full of contempt showed no sign of lowering their voices. Who in the entire residential compound doesn't know who Hu Yindi is? Now hearing her howling, everyone subconsciously thought that she was going to torment Huang Fengming again. After all, Huang Fengming gave people the impression of being too weak, and no one believed that she would be that kind of person who was arrogant and unreasonable. Zhou Tianzhu, who had just walked into the kitchen, heard the discussions outside, and his face turned purple. Afraid that if these military wives continued to talk, their family would lose face, Zhou Tianzhu hurried out. "Mom, please stop crying." As he spoke, he reached out to pull Hu Yindi up. But Hu Yindi was so irritated that she just wanted to curse Huang Fengming to death. So, how could she listen to him? "Let me go. I'm going to let everyone know what kind of person Huang Fengming is today. How can a daughter-in-law order her mother-in-law around? She even dared to scare me with a knife." However, to Hu Yindi's surprise, after hearing her scolding, the military wives looked at her with even more strange expressions. "She pushed my daughter-in-law into surgery, and she is still in confinement after giving birth. If she doesn't take care of her, who will?" "That's right. Who is it that said Huang Fengying was pregnant and it was inconvenient for her to take care of her daughter-in-law, but she ended up taking care of her like this? She lost her job and had to work in the fields every day with a big belly. Her daughters were as thin as refugees. With all the immoral things she has done, who would believe that Huang Fengying could make her go around in circles? Not to mention threatening her with a knife. If Huang Fengying was so powerful, why would he be bullied so badly by her? After all her crying, not only did no one believe her, but the military wives looked down on her even more. Captain Zhou, you can't just focus on the army, you have to do your work at home as well. Fong Bailey gave a sincere piece of advice. I feel that if this matter continues, the army will definitely not sit idly by. Although she likes to show off her 4 major items, she is not stupid and knows what can be done and what cannot be done. Zhou Tianzhu knew this truth very well. The news that his mother pushed Huang Fengying into premature birth a few days ago had already spread to the army. He came back today with the intention of persuading Huang Fengying to take responsibility for the premature birth and say that she fell accidentally. This way, even if the army did not believe it, they would turn a blind eye. After all, if the people don't report it, the officials won't investigate it, so it's enough to save face. But he never expected that he and Huang Fengying parted on bad terms before they could even start talking. Now his mother is still making such an ugly scene. Zhou Tianzhu is so anxious that his mouth is about to bubble. Fong Bailey meant well, but to Hu Indi's ears, her words seemed like helping Huang Fengying to humiliate her. Don't think I don't know that you and that which are in cahoots. It's not your turn to comment on what's going on in our family. Hearing this, Fong Bailey's face turned a little grim. My kindness is taken for granted. Captain Zhou, you better take care of yourself. After saying that, she left angrily. Hu Indi thought she had been scolded and ran away, and she felt indescribably relieved. When she caught her, she scolded her again. When Zhou Tianzhu saw his mother acting unreasonable, he almost choked on blood.
Mom.
Stop talking. Does she really want to offend everyone in the family compound before she is satisfied? You scolded me? Hu Indi didn't expect that he would be so mean to her in front of so many people. Her face was full of disbelief. I'm your mother, and you're scolding me for a stranger? Zhou Tianzhu saw that she didn't seem to realize her mistake at all, and he suddenly felt powerless. But she is his mother. What can he do? Finally, he had to lower his voice and beg, Mom, let's talk about family matters in private. There are so many people watching, please give me some face. However, Hu Indi was already immersed in the embarrassment of being scolded by her own son, so how could she listen to his advice? You also know that there are a lot of people here? Did you ever think about giving me face when you were being mean to me just now? She covered her heart with one hand and trembled with anger. Seeing her like this, Zhou Tianzhu suddenly regretted why he had let her stay in the family compound. The farce of the Zhou family soon spread throughout the family compound. As soon as Lin Wanshu returned home, she was caught by Wang Chunling and bitten in the ear. When Lin Wanshu heard that the mother and son had ended up arguing, she was not surprised at all. If Zhou Tianzhu had not been negligent, how could the current situation have occurred? If he had protected Huang Fengying a little more, Hu Indi would not have dared to go so far. Now that I have gotten myself into such a state of panic, I can only say that it is all my own fault. A harmonious family is the foundation of all prosperity. If a man cannot even handle household affairs well, who would dare to entrust him with important tasks? She heard nothing of it, and instead talked about the Sunday greenhouse. Come here with your husband and children. Lin Wanshu has been here for some time and has gotten along well with several military wives. Wang Chunling and his wife must be invited. She also asked Qin Yan about this matter and knew who the specific people to be invited were. Wang Chunling did not refuse the invitation, but said happily, "That's great. My husband has been missing you ever since he ate your fried snails. I can't cook them as well." When Lin Wanshu wanted to stir-fry snails, no one took it seriously. After all, they had tried this dish before. Who would have thought that after she cooked it a few times, many people who ate it felt like a new world had opened up to them. No one expected that this muddy smell would turn out to be so delicious after some processing. Not only does his cooking taste delicious, he also doesn't keep his recipes to himself and teaches anyone who asks. Some time ago, military wives were catching snails almost every day. However, only a few people have truly learned her skills. After trying several times, many people gave up, and Wang Chunling was no exception. Now, seeing that Lin Wanshu had prepared so many snails to make a warming meal, how could she not be overjoyed?
But
Where did you catch these snails? Why are there so many? I see Yongzheng hasn't caught any snails in the past 2 days. It was a full bucket, and the pieces were neither too big nor too small. It's very pleasing to look at. My husband fished it out. I don't know where he got it from. I'll ask for you later. After she finished washing the clothes, she saw him coming back with a big bucket. Hearing this, Wang Chunling quickly shook her head. Forget it, I won't go get it. It's a waste if I have it in my hands. She doesn't have the skills, so she won't bother. Wang Chunling was just passing by and came to talk gossip with Lin Wanshu. Now that the gossip was over, after a few more small talk, she left. After everyone left, Lin Wanshu turned and walked towards the kitchen, planning to make lunch. Qin Yan was weaving a cage under the eaves at the moment, while Xiao Miao Miao was squatting on the ground, propping up her little head and watching attentively. No one knew where Qin Yan got the bamboo, but in a short while, he had broken the bamboo into strips. It was not enough to just break the bamboo strips. He also polished them carefully to make them look as smooth as possible. What are you making up? Lin Wanshu also squatted down next to Xiao Miao Miao out of curiosity to watch him weave. Qin Yan looked up at her, paused, and then said, "Make a small cage for Miao Miao to hold the grasshoppers." The one she had before was a bit crude. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu glanced at the little cage that her daughter treasured like nothing and suddenly fell silent again. Although this cage is simple, it looks small and cute. How can it be rough? He obviously doesn't like the fact that this cage was made by Shinsiai, right? In the end, Lin Wanshu did not point out his little fatherly thoughts, but half-jokingly said, "I didn't know you had this skill." "No, you can't be so partial, and only do it for Miao Miao, and not for me. You have to weave a basket for me so I can put things in it." Seeing her jealous look, Qin Yan's heart suddenly felt like a kitten scratching it, and it was itchy. Not to mention weaving a basket for her, even if he was asked to weave a phoenix, he would have wanted to make one for her on the spot. "Okay, I'll make it for you later." Unable to help himself, he reached out and rubbed her little head, coaxing her. Xiao Miao Miao looked at her father, then at her mother, her eyes full of confusion. She blinked her big watery eyes, as if thinking about something, and then she stretched her little head in front of her father. Qin Yan's heart was all on his wife, and he just wanted to finish weaving the cage quickly so that he could weave a basket for her. Seeing that the little girl was blocking him, he said to her, "Miao Miao, squat better." Seeing that his father didn't touch his head, Xiao Miao Miao blinked, and his little face became more confused. In the end, not only did she not squat straight, she also stretched her little head in front of her father again. Not only that, she also struggled to grab her father's big hand and put it on her head. Seeing her like this, how could the couple not know what the little girl meant? With a bang, Lin Wanshu's face suddenly turned red. She glared at the man and said angrily, "It's all your fault. You didn't pay attention to the impact. This is just patting the head." What would happen if she learned other actions? But Lin Wanshu didn't know that her soft glare not only had no killing power, but also made the man's heart numb. "Well, it's my fault.
next time,
I will be more careful." Lin Wanshu. Please be clear, what should I pay attention to next time? He was clearly talking about the act of touching the head, but why did it sound so ambiguous when he said it? Lin Wanshu's face turned even redder. She thought he might be acting like a hooligan, but she had no evidence. Finally, she got so angry that she pinched him. "You rascal." Lin Wanshu blushed and spat at him, then walked away. Qin Yan looked at the woman's shy and angry back and laughed softly. Xiao Miao Miao saw that she had put her father's hand on her head, but he still didn't touch it, so she suddenly became a little angry. Her little mouth was puffed up and she snorted and turned her head away. "Dad bad." Qin Yan. Qin Yan was so focused on the big things that he forgot about the small things. He felt a rare sense of guilt. Finally, he picked up the baby who was about to leave angrily and coaxed him patiently. Fortunately, Xiao Miao Miao has a short memory and was quickly coaxed into submission. The father and daughter continued to weave the cage. Xiao Miao Miao also wanted to help, so she picked up the bamboo strips and put them on the half-woven cage. But she was too small after all, and her hands and feet were not flexible. She swept the bamboo strips in her hands here and there and almost poked Qin Yan. In the end, he had no choice but to make up a story and give it to her to play with. The father and daughter were weaving a cage at the door while Lin Wanshu was making lunch in the kitchen. The yard is warm and cozy. As soon as Shen Shuwen entered the door, he saw his brother weaving a cage that was not much bigger than a palm, and he almost dropped his jaw in shock. Is this still the Qin Yan he knows? Qin Yan had heard his footsteps a long time ago. Seeing that he had been standing at the door without coming in, he raised his eyelids and asked, "What's the matter?" Shen Shuwen. Listen, is this human language? Can't he come to him if nothing happens? Hearing this, Qin Yan's expression suddenly became serious, and he took Shen Shuwen back to the reception room without bothering to make a cage. As soon as he entered the door, Shen Shuwen didn't waste any time and handed him the stack of information in his hand. I now seriously suspect that the person who reported your wife may be the same person who intercepted your letter. There were many overlaps between the clues he checked last time and this time, which made it difficult for him not to suspect that it was Qin Yan's admirer who did it. After all, the excellence of his brother is obvious to all, and there are more than 1 or 2 people who have wanted to marry him over the years. However, those involved in the army naturally have to pay attention to conclusive evidence. They cannot wrongly accuse their comrades. Therefore, even if 80% of the evidence points to the same person, he can only use doubtful words. Qin Yan quickly read the information he handed to him and couldn't help but frown. It was indeed her. What are your plans? Shen Shuwen was filled with disgust for the person who was hiding in the dark and plotting against his brother. Who in the entire army doesn't know that Qin Yan has a sweetheart? The other didn't bother anymore after hearing this. But it's better for her to hide in the gutter and use all those shameful methods. It's just that her background is still a bit tricky after all. Before they are sure, if they take action rashly, they may not only fail to be fair, but also cause unnecessary trouble. This is why he was so anxious to come over to discuss it with him. Qin Yan had a plan since he knew that the person who reported his wife had a Beijing background. These days, besides recuperating from his injuries, he has not been idle. Shen Shuwen was not an outsider, and he did not hide his plans. After hearing what he said, Shen Shuwen suddenly felt happy. Old Qin, what a wonderful trick you have. After saying that, the two lowered their voices and discussed the next step in detail. After the negotiation was concluded, Shen Shuwen didn't stay long. After saying hello to Lin Wanshu, he left in a hurry. After Shen Shuwen left, Qin Yan quickly woven the cage for Miao Miao. After the cage was woven, he put the 3 grasshoppers he caught in the field into it before giving them to the little milkman. Xiao Miao Miao took over the new cage and immediately couldn't put it down. The cage that she carried everywhere she went was just put aside. Seeing that she had successfully forgotten the broken cage, Qin Yan was extremely satisfied. Miao Miao, this cage is old. Can Dad help you put it away? Although he didn't like those brats hanging around his daughter every day, Qin Yan wasn't the kind of person who would ruthlessly take away children's things and throw them away. Even if he doesn't like it anymore, he will find a place for her to keep it. Xiao Miao Miao is just a 1.5-year-old baby. With new toys, how can she still remember the old cage? She didn't even know what her father said, so she just played with the little cage she just got. Qin Yan successfully took away the unsightly cage, and his mood became happier. Seeing that his wife was still cooking, he continued to weave baskets. What Lin Wanshu wanted was a small basket. The bamboo strips were already made, so there was no need to break the bamboo again. He picked up the bamboo strips on the ground and started weaving again. It's just that this time it's obviously much slower than weaving a cage. The main thing is carefulness and patience. But his slowness is only relative. In fact, he is still much faster than ordinary people. After Lin Wanshu finished cooking, Qin Yan also finished weaving the basket. Lin Wanshu didn't expect him to move so fast. Taking over the freshly baked basket, her face was filled with surprise. Isn't this texture so pretty? Unlike ordinary horizontal stripes, the basket he knitted actually had vertical stripes. Not only does it look exquisite, it is also very sturdy in your hand. Lin Wanshu turned the basket over and over, looking like he couldn't put it down. Qin Yan is someone who has seen her space and knows that she lacks nothing. Even if she squanders the things in her space, she will never be able to use them all. After all, the neatly piled gold probably weighed 1 or 2 tons at a glance. But she was filled with joy because she had such a heaven-defying thing, because he wove a basket for her. How could he not be moved by this? If you like it, I'll make up something else for you next time. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu hesitated. You're going back to the army soon. Will you be very busy then? She naturally liked it. After all, he made it for her personally. However, Lin Wanshu had been with the army for a while, and she knew that they usually had heavy training tasks and were very busy. She was afraid that he would be tired from doing all this for her after training. Qin Yan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her tangled look. As long as it's your business, as long as I'm at home, I have time. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu's heart started to beat wildly, without any hope. Who taught him to talk like this? She can't bear it at all, okay? Then I won't be polite to you. If he is willing to pamper himself, then she has no reason not to accept it. Accept his heart and respond to his love. They had missed it in their previous life, and she didn't want to deal with all the twists and turns. After carefully looking at the basket he had made for himself, Lin Wanshu took it back to the house like a treasure. He also gave a fierce warning to the daughter, who was following behind and staring at her with eager eyes. This is Mom's basket, you can't take it. Although Xiao Miao Miao is still young, she is very courageous. She dares to climb up on the stool and then on the table. Lin Wanshu was afraid that she would secretly play with it, so he started making ugly remarks. Qin Yan saw her rare childish look, and the smile in his eyes almost overflowed. Xiao Miao Miao really wanted to take her mother's basket and play with it. After being warned, she suddenly became unhappy and turned around angrily. She desperately wanted to find her father to support her. But she obviously found the wrong person. Qin Yan rubbed her little head and comforted. That's Mom's thing. You can't take it without Mom's permission. Dad will make another one for you. When Xiao Miao Miao saw that her father did not agree to let her take it, her little face became even more angry. His mouth was babbling even more, and he didn't know what he was talking about. It sounds a bit like a protest. Lin Wanshu couldn't stop laughing when he saw her fierce look. In the end, her conscience probably realized it, so she coaxed the little guy and said, Meow Meow, Mommy has steamed boiled eggs for you. Shall we go to eat? Xiao Miao Miao is really a little foodie. When she heard there was food, she didn't care about the basket anymore. He turned around and ran to the kitchen. Lin Wanshu. If I had known she was so easy to coax, I would have let her eat eggs in the kitchen. Let us go and have dinner. Shaking her head and laughing, she greeted Qin Yan and was about to walk out. But just as she walked up to the man, he grabbed her hand. Lin Wanshu's heart skipped a beat. Just when she was wondering what he was going to do, she heard the man's apologetic voice. Wan, I have to go out for something after dinner and may not be back for 2 or 3 days. Hearing this, Lin Wanshu, who had misunderstood, suddenly blushed. However, she did not lose the battle, so even though she felt embarrassed, Lin Wanshu nodded calmly. Okay, I understand.
Do you need me to prepare something?
Although she didn't know what he was going to do, since he would be away for 2 or 3 days, she shouldn't pack some things for him, right? Looking at the little woman in front of him, who looked embarrassed but still pretending to be calm, a smile appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. After a pause, he spoke slowly. There is indeed something I need your help with. What's up? Hearing that someone needed her help, Lin Wanshu didn't care about the discomfort in her heart and hurriedly asked. Just as she finished her words, the next second, she was hugged in that strong embrace. Then, the man's hot kiss came down. How could Lin Wanshu have thought that he would do this? Before I could react, I was surrounded by his refreshing breath. The man's strong and powerful arms were like two iron arms, locking her tightly in his arms. His kiss was domineering and passionate, without any trace of his usual coldness. But such passion made Lin Wanshu unable to resist. Her mind was as confused as paste, and soon she sank into the man's arms. I didn't even know when I was carried to the kitchen. When she realized that he was carrying her from the room to the kitchen in such a swagger, Lin Wanshu felt sick. How could you? How could you do this? There is no wall here, and although there are flowers and plants planted under the fence, they haven't grown up yet. Wouldn't it be bad if someone saw them? I heard no one passing by, don't worry. Qin Yan knew what the woman was thinking just by looking at her eyes. Not wanting to make her worry, he comforted her. Lin Wanshu. Is this the point? The point is that he, a man born in this era, is so reckless. Lin Wanshu couldn't help but doubt her life. However, what she didn't know was that Qin Yan didn't want to restrain himself anymore since he realized that it was because of his silence that she didn't know his feelings until her death in the previous life. If you like it, say it. He wanted to hug her, so he did. Besides, with his current 5 senses, he would definitely not let anyone see that there was something wrong with her. Knowing that he was incredibly overbearing in some aspects, Lin Wanshu finally did not try to protest. Besides, she didn't mind. She was just worried about being caught. Since he had extraordinary 5 senses, she no longer worried about it. Xiao Miao Miao had been waiting in the kitchen for quite a while. Seeing that her unscrupulous parents just came over, she pouted her little mouth for a long time. Seeing her daughter angry, Lin Wanshu felt a little embarrassed, which was unusual for her. Meow meow. Mom will bring you eggs now. As she said this, she was about to stand up. But Qin Yan pushed him back onto the stool. I'll go. Lin Wanshu. If he continues to spoil her like this, she suspects that sooner or later she will lose the ability to take care of herself. Such favoritism makes it difficult not to indulge in it. Fortunately, Lin Wanshu is not the kind of person who relies on being favored and becomes arrogant. Qin Yan went to bring the egg custard, and she picked up the bowl on the table that had just been washed to make porridge. Lin Wanshu rarely cooks sweet potato porridge, and most of the time she eats white rice porridge. The main reason is that she developed a physical aversion to sweet potatoes in her previous life. The thought of eating sweet potatoes gives me a heartburn. Although she didn't plan to use the space's supplies to eat and drink lavishly, there was no need to make herself miserable. Anyway, her man could afford her food and clothing, so she naturally wouldn't wrong herself. Qin Yan eats everything. When he is performing the most extreme tasks in the wild, he eats whatever he can get. However, he never interferes with what his wife cooks or what dishes she makes. For him, being able to eat the food she cooked for him was a great happiness, not to mention that her cooking skills were so good. If he doesn't have enough money, he should go and earn it. It is impossible for him to lower his standards and let his wife suffer. After the family of 3 finished their meal, Qin Yan went out. He didn't ask Lin Wanshu to prepare anything, just some money and tickets. Lin Wanshu's marriage in her previous life was in vain. There was no difference between having a man or not, which also made her independent. Since she came to Yun province, she has never been separated from Qin Yan for a single day in her life. Now that there was suddenly one less person in the house, she slowly began to feel a sense of loss. However, she did not have the chance to feel sad. Early the next morning, just after she finished washing up, Lin Wanshu heard Ji Hualan calling outside. Wanshu, are you up yet? We're going to pick bamboo shoots. Do you want to go? When she heard about digging bamboo shoots, Lin Wanshu immediately became excited. I'm going. Wait for me. After all, Lin Wanshu was not an ignorant person, so she would not foolishly ask where to find bamboo shoots in the season. In fact, there is a kind of bamboo called dragon bamboo in Yunnan province, which is a tropical and subtropical plant that is heat-resistant but not cold-resistant. Bamboo shoots sprout out from June to October every year. Not only are they big in size, but they are also crispy, tender, and sweet in taste. Lin Wanshu was drooling just thinking about it. Xiao Miao Miao got up early today. She was originally sleepy, but when she heard that she was going out, she instantly revived. "I'm going." The little paws hugged her mother's thighs, as if she was afraid that her mother would not take her out to play. Looking at the soft little pendant on her leg, Lin Wanshu's heart was almost melted by her cuteness. But no matter how cute she is, Lin Wanshu will not give in on things that she must insist on. "After you brush your teeth, Mom will take you there." When the little guy heard the word brush teeth, he instantly wilted. But she already knew that she couldn't persuade her mother, so she brushed her teeth reluctantly with her mother's help. "I heard that the place for digging bamboo shoots is on another mountain, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the troops." Lin Wanshu was afraid that the baby couldn't walk, so she carried her in front of her with a sling and a backpack behind her. As soon as I went out, I saw that each of the military wives was carrying a pair of dustpans, but also large sacks in the dustpans, as if they were going to the mountains to purchase goods. "Wanshu, aren't you going to take the dustpan? How many can the backpack hold?" Seeing that Lin Wanshu was only carrying a backpack, Yongjin couldn't help but feel worried for her. There are so many bamboo shoots. Wouldn't it be such a waste to only pick up a few? I just want to join in the fun and try some, so picking up a few is enough. She picked up so many that it became too heavy for her to carry. Hearing this, others stopped trying to persuade her. After all, she was still carrying a baby, and it was indeed not very convenient. After a group of 7 or 8 people had gathered, they went out in a lively manner. As soon as I walked to the gate, I saw Daya and a few others, and Arya was holding a large sack in her hand. "Daya, where are you going?" Wang Chunling walked up quickly and asked. When Daya saw so many military wives, she subconsciously wanted to shrink back. But perhaps it was the change in her mother's behavior in the past few days that gave her some courage, and she forced herself to stand still. "Aunt, we also want to go dig bamboo shoots."